Donna D. Micho's story started on October 16, 1964, in East Windsor, located in Mercer County. She was the beloved daughter of Betty Lou Thompson Machow and Ronald Wayne Machow. Over time, Donna's family grew with the birth of her younger sister, Julie Machow, in 1969. The family dynamic shifted when their mother, Betty, remarried a man named Garland. Together, they formed a blended family. Donna and Julie embraced their new life with their beloved stepfather by their side. Donna Micho had a zest for life that radiated through her love for cooking and sewing. Alongside her job as a legal secretary, she harbored dreams of a career in modeling. For Julie, Donna was a shining star. Despite the challenges that came her way, Donna never lost her sparkle and continued to embrace life with open arms. Little did she know that her path would take an unexpected and tragic turn, forever altering the lives of those who cherished her. On February 25, 1984, it seemed like a typical Saturday night for 14-year-old Julie Machow, who was relaxing at her family's home in East Windsor, when she noticed her 19-year-old sister, Donna de Micho's car parked outside. She joined her in the basement. Together, they spent the night watching scary movies until 2 a.m. At that point, Julie went upstairs to her bed, ready to rest for the night. Their mother Betty and stepfather Garland were peacefully asleep upstairs during that time. They were unaware of any unusual sounds or disturbances emanating from the basement. The following day, on February 26, 1984, Donna was expected to go to work at a law firm, so her absence during the day didn't initially raise alarm bells. However, as dinner time arrived and Donna still hadn't returned home, her mother began to worry. Concerned for her daughter's well-being, Betty decided to investigate by venturing downstairs to check the basement apartment. As Betty entered Donna's usually neat and organized apartment, she was greeted by a disarray of items scattered about. It was evident that a struggle had taken place within those walls. The sight of blood-stained clothes, heaped together, heightened her growing unease, prompting her to immediately contact the police. Once the police arrived at the scene, they meticulously combed through the entire basement, their eyes keenly scanning for any trace that could unravel the mystery. Their diligence paid off when they discovered faint fingerprints near a table close to the bed. Recognizing the potential significance of these fingerprints, they carefully collected them as evidence, alongside the blood-stained clothes. They also uncovered traces of bodily fluid in the bedroom, an essential clue that held the promise of leading them closer to the identity of the perpetrator and help in finding Donna. In the search for answers, investigators made a grim discovery. In March 1984, when they found Donna Michael's abandoned blood-stained car near a sewer plant roughly a mile away from her home. However, despite this lead, the mystery surrounding her disappearance endured. Investigators meticulously combed through countless records. They diligently interviewed the residents living in the vicinity of Donna Michael's residence, determined to unearth any clue that could lead them to the truth. As fate would have it, the investigation took a significant turn when they suspected a number of people, including Nathaniel Harvey, a former worker at a nearby farm and resident of East Windsor. He had been apprehended and detained for his alleged involvement in a series of assaults and a chilling murder in the Plainsboro area. But all the leads, including Harvey, did not pan out at that time. The significant piece of evidence, the bodily fluid, that investigators found in Donna Michael's bedroom also went for testing. However, the technology for DNA testing was not as advanced as it is today, and the testing conducted at that time lacked the precision needed to pinpoint the source of the bodily fluid. But the investigators didn't close the case and hoped that one day they would come up with some solid leads that would help them solve Donna Michow's murder mystery. The weight of the tragedy became too much for Donna's stepfather, who tragically passed away just 6 months after Donna vanished, leaving the family to bear the weight of their grief alone. The family went to great lengths in their search for the killer. They hired private investigators, trackers, and even sought the help of psychics. They poured all their resources into the effort, spending every last penny they had. Their hope never wavered. They held on to the belief that somehow, maybe, just maybe, their loved one was still alive. They couldn't shake the thought that perhaps she was injured. After exhausting all possible avenues to finding the identity of the killer, seeking solace and a fresh start, Julie and her mother made the difficult decision to move to Texas in 1987. However, their journey to healing was further marred by misfortune when their storage unit was burglarized, robbing them of precious memories. The thieves callously snatched away family photos, cherished mementos, and 16 boxes filled with investigation files, adding another layer of pain. 11 years went by, but there was no news. But on April 2, 1995, police officers got a call from a Boy Scout troop about a body they found near Cranberry. It was not in good condition, almost completely decomposed, but when they got the dental records back, they couldn't believe they had found the most important part of the puzzle they had been searching for the last decade. It was the body of Donna Micho concealed within a carpet in a wooded area near a cranberry farm, not far from where her car had been recovered. After her remains were sent for an autopsy, initial findings indicated that Donna had tragically suffered a gunshot wound to the head. However, as the case investigation progressed, the dedicated experts at the Middle Assault Regional Medical Examiner's Office delved deeper into her remains. Through careful examination, they discovered that her cause of death was indeed a head injury, although it couldn't be definitively determined as a gunshot wound. Nevertheless, the cause of death was amended to evidence of homicidal violence, and her death continued to be classified as a homicide. With this crucial lead unable to yield conclusive results, the investigation gradually reached a standstill, and the case eventually fell into the abyss of unsolved mysteries. In February 2022, Mercer County prosecutor Angelo Onofre directed the reopening of the Donna Michael case. The case was handed over to the Office of Public Integrity and Accountability Central Regional Cold Case Task Force, a dedicated group within the statewide cold case network established by the New Jersey Attorney General in 2019. As part of the reopened investigation, all relevant physical evidence, including DNA samples, was carefully resubmitted to the state police's Central Regional Laboratory. This step aimed to leverage advanced forensic techniques and technology in the pursuit of truth and justice. Modern DNA technology played a crucial role in shedding new light on the case. The evidence, the bodily fluid which was found from Donna Micho's bedroom, was carefully re-examined, and it conclusively matched the DNA profile to Nathaniel Harvey. Astonishingly, his DNA was the only genetic material found in the room that should not have been present, according to the Attorney General's office. It was a breakthrough that provided clarity and closure to the long-standing mystery. Nathaniel Harvey, born in 1942 in East Windsor, had a troubled past right from the beginning. He had a knack for trouble and found himself behind bars for most of his life. In 1968, he got married, but the identity of his wife is not known. Living in East Windsor, Harvey had a long list of crimes to his name. He was also described as a daring intruder by the West Windsor police, and he had been convicted of assault. It was said that during his crimes, Harvey would sneak into unlocked homes where he would take young women hostage and commit acts of violence. The authorities always had their eyes on him, considering him a potential suspect in their search for justice. One such case was of Irene Schnaps, who was also a resident of East Windsor. During the years of 1984-1985, the local authorities were faced with the growing concern as a series of burglaries rattled Plainsboro, West Windsor, and nearby neighborhoods. The authorities were also grappling with the unsolved murder of Irene Schnaps and the perplexing disappearance of Donna Micho, who vanished from her family's East Windsor home. 16 months after Donna Michael's disappearance, tragedy struck again in East Windsor when Irene Schnaps, a 37-year-old woman who had recently lost her husband to cancer, was killed. The incident occurred overnight on Saturday, June 15, 1985, or in the early hours of the following day. Concerned for her well-being, one of Irene's colleagues at RCA Americom went to her apartment the next morning on June 16, 1985 on Research Way after she failed to show up for work. With trembling hands, he informed the police about the tragic scene that he had encountered. Inside the apartment, a heart-wrenching sight awaited the investigators. Irene Schnapp suffered a barrage of over 15 vicious blows to her head inflicted by an axe or hatchet. The room bore gruesome evidence of the tragedy, with Irene's lifeless body lying unclothed in her blood-soaked bedroom. Amidst the chilling scene, a crimson-stained footprint on a pillowcase was discovered, becoming a vital clue that held the potential to unlock the mystery behind her tragic demise. Peter Stowesser, a 41-year-old man, stepped forward to share his account with the investigators. As a friendly acquaintance of Irene Schnaps, he revealed that he may have been the last person to have seen her alive. Shortly after sharing his connection to Irene Schnaps, Stowesser's life took an unexpected turn. The police began frequent visits to his doorstep, and one Saturday, June 17, 1985, Stowesser found himself taken to the Middle Assault Prosecutor's office, where he spent the entire day under intense scrutiny, facing a barrage of questions regarding Irene's tragic murder. He confessed to developing feelings of attraction towards her, envisioning a potential romantic connection. However, Irene, still grieving the loss of her husband, expressed the need for time and space before considering any new relationships. As Stowesser eagerly anticipated the right moment to express his romantic feelings, he maintained a friendly connection with Irene. He extended invitations to his lively gatherings, posting barbecues for neighbors and friends, in an effort to ensure she didn't feel alone. However, their potential relationship was abruptly shattered when Irene met her tragic end. Casting suspicion upon Stowesser as the primary suspect, law enforcement also obtained a search warrant for Stowesser's residence. During the search, they discovered a quilt that bore suspicious-looking stains, possibly blood-related. Additionally, from his car, investigators seized a pair of white work gloves and a metal strip exhibiting reddish spots. Upon conducting tests on the quilt, it was revealed to contain human blood, accompanied by hairs that seemed to match those of the victim. Stowesser, however, maintained that the stains on the quilt originated from menstrual blood belonging to another woman he was involved with. As the investigation progressed, Stowesser underwent a lie detector test, which he did not pass, although the results of such tests were not considered admissible in court. Additionally, it came to light that he had a history of serving time in jail for stalking a former girlfriend. However, the police eventually eliminated Stowesser as a primary suspect, largely due to a significant discrepancy in shoe sizes. Stowesser wore size 12 shoes, whereas a bloody footprint at the crime scene indicated a size 6 shoe. This unexpected mismatch in foot size shifted the focus of the investigation elsewhere. However, on October 28, 1985, the breakthrough in the case occurred. On that very day, Nathaniel Harvey embarked on a rampage through the southern part of West Windsor, ultimately leading to a significant turning point in the investigation. The initial call that reached the dispatch center reported an alarming incident in Dutch Neck Estates. It was a chilling account of a 13-year-old girl who had narrowly escaped an attempted abduction from her own home, and the man covered her mouth in an attempt to take her away. However, her bravery prevailed as she managed to free herself and let out a piercing scream, alerting her parents to the danger. Startled by the commotion, he fled the scene. After fleeing the home in Dutch Neck Estates, that man broke into another house, probably to hide from the police. He was confronted by the homeowner. He turned on the light and saw Nathaniel Harvey standing there, threatening him with an axe. Sensing the imminent danger, Harvey swiftly pivoted, shattering the glass door with a powerful swing of the axe, and ran off into the woods. With the chilling affinity for axes, Harvey had developed a disturbing pattern of wielding these menacing tools to instill fear in his victims, even when armed with a knife during one of the assaults he committed. He deceitfully claimed to possess an axe. Further fueling the terror, it wasn't lost on the astute law enforcement officials that the murder weapon used in the Irene Schnaps killing was believed to be an axe, adding another haunting connection to Harvey's modus operandi. A short time later, investigators diligently canvassed the area, and their sharp eyes caught sight of Harvey traversing a soybean field and then ran off into the woods. The police swiftly descended upon the scene, converging on Harvey's location near the Princeton Arms Shopping Center. It was there, at the intersection of Old Trenton Road and Dorchester Drive, that a state trooper apprehended Harvey. During questioning, police learned of the extent of Harvey's one-man crime spree. He confessed to a string of burglaries that had struck fear into the community. However, the extent of his depravity became even more harrowing as it revealed the details of a recent assault. Prior to the tragic murder of Irene, Harvey had abducted a young girl from East Windsor, forcefully taking her to an abandoned building nestled along Dutch Neck Road. He revealed that the victim, who was actually Donna micho, innocently stepped out onto her deck to indulge in a cigarette, only to be seized by his relentless grip. After Harvey's arrest, The 13-year-old girl was called to identify if Harvey was the man who attacked her on October 28, 1985. Through her courageous testimony, she ultimately identified Harvey as her assailant. The authorities made a difficult decision not to pursue charges in the case due to the extremely brutal and perverse nature of the attack, considering the potential impact it would have on the victim's well-being. However, a breakthrough came when investigators finally received a search warrant and conducted a thorough search of Harvey's car in November 1985, which was located in the Princeton Arms apartment complex. Inside, they uncovered compelling evidence, directly linking him to the Irene Schnaps murder. Alongside stolen items from various recent burglaries, a significant discovery was made: a Seiko watch that was positively identified as belonging to Irene and having been taken from her apartment at the time of the tragic murder. This crucial find provided a solid connection between Harvey and the crime. In an intriguing twist, it was discovered that Harvey's wife resided in the same apartment complex as Irene. However, this information had to be kept confidential due to his wife's reliance on state assistance. Additionally, authorities asserted that Harvey initially admitted to the murder of Irene. During his questioning at the West Windsor Police Headquarters, where he was confronted with various matters. It was during this intense moment that Harvey requested to speak with his father, who offered him crucial advice to do the right thing. In a surprising turn of events, Harvey then made a confession regarding the Irene Schnaps murder. Following Harvey's apprehension, the quilt that had been seized from Stoesser, the neighbor of Irene, who was also seen as a person of interest in the murder, was returned to him. Additionally, the glove and metal strip confiscated from his car underwent testing by prosecutors, revealing negative results for the presence of blood. In 1986, Harvey was convicted for the murder of Irene Schnaps. However, for years later in 1990, the state Supreme Court overturned his conviction, stating that his confession had been obtained without properly informing him of his Miranda rights. Harvey, who now maintained that his confession was coerced, immediately retracted his statement. This turn of events raised concerns about the validity of his initial confession and ignited a debate about whether he should have been reminded of his Miranda rights after speaking with his father. The question of Harvey's confession became a point of contention as conflicting accounts emerge. According to Abbott Kleiner, the attorney of Harvey, he denied confessing to the murder of Irene, contradicting the police's assertion that he had admitted to the crime, even though the confession was not recorded. The initial conviction was overturned based on the court's ruling that Harvey should have been reminded of his Miranda rights, after requesting to speak to his father during questioning. In 1994, as the case went to a second trial, the focus shifted to the crucial evidence of blood found at the crime scene. The prosecution presented DNA evidence that revealed genetic traits matching both Harvey's blood sample and the stains on a box spring in Irene Schnaps' apartment. The DNA testing, although still in its early stages, indicated that Harvey could not be ruled out as a contributor. To further strengthen their case, prosecution experts utilized intensity analysis, a technique that estimated the consistency between the blood characteristics found at the scene and Harvey's DNA. They determined that such a match would occur in only 1 out of every 1,400 African American individuals. However, the defense experts countered, arguing that the ratio could potentially be as low as 1 in 50. This time Harvey was convicted and received the death sentence. However, this verdict was upheld by a divided state Supreme Court in 1997, with some justices expressing differing views. Justice Allen B. Handler, in his dissenting opinion, carefully scrutinized the 64-page analysis of the DNA testing presented in the case. He voiced his doubts and expressed confidence that at some point in the future, either the state or federal court would likely reverse the decision. In a surprising turn of events, according to an article in the New York Times, on May 15, 2005, Kleiner, the attorney of Harvey, pointed a finger of accusation at Peter Stoesser, a former neighbor of Irene. Although Stoesser was once considered a possible suspect by the police, he was subsequently ruled out. Kleiner implicated Stoesser, who was now 61 years old and residing in Hightstown, in both the Irene case and the murder of Donna Mackhow from East Windsor, who went missing in 1984 and whose body was discovered in 1995. These claims made by Kleiner garnered significant attention, making headlines in the New Jersey section of the Sunday New York Times. He also strongly disputed the accuracy of the blood DNA evidence presented during Harvey's second trial, claiming it to be flawed and contaminated. Additionally, he demanded further DNA testing on other pieces of evidence collected in the case, suggesting that they could have implicated Stoesser instead. Kleiner raised concerns about missing evidence, including the absence of hair from the quilt. He expressed suspicion regarding the classification of the retrieved hair, noting that it was initially labeled as Caucasian and later had the phrase, "and 1 microid hair." Kleiner alleged that all the hair evidence, technicians' notes, and microfilm have mysteriously vanished, leading him to believe that the hair evidence never actually existed. Capsack, who continued to serve as a prosecutor in Middle Assault County, expressed unwavering confidence in Harvey's conviction, firmly asserting that Stoesser played no part in the crime. According to Capsack, Stoesser was initially considered as a possible suspect in the case, but he was ultimately eliminated as a prime suspect. The decisive factor was the discovery of a size 6 bloody sneaker print on the victim's pillow, which contradicted Stoesser's size 12 foot. Interestingly, the article failed to mention that Harvey himself wore a size 6 sneaker. However, he clarified that Stoddard's involvement was merely circumstantial and not indicative of his guilt. In April 2007, Judge John F. Malone of the state Superior Court made a decision that dashed Harvey's hopes for a new evidentiary hearing and dismissed his habeas corpus challenge. He overturned Harvey's 1994 conviction, originally a death sentence, due to inadequate legal assistance provided to him during the early 1990s. Despite this development, Harvey, 65 years old, would still serve a 70-year sentence for a separate charge. The death sentence he received in 1994 had been reduced to life in prison without parole when New Jersey abolished capital punishment in 2007. Prior to this abolition, Harvey had spent 20 years on death row, although the state had not carried out an execution since 1963. However, late in November 2020, Harvey died in the State Woods State Prison in Bridgeton, which eventually closed all the doors of any further investigation. Peter Stoesser was considered a suspect in the murder of Donna Machow. The remains of Machow were found in 1995, approximately a mile away from the location of the Irene crime scene. It was claimed that Micho and Stoesser were both enrolled in classes at Mercer County College during the fall of 1983. It was pointed out that after Micho went missing, Stoesser did not attend the spring session classes that he had previously registered for. However, Stoesser maintains that although he attended Mercer County College, he had no knowledge of Micho or any connection to her. Harvey also was connected to Donna Micho, as the discovery of Donna's remains was in a wooded area near the farm, where Harvey had briefly been employed, which raised suspicion. Adding to the puzzle was the finding of her abandoned car near a sewer plant, conveniently within walking distance of Harvey's residence. These curious circumstances were enough for authorities to focus their attention on Harvey, exploring the possibility of his involvement in the case. Finally, in the last week of April 2023, New Jersey Attorney General Matthew J. Platkin announced that the conclusive identification as the person responsible for the assault and murder of Donna Machow. The state's Attorney General said the case was finally cracked when investigators took a fresh look at this decades-old mystery. Colonel Patrick Callahan, superintendent of the New Jersey State Police, said that as 4 decades have passed, the memory of a young life truly taken away still lingers, haunting the hearts of those who loved her. The predator responsible callously discarded her remains in a shallow grave, leaving them undisturbed for over a decade. However, time cannot extinguish the burning desire for justice. Even though the perpetrator met his fate behind bars, serving time for another heinous crime and ultimately passing away in 2020, it does not diminish the significance of this long-awaited resolution. We commend the relentless efforts of the Central Regional Cold Case Task Force and the dedicated state police forensic scientist, who hopefully have brought a modicum of solace to the victim's grieving family after all these years. The determination and dedication of law enforcement and forensic experts serve as a reminder that the pursuit of justice knows no time limit. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Jordan Natterer graduated from Memorial University of Newfoundland with a degree in engineering. He went on to receive his master's degree at the University of British Columbia. After receiving his degree, he remained in British Columbia, living in an apartment on Seymour Street in Vancouver and working as an engineer. According to his sister Julia, he is the best person you will ever meet. He has the spirit of an old man and the heart of a kid. Julia FaceTimed her brother on October 9th, 2020 while she was at home in St. John's, Newfoundland. Jordan was showing her all of the equipment he had purchased for his first overnight hike, which he would begin the following day. He was prepared for the cold weather he would be facing overnight in Banning Provincial Park and had a winter-rated sleeping bag, sleeping mat, and down-fill coat. 25-year-old Jordan left his apartment just after 7 a.m. the following morning, Saturday, October 10th, and drove approximately 125 miles east to Banning Provincial Park. Credit card records would later show that he bought a coffee at the park's resort. At 10:18, he purchased a park permit at the front desk of the resort, logging his emergency contact information as well as the color of his tent, orange, with the park when he informed them that he would be staying there overnight. The following Monday, October 12th, was Thanksgiving in Canada, and Jordan had plans to have dinner with some of his friends back in Vancouver. He never arrived and did not call or text his friends to let him know he was not coming, which was highly out of character for him. Jordan's black Honda Civic was located near the Frosty Mountain Trailhead at the Lightning Lake Day use area, indicating that he had never returned from his hike, and the search for him in the park began. Search and rescue teams from several agencies were all involved with the search. They focused the search area based on a statement from another hiker who came forward reporting that he had seen Jordan around 4 p.m. on October 10th, 30 to 45 minutes away from the Frosty Mountain Trailhead. The Frosty Mountain Trail was the trail it is believed Jordan was planning on hiking. Despite the extensive effort, Jordan was not found, and the search was suspended on October 17th, with authorities claiming they had exhausted all avenues of investigation and needed new clues to follow in order to continue with the search effort. Cases such as Mr. Natterer's are very rare. It's always our goal to locate missing persons as soon as possible, and their files are never closed. Our investigators will continue to investigate any additional information that becomes available, but at this time, we have followed up on all leads. Vancouver Police Department Constable Tanya Vicentine wrote in an email to CBC News after the search was called off. Jordan's family was upset by this decision and continued looking for him on their own. Jordan's parents, Josie and Greg, had flown to British Columbia from Newfoundland to aid in the search effort. Once the official search was called off, they had to figure out how to keep the effort going on their own. They set up a GoFundMe to raise funds for a private search, which costs $1,000 a day to perform. A large early donation to the effort came from Jordan's employer, and members of the community also began donating to the effort. Helicopters were hired, as was a drone company, which flew over areas of interest in the park taking footage. The images the drones captured were then meticulously inspected by a network of volunteers looking for any signs of Jordan or his belongings. The Natterer family did believe the official search should also continue. The day after it was called off, a bag with a hat and sunglasses, believed to belong to Jordan, was discovered by another hiker, and the Natterers argued that these items constituted new clues that needed to be followed up on by the authorities. The official search had covered an area to the lower right side of the trail, but based on the location where the items were found, the search should have been more towards the left of the trail. Pieces of synthetic down filler, consistent with the type found in Jordan's apartment, which he used in craft projects, was also found in the park outside of the area that had been officially searched. This led to speculation that Jordan perhaps was injured and throwing away small items in hopes that they will be taken down the trail and lead people to him. When Jordan's family was finally able to his cell phone records, they further supported the notion that the official search had been in the wrong area. Jordan's cell phone pinged at 12:30 on the afternoon of October 10th, roughly 2.5 miles southeast of the Banning Resort on the Windy Joe mountainside of the trail loop. Jordan's family believes that he may have hiked the trail in reverse in order to get to two trails near the bottom of Windy Joe Mountain that would get him to the campground where he would be spending the night earlier. It had started snowing around 3 p.m. on October 10th, and if the terrain off of those trails is very steep and rugged, the terrain off of those trails is very steep and rugged. If Jordan became disoriented and went off trail, he could have been injured trying to traverse the terrain. Jordan's family believed that in this scenario, Jordan would have tried to maneuver himself to be near a source of water, if possible, but then would have stayed there, relying on his equipment to keep him warm until someone came and found him. The search did briefly resume, but was called off again due to poor weather. The private ground search continued until November 7th, when the weather was to leave British Columbia without finding Jordan, stating that it was important for them to be with their two daughters. Their efforts to find Jordan have continued even though they are no longer in the area, with new aerial searches and review of their footage continuing even after they returned home. Greg and Josie have expressed their immense gratitude to the numerous individuals who have donated their time and money to the search effort and to everyone who has supported them through this difficult time for their family. We're just overwhelmed by how many people out there care about our well-being, Greg told The Telegram, a daily newspaper in St. John's. For that, we are profoundly grateful. Esther Dingley and Dan Colgate had been together for almost the entirety of their adult lives and lived together in Durham in the northeast of England. In 2014, the couple was just weeks away from their wedding when Dan underwent surgery for a congenital condition that affected his digestive system. Following the operation, he developed necrotizing macchiatis and nearly died. Dan survived, and while he was recovering, he and Esther began reevaluating what they wanted out of life. Ultimately, rather than making arrangements to reschedule their wedding, the couple decided to make the necessary arrangements to dramatically change their lifestyle, stepping away from their successful careers to travel throughout Europe. They sold their car, bought a motorhome, and rented out their flat. Between their savings and the rental income, they estimated that they could spend a full year traveling, hiking and biking extensively throughout Europe. That 1 year eventually turned into 6, with the couple spent 80 days on a 1,000-mile hike in the Alps, which took them spent 80 days on a 1,000-mile hike in the Alps, which took them into 5 different countries. They spent most of the trip camping in a tent and were largely self-sufficient during it, carrying up to 5 days' worth of food with them in between opportunities to replenish their supplies. On an average day, they would cover more than 13 miles and ascend more than 1,400 meters. After they completed this hike on October 4th, 2020, Dan and Esther spent 10 days traveling in France in their motorhome together before arriving in the Roxor-Lewis, where they would be house-sitting. They remained there together until October 22nd, when 37-year-old Esther left in the couple's motorhome alone. Due to his lingering, Esther had just completed. Esther already wanted to continue on with more outdoor adventures, so the couple decided to spend some time physically apart, pursuing the activities they wanted to engage in while remaining in regular contact with one another. Esther planned to spend 2 weeks exploring the Pyrenees along the border between France and Spain. She arrived in Aro, a village she and Dan visited several times before, on October 23rd. She spent the next several days cycling up several Tour de France climbs, which she was already familiar with. On October 29th, Esther decided to alter her plans, choosing to leave France and cross the border into Spain. Due to pandemic, France was preparing to enact new restrictions on outdoor activity, which would limit people to 1 hour of outdoor exercise within one Spain. She would still be able to explore the Pyrenees, engaging in single-day excursions and multiple day-long hikes. Eventually, due to the restrictions in France, Esther decided to extend her trip so that she could take advantage of the unseasonably warm weather in Spain and enjoy some more time outdoors before rejoining Dan in France and being required to remain mostly indoors. On November 21st, Esther set out on one final hike, which she anticipated lasting 4 or 5 days before the end of her trip. She sent Dan a photograph of her map showing him the area where she would be hiking before she began. She did not have a strong cell signal on the majority of the trail, but did have one when she reached the top of Pic des Aves Garde around 1 o'clock that afternoon. She sent several messages while she had the signal before making her descent and spending the night at a tourist shelter. Esther returned to Pic de Avant-Garde the following day, November 22nd, and again contacted her loved ones from the peak. She sent several messages as well as 2 selfies. Just after 4 p.m., she had a video call with Dan. She has not been heard from since, and there were no further sightings of her. She was reported missing on November 25th, the latest day she planned to return to the motorhome by when she failed to contact Dan. There were 2 ways for Esther to descend from the peak. She could go back the way she came as she had the day before, or take a trail that would lead her into France at the Porte de Venasque. Esther told Dan, as well as several other people she encountered on her ascent on the 22nd, who later spoke with authorities, that she planned to take the latter option and try to spend the night at the Refuge Van Ask, a bunk room available for hikers. In November, it was left unlocked and unmanned, and there was no guest book or other means of tracking who stayed there. It is unknown if Esther ever reached it. The search for Esther began on the morning of November 26th, with search and rescue teams from both Spain and France participating in the effort. The weather had turned by that day, and the first 2 days of the search were complicated by cloudy weather and a small amount of snow. The sun returned for the next several days, improving visibility in the area. In addition to the teams on the ground, helicopters and high-powered telescopes were used to scan the area. The search initially focused on Esther's planned route and then expanded to the alternative path she could have taken. The trails she was on were largely well-defined and surrounded by open space and less challenging in comparison to the conditions Esther had just successfully hiked in the Alps. There were some small sections that were more challenging, the use of a handrail drilled into the rock, and the areas below them were also early areas of interest in the search. The search expanded to eventually cover a wide area surrounding Esther's last known location. She was in excellent physical condition and could maintain a faster than average hiking speed, requiring search teams to explore the possibility that she had made it quite a distance away from her last known location, even traveling on foot. Esther's partner, Dan, also searched for her on the French side of the border and remained in contact with the search teams both in France and in Spain to inform them of Esther's habits and experience. Esther was an extremely experienced hiker, but according to Dan, she did not use this as an excuse to take chances. She was not one to go off trail or ignore safety protocols, particularly when well-defined trails with so much visibility were available as they were in this area. The trails Esther had been hiking were largely surrounded by open space with little cover to obscure her from view had she suffered some sort of accident and fallen off the trail. Esther also knew how to make herself visible to searchers using the equipment she had with her. Every rock and crevice off of the trails were searched, but neither Esther nor any of the equipment she had taken with her was found. There was no electronic footprint for Esther after her last known video call. Esther habitually tried to conserve her cell phone battery when hiking and had reported poor reception in the area she was last known to have been hiking. However, reception was much better on the French side of the border where she had been heading, so she most likely would have found a signal had she attempted to use her phone when she was in France. Investigators have identified 3 general scenarios Esther's could fall under: a voluntary disappearance, the involvement of an unknown individual, and an accident. According to both Dan Colgate and Esther's mother, a voluntary disappearance would be completely out of Esther's character, and she would never go from speaking to both of them nearly every day to completely cutting off communication. Furthermore, there has been no activity on Esther's accounts since she went missing, and she did not make any large withdrawals prior to her disappearance. There have been no sightings of her anywhere in France or Spain, despite media coverage of her disappearance. Snow returned to the search area on December 2nd, but this time it was falling much heavier than it had in the early days of the search, and the large-scale effort gradually came to a close in light of the weather. Authorities are still investigating the case, but the cover of snow on the mountains limits the chances of finding further physical evidence that could point towards Esther suffering an accident or some sort of foul play. Esther's family is currently being supported by LBT Global, a charity organization which offers support to British families facing a crisis abroad. Esther remains missing. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 17-year-old Mary Jane Reed resided in Oregon, Illinois, specifically in Sandtown, the area east of the Rock River. This small community was often regarded as the less favorable side of town. Mary Jane was the 5th of 6 children, with her father, Clifford, employed as a machine repairman at the National Silica Company plant. She was 11 years older than her youngest sibling, her brother Warren, whom she cherished deeply. She would routinely take him to the movies and to church, go on long walks with him, and pack picnic lunches for them to eat at a park near the river. She began teaching Sunday school when she was 15 and earned a certificate from Oregon Bible College. Mary Jane had left school during her sophomore year at Oregon High School to help support her ill mother, Ruth, whose severe rheumatoid arthritis left her unable to perform basic tasks around the house. To financially help her family, Mary Jane took a job as a switchboard operator for the DeKalb Ogle Telephone Company and used her salary to purchase items for the home. It was through this job that she met a 28-year-old World War II veteran named Stanley Skridla. Stanley was one of 5 children and was born and raised in Rockford, Illinois, 25 miles northeast of Oregon. After finishing school, he worked as a cabinet maker and a machinist before enlisting in the Navy in October of 1943. He served in the Pacific on the USS Ormsby as a machinist's mate, originally 3rd class but eventually 2nd class. He received an honorable discharge in December of 1945 and began a job as a lineman for the Illinois Bell Telephone Company in February of 1946. He lived with his widowed mother on Loomis Street in Rockford. Stanley met Mary Jane by speaking to her over the phone during phone calls he made to test phone wires he was working on in the Oregon area. Mary Jane and Stanley made plans to have their first date on June 25, 1948. That day, Mary Jane worked the 6 to 10 p.m. shift at the phone company. Stanley called her to confirm their plans that afternoon, but she was not able to call him back until 8:30. Stanley then drove to Oregon from Rockford to meet Mary Jane when she finished work. Mary Jane and Stanley were seen at 2 or 3 bars around Oregon that night. They were last seen outside a local tavern speaking with an unknown man and woman around 11:30 that night. Neither Mary Jane nor Stanley arrived home that night. After leaving the final tavern they visited, Mary Jane and Stanley had apparently driven to a lover's lane along Country Line Road on the southern outskirts of town. Early the following morning, a state highway worker was driving down that road on his way to set up some fishing lines. On his way, he came across a man's Oxford shoe in the middle of the gravel road. When he stopped to investigate, he found the body of Stanley Skridla in a ditch on the side of the road. He had been shot 5 times, once in the chest and 4 times in the lower abdomen. It was estimated that he was killed between 1 and 2 a.m. According to authorities, it appeared Stanley had been pulled from his car and shot. His body had then been dragged off to the side of the road. At the scene, they found a large pool of blood, a cigarette stained with red lipstick, and 5 .32 caliber shells. Stanley's car was located a short time later, parked approximately a mile away from the scene. In a parking lot across the street from one of the establishments began a massive search for the missing girl and received help from local volunteers. Hundreds of people were a part of the effort, searching remote areas in and outside of Oregon. The Reed family held on to hope that Mary Jane was still alive. These hopes were bolstered when they received a phone call from a psychic who assured them that Mary Jane was not dead. She was unharmed, but being held captive by a man with a dark complexion and would return home soon. Desperate as they were for information, the family found solace in this account. The psychic's vision was proven wrong on June 29th, 4 days after Mary Jane disappeared, when a 28-year-old truck driver named Harold Sigler discovered her body. Harold worked for the National Silica Company, who also employed Mary Jane's father. Unemployed Mary Jane's father. On the morning of 29th, Harold was driving down a company lane, approximately 2 miles away from the lover's lane where Stanley's body had been found to reach a sandpit owned by the company, from which he was to haul sand. He stopped along the way to speak with another driver, and when he left his truck, he noticed a foul smell and discovered Mary Jane's body amongst the weeds under a box elm tree, some 4 feet off of the road. Mary Jane was wearing just her bra, underwear, and her mother's wedding ring. Ruth had given her the ring as a gift once her arthritis prevented her from wearing it, and Mary Jane had been thrilled to have it. The rest of the clothing Mary Jane had been wearing the last night she was alive had been thrown on top of her body. According to her death certificate, Mary Jane had been shot once in the back of her head, near the base of her skull. She, like Stanley, had been shot with a .32 caliber bullet, believed to be from the same weapon used to kill Stanley. Authorities believed that she had not been held captive when she was taken from the Lover's Lane, but had rather been killed not long after Stanley's death. Ruth Reed was so distraught over the death of her daughter and fearful that the same fate would befall another member of her family, that she refused to allow her son Warren to attend school for months. Clifford Reed ultimately made the decision to place her in a state mental institution a year after Mary Jane died. Ruth returned home after a year, but was never the same. Investigators spoke to dozens of people to try to find leads in the case. Mary Jane had been very popular, regularly going on dates, so authorities spoke to other young men she had socialized with. They also interviewed 4 women in Rockford Stanley had previously dated. Rumors circulated that the murders were the result of a love triangle gone wrong or a payback from some sort of gambling debt Stanley had accrued. The theory in the case that became perhaps the most popular and persistent was that Mary Jane and Stanley had been killed by a local chief deputy sheriff. He and Mary Jane had a brief relationship, but Mary Jane no longer wanted to be involved with the older married man. On the afternoon before Mary Jane went missing, he showed up at her home to try to convince her to continue seeing him. He grabbed her by the arm as she struggled to get away from him. He struck her several times before throwing her to the ground and finally leaving. The deputy reportedly also ran into Mary Jane at one of the bars she and Stanley visited while out on their date, meaning that he had known she was out with another man. According to a police report at the time, the deputy had reported to work the day after Stanley's body was discovered without his service weapon, claiming he had sold it to someone in a bar. This led to whispers around town that police had not solved the case because they were covering up for one of their own. The deputy passed away in the mid-1980s. As the years went on, rumors and speculation continued, but progress in the case came to a halt and it remained unsolved for decades. Over those decades, both of Mary Jane's parents, as well as all but one of her siblings, passed away without learning who killed her. The lack of answers in the case did not diminish local interest in the story or hope in Mary Jane's brother, Warren Reed, that it would eventually be resolved. Major developments in the case would come more than 50 years after Mary Jane and Stanley were with the help of a somewhat controversial local figure. Mike Arians had worked as an insurance fraud investigator, a dinner theater producer, and a county commissioner in King County, Illinois before he purchased a restaurant in Oregon. Now known as the Roadhouse, the establishment had previously been known as the Stenhouse and had been one of the places Stanley and Mary Jane had visited the night they were killed. Stanley's Buick had been found parked across the street from it after his body was discovered. Mike purchased the restaurant the year of the 50th anniversary of Mary Jane and Stanley's murders. As such, the story was featured heavily in the local media and caught Mike's attention. However, he soon decided to run for mayor of Oregon, which diverted his focus from the case until after his election to the position in April of 1999. Perhaps because of his own modest background, Mike became increasingly concerned that Mary Jane Reed had been viewed by the authorities at the time of her murder as disposable because she came from the lower-class area of Sandown. He began hearing more details about the case from people around town, which led to him reaching out to people connected to the case, including Mary Jane's brother, Warren. While Mike claims he simply wants justice for Mary Jane and Stanley, he does have detractors who view him as either obsessive or opportunistic rather than altruistic. Mr. Arians is full of it. He's a jerk. He's trying to make money. Melvin Messer, a former Ogle County sheriff, told the Chicago Tribune in 2012. Allegations that Mike has tried to use Mary Jane and Stanley's deaths for his own profit stem largely from his efforts to get a book written and a movie made about the case. Neither of those projects ever came to fruition. Mary Jane, specifically, also plays a part in Mike's restaurant business. Mike has what some have described as a shrine to her at the Roadhouse, featuring numerous framed pictures and articles, a portrait drawn in pencil, and a mannequin dressed as Mary Jane. While this could be viewed as a marketing ploy, Mike claims he has all the items on display to celebrate Mary Jane's life and make sure she is not forgotten. Mary Jane did visit what is now the Roadhouse just hours before her death, and Mike believes that visit continues to tie her to his restaurant. He has repeatedly said that he does not particularly like the term haunted, but he does believe that Mary Jane maintains a determined presence in his restaurant. He claims that employees have seen apparitions in the restaurant and points to events like the repeated spontaneous playing of the same song on the jukebox and unexplained gusts of cold air in the roadhouse as evidence of Mary Jane's presence there. He has held seances in the restaurant, which was also featured on an episode Travel Channel show, The Dead Files. According to Mike, his critics are wrong to claim that he has financially benefited from his investigation into the case. Business at the restaurant went down dramatically after he became involved with the case. And within just the first few years of his efforts, he had personally spent tens of thousands of dollars doing research and hiring private investigators. He further claims that his interest in Mary Jane and Stanley's case was part of the reason he lost his bid for re-election as mayor of Oregon in 2003. There are, of course, other reasons which could explain why the people of Oregon did not vote to re-elect Mike. For example, in December of 1999, he was indicted on charges of official conduct and disregard of election laws in relation to his legal place of residence at the time he held his different government positions. In order to be qualified to serve as mayor of Oregon, he had to have been a legal resident of the town, which is in Ogle County, for at least a year prior to his election in April of 1999. However, he had been a county commissioner in Kane County, a position which required him to be a legal resident of that county until the end of 1998. Mike subsequently filed a civil lawsuit against the Kane County State's attorney, alleging prosecutorial misconduct. Proceedings dragged on for almost 2 years. In October of 2001, Mike ultimately dropped his suit and paid a fine to settle the matter. But the legal case could also be viewed as a potential reason for why Mike was not re-elected, rather than his investigation into Mary Jane and Stanley's death. Regardless of the criticisms that have been made of him, Mike did play a major part in the significant developments in the case made decades after Mary Jane and Stanley were killed. In January of 2004, Mike filed court documents requesting that Mary Jane's body be exhumed from her grave in Daysville Cemetery, a process he was willing to pay for himself. Mike hoped that DNA could be found and used to identify a suspect. Furthermore, he argued that there were several problems with the original investigation that could only be resolved by exhuming Mary Jane's remains. No formal autopsy was performed on Mary Jane's body in 1948. Neither her nor Stanley's death certificates had been signed by the coroner, and his name had simply been typewritten onto the line where his signature should have been made. Mike also claimed that his investigation had raised concerns that Mary Jane's skull had not been buried with the rest of her body. A judge signed off on the exhumation in July of 2005, and it took place the following month. On the morning of August 23, 2005, Mary Jane's remains were exhumed and x-rayed at Brochelle Community Hospital before being examined by forensic pathologists at the Ogle County Morgue. The 6-hour examination was videotaped and photographed. Several of Mary Jane's fingernails were and a femur were not sent back to the cemetery, but the rest of the remains so that further forensic testing and examination could be performed on them. Mary Jane had been buried still wearing her mother's gold wedding ring, which was given to her brother Warren after the examination. Warren felt the process his with a Bible signed by Warren Reed, his son, his daughter, and Micarians tucked inside the casket with her. While there was a skull buried in Mary Jane's casket, it proved to be one of the most confusing and controversial pieces of evidence in the case. Warren Reed had struggled to obtain the bones that had not been reinterred after the exhumation following their initial review by the Illinois State Police. He wanted other experts to examine the bones, but authorities wanted to cremate them before returning them to him. He eventually received custody of them, and Mike Arians had the skull and vertebrae examined by forensic experts. Those experts determined that the skull found in Mary Jane's casket was not Mary Jane's. This realization was made by examining the C1 and C2 vertebrae, the cervical vertebrae closest to the skull. The C1 vertebra belonged with the skull, and the C2 vertebrae belonged with the vertebrae below it, but the C1 and C2 vertebrae did not fit together as they should have, instead forming what the experts described as an impossible articulation. The experts determined the skull and C1 vertebra came from a girl around the same age Mary Jane had been at the time of her death, but the bones they had been given to examine came from 2 different individuals. Furthermore, the skull did show signs that the person it belonged to had been shot in the head. However, the bullet hole showed that the owner of the skull had been shot in the face to the left of her nose. Mary Jane's death certificate indicates that she had been shot in the back of her head, near the base of her skull. In late 2005, following the exhumation, the Ogle County Sheriff's Office opened a new investigation into Mary Jane and Stanley's case. Based on the results of that investigation, the Sheriff's Office announced that they had come to the conclusion that a man from Waterloo, Iowa had killed Stanley during a botched robbery, while his brother, a resident of Oregon, looked on. They took Mary Jane with them, ultimately deciding to kill her to eliminate her as a witness. Both of the brothers had since passed away. The Sheriff's Office could not formally close the case or conclusively tie the brothers to the crime, however, and only classified them as persons of interest in the case. The report also specifically stated that the investigation had found no evidence supporting the popular local theory that the deputy sheriff had been involved in the murders. Ogle County Sheriff's Captain Rich Wilkinson did note in his report that his investigation indicated that social and political considerations may have influenced the original investigation, and that important evidence went undocumented or unshared with the proper agencies. This investigation, in my opinion, was corrupt and mishandled from the start, and nothing I am aware of can possibly change those facts, he wrote. Examining Mary Jane's remains raised more questions than it answered, but Mike Arians did eventually contact Stanley's remaining family members to secure their support for him petitioning the court to allow for the exhumation of Stanley's remains as well. The request for the exhumation was ultimately granted, and it occurred on May 28, 2015 at Capillary Catholic Cemetery in Winnebago, Illinois. Stanley's remains were X-rayed and examined. 232 caliber bullets were located and submitted to the Illinois State Crime Lab for analysis. 7 months later, the Sheriff's Office released a statement about the lab's findings. Only one of the bullets had been in good enough condition to be used for comparison, and it had been compared to a .32 caliber handgun that had been identified during the course of the investigation. The gun had not fired the bullet. The statement concluded by stating that the Sheriff's Office believed that everyone involved in Mary Jane and Stanley's murders had since passed away. While disinterring Stanley did not provide evidence that solved the case, it did ultimately have a positive result. Stanley's wooden casket had been found submerged in a foot of water inside of his burial vault, and was in poor shape. When his remains were reinterred on the afternoon of 28th, they were in a new casket. A Catholic priest presided over a graveside service, and an honor guard from the local VFW chapter fired a salute. These signs of respect for Stanley and his memory were all appreciated by his nephew. Following Stanley's exhumation examination and the subsequent testing, Mike Arians took a step back from actively investigating the case, having spent countless hours and more than $100,000 on the case. "I've done all that I can do," he told Ted Gregory of the Chicago Tribune. "Hopefully my efforts over the past 17 years haven't been in vain, and that enough of the dots that I've created can be connected that law enforcement can color in the picture. That would be a perfect world for me." Mike continued speaking with Ted Gregory for his 2017 book on the case and maintains a website dedicated to it. Well, recent efforts to use modern technology to solve the decades-old mystery of who killed Mary Jane Reed and Stanley Skridla have so far not been successful in that objective. They have ensured that Mary Jane and Stanley's memories live on more than 70 years after their deaths. Kendrick Johnson, born on October 10, 1995 to Kenneth and Jacqueline Johnson, was the youngest among his siblings. Jacqueline fondly remembers him as the source of laughter, joy, and vitality in their household. Known for his fun-loving nature, politeness, and exceptional talent in sports, Kendrick excelled as a basketball player and was a valued member of the school's football team. Additionally, he had a deep passion for science and mathematics. His dad said he had a knack for numbers, keeping accounts in his head of all his allowances. Kendrick had a promising and exciting future ahead of him, with big dreams of playing professional football one day. Lowndes High School is a sprawling campus near the Georgia-Florida state line, attended by 3,000 students. The school day drew to a close, and students and staff began to filter out of the building. 17-year-old Kendrick was set to stay after school for a basketball game. He often stayed for sports and various activities, so when he didn't return home after the game had finished, Jacqueline at first wasn't too worried. But Kendrick didn't come home at all that night, and as his 10 p.m. curfew rolled around, Jacqueline decided to drive to the school herself to try and find him. With no luck spotting him anywhere, She called the police and reported him missing at 12:30 a.m. The police tried to assure Jacqueline that Kendrick was probably out with some friends or maybe even a girlfriend, but his mother knew this wasn't the case and that something was deeply wrong. Jacqueline was back at the school, frantically handing out flyers and asking anyone and everyone if they had seen her son. She spoke with the school counselors and staff, and it was determined that Kendrick had not been present in his fourth period weight training class the previous day. Jacqueline commented on how unusual it was for her son to skip classes, and the staff agreed with her. Around the same time, a group of students were in the school's gymnasium, in the corner by the wrestling mats. One of the students said she noticed feet with socks coming out of the hole in one of the rolled-up mats that was in a vertical position. At first, she thought someone was playing a joke, but soon realized something was desperately wrong and called some of her friends for help. More students and a teacher tried to help free whoever was inside. The teacher said, "I reached and grabbed one of his ankles, hoping for a response. There was none, and I knew he was lifeless at that point." Strong smells were emitting from inside the mat, and once upright, the mat was pulled down to the floor. They could see blood and vomit where the mat had been. "Come to Lowndes High School now. There's a dead body out here." "Okay, where at, sir?" "Lowndes High School in the old gym." Tragically, they found the body of 17-year-old Kendrick Johnson. He had been head first in the center of the vertical rolled-up wrestling mat. His jeans were unzipped, and his front pockets were partially pulled out. In his left pocket was an LG phone, and his headphones were found wrapped around his hand. When the mat was first unrolled, Kendrick had one arm stretched above his head and the other down around his waist. His face was bloody, bloated, and swollen beyond all recognition. It is one of the most horrific images we have ever seen. Some officers were in the school already following up on the missing persons report, but more police were dispatched at 10:32 a.m., arriving at the school at 10:35. Classes were changing over, people were milling around, and word was quickly spreading that a fellow student had been discovered deceased. Tragically, Jacqueline would find this out by overhearing a telephone call. Jacqueline and Kenneth said they weren't allowed to see Kendrick or enter the gym, and Kendrick's sister had to identify her brother by looking at his shoe that was found on the floor. The school went into lockdown, and one student said as everyone was gathering outside, "It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop." Kendrick was pronounced dead at the scene, and his time of death would later be confirmed as before 2 p.m. on January 10, 2013. Police quickly deemed the case to be nothing more than a tragic accident, but many others weren't convinced. Looking at the way in which Kendrick was found, the mat stood at nearly 6 feet tall and 3 feet wide. When rolled up, the hole in the center measured 14 inches wide. Kendrick's shoulders measured 19 inches across, and he was 5 foot 10 inches tall. Police argued it was possible that if Kendrick was trying to squeeze into the center of the mat, he could have scrunched his shoulders together with his arms outstretched to make himself narrower. But his parents maintained that his size versus the size of the mat alone was enough to debunk this theory. The reason why police came to the conclusion they did was because of the shoe found near Kendrick's head on the floor. One student said that he and Kendrick shared a pair of shoes, and that after class they would go to the mats, jump up, and throw the shoes inside the middle of the hole. Other students also told police that it was common for them to leave their belongings in the mats when they didn't want to pay for a locker. Investigators speculated that Kendrick had got inside the gym mat when he was trying to retrieve his shoes, and tragically, he had become stuck and suffocated. However, students and friends of Kendrick said they would always tilt the mat to the side and grab their belongings out the bottom as opposed to going inside the mats. It made no sense as to why Kendrick would go head first into the rolled-up mat rather than just pushing it aside or pushing it over to grab his shoes. The shoe on the ground below Kendrick's head inside the mat was on top of a pool of blood and vomit, but there was no blood or vomit on the shoe itself. The other shoe that made up this pair were lying nearby. But if this in fact was what happened due to Kendrick's size and how tightly he would have been stuck inside the mat, even more questions were raised as to how one shoe would end up outside the mat and the other would be inside. If he was so wedged in with little to no space, how would he have been able to get the shoe out from the bottom, throw it up past his feet with it landing on the floor? The crime scene photos also showed a pair of gray, white, and orange Nike shoes tucked in behind Kendrick's knees. A police report stated that a pair of shoes that bore similar colors to the ones found behind Kendrick's knees were also found on the floor by the bleachers. People began to wonder if he had been reaching for his shoes. Where did the other pair by his knees come from? And what, if any, relevance did the shoes by the bleachers bear? Jacqueline was able to confirm part of this. She said that the black and white Adidas shoes were the ones he always changed into in the gym, but the shoes that were found behind his knees were the ones he had been wearing. So how did they come to be in that position? According to a police report, a hoodie, a yellow folder, and a textbook were also found in the gym on the floor. The folder and textbook were later determined to be Kendrick's. There was also blood on the wall about 50 feet away from where Kendrick was found. This blood did not belong to Kendrick, and it had been there for some time. No blood belonging to Kendrick was found outside of the mat. Investigators said that determining whose blood was on the wall would involve testing over 3,000 people in the school, and a lot of students and teachers may not even be at the school anymore. The shoes found by the bleachers showed red stains on them, and some said it looked like the sleeve of the hoodie did too. But officers did not take the hoodie and orange and black gym shoes into evidence, saying there was no blood on them. But determining which pair of shoes this actually was remains unclear. Georgia state law stipulates that the coroner be contacted immediately on the discovery of a body, but Coroner Bill Watson said he was not notified until 6 hours later. Watson also stated on his death investigation report that there was no cooperation from law enforcement at the scene, and Kendrick's body had been noticeably moved, and the scene had been compromised. On January 14th, Lowndes County authorities said that Kendrick's body showed no injuries following the preliminary autopsy. There were some marks on Kendrick's body, but these were only small and superficial abrasions. On May 2nd, Kendrick Johnson's death was officially ruled as an accident. The autopsy stated it was due to accidental positional asphyxia. Just 1 hour after this announcement was made, Kendrick's family, friends, and civil rights activists marched in protest outside the high school. They still had many questions, and the situation and findings just didn't make any sense to them. If Kendrick had become stuck inside the mats himself and this was an accident, how could not a single person have heard him call for help or seen anything when a steady stream of students and sports teams were going in and out of the gym until 8 p.m. that day? Others argue that the mats were so thick and compacted that hearing anything would have been virtually, if not completely, impossible. The family asked Reverend Floyd Rose from the Southern Christian Leadership Conference if he could conduct an independent investigation into the case. Rose, along with Lee Tuckton, a lead investigator for the SCLC and the former president of the local chapter of the NAACP, agreed to take a look. Attorney Benjamin Crump, who has represented many families in high-profile cases, including those of Michael Brown, George Floyd, and Trayvon Martin, began working with the Johnson family. C.B. King Jr. also came on board and became the family's lead attorney. It defies all logic, the rules of science, and common sense that a 17-year-old athlete would climb into a wrestling mat and get stuck, trying to get a tennis shoe and stop breathing. What's more likely is that someone rolled him up in that mat, Benjamin Crump said. The Johnsons' legal team said that the information provided by the paramedics contradicted what law enforcement had said. The paramedic report stated that Kendrick's body was partially inside the gym mats, but that his head, torso, and arms were exposed. This went against officers' claims that Kendrick's body was found upside down, completely stuck inside the mat. The paramedics' reports also noted bruising near Kendrick's right jaw, but no bruises were mentioned on the autopsy report. But the lieutenant that oversaw the investigation said bruising was likely discoloration caused by lividity, which occurs when the heart stops pumping and blood settles in the body. The family called on Dr. William R. Anderson to look into the autopsy report. Dr. Anderson had been in the field of forensic pathology for over 40 years at that point and was happy to help. From looking at the autopsy report, Anderson said that for Kendrick to die of positional asphyxiation, there would have had to have been fluid in his lungs. But the autopsy report did not cite this, and it appeared the lungs not only didn't have any fluid in them, but they were normal in every regard. Fluid in the lungs should have made the lungs heavier, but they were of a normal weight. Anderson said that this was the first red flag that caught his attention and agreed to perform a second autopsy. On June 6th, a Lowndes County judge granted the Johnson family permission to exhume Kendrick's body so the second autopsy could be performed. And 8 days later, the 17-year-old's body was taken from Sunset Hill Cemetery. When Kendrick's body reached Dr. Anderson, he was shocked to find that Kendrick's organs, his brain, heart, lungs, liver, and other viscera, were missing, and in their place was newspaper. The coroner said the organs were not sent to the funeral home because they were too decomposed and were destroyed through natural process beforehand. The funeral home said they received Kendrick's body without the organs, and replacing them with paper or sawdust is actually common practice while embalming. The president of the National Association of Medical Examiners, Dr. Gregory Schmunk, said he had never heard of this practice. Nonetheless, Dr. Anderson pressed on with the autopsy, looking for anything else that may have been overlooked before. The family waited patiently for him to reveal his findings. His report stated that Kendrick had died from an unexplained, apparent non-accidental blunt force trauma. Following this, the family, who had spent the last 9 months marching the streets of Valdosta demanding answers and attention to Kendrick's case, begged for his death to be investigated as a homicide. Dr. Anderson agreed and said the case needed to be reopened because Kendrick's injuries appeared to have been inflicted by another person. Anderson also claimed that federal officials had told him they agreed with his findings but could not pursue charges because there was no evidence of a civil rights violation. Anderson's theory is that there had been a fight in the gym, during which Kendrick was most likely placed in a sort of stranglehold by the person or persons who might not have to kill him. Probably happened very quickly, and they panicked, he said. In October that year, a $10,000 reward was offered by an anonymous donor to anyone with information, leading to the arrest or conviction of someone in Kendrick's case. Attorneys for the family of Kendrick called on authorities to release the surveillance videos from in and around the school, which they said was being withheld. But an attorney for Lowndes County Schools said that the Johnson family had been invited to view the surveillance tapes on several occasions. 290 hours of material from all 35 cameras inside and outside of the gym were gone through. And on October 30th, a judge ordered the release of these tapes. A day after the judge's announcement, U.S. Attorney and former politician Michael J. Moore announced that his office would open a formal review into the death of Kendrick Johnson. Over 100 people were subpoenaed as a result, and tens of thousands of emails and text messages were reviewed. However, the footage from the school's cameras raised more questions than answers for many people. There were 2 gyms at the school, and Kendrick was found in what was referred to as the old gym. It is important to note that piecing together a definitive timeline of what happened using the cameras and footage available has proven to be an immense task for the people that have reviewed this. Nonetheless, the cameras and footage have been a huge part and focus of this case. CNN secured access to the videos very early on. They hired forensic video analyst Grant Fredericks to look at the material. Fredericks' examination showed that at least an hour of video was missing from all 4 cameras inside the old gym. Each surveillance server has its own internal clock, and one server's clock may not match up to another's. The director of technology for Lowndes County Schools said that the servers do not communicate with each other to sync up their clocks. Not having that time sync capability can lead to huge differences in timings between servers. For example, when one camera captures what is happening at 12 p.m., another camera on a separate server could capture the same moment, but the timestamp shows it as 12:10 p.m. But in actuality, there is number 10-minute gap between the footage. The footage was exported from the school's 2 Integral Technology servers and 1 Toshiba surveillance server. The footage from the Integral cameras showed approximately 36 hours of footage from the school's old gym and surrounding areas, and the surveillance cameras showed approximately 48 hours of the C-Wing and administrative office areas. Scott Forth, the senior technology technician with Lowndes County Schools, exported the footage under the supervision of detectives and gave it to investigators on an external hard drive the very afternoon Kendrick was found. Fredericks was able to find Kendrick on camera entering the school early in the morning, and he last saw him at 1:09 p.m., walking into the old gym. However, because of the incorrect timestamps, this is not accurate. Although Kendrick was spotted entering the gym at 1:0:9, the more reliable timestamp on the footage places Kendrick going in at 1:28 p.m. The Integral server is over 20 minutes behind the footage. The Valdosta Daily Times also reviewed the footage in great depth, and their research showed an awful lot. Although the timestamps were not in sync, there is no discrepancy in Kendrick's route to the gym. The surveillance footage shows Kendrick entering the C wing near the school's foreign language classrooms at 1:25 p.m. He is walking by himself and carrying the yellow folder that would later be found near his body. He turns the corner near the B wing stairs and continues to walk down the hallway in front of the guidance and administration officers. He doesn't stop to talk to anyone, no one appears to be following him, and he does not appear to be following anyone himself. The last timestamp video of Kendrick shows him opening the doors to the hallway that leads to the old gym at 1:28 p.m. The rest of Kendrick's walk was picked up by the two separate integral surveillance servers. These videos do not contain timestamps, but the footage can be matched to the image stills from the case file that were printed from the surveillance system. There does appear to be an almost 10-minute gap between a still image from the case file that shows Kendrick outside the door to the old gym at 12:59 p.m. and another still image that shows him inside the gym at 1:09 p.m. This was the time that the forensic video analyst Grant Frederick saw. But it appears that this record a student that moves across the camera's field of view can trigger the camera to record, but not always. The camera breaks each image into blocks and measures the number of blocks that change at any given moment. A certain percentage of blocks has to change before the camera starts to record. If a student walks directly in front of the camera, more blocks are changed because the student is occupying more of the image. If a student is further away, the number of blocks changed may not hit the threshold to trigger the camera to start recording, according to Integral Technologies documents. This explained why some students in the footage appeared to vanish without reason and may have made it seem that the footage had been altered. What nobody was able to find, however, was any video showing what happened inside the old gym on any timestamp on any camera at any point. The old gym's cameras were positioned in an area where the resting mats were not visible, so there is no footage that captures Kendrick entering the mat and no footage that can definitively say how he died. There is also no footage that shows him leaving the gym at any point, but we know from the attendance records that Kendrick never made it to his fourth period class and was marked as absent. Since the initial export of the footage, the servers containing the raw video data have been locked in a vault. The only time they have been removed was at the request of the Johnson family. The family's attorney, C.B. King, requested the images that showed Kendrick in the old gym, and those images were given to the family. The servers were then placed back into the vault. C.B. King said, "We don't have any time code with which to synchronize the events that are shown in the video. Either the cameras did this on their own or a human being interacted to make these cameras do these things. The fact that this particular camera, out of all the others, is out of focus, that this is not positioned in such a way that you get any images showing the top edge of the mat, we believe is anything but a coincidence." In regards to the time code on the videos, Scott Forth, who exported the footage, said that the way the software works is it allows image stills to be created and printed with timestamps, but does not allow video to be exported with timestamps. Lee Tuckton and Reverend Floyd Rose, who had been enlisted by the family to into the case, ultimately determined that they found allegations of a cover-up to be unfounded. "When this thing all started, I really thought there was something to it," Rose said. "Either he wasn't murdered, or whoever did it was so powerful that they were able to hide him and cover up and have all these people lie. If this was the 60s and you asked me that, and it was Valdosta, Georgia, I would say, well, maybe, but I just don't believe that. Nobody has convinced me of that." Saturday, January 11th, 2014 marked the one-year anniversary of Kendrick being found. Protests, rallies, and town meetings had been held regularly, with the community coming together to take part and listen to people, such as Reverend Al Sharpton, talk about the case. At the end of January, the $10,000 reward offered up was rescinded, as it was only good for 90 days after it was first offered. The legal battles continued for the Johnson family, and in February, they sued the Harrington Funeral Home, the funeral home that held Kendrick, accusing them of negligence and fraud. They said that the funeral home had not been honest with them about Kendrick's body and his organs being missing, and his body being stuffed with newspaper. But the case against the funeral home was eventually dropped, and an investigation found they didn't violate any rules. This did raise questions about the findings of the second autopsy. Dr. Anderson stated that to die of positional asphyxiation, there would have had to have been fluid in his lungs, which wasn't stated on the first autopsy. But Kendrick's organs, including his lungs, were removed by the time the second autopsy took place. This meant that they were impossible to analyze for a second time to either confirm or dispute the findings of the first autopsy. A month later, an anonymous email was sent. The email detailed an alleged confession of an ex-classmate killing Kendrick and implicating 4 people in total. But upon looking into it, the sheriff's office ultimately deemed this confession to be based on rumors and hearsay, deeming it baseless. For months after this, the Johnson family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the Lowndes Board of Education, its superintendent, and the principal of the school. The suit alleged that Kendrick was violently assaulted, severely injured, suffered great physical pain and mental anguish, and subjected to insults and loss of life. The lawsuit also alleged that the school were negligent and violated Kendrick's constitutional right to equal protection based on race. It stated that the school board did not properly investigate previous incidents involving altercations between Kendrick and other students, stating Kendrick had been repeatedly harassed and attacked. Shortly after this, 7 members of the Johnson family, including Kenneth and Jacqueline, were found guilty of obstruction following a trial when they blocked people from entering the Lowndes County Judicial Complex during a protest back in 2013. They were sentenced to a suspended 1 year in jail, and no further action would be taken as long as no further arrests were made within a year, which they were not. Kendrick's parents then filed a $100 million lawsuit. The lawsuit named 38 defendants, including a local FBI agent called Rick Bell, his 2 sons, Brian and Brandon, who were classmates of Kendrick, and other students. Also accused were several officials with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the Valdosta Police Department, the City of Valdosta, the Lowndes County Sheriff's Department, and the Lowndes County School District, all of whom the family alleged conspired to cover up their son's murder. The suit alleged FBI agent Rick encouraged his 2 sons Brian and Brandon to attack Kendrick with the help of another schoolmate and an unnamed John Doe and Jane Doe. The lawsuit stated that Jane Doe induced Kendrick to enter the gymnasium, where he was then met by the 2 brothers and another student, who fatally beat him and placed him in the gym mat. The brothers, Kendrick's mother claimed, had been harassing her son previously, and she had reported this to the school before. According to Jacqueline, Kendrick phoned her as he got off the school bus on the way to a game one day. He told her that he and Brian had had an altercation on the bus. Kendrick's friends said that Brian had been playing around but was being rough, and Brian grabbed Kendrick's dreadlocks and pushed his head down. A fight escalated, and after this, Kendrick was driven home in the deputy's car, while Brian stayed to watch the game with his parents. Federal investigators felt there was enough to look into these claims and seized the brothers' phones and computers. They also seized the electronics belonging to the brothers' parents and one of the brothers' girlfriends. Video footage from the school showed one of the brothers walking around with what many speculated was blood on his upper right arm, but he explained that this was simply a logo. Video surveillance appeared to show that neither of the Bell could be seen entering or exiting the gym at any pertinent time. The Lowndes County Sheriff's Department maintained at least one of the brothers was not on campus when Kendrick was last seen alive, and the other was in another part of the building. The brothers themselves said they were good friends with Kendrick and had absolutely nothing to do with his death. Brian said he did not see Kendrick on the school campus at all that day. But a 2021 review of the case, a documentary entitled Finding Kendrick Johnson, uncovered a once heavily redacted and missing FBI report. We haven't inserted any images of said report in this video, out of respect for the people that put 4 years worth of work into the documentary and finding the report, but we will it for the sake of giving all the context and information possible. If you are interested in viewing it, we highly recommend and encourage everyone watch the documentary themselves. The report in part shows various stills of video footage from the day Kendrick died. Once heavily redacted, the now unredacted version appears to clearly show Brian Bell walking alongside Kendrick in the school. And according to the documentary, the images in the reports can trace both the brothers on campus that day. Another page of the report gives descriptions of the images shown and is also cited. In relation to the image of Kendrick and Brian in the same frame, it actually names them both as being the people in the image. This contradicts what the brothers say and what law enforcement have said happened that day and what was on the footage. Jim Elliott, the Lowndes County attorney, said the allegations made about the brothers were unfounded and baseless. In a deposition, Kenneth and Jacqueline Johnson admitted under oath that they didn't have any evidence that directly implicated the Bell brothers in Kendrick's death, but that they believed they had something to do with what happened to him. Ebony magazine had previously run several articles about Kendrick's death, and they had used pseudonyms to talk about Brian and Brandon. Many people argued that although the brothers weren't named, it was very clear who was being spoken about in the articles. Brian Bell's Florida State University sports scholarship offer was revoked following this, and the parents of Brian and Brandon subsequently filed a $5 million slander and libel lawsuit in federal court against the publisher of Ebony magazine and the writer, Frederick Rosen. No law enforcement official has ever named either of the Bell brothers as suspects in the death of Kendrick, and no charges against them have ever been filed. Attorney Michael J. Moore, who had vowed to take on the case, resigned in 2015. All his cases went to his successor except Kendrick's. Kendrick was transferred to the Northern District of Ohio under another U.S. attorney. Shortly after receiving Kendrick's case, this attorney also resigned. Despite the resignations, the Department of Justice investigation continued looking into Kendrick's case. The May 23, 2015 marked the Lowndes County School graduation and the year that Kendrick Johnson should have graduated himself alongside his classmates. Protesters lined up in front of the school in support of Kendrick and his family, and the family revealed despite their requests, the school had refused to have Kendrick's memory honored during the event. In March 2016, Kendrick's parents withdrew the $100 million wrongful death lawsuit. The Johnson family were then subsequently ordered to pay up to $851,000 in attorney's fees and were sued for more than $1 million in defamation charges. Judge Richard Porter said their claims were substantially frivolous, substantially groundless, or substantially vexatious. The family appealed this, but their appeal was dismissed. Later that year, a Kendrick Johnson supporter named Bobby Worthy filed a complaint with the FBI in Valdosta and the Judicial Qualifications Commission. The complaint alleged that Judge Porter fell asleep at least 6 times throughout the various trial dates and showed favoritism to the 8 white defense attorneys. Soon after this, Benjamin Crump, who had been working closely with the Johnson family since the start, stepped down. In a letter, Crump informed Jacqueline and Kenneth that his firm would be unable to continue its legal representation in coordination with their lead attorney, C.B. King Jr. In June 2016, the Department of Justice announced that the independent federal investigation into Kendrick's death found insufficient evidence to support criminal charges. They said, after extensive investigation into this tragic event, federal investigators determined that there is insufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that someone or some group of people willfully violated Kendrick Johnson's civil rights or committed any other prosecutable federal crime. In the 2021 documentary Finding Kendrick Johnson, Kenneth Johnson said that during a meeting, the Department of Justice said the shoe under Kendrick's head was planted there. Another lawsuit was filed by the Johnson family. It named some of the claims in the previous suits and had a total of 41 defendants. In June 2017, this lawsuit was dismissed without prejudice. A month later, the Johnson family filed their 3rd lawsuit in the Superior Court of Bibb County. The defendants listed ranged from Lowndes County officials to former classmates of Kendrick. In January 2018, Kendrick's family filed to have his body exhumed for a 3rd time, and another autopsy was set to take place. It would be performed again by Dr. William Anderson. Kendrick's dad, Kenneth, said the family did not want to have to do this, but they were still desperately searching for the truth. 10 months later, the 3rd autopsy results were in, and they showed non-accidental blunt force trauma to Kendrick's right neck and right thorax. Anderson sent his findings to 2 other pathologists who both confirmed the same as what he had thought and agreed with what he had found. Following this, the Johnson family felt evidence pointing to a homicide was now more than overwhelming, and it needed to be presented to a jury. "My family won't be satisfied until someone is behind bars and someone is convicted for what happened," said Kenneth. Going over it with common sense, how can it be an accident? In April 2019, Sheriff Ashley Polk wrote a letter to federal prosecutors saying that he had met with Kenneth and a captain in the sheriff's office. All 3 of them agreed that it was vitally important they receive any unreleased files relating to the federal investigation. Federal prosecutors told him he could have the case file, which Polk described as 17 filing cabinets worth of records, computer towers, and hard drives. Sheriff Polk said this file was the final missing piece he needed to give the case a full and complete examination. It's going to be a lot of work, but I think the people deserve it, he said. I think the family deserves it. In June 2020, an online petition was started in regards to reopening Kendrick's case, which gained huge traction very quickly. Kendrick's case was officially reopened in March 2021. Sheriff Polk stated that he was not claiming there was something wrong with the original investigation or the original investigation's conclusion of an accidental death was wrong. He said, "I've never told anybody what I believe about this case, whether it was accidental or murder. I would never say that until I could see all the evidence. If it was an accident, it's a very, very unusual way for something to happen." A week after the case was reopened, some possible new evidence was presented. A 25-second recording, which was sold to the Johnson family for $1,000, appeared to depict an alleged confession. The tape had been secretly recorded a week prior, but 2 months later, this turned out to be nothing more than a cruel and heartless hoax. Kendrick's case is now officially open once more and being looked into again. Sheriff Polk said, "We're starting fresh, so it's like a brand new investigation. I'm going to try and dispel all the rumors and accusations. I just want the truth. That's all I want." Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Li Jingjia resided in Xi'an, China, with her husband Mao Shunping. Their son, Maoyin, affectionately known as Siza, was born on February 23, 1986. Siza was a contented infant who seldom cried and developed into a clever and well-behaved toddler, endearing himself to everyone around him. Jingjia worked in a grain exporting company, which required her to travel to rural areas for several days during harvest season to negotiate with suppliers, leaving her son under his father's care at home. She was on one of those trips in 1988 when she received a telegram from her employer. "Emergency at home. Return right away," it read. On October 17th, Mao Zedong had gone to pick up 2.5-year-old Jia after he finished work for the day. While they were on their way home, the little boy became thirsty, so they stopped at a small hotel owned by their family. Zhuzhong was out of his father's sight for just a few seconds while he went to get cool water. During those few seconds, Zajia vanished. Jingjia immediately returned home to Xi'an, where her boss informed her of her son's disappearance. She initially assumed that her son had wandered off and gotten lost and expected that someone would find him and bring him to a police station. When a week passed without any sign of him, she began to realize that something more neighborhood where he went missing and printed and distributed 100,000 neighborhood where he went missing and printed and distributed 100,000 flyers in train and bus stations. She took out advertisements in the paper and eventually traveled to 10 different provinces to follow up on leads about her son's whereabouts. Jingjia and Jinpeng were devastated by their son's disappearance and could think of nothing else besides their search for him. Their fixation on their investigation ultimately took a toll on their marriage, and they divorced 4 years after Jia went missing. Jia continued searching for her son and eventually began helping other parents of missing children as well. She became a part of a network of such parents who sent each other bundles of missing persons flyers to post in their area. Eventually, the network covered most of China. By 1999, she was appearing on Chinese television programs raising awareness about missing children, and in 2007, she began volunteering with Baby Come Home, an organization that helps locate children who have gone missing. Through the organization, Jingjia has helped reunite 29 families with their missing child. She was still without closure to her own case, however. Jingjia's mother passed away at the age of 94 in 2015 on Jingjia's birthday. Just prior to her death, she had a dream that her grandson was found and finally came home. In April of 2020, police received a tip about a man in the Sichuan province who had paid to adopt a boy in the late 1980s. They then used an image of Jia as a child to help develop one of what he might look like as an adult. Using facial recognition software, They ran the image through a national database of photos and found a possible match in a man living in Chengdu City in Sichuan province, the same province named by their informant. The man agreed to take a DNA test, which showed that he was Ginger's son. On Mother's Day of 2020, she received a phone call. After almost 32 years and personally following up on over 300 leads, she would finally be reunited with her child. Jia had been sold to a childless couple in the Sichuan province for roughly $850 in today's US money. He grew up in Chengdu City with the new name of Gu Ningning. In 2020, the 34-year-old was married and had his own interior design business. He had previously seen Jingxia on national television advocating for missing children and was impressed by her dedication and kindness. When she showed a picture of her own missing son, he thought that it looked like pictures of him as a child, but it did not occur to him that he could actually be the missing boy. After a second DNA test confirmed that Gu Ningning really was Mao Yan, a date was set for his reunion with his birth parents. On May 18, 2020, he was reunited with them at a news conference in Xi'an. Tia Jia spent a month in Xi'an, splitting time between the homes of his mother and father. He has no memory of his life prior to living with his adoptive parents and had hoped that being in Xi'an and seeing old photographs would help him remember his life with his birth parents. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and no memories of his time with them have resurfaced. Xiaojia has returned to his home in Chengdu. While Qingxia still lives in Xi'an, 450 miles away, she now communicates with her son every day. She has vowed to continue working for the families of missing children and help them get the happy ending she has finally found. Robert Hutton grew up in Lancaster, California with his older sister, Edith. In 1971, Robert decided to embark on a cross-country adventure with Edith, her husband, and their newborn baby. They planned to live out of a pickup truck and find temporary work to support their travels along the way. The group eventually reached Colorado, and Robert decided to stay there rather than continue on with his sister and brother-in-law. For a while, Robert remained in contact with his family, making collect calls to his parents back home. He ended up leaving Colorado, leading a transient lifestyle as he looked for work around the country. The last anyone in his family heard from him, he had been in New York, but was hitchhiking his way back to California. Robert's calls stopped, however, and the 21-year-old was reported missing by the end of 1972. Robert's mother was the main force driving investigation into her son's disappearance for years. She looked at her old phone bills to identify the locations Robert had called her from and got into contact with authorities in those areas to try to get their help. After years without any sign of Robert, she came to the conclusion that he must be dead, a conclusion which broke her heart. She died in 1989, never knowing what became of her son. Edith took over the responsibility of looking for her brother. By the late 1990s, she had the benefit of the internet for her search. Using internet databases and online phone books, she found almost 400 individuals named Robert or Bob Hutton. She sent a homemade postcard to each one of them explaining that she was searching for her brother and wondering if he was him. None of them were. Edith then began researching unidentified bodies found all across the country in case her mother had been correct and her brother had been killed. Eventually, she found 6 sets of unidentified remains she believed could have been Robert. She reached out to the law enforcement agencies handling each of the cases but only got one reply from Jason Moran, a detective with the Cook County Sheriff's Office. In October of 2011, Cook County Sheriff Thomas Dart announced that his office was launching a renewed effort to identify 8 young men killed by infamous serial killer John Wayne Gacy, was convicted of the murders of 33 young men and boys whose bodies were found on his property or in a nearby river, but only 25 of their identities were known. DNA samples had been taken from each of the unknown victims, and Sheriff Dart asked that relatives of men who disappeared in the 1970s submit their DNA for comparison. Robert had gone missing the same year as Gacy's first known killing and, as a young white male, was consistent with Gacy's other victims. Robert's path from New York to California was unknown, so the possibility that he had passed through Chicago on his way could not be dismissed. He also often supported himself by working in construction, and one of the ruses Gacy used to get young men to come to his house was to offer them work with his construction company, EDM Contractors. Based on these facts, Detective Moran did follow up on the possibility that Robert was one of his unidentified victims. However, using police databases that Edith did not have access to, he was able to find a record of Robert living in Breckenridge, Colorado up until recently. His current whereabouts, however, were unknown. Since this information eliminated Robert as one of the unidentified young men, it should have ended Detective Moran's involvement in his disappearance. However, the detective was moved by the story of Robert's mother dying without knowing what became of him, Edith's years of working trying to locate him, and the fact that Robert's father had recently battled cancer. He therefore did not forget about the case, and in 2013, he decided to look for Robert in law enforcement databases again. When he did, he found a current address for him in the small town of Stevensville, Montana. He reached out to the sheriff's department there, and an officer went to the address and confirmed that the man living there was the right Robert Hutton and obtained his permission to release his phone number to his family. In April, Detective Moran called Edith to inform her that after more than 40 years, she could speak with her younger brother. Robert had spent the first several years after his last contact with his family in the Southwest, hiking and caving in remote areas. He had no fixed address or means to contact anyone. He had also gotten involved with drugs during this time. By the time he tried to contact his family after a few years, their contact information was no longer current. He returned to California to visit them after he got off of drugs, but the family had moved away by then. Robert settled in Colorado in the early 80s, eventually starting his own construction company. He thought of his family fondly and made a small, unsuccessful effort to find them in the early 90s. After the economic downturn of 2008, he had trouble finding work. He had moved to Montana in 2011 because some of his friends had previously moved there. He found odd jobs remodeling homes and building barns and was eventually able to purchase a trailer to live in, which provided him with the address Detective Moran had found in the database. In 2013, he was working in an ammunition factory. He was shocked to hear that his family still cared about him and that they had been working so hard to find him. The day Robert was contacted by law enforcement, he spoke to his sister on the phone for the first time. He would continue to speak with her and their father on a weekly. However, their father and stepmother were able to travel to Montana twice in 2013 to see Robert. In 2015, Robert moved to Nevada to live near Edith and see her almost every day. 2 out of the 8 victims of John Wayne Gacy Detective Moran set out to identify have since been identified through DNA. In addition to Robert's case, Detective Moran has also solved 10 other cold cases that ended up having no connection to Gacy. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Ricardus Pušiš was born and raised in Lithuania, but was living in the United Kingdom by 2015. He was working for the Nylayer Leak Company in Šatyras and living in Wispik. The last confirmed sighting of him was on September 26, 2015, when he was leaving work for the day, although there was a potential sighting of him with a group of Lithuanian men later that evening. Ricardus failed to show up when he was due back at work on the 28th, which was out of character. His disappearance was taken seriously from the start because concern about his safety had been raised just a month before he vanished. While they were conducting routine welfare checks in Wisbech, police officers encountered a local resident who told them that Ricardus had recently been forced to move because he was being exploited. Police have described Ricardus as the type of character that was vulnerable to exploitation because of his circumstances. He had very little money, living paycheck to paycheck, and had no family in the area. His mother still lived in Lithuania, his sister lived in Germany, and he had cousins living in Ireland. He did not have a vehicle and spoke very little English, mainly interacting with local Lithuanian community. When the officers found Ricardus at his new address, however, he assured them that he was fine. When he went missing, this previous incident raised concerns that he may have been taken to be used for forced labor. On November 17th, Ricardus's identification card was found in a park in Wisbech near Cannon Street. The following month, a 31-year-old man was arrested on suspicion of murdering Ricardus despite the fact that his body had not been located. The man was ultimately released due to lack of evidence. The next major development in the case would not come until August of 2018, when police learned that a Facebook profile using Ricardus's name had been created. His relatives confirmed that the pictures were of Ricardus, although it was unclear when they were taken. They also tried contacting the person who made the profile, but they would only rarely get replies to their messages. When they did get responses, they would come long after their initial message and were generally very vague. One cousin did say that they received a message from the account that contained details about their last meeting with Ricardus that Ricardus would have known. Police also tried to make contact through their profile, but all of their messages went unanswered. They could not reach anyone using the phone number associated with the account or trace its owner. They tried to trace where the account being accessed from but could not pinpoint an exact location, although the account appeared to be accessed in the greater West Beach area. The existence of the Facebook profile and the possibility that Ricardus was still alive was not announced to the public for over a year out of concerns for Ricardus' safety. In November of 2019, it was made public as part of a renewed appeal for information in the case. When launching the appeal, Detective Chief Inspector Adam Gallup said that despite the Facebook profile, the disappearance was unlikely to be a case of deliberate absence, and that while Ricardus may still be alive and being exploited for labor, the case was still being treated as a murder investigation. In the following weeks, potential sightings of Ricardus in the West Beach and Kings Lynn areas were called in, but Ricardus remained missing. In late June of 2020, police received new information in the case, and on July 1st, almost 5 years after he disappeared, Ricardus was finally found during a search of a wooded area in Harecraft Road. He had been living amongst the undergrowth in a primitive shelter which kept him well hidden and had not interacted with any other person in quite a while. Police did not immediately announce that Ricardus had been found, again out of concern for his safety. In the statement they ultimately released on August 3rd, the Kingfisher Constabulary announced that, "We now believe Ricardus made the decision to run away as he had been the victim of a crime, having previously been subject to exploitation." Given these circumstances, they waited a month to make the announcement so that they could be sure that the safeguards needed to keep Ricardus protected were in place. They are also helping him find resources to cope with the stresses associated with living under such difficult circumstances, away from human contact, for so long. An investigation into who may have exploited Ricardus, potentially for forced labor, has been launched. Erica Lloyd, 37 years old, resided in Walnut Creek, California, sharing a home with a roommate, her 2 pet rabbits, and her 12-year-old son. Described by her family as kind, fun-loving, and capable of building rapport with anyone, Erica, like many, grappled with the challenges brought on by the 2020 lockdown. As a hairstylist, she faced financial strain due to the inability to work, adding to the stress of effectively homeschooling her son during this period. In June of 2020, she therefore decided to go on a trip to Joshua Tree National Park, 7 hours away from her home. She hoped the time in the outdoors would help relieve some of the stress she had been feeling for the past 3 months. Erica left for her trip on Sunday, June 14th. Authorities would later be able to confirm that she entered the park and was seen there alone. However, 2 days later, on June 16th, Erica stopped communicating with her family. That same day, California Highway Patrol found Erica's black Honda Accord near the intersection of Shelton Road and Highway 62 near 29 Palms. The car was facing south as though Erica had been driving back to the national park, which was not very far away. The car had been vandalized with the front and back windshields, as well as the radio, smashed in. However, there were also signs that the disabled vehicle had been in an accident. The airbag had deployed and there was damage to the car's undercarriage. According to the owners of the towing company who came to tow the car away, the radiator and the AC condenser had been smashed backwards as though the car had hit an object. They theorized that the car may have hit the berm of the road straight on. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department does not believe there were any signs of foul play at the scene where the car was found. A massive air and ground search was launched for Erica. All-terrain search dogs were brought in. Erica's camping equipment was located at a campsite at the Jumbo Rocks campground. Cave and mine expert Doug Billings has volunteered his services to the effort. In 2014, Billings helped locate the body of a 19-year named Erin Corwin in a mine not far from Joshua Tree. In addition to searching for Erica, he is keeping meticulous track of what areas have been searched for her. During the course of his investigation, Billings found a witness who saw a woman matching Erica's description walking along Highway 62 with another person a week after her disappearance. But this sighting has not been confirmed to be of Erica. It is conceivable that Erica could have walked to Highway 62 looking for help after her car was damaged and the wrong individual stopped to help her. Her family is also concerned that she may have become disoriented or suffered memory loss after suffering the impact of the airbag deploying during the accident. If she wandered off in a state of confusion, it could have been difficult for her to find her way back to the road. As of the end of July 2020, they held on to the possibility that someone may have found Erica, still confused and disoriented, and taken her in. Erica's parents live in Maryland but have traveled to California twice since Erica vanished to help look for her. They are appreciative of the kindness the local community has shown them and their willingness to talk about the case and put up the flyers they have been distributing in the windows of their businesses. Erica's son misses his mother and regularly asks his grandparents about their efforts, making sure they are still making phone calls and talking to people about his mom in hopes that she will be found. Dietrich Foster could seemingly make friends with just about anyone he met. He was outgoing and compassionate and therefore had a wide and diverse group of friends. He was quick to help out his family and friends, particularly when he could do so by cooking or baking for them. He was a joy to be around and to make others laugh. He was a good listener who was always there for people who needed to talk, but also a very clear communicator who could easily express himself about the things he was passionate about. Dietrich had previously worked as a corrections officer and was able to combine his love of travel with his career history and worked mainly as a traveling crisis or tactical private security officer. In 2020, he, like many people, was in between jobs because of virus-related shutdowns and travel restrictions. He had found a new position at FedEx and was due to start work there in April. While Dietrich loved his whole family, his two daughters, ages 5 and 13, were the center of his world. He and their mother, Jordan, were divorced but maintained a good relationship. Jordan and the girls lived in Kansas City, whereas Dietrich lived in Independence, Kansas, but he was still an active part of their lives. Jordan last heard from Dietrich on April 4, 2020. He called to tell her that his prepaid cell phone would be shut off in the next few days, but he would have a new phone soon. This was a perfectly normal conversation as Dietrich and Jordan spoke on the phone regularly, and he was always sure to let someone know where he would be or how to contact him. Jordan was concerned, therefore, when her normal communications with her ex-husband did not resume after a few days. She became alarmed when he did not call her on Mother's Day, May 10th. Dietrich would call Jordan his twin sister and his mother every Mother's Day without fail. He was very close with his mother, so even if he had to skip the other two calls for some reason, nothing could have stopped him from calling her. While all of the people Dietrich was close to had been concerned by the fact that they were not hearing from him, no one realized that no one had heard from him until Mother's Day when they began reaching out to each other when he failed to make his customary calls. While Dietrich would see his loved ones when he could, they were spread out. Most of his family lived in Parsons, Kansas, while he was in Independence, and Jordan and the girls were in Kansas City. This meant that his family and friends were not necessarily alarmed when they had not seen him in person in a few weeks. The family then went to the police in Independence to report Dietrich missing. The police have identified the last known sighting of Dietrich as being in Independence on April 12th. Dietrich's family distributed and hung flyers throughout the area with Dietrich's picture and information. However, many of the flyers hung in Independence were removed, leading to concerns that someone in the town may have been connected to his disappearance, but no motive for anyone to want to harm Dietrich has been identified. The Independence Police Department has not been able to publicly speak about their investigation due to its ongoing nature, but say that it is a top priority. Dietrich's family believes that they are working hard on the case and appreciate their efforts. Since he disappeared, Dietrich has missed both of his daughter's birthdays and his twin sister's 38th birthday. In addition to his traditional calls on Mother's Day, he missed his normal call to his father on Father's Day. Of course, it is emotionally painful, especially given that Father's Day was Sunday and I couldn't get a call from him, and his daughters couldn't call him. His father, Philip Townsend, told the Parsons son in June. It's taxing in that nature. Anytime you can't get closure to something. That void, it's just there. Someone knows something. My great day will be them getting closure to this. Dietrich knows that his family loves him. Dietrich Foster was a loving father of 2 daughters who lived in Independence, Kansas. He did not live in the same town as most of his loved ones. His ex-wife and daughters live in Kansas City, and the majority of his family live in Parsons, Kansas. He was also in the process of getting a new phone, which resulted in there being a period of a few days where he was out of contact in April of 2020. He remained out of contact beyond those few days, but no one in his family realized that he had been out of contact with all of them until Dietrich failed to make his customary calls to his ex-wife, sister, and mother on Mother's Day. He was then reported missing. The last sighting of Dietrich authorities have been able to confirm occurred on April 12, 2020 in Independence. Since he has been missing, Dietrich has missed the birthdays of both of his daughters, Father's Day, and his twin sister's 30th birthday. His disappearance is being investigated by the Kansas Bureau of Investigation and the Independence Police Department. On September 4, 2020, Kansas Governor Laura Kelly signed an executive order offering a $5,000 reward in Dietrich's case. In a September 9th press release announcing the reward, the KBI stated that they and the Independence Police Department are treating the case like homicide based on the information they have uncovered during the course of their investigation. Due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, they cannot disclose what that information is to the public. Governor Kelly also referred to Dietrich's case as a likely murder in her executive order, which also recognized that the investigators have dedicated over 1,000 hours to the investigation and followed up on almost 90 different leads in the case. 29-year-old Lauren DiMolo lived in Cape Coral, Florida, where she shared an apartment with her boyfriend, Gabriel, on Coronado Parkway. Gabriel would be the last known person to see her, and the apartment would be the last place she would be seen. According to Gabriel, Lauren was still sleeping when he left for work shortly after 6 a.m. on Friday, June 19, 2020. When he returned home that evening, Lauren was not in the apartment, but her cell phone was. She would not normally leave home without it. Gabriel then called Lauren's father, Paul, in California to tell him Lauren was not at home as expected. Paul was immediately concerned, and his worry increased throughout the weekend. On Sunday 21st, Lauren did not call him for Father's Day, which was something she had previously never failed to do. Gabriel reported her missing that day. Her case was not assigned until Wednesday 24th due to a clerical error. When the formal investigation began and police realized the circumstances of the case, Lauren was reclassified from a missing adult to a missing endangered adult. Lauren's family did not wait for police involvement to look for her. Her father flew in from California, and her sister and mother went to Lauren's apartment from their homes in Florida. They began physically searching for Lauren, going door to door asking for information and distributing flyers. For Freedom's Park, a half a mile away from Lauren's home, has played a major part in her case from the beginning. Lauren visited the park regularly and liked to meditate there. On June 19th, the same day Lauren disappeared, someone found her purse left at the park. On July 2nd, Lauren's boyfriend Gabriel and her sister Cassie were searching the park when they found a burgundy shirt in the sand near the water. They believe that the shirt belongs to Lauren as it matches one Lauren regularly wore. The concerning aspect of this discovery is that the park had been searched multiple times since Lauren went missing. The shirt was taken into evidence by police. Lauren's family is adamant that she would not have voluntarily disappeared. The main reason they can be so sure is Lauren's daughter, who turned 6 2 months after Lauren's disappearance and was the center of Lauren's universe. Lauren also did not have access to a car or any money with her when she went missing. She had recently lost her job due to the economic impact of the pandemic, but was still owed one more paycheck, which she never picked up. Surveillance footage also shows her applying for jobs on June 18th, the day before she went missing. As the police investigation continues, Lauren's family also continues their own efforts to find her. Southwest Florida Crime Stoppers is currently offering an $8,000 reward for information in the case. Tia Christine Sharp was born on June 30th, 2000, to Stephen and Natalie. Her parents separated when she was a baby, but despite this, Tia grew up in a closely knit family in Croydon, South London. She shared a particularly strong and affectionate bond with her maternal grandmother, Christine. Natalie describes their relationship as not just familial but also friendly, emphasizing their tight-knit bond as a family unit of three. The close bond continues as Tia grows up, with Christine saying Tia would occasionally call her mom. "I wouldn't bat an eyelid," Christine said. The love that Natalie had for Tia was reciprocated as Tia adored her mother in return, and the pair were inseparable. Tia saw her father every holiday until the relationship between Stephen and Natalie soured. As she entered secondary school, Tia was confident, happy, and never afraid to voice her opinion and have herself be heard. She was feisty and brave, with her mom saying she was often the loudest in the room. In 2002, Christine was working as a barmaid in a pub in Rains Park, southwest London. It was here that she met a man named Stuart Hazel. He was 10 years her junior, and they started a relationship in 2007 with Stuart moving into her home in New Addington. Natalie had had a fling with Hazel before he began seeing her mother. He shared a good bond with Tia and she called him Granddad, as did Tia's two younger brothers. Although she achieved good grades in school and was popular with her teachers, her attendance was an issue. In 2008, social services became concerned with Natalie and her partner using cannabis, and therefore became involved with the family. A report issued by social services said that while there was no neglect or abuse towards Tia, the family and family dynamic was dysfunctional. After carrying out a probe into Tia's chaotic home life, social workers concluded in November 2011 that no further assessment would be needed. Instead, it was decided that T at school should be asked to keep an eye on her and report any concerns. T would regularly spend the night with Christine and Stuart. Even when Christine had to work a night shift, she would stay there with her step-grandfather. In June 2012, T was celebrating her birthday with her mother and grandmother. She had the option to bring a friend along for the celebrations, and she chose Stuart, illustrating how close she was to him. August 2012. Unbeknownst to Natalie, Tia had messaged her grandmother and Stuart, asking if it was okay if she stayed there for a couple of days. Stuart sent a text message to Natalie saying that Tia was welcome to stay. Christine wouldn't be there, but she could still stay if she wanted to. Tia was excited to go. She ran to kiss her mother goodbye and then set off to her grandmother's house. Thursday, August 2nd. Stuart meets Tia as she gets off the tram at 4:50 p.m., and CCTV follows them as they go shopping in New Addington. Later that night, Christine called the house and spoke to Stuart asking if everything was okay, and he confirmed it was, and they were playing on the PlayStation together. The following day, Friday, August 3rd, Christine returned home from work, and Stuart told her that Tia had gone into Croydon to buy some new shoes, 5 miles away in the Wick Gift Center. By 6 o'clock that night, she still hadn't returned home, so Christine phoned Natalie, who confirmed she hadn't seen her either. They tried contacting her via text message and Facebook, but heard nothing back. They decided to go driving around the area to see if they could spot her, hoping perhaps the public transport was running late and that was causing a delay. By 10 o'clock and with still no sign, Christine, Stuart, and Natalie headed to the police station to report her as missing. Stuart told the investigators that he had seen Tia around midday before she headed into Croydon to go shopping. A phone call from a neighbor also suggested that they had seen her leaving the property. They searched the house where she had been staying with her grandmother and Stuart, but no trace of her was found. As she clearly wasn't in the house, the police widened their investigation to the local area. The story of the missing 12-year-old spreads like wildfire, with major news outlets picking up on the story. Stuart Hazel was seen leading one of the searches. Police said that she had only taken a small amount of money with her and did not take her travel card or her mobile phone, adding that this was very out of character for her. Area Commander Neil Bissu stressed the investigation was still a missing persons inquiry and did not suggest there were any suspects in the case. The family were absolutely distraught. Natalie told a local news outlet, "We all feel terrible. We think she's been taken, but we just don't know. There's no CCTV. We know absolutely nothing. I wish to God I could tell you something. My baby girl walked out and she vanished. On August 7th, a press conference was held. DCI Nick Scola gave the press and public a description of the missing Tia. Tia's uncle David Sharp also made an appeal, begging for her to come home. There were 55 different sightings reported by members of the public, but the police weren't able to substantiate any of them. As Stuart Hazel was the last person to see Tia alive, he felt as if that made him a potential suspect, and so contacted ITV to give an interview and clear his name. On August 9th, he gave an interview to Mark Williams Thomas, an investigative journalist and former police officer for ITV News, denying that he had anything to do with the disappearance of his step-granddaughter. In the middle of his interview, Christine came home, and Hazel removed his microphone to pause the interview and offer her comfort. As there was still no sign of Tia, the police decided to conduct another search of the house, this time with the assistance of police dogs, but still, no trace of Tia was found. A week after she had been reported missing on Friday, August 10th, and a day after he had given the interview with ITV, Stuart Hazel got up early and left the house. When Christine later woke up, she smelt something in her house, but couldn't locate where it was coming from. When the police arrived, they asked her to leave the house immediately so they could conduct another search. That afternoon, a fourth and final search was conducted of the house in New Addington. In the attic, they found a body. Due to the heat and the fact the body had been wrapped up and stored in the attic, the body had decomposed to the point where the person was visually unidentifiable. Croydon Central MP Gavin Barwell said, "The police have yet to formally confirm that the body is Tia's, yet this devastating development will come as a huge blow to her family and the community in New Addington, all of whom have worked tirelessly to try and find her over the past week." A post-mortem on the body began the same day the discovery had been made, August 10th, and was paused later that day. By August 16th, the post-mortem still had not been completed. However, at an inquest into the death which opened that day, it was confirmed that the body was that of Tia Sharp. Due to the state of decomposition, dental records had to be used to identify her. The post-mortem was later concluded without establishing a cause of death. Experts told This Is Croydon today the delay in finding the body had made it much harder to determine exactly how Tia had died, and without a cause of death, the prosecution would find it much harder to build a case. However, detectives suspected, and it was widely reported, that Tia Sharp had potentially been smothered, although this was not officially proven to be the cause of death. Area Commander Neil Bissu said the priority was now to support her devastated family as they tried to ascertain exactly what had happened. With Tia's body now being found, the eyes of investigators quickly fell on one person, Christine's partner, Stuart Hazel. But officers soon realized that Hazel was on the run. He was picked up on CCTV buying a bottle of vodka from a shop on Canning Hill Lane in South London. They warned the public not to approach him if they saw him and to instead call 999. The police quickly mobilized and launched a search to try and find him. Following a tip-off from a member of the public who had spotted him, he was arrested at 825 on Cannon Hill Common in Morden. As he was taken away in a police van, members of the public hurled abuse as it went past. The police also announced soon after that they had made 2 further arrests. Later that evening at 11:55, Christine was arrested on suspicion of murder, and her neighbor had been arrested on suspicion of assisting an offender. While Christine was being questioned, Natalie had to watch on television as her daughter's body was removed from the home. Due to the state of decomposition, Natalie was not allowed to see her daughter's body. Since news of the discovery broke, several people laid tributes for her near a garage close to her grandmother's house, which still had a cordon in place on the approach to it. Christine was later released on bail, but would not be allowed anywhere near Natalie or her other grandchildren. The police soon started to learn the sinister truth about the man Tia had called Granddad. Stuart Hazel came from a highly dysfunctional background and had a troubled relationship with his parents. During his childhood, he was on the radar of social services as his father was in prison and his mother was a sex worker. He would also soon end up in care. He struggled in school and would often skip classes, and according to Dr. Kerry Nixon, it was also clear that he had a low IQ. Hazel would later say that he had been raped when he was 16 years old. He had 30 previous convictions and had been to prison 3 times. His convictions included dealing drugs, burglary, criminal damage, theft, as well as racially motivated violence and grievous bodily harm, also known as GBH. As Hazel was still using drugs, this would often lead him to continued reckless behavior. For example, in 2010, he was convicted of carrying a machete and was subsequently given a 12-month custodial sentence. Despite this, Christine stood by him and said she never saw any violent behavior in the home. She said although he drank and had a criminal record, he was a gentle giant. She was prepared to put his past from before they met behind them. She was, however, unaware of the extent of his drug abuse and his increasingly sinister thoughts. As Tia continued to grow up, little did she or her family know that Hazel was having sexual fantasies about her. He was fascinated and fixated with her and was convinced that she loved him. He became infatuated with her, and as she started to develop into a young woman, these feelings started to intensify. In the last year of her life, he became increasingly more voyeuristic and started filming her in secret. On one occasion, she came home from school and started to put cream on her legs as they were dry, and he started to secretly record her. His filming of Tia was growing increasingly sinister, and he started filming her while she was asleep. Nick Scola, who was the senior investigating officer, described one of these occasions. Hazel had filmed her while she was asleep, getting very close to her but then pulling back when she stirred. He then panned the camera up to the wall momentarily to film his shadow looking over her. He removed the door on the bathroom and messed with the light fitting in her bedroom, which police later believed was so he could use that as a spy hole to watch her. He also began watching and searching for more extreme and violent pornography on his phone, including pedophilia. It has been suggested by forensic psychologist Dr. Carrie Nixon that Hazel may have made such advances towards Tia and murdered her when she rejected said advances and threatened to tell her mother. One thing that many people wanted answers to was why had it taken 4 searches to find her body in the attic. Investigators apologized to the family, saying this was the result of human error. Commander Neil Bissu apologized to Tia Sharp's mother for the delay in finding her body. He said that a review would be undertaken to ensure such a failing is not repeated. On the August 23rd, Police Commissioner Bernard Hogan addressed the failure of his force to find her body. He said, "If we thought it was an individual human error, then that would explain it, but we're carrying out a review because we're not happy that explains it. We're trying not to have a knee-jerk reaction. We need some time to understand what happened and what failed to happen. We want to learn lessons from this particular case. We have apologized, and I repeat that apology to Tia's mom and family for not having found Tia's body sooner." As Christine was released on bail, investigators turned their attention back to Stuart Hazel. He gave a defense case statement which said that he and Tia had been messing around and playing. During this, he alleged that she had fallen down the stairs, but appeared to be unharmed and okay. He then said that after drinking excessively through the evening, he passed out, and upon waking up, he found her dead on the floor and as a result hid her body in the attic. Once in the attic, he put her between the rafters and pushed her tight against the roof, where the roof met the floor in a dark area of the loft, covering the body with debris from around the attic. Next to the body, carefully wrapped in small plastic bags inside a black bin bag, were Tia's clothes that she was wearing that night, as well as her broken glasses. Christine was subsequently cleared of having any involvement in her granddaughter's killing, and on the December 7th, the Metropolitan Police announced that she would not face charges. In a previous search, officers had found 2 memory cards, one of which was very well hidden in a door frame of a downstairs room. The memory cards in question contained both deleted and undeleted material made up of photos and videos. The last shot on the memory card had been deleted, but officers were able to recover it. The image was of Tia, who had been posed in a sexually suggestive position. They showed the image in question to a pathologist, who determined that she was likely dead when the photograph had been taken. Other images showed Hazel posing naked in a similar position to the one she was seen in the photograph. The memory card also contained voyeuristic images of Tia taken when she was alive. In the early hours of August 12th, Hazel was charged with murder of the girl who had called him granddad. He appeared before Camberwell Green Magistrates Court on August 13th via a video link. Dressed in a blue t-shirt, he was seen on the video link sitting at a table with a policewoman standing behind him. He spoke to confirm his name, date of birth, and his address as the Lindens, New Addington, South London, where Tia had been found dead. No plea was entered and the case was committed to the Old Bailey Courthouse in London for trial. He was remanded in custody to Belmarsh Prison, where he was kept in isolation for his own safety. While in prison awaiting trial, Stuart Hazel wrote a letter to his father and he was sticking to his story. He described her death as an accident and denied there was any sexual motive. His main concern was that his father didn't think his son was a nonce, a slang term for a pedophile. Tia Sharp was cremated on the September 14th after a private family funeral. On the February 5th, 2013, the neighbor who had been arrested at the same time as Pristine was charged with wasting police time after telling the police he had seen Tia alive on the day she was murdered. He appeared on the August 5th, 2013. He was found guilty of wasting police time on August 5th, 2013. He was found guilty of wasting police time and was sentenced to 5 months in prison. After an agonizing investigation, it was soon time for the trial of Stuart Hazel, and his plea was not guilty. He showed no emotion during his trial and refused to acknowledge any of Tia's family. The courtroom was shocked when they were shown the images that had been taken of Tia. When the photo of her that had been taken post-mortem was shown to the jury, her mother, Natalie, had to leave the courtroom traumatized and in tears. After 4 days of distressing evidence being given, Stuart Hazel changed his plea to guilty. However, he refused to reveal exactly what happened that night or why he had taken her life in the most brutal way imaginable. When sentencing Hazel, the judge emphasized how the trust Christine and Natalie had placed in him had been shattered. He received life in prison with a minimum term of 38 years that he must serve before he can even be considered for parole. This will mean he will be 75 years old before he is eligible. The judge, Mr. Justice Nicol, said he could not impose a whole life tariff as he was not sure Hazel's motivation was sexual or that it was premeditated. He said, "Tia's mother trusted you to look after Tia. You breached that trust in the most grievous way possible. Your guilty plea came on day 5. You said you wished to avoid causing further stress to Tia's family. That is commendable, but they have had to endure 4 days of a very public trial. The aftermath of Tia's death was felt by so many people. The house that Christine and Stuart had lived in and where Tia had been murdered was demolished in 2013. In July 2013, her father, Stephen Carter, said he backed a plan for websites to block certain search terms and warn people when they try and view illegal content. In November 2013, partly in response to the murders of Tia Sharp and April Jones, a little girl who was abducted and murdered by a stranger, the search engines Google and Bing modified their systems to block results from searches aimed at producing child abuse images. Tia Sharp was a confident, happy, and feisty young girl whose trust was betrayed in the most appalling way imaginable. Those who knew and loved her are determined that she will be remembered for the joy she brought to so many people and not by the tragic way that she left this earth." Joe Roy McMillan, age 79 and from Carthage, Texas, went missing on May 21, 2020. The last confirmed sighting of him was at Ted's Saw Shop on FM 1970 near Clayton, Texas. Throughout the investigation, surveillance footage, primarily from gas station cameras, revealed multiple sightings of Joe's blue 2004 GMC Sierra traveling south on Route 59. The final footage placing him was in Livingston, Texas, over 100 miles south of Carthage. Authorities speculated that Joe might have been heading towards the Houston area, where he had family, based on these observations. This unplanned trip may also have been due to complications from a health condition. Joe was diabetic, and his family also feared that he was beginning to show signs of dementia. On August 6, 2020, authorities in Brazoria County, Texas were working in a bayou near the town of Freeport to remove 2 vehicles from the water. The site was just after a sharp turn in a nearby road, and accidents were common there. While they were there to retrieve 2 vehicles known to have gone off the road and into the water the night before, they unexpectedly found a 3rd vehicle, a blue 2004 GMC Sierra. Joe's remains were inside of the vehicle. While the circumstances of the vehicle's discovery indicated that Joe was killed after his car accidentally went off the road and into the water, the Texas Rangers still processed the scene. No signs of foul play were found. Joe was laid to rest during a private funeral service. He is survived by his wife of 60 years, Bonnie Sue, 3 children, 3 grandchildren, and a great-granddaughter. We are saddened by the confirmation, but at the same time, we're just glad to finally have some answers and to get some closure for all that has happened, Joe's grandson, Michael McMillan, told KLTV. Rochelle Thomas Stubblefield was a gifted athlete, attending Calumet College of St. Joseph in Whiting, Indiana on a track and field scholarship. She had to take a step back from running in 2015 when she became pregnant. She was expecting a boy, whom she planned to name Amir Deshaun Thomas Stubblefield. Her due date, December 15th, was just 10 days before her own birthday on Christmas Day. In 2015, she would have turned 21. November 10th, 2015 started out as a normal day for Rochelle. She went to her classes and then attended a women's basketball game in the evening. The game was the last place she was seen. When her family stopped hearing from her, they reported her missing on November 12th. After Rochelle disappeared, some of her friends reported to police that she had been planning to go to Gary, Indiana to visit the father of her unborn son. It does appear that Rochelle made it to Gary as her car was found abandoned in the 1800 block of Martin Luther King Drive there, and her shoes and broken eyeglasses were found in the same area. By 2020, authorities were confident enough that the man Rochelle was going to see was involved in her disappearance to arrest him. 25-year-old Dern Fuller was arrested in July of 2020 and charged with 1 count of obstruction of justice and 2 counts of murder, 1 for Rochelle and 1 for her unborn son. At the time of his arrest, he was a member of the 19th Engineer Battalion at Fort Knox in Kentucky. He had joined the Army in January of 2016, 2 months after Rochelle's disappearance. After he was taken into custody in Kentucky, he was extradited back to Indiana. While Fuller is charged with murdering Rochelle, her body has not been recovered. Court documents related to Fuller's arrest revealed new information about the investigation into Rochelle's disappearance and seemed to confirm that Fuller was the person of interest in the case who was being investigated but not publicly discussed by police in 2015. Fuller was interviewed by authorities in November of 2015 and told them he did not know where Rochelle was, but she had talked to him about going to Atlanta. He denied being her boyfriend or the father of her unborn child. He said he knew Rochelle had told her that he was, but that he didn't know why. 10 days after Rochelle was last seen, police in Indiana received a tip from police in Illinois. 2 of Fuller's cousins had come forward claiming that he had confessed to them during a phone call that he had killed a woman who was 8 months with his child. He was afraid of being asked to pay child support and therefore choked her and stabbed her in her temple. He then buried her body behind Williams Elementary School in Gary. 3 days later, Fuller was taken into custody at the home of another woman with whom he was romantically involved. When she was interviewed by police, she told them that she had picked Fuller up from the track at Williams Elementary School after he called her and asked for a ride. He told her that something had happened to Rochelle and that he was responsible for it. The grounds of the elementary school were searched with cadaver dogs twice, once in August of 2016 and once in January of 2017. During the second search, the dogs indicated that there were human remains present on a hillside behind the school, but nothing was found when police began digging up the area. In August of 2019, Butler's girlfriend from 2015 was now his ex-girlfriend, and she was living in Texas. Investigators traveled there to speak to her again, promising her immunity from prosecution in the case. During this interview, she stated that Fuller had been throwing items that belonged to Rochelle out of the car window as they drove away from the elementary school, and that he told her he killed Rochelle by choking her. Fuller's defense attorney has said that he finds it odd that his client was arrested in 2020 when police have not found any new significant information. Their reasoning will hopefully become clear as the case Rochelle's body still has not been found. On June 13, 1993, a woman called the property manager for her apartment on Pillsbury Avenue in Minneapolis, Minnesota to complain that water was leaking into her unit. The manager determined that the water was coming from a certain apartment in the building, but no one answered the door when he went to it. After he let himself in, he found that the source of the water was the shower, which had been left running. He also found a large amount of blood in the nude body of 35-year-old Jeannie Childs. She had been stabbed multiple times. Jeannie was a sex worker who brought clients back to this apartment, which was rented by her boyfriend who had been out of state at the time of her murder. Her case went cold, but several items were collected from the scene. Eventually, they were tested for DNA. A DNA profile was developed from sperm cells on items from the scene and from 2 other non-sperm cell fraction samples taken from Jeannie's towel and comforter. This DNA profile was not found in any criminal databases, but in 2018, it was run through a commercial DNA site, and genetic genealogy was used to identify a suspect who had been living in Minneapolis at the time of the murder. That suspect was placed under surveillance, and in early 2019, authorities followed him to a hockey game. There, they witnessed him eat a hot dog and wipe his mouth with a napkin. When he threw the napkin away, they collected it. The DNA found on the napkin was a match to the DNA from the crime scene. The suspect was 52-year-old Jerry Westrom, a married father of 3. He was arrested and charged with second-degree murder in February 2019. A direct DNA sample was then taken from him and confirmed the DNA match. Speaking with police after his arrest, Westrom denied any involvement in Jeannie's murder. He further claimed that he had never even been in that apartment or that apartment complex. When he was shown a picture of Jeannie, Westrom said he did not recognize her and claimed that he had not had sex with any woman in Minneapolis in 1993. He could not explain why his DNA was at the scene. He posted bail and was released. Westrom, with the support of his family, maintains his innocence. His lawyer has claimed that the evidence against his client is thin because some of the DNA came from sperm and the victim was a sex worker. In April of 2019, authorities announced that another piece of evidence tied Westrom to the scene, a bare footprint left in Jeannie's blood, which was a match to Westrom's footprint. Westrom was originally charged with second-degree murder at the time of his 2019 arrest. However, on June 25, 2020, a grand jury indicted him for first-degree premeditated murder in the case. He turned himself in to the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office the following Monday. With the charge increased, a judge also increased his bail to $2 million, up from the $500,000 it had been set at following his initial arrest on a second-degree charge in 2019. He was able to post it and was released on July 16th. At the end of July 2020, Westrom's trial date was finally set for April 19, 2021. Hearings in the case were originally delayed because the defense was waiting for evidence in the case, which Westerham's lawyer says they are still waiting for. Proceedings have now been delayed due to the ongoing pandemic. Eileen Nobby was born on December 22, 1875, in Rugenwald, a seaside town on the southern coast of the Baltic Sea. During that time, Rugenwald was part of the German Empire, though it later became part of Poland after World War II and is now known by its Polish name. After her mother's death, Eileen was sent to live with her uncle. She experienced a modest upbringing, spending her early years working in the fields and vineyards of a small village. Despite her humble circumstances, Eileen possessed a deep passion for learning. Inspired by the work of Louis Pasteur, she aspired to become a doctor, a dream that seemed out of reach due to her economic status and the restrictions barring women from attending German medical schools at the time. In the second half of the 19th century, large numbers of people from Central Europe immigrated to the United States, with many of them settling in the rapidly growing cities of what is now called the Midwest. One of these individuals was Helene's cousin, Augusta Nobby, who had immigrated to Indianapolis, Indiana. The cousins kept in touch through letters, and Augusta informed Helene that there were some medical schools in the United States that would admit women. Aileen then spent several years working and scraping together enough money to finance her own immigration to America, finally succeeding and moving to Indianapolis in 1896. This was just the first phase of Helene spent several more years working as a seamstress and domestic servant, both to finance her education and perfect her English. By working for families in the upper, more educated class, she was able to learn the language at a level that would allow her to be successful at the collegiate level. Helene attended Butler University and then finally achieved her goal of attending medical school, enrolling at the Medical College of Indiana in 1900. The curriculum was rigorous and time-consuming, but Helene still managed to find the time to continue working as a seamstress to support herself. She was also able to find a way to make money in a manner related to her studies, drawing illustrations from medical textbooks. Helene excelled in medical school, becoming the only preceptee taken on by the school's director of pathology in one of her years of study. She was also asked to teach undergraduate students and was eventually placed in charge of the pathology labs. She graduated in 1904, one of only 2 women in the graduating class. While Helene now had a medical degree, her gender limited her opportunities as a doctor. She initially remained working at the medical college, working in the lab and serving as a clinical professor in an unpaid capacity. In 1905, she became Indiana's first female deputy state health officer. The position involved clinical tasks, such as process examples and public health outreach, tracing possible outbreaks of disease and making recommendations to improve hygiene practices throughout the state. Dr. Knabe eventually was promoted to an assistant bacteriologist, which required more hours in the lab and more travel. In addition to these extra responsibilities, she continued studying, using the most current research to improve health conditions in Indiana and speaking to the press and to local groups to educate the public on the best practices to maintain sanitary conditions in their communities. A major area of focus of Dr. Knabe's research was rabies. Her work helped her develop cutting-edge protocols to educate the public about the disease and to try to prevent its spread. Within just a few years, she was widely considered to be the expert on the disease in the state of Indiana. Despite this, when the State Board of Health needed a new superintendent of the bacteriological laboratory, Dr. Knabe was asked to take on the work of the position, but only as the acting superintendent. Dr. J.N. HRDY, the Secretary of the Indiana State Board of Health, assured her that she would ultimately be awarded the permanent superintendent position and her annual salary would increase from $1,400 to $1,800 or $2,000 when she was. After more than a year of serving as the acting superintendent, Dr. Knabe was told by Dr. Hardy that there was no money for her promotion and raise, and that because she was a woman, she did not merit the pay raise in November of 1908. Dr. Knabe resigned in protest and told the story of discrimination and false promises to the press. Dr. HRDY then named a new male superintendent, Dr. Simmons, somehow finding the funds to pay him $2,000 in his first year and $3,000 in his second. In 1909, Dr. Simmons published Dr. Knabe's research on rabies in the Indiana State Board of Health Bulletin without citing her as the source of the information. Dr. Knabe then went into private practice, seeing patients while continuing her research on rabies. Her academic career also began to flourish during this time. She became the chair of the parasitology and hematology department at Indiana Veterinary College, where she was the first woman to be elected to the faculty. In addition, she served as a medical director and an associate professor of physiology and hygiene at the Normal College of the North American Gymnastics Union. Dr. Knabe both lived and worked out of a set of rooms in a building on the northeast corner of Delaware and Michigan Avenues in Indianapolis. The unit was set up for her to see patients and also had a bedroom. A young woman named Catherine McPherson worked out of the apartment with Dr. Knabe as her office assistant. On the morning of October 25, 1911, Catherine arrived at 8:15 as usual. Looking into the bedroom, she saw her employer lying on the bed. The doctor normally slept with her head at the foot of the bed. Today, she was lying the other way, and her head had been shoved under the steel beam at the head of the bed. Her nightgown had been pushed up past would reveal that she had died at least 6 hours before her body was discovered. Police initially believed that the doctor's death was a suicide. The police chief, Martin Highland, believed that at 5 feet 6 inches tall and 158 pounds, the doctor was too strong to be unable to fight off any attacker and strong enough to inflict such a gruesome injury to herself. Catherine McPherson's behavior on mourning Dr. Knabe's body was discovered seemingly supported this theory. Catherine had not called the police for almost an hour after she discovered her employer's body. She would later say that she was in shock from the scene she had found and did not comprehend at the time that the doctor was dead, instead believing that Dr. Knabe still required help. Therefore, She began calling various physicians and Dr. Kanabe's cousin, Augusta, as she had been instructed to do in case of an emergency. The police were not called until after numerous people had been to the scene and confirmed that Dr. Kanabe was dead and the trash had been taken out by the building's janitor. This delay and its consequences, of course, created major problems for the investigation. It was the opinion of the police, however, that the delay had been intentional and that Catherine McPherson and Augusta Nabe had used that time to dispose of the weapon the doctor had used to take her own life, as no weapon was found at the scene. The coroner, however, was adamant that Dr. Kanabe's death was a homicide. He based his ruling on circumstantial factors but also on physical evidence, like the defensive wounds on the body and the position of Dr. Kanabe's hands. There had in fact been 2 deep cuts made on her neck as well, and he did not believe it was possible for her to inflict them on herself. Furthermore, the doctor was right-handed, meaning that if she had taken her own life, the cuts would have been made from left to right, but they were in fact made on the right side of her body. Further supporting the idea that Dr. Kanabe had been murdered was a bloody fingerprint found on her pillow. The doctor did not have blood on her hands when she was found. Jefferson Haynes, the building's janitor, lived below Dr. Kanabe's apartment and reported hearing screams and then something falling to the floor during the night. He could not be sure which unit the noises were coming from, so he did not go upstairs to investigate further. When he woke up for the day around 5:30 a.m., he thought he heard someone walking in the apartment above. There were no signs of forced entry into the doctor's apartment and nothing had been taken. There were some signs of a struggle in the bedroom. One of her slippers was near the bathroom, while the other was found near her bed, and the robe was found in disarray on the floor. Dr. Kanabe's murder was heavily speculated about in the media, with a number of salacious motives for the crime being suggested. Some articles held that she had been killed by a fellow German immigrant with whom she disagreed politically. Others speculated that she had been killed by some sort of sex maniac. Dr. Kanabe's main area of focus in her position at the Normal College was what we would today refer to as sexual health. She spoke to people throughout the state and across economic and racial lines about sexual health and hygiene practices, leading some to wonder if someone she was treating for a sexually transmitted disease or a sexually related psychological problem may have killed her. 2 individuals were eventually charged with Dr. Kanabe's murder, although the court case only increased the scrutiny of her career and lifestyle. 15 months after her death, Dr. William Craig was indicted for her murder and Alonzo Ragsdale was indicted as an accomplice to the crime. Their arrests were the result of an investigation by Detective Harry Webster. The private investigator had been hired using funds raised by other female doctors in Indianapolis and various women's groups to look into the case, although he remained involved in the investigation even after the funds ran out. Dr. Craig had been born in Scotland and immigrated to the United States when he was around the age of 12. He was a widower and had 1 daughter, Marion. He was 14 years old at the time of his trial. He was the dean of students at Indiana Veterinary College and also served as a lecturer there. He had known Dr. Kanabe since 1905 and had been the person who had recommended her for her position at the school. Drs. Craig and Kanabe were apparently having a variety of professional and personal problems around the time of Dr. Kanabe's death. At the veterinary college, they were in the middle of a heated disagreement about altering the lecture schedule to accommodate Dr. Kanabe's commitments at the Normal College. The 2 doctors may also have been engaged to be married, although Dr. Craig would deny this. There were witnesses and letters attesting to the fact that Dr. Kanabe claimed to be getting married, and she had recently ordered a fancy dress. She did not normally wear overly formal things and could make her dresses herself, thanks to her years spent working as a seamstress, leading to speculation that she may have intended this dress to be her bridal gown. Shortly before her murder, Dr. Craig's housekeeper overheard the 2 of them arguing in his home. The argument appeared to be about Dr. Craig wanting Dr. Kanabe to stop working following their marriage and Dr. Kanabe arguing that they could both continue to practice. The housekeeper also signed an affidavit saying that Dr. Craig had come home late on the night of October 24th and quickly changed his clothes, then left unusually early the following morning, the morning Dr. Kanabe's body was discovered. The housekeeper, while called to testify at Dr. Craig's trial, refused to do so. Dr. Craig's defense team relied heavily on the theory that Dr. Kanabe had taken her own life at trial. They called in witnesses who painted Dr. Kanabe as aggressive and mean-spirited because she had to fight to be taken seriously in her profession and claimed that her finances were in disarray. They claimed that as an unmarried 35-year-old woman living in a modest apartment who was financially and professionally unsuccessful, Dr. Kanabe would of course be unhappy enough to want to end her life. Further examination of Dr. Kanabe's records showed that she was financially stable due to her various jobs. She simply chose to send any extra she had to her uncle, who was no longer able to work, rather than spend it on herself. Her estate only appeared to be in debt because its executor was the other man indicted for her murder, Alonzo Ragsdale. Ragsdale was an undertaker and associate of Dr. Kanabe's who was accused of being an accomplice to the murder because he allegedly washed the silk kimono Dr. Kanabe had been wearing the night of her murder in an effort to disguise blood-stained evidence on Dr. Craig's behalf. The kimono had been a Christmas gift from Dr. Kanabe's cousin, Augusta. Ragsdale was also an early vocal supporter of the suicide theory. Ragsdale did not collect on debts or file proper and accurate paperwork for Dr. Kanabe's estate. Her belongings disappeared, but the proceeds from their sale was never applied to the $158 of debt attributed to her estate. The trial went on for 9 days before the judge instructed the members of the jury to acquit Dr. Craig of the charges against him. He said that while the prosecution had proven that Dr. Kanabe had been murdered, there was simply not enough evidence that Dr. Craig had been the one who killed her. Since Dr. Craig was not convicted of the murder, Alonzo Ragsdale could not be found guilty as his accomplice, and the charges against him were dropped. No one else has ever been charged or convicted in the crime. Ragsdale had Dr. Kanabe's estate declared insolvent despite still never collecting on all the debts owed to her. As a result, there were no funds available to purchase a headstone for her. Her grave at the Crown Hill Cemetery remained unmarked for decades, while their Nicole Kabrowski and her husband Michael eventually purchased her a headstone a century after her untimely death. Susan Sue Taraskiewicz was one of 3 children and spent her childhood in Saugus, Massachusetts. Known for her creativity, she enjoyed making Halloween costumes for younger children in her neighborhood during her teenage years. After graduating from Saugus High School, Sue pursued her passion for creativity through education, first attending a local community college and later studying at the Massachusetts College of Art. Throughout this time, she harbored a dream of becoming a cartoonist, aware that pursuing an artistic career might pose financial challenges. She took a job with Northwest Airlines at Logan International Airport after graduating from college. She wanted to work on the ramp, but she had to start out at the airline in other positions. Sue began her career at Northwest cleaning cabins and working the ticket counter, but quickly progressed with the company. Within 5 years, not only was she working on the ramp, but she was a ramp supervisor. Sue reported to work for her 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift on Saturday, September 12, 1992. Around 1 a.m. on September 13th, 27-year-old Sue left work to pick up some sandwiches for her and some of her coworkers. She never returned. None of her did anything when she failed to come back for the rest of her shift, which was something that she had never done before during her years with the company. When Sue wasn't home that Sunday morning, her parents assumed that she had gone straight to church. They left home for the day, and when they came back, they looked in Sue's room and saw clothes on the floor. They assumed that they had been left there recently and that Sue had come home and then left for her next shift while they were out of the house. Sue's mother Marlene typically saw Sue coming home from her shifts as she was leaving to go to work, so she was slightly concerned when she left home at 8:30 a.m. on Monday 14th without seeing her daughter. After Marlene arrived at work, she got a phone call from her other daughter Debbie. Debbie had just gotten a phone call from someone at Northwest asking to speak with Sue. Sue had still not come home even though she was due to go with Debbie to a fitting for her wedding dress. Later that day, Sue's car was found in an auto body shop on Route 1A in the city of Revere, north of the airport. Sue's body was discovered in the trunk of the car. She had been severely beaten as well as stabbed. Sue had loved the cartoon character Snoopy and had a massive collection of Snoopy memorabilia. She had the opportunity to meet Snoopy's creator, Charles Schulz, 7 months before her murder. After her death, he drew a Snoopy for Sue that was put on her gravestone. Sue was a valuable and had advanced to a supervisor position with Northwest. Many of her co-workers appreciated how hard she worked and how far out of her way she would go to help her co-workers. However, her work life was far from perfect. Sue had to fight for her job and fight to keep it. She worked mainly with men and in a position traditionally held by a man. When she finally became a ground services employee working on the ramp as she had hoped, she was only the second woman Northwest had given that position to at Logan International. She had to fight to finally be promoted to a who had illegally bid for the job. Sue was subjected to widespread sexual harassment and threats from a large group of her male coworkers while working in ground services. They left filthy messages about Sue and photographs of her throughout the airport and urinated on her locker. She received phone calls late at night and a male coworker smashed her radio. Following her promotion, her locker was also vandalized with graffiti, an image of a casket with Sue's name on it. Sue kept a detailed diary of 8 months' worth of these incidents, although according to some of her co-workers, the harassment continued on well beyond the period Sue detailed in her diary. Sue filed reports with both her union and with Northwest, but the behavior continued on unchecked. Sue assumed that she was being targeted by her co-workers simply because they did not want to be working with or for a woman, and that the harassment was being carried out in hopes of getting her to quit her job. She was determined to not be forced out despite the emotional toll that the harassment was taking on her. No one was going to take the job Sue had fought so hard for away from her. Sue's mother Marlene has come to believe that there was an entirely different motive for at least some of the later harassment as well as for Sue's murder. Not long after Sue was killed, several of her co-workers were arrested for being part of a credit card theft ring. The arrests were made as part of a federal investigation that had begun in the summer of 1992. Baggage handlers on the ramp were stealing new credit cards that arrived at the airport through mail deliveries on Northwest aircraft. They were then either using the cards themselves or selling them. The individuals involved in the ring ultimately stole more than $7 million from the various credit card companies. Sue was not involved in this illegal activity. However, the fact that she was a supervisor meant that she could make decisions that would make continuing the scheme more difficult. For example, if she made sure the employees she was supervising were always at their assigned worksite, they would not have time to sneak off to hide the stolen cards. There is no evidence that Sue was aware of the thefts, but if the individuals committing them thought that she was, they may have increased their efforts to harass her with the aim of getting her to quit not just because she was a woman but because she was a threat to their criminal activities. 3 out of the 10 employees who were ultimately sentenced in the case had been named by Sue in her diary as some of the co-workers who had been harassing her. While the incidents listed in the diary predate Sue's promotion, these men's motives for harassing Sue could have shifted time if the members of the theft ring became more convinced that Sue was onto them. Keeping her from reporting their illegal activity could have been a potential motive in her murder. The Taraskis family sued Northwest Airlines for sexual harassment following Sue's murder. 3 years after her death, Northwest settled with the family for $75,000. They also agreed to provide $250,000 as a reward for information that leads to the arrest of Sue's killer. While the airline no longer exists, the reward fund does. Sue's father and brother have passed away, leaving her mother Marlene and sister Debbie as the main champions justice in her case. Sue now has 2 nieces and a nephew who have been raised on stories of their Aunt Sue and assurances of how much she would have loved them. Marlene regularly gives interviews and has made 2 videos with the Massachusetts State Police to keep the case active in people's memory and to ask witnesses to come forward. Even after almost 30 years of looking for answers, her dedication to her daughter's case has not wavered. "I am a very healthy woman, and I am not going away," she said in 2014. Speaking to her daughter's killer, she said, "You are going to look over your shoulder until the day that I go. But I will get you, and I will get justice for my Susan." 38-year-old Jonathan Oyai had Thursday, June 11, 1998, off from work. He was a deputy of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, a K-9 handler with the Elite Special Enforcement Bureau. John planned to spend the majority of the day at Devil's Punch Bowl Natural Area, some 20 miles southeast of the home he shared with his wife Deborah and 5-year-old daughter Chloe in Palmdale. John was able to handle his prestigious but exceptionally challenging position because of his background as a paratrooper with the Army Special Forces Unit and his commitment to remaining in peak physical condition. He was a skilled runner who trained in rugged, remote locations, and knew how to survive in the wilderness. He had just completed his 650-mile ultramarathon a few days prior and was at the Punch Bowl to train for a 100-mile run he would be undertaking in just 2 weeks. Participating in the Western States 100-mile endurance run was a long-held dream of John's, and he had been training for it daily and organizing a support team to assist him for the over 20 hours he would spend running. The mountains south of the Devil's Punch Bowl were a regular training site for him since he was familiar with them, and they helped prepare him for the difficult terrain he would be running over during the endurance run in Northern California. It is believed that Jonathan parked his truck and began his run around 11:45 a.m. Shortly after he began his run, he encountered a group of elementary school students. John and his canine summit of Mount Baden-Powell, which was roughly 20 miles away, and to the summit of Mount Baden-Powell, which was roughly 20 miles away and back, returning to the parking lot around sundown. 2 park employees saw a man believed to be John in the park over the following several hours, and a third saw a man with a backpack like the one John had taken with him walking towards the parking lot around 6 p.m. Jonathan did not return home as planned, however, and his wife called the Palmdale Sheriff's Station to report him missing at 11 p.m. 2 deputies found John's white Ford pickup truck still in the parking lot, and the search and rescue squad with the department was called in to look for John by 11:30. Multiple other organizations and agencies would join the effort the following morning. Even as the search for John went on for over a day, there was still hope that he would be found alive because he was so well trained in outdoor survival and physically fit. However, as several more days went on with no sign of him despite extensive aerial and ground searches, the optimism began to wane. 6 days after John went missing, the sergeant leading the search announced to the search teams that it was believed that John had committed suicide. While the official search ended, friends of John's and members of law enforcement continued looking for him on their own. The closest thing to physical evidence that John took his own life was the fact that his off-duty firearm, which he did not normally take with him on runs, was unaccounted for. A local resident had also reported hearing what they believed to be a gunshot in the early evening hours of June 11th. The suicide theory was best supported by John's mental state at the time of his disappearance. John had been going through a difficult time. His marriage was falling apart, and he and Deborah had gone to their first joint therapy session a day before he vanished. On the morning of June 11th, he had told Deborah to have a nice life and tell Chloe that he loved her before he left to drive out to site for his run. At the time, Deborah thought that these statements indicated that he was through with their marriage, although she realized that they could have indicated that he was suicidal after he failed to return home. Most of John's loved ones do not believe that he would have taken his own life, however. Most importantly, he was dedicated to his daughter Chloe. He was also excited about a new romantic relationship he was pursuing. John was tired of living in Southern California and had been looking into moving to a remote part of Alaska, where he would be surrounded by few people and many opportunities for outdoor activities. John's sister believes he may have staged his disappearance and left for Alaska under a new name. One of the other reasons John had wanted to leave California was the explosion of crime in the more rural areas of the Antelope Valley. 6 violent drug rings were producing massive amounts of methamphetamine in the area. These drug rings and the investigation into them by the authorities would prove to have numerous, uncorroborated connections to John's disappearance. Within the first week of John going missing, 2 individuals with ties to biker gangs producing meth in the area told authorities that John had come across a meth lab that was operating underground, near the area where he had last been heading during his run. In their words, John was then taken care of. By early 2000, 9 more individuals connected to the meth trade had provided the same story. Some of them also reported that the resident deputy assigned to the area that included Devil's Punch Bowl natural area had been involved in John's disappearance. A Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy being involved with criminal activity was not inconceivable. 35 deputies from the department had been indicted for stealing $1 million from drug dealers in the early 1990s. Other deputies were arrested for unrelated crimes, and the FBI had video evidence of other criminal activity committed by deputies. The sheriff at the time had asked the FBI for assistance in removing the corrupt deputies from his department, but he passed away in 1998. By that time, rumors were circulating that deputies were working with the drug rings, warning them in advance of any planned raids. Homicide detective Larry Brandenburg learned of John's potential murder and the alleged involvement of the resident deputy in December of 1999. He found a location near Devil's Punch Bowl that could have been the site of the underground meth lab the informants had described, and collected evidence that seemingly corroborated some of their statements. Based on these findings, he applied for a search warrant to examine the phone and financial records of the local resident deputy to see if his involvement in the case could be corroborated. The district attorney signed off on the warrant, but when Brandenburg took the paperwork to his boss for his signature, not only did he refuse to sign it, but he ultimately took Brandenburg off the case when he tried to pursue it further. During his investigation, Detective Brandenburg had asked Deputy Darren Hager to speak with one of his informants about the resident deputy's possible involvement with drug rings. The informant claimed that the resident deputy was involved with drug trafficking and potentially John's disappearance. When Hager reported this information he was told not to investigate any wrongdoing by other deputies or John's disappearance. Information about the former was to go to Internal Affairs, and information about the latter should be sent to Detective Brandenburg. In March of 2000, Hager had been assigned to a joint task force with the Drug Enforcement Agency. Operation Silent Thunder, as it was called, spent almost a year infiltrating local drug rings, setting up wiretaps, and obtaining informants. The operation resulted in the arrests of 100 of people who were prosecuted by the state of California, 32 federal convictions, and 5 out of the 6 area kingpins going to prison. In 2002, Hager traveled to Washington, D.C. to be presented with the DEA's Administrator's Award in honor of his work on the operation. During the course of the operation, Hager had witnessed specific incidents of deputy misconduct and learned of specific connections the resident deputy alleged to be involved in John's disappearance may have had to a local drug dealer. He also had 3 new witnesses provide information about John's disappearance. One of them claimed to have witnessed his murder, one claimed to know where his body was buried, and the third said that he had heard screaming after he saw John walk in the direction of 2 armed bikers the day he went missing. As instructed, Hager passed all of this on to other departments. The homicide captain, who had previously refused to sign off on Detective Brandenburg's application for a search warrant, refused to meet with members of the task force to discuss the new leads or assign a detective to follow up on them. In June of 2002, the resident deputy, suspected of wrongdoing, and 5 other deputies filed a complaint against Hager, claiming that he had used falsified documents and warrants to defame the resident deputy during his time on the task force. Within a week, the department concluded that all of the witnesses Hager had identified who had been vetted by the DEA and were being used in federal court cases were all unreliable, and that John O.J. had taken his own life because of his marital problems. Hager was reassigned while he was investigated by Internal Affairs for the next 11 months. At the end of the investigation, Hager faced 2 charges: falsifying information and conducting a personnel investigation of the resident deputy. The first charge was based on errors and summaries Hager had not written. The standard punishment for these offenses under the disciplinary guidelines of the department was a 15-day suspension. Instead, Hager was fired despite having been rated as outstanding during his 3 previous performance reviews with the department. Hager could not find work due to the nature of these charges, and eventually filed for bankruptcy protection. He filed a wrongful termination lawsuit against both Los Angeles County and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, alleging that his termination was whistleblower retaliation. A jury awarded him $4,500,000 in lost earnings and damages. The county and department appealed the judgment for the following 3 years, but eventually had to pay Hager $2,500,000 plus interest, which made his final payout around $3 million. Hager, no longer feeling safe within the jurisdiction of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, has since moved out of the area. In 2015, John's wife Deborah was homeless and living in her car, supporting herself with only a $950 a month disability check she receives because she cannot work due to an extreme form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. And his daughter Chloe was living in Los Angeles with her boyfriend and his mother. In March 2020, a woman named Chloe O.J., who was the same age as John's daughter, passed away in Idaho, although it is unconfirmed if this woman was in fact John's daughter or just another woman with the same name. In the more than 20 years since John disappeared, no sign of him or his remains has ever been found. On the sunny morning of September 3, 1978, A disturbing find occurred at an illegal landfill about a mile south of an old bridge in Rankin County, Mississippi. The discovery was the lifeless body of a young woman, wrapped in a blanket. Once a serene and picturesque area near the Byram swinging bridge, it was now the grim setting of a crime scene. The victim's body had been callously dumped amidst piles of garbage, as though her very existence had been discarded like yesterday's refuse. Despite the best efforts of the investigators, there were no clues at the scene to help identify the victim, and she had likely been deceased for several days before being found. She was a nameless victim without any family and friends to mourn her loss. The gruesome details of her death were not immediately clear, but investigators did note that she had suffered a severe blow to the head. The woman was completely nude with no personal effects to offer even a hint at her identity. It was as if she had simply appeared out of thin air only to meet a tragic end at the hands of a heartless killer. Who was she, and who could have done such a terrible thing to her? These were the questions that lingered in the minds of the investigators. It was difficult to imagine the pain and suffering the young woman had endured before her tragic end. Her body was then sent for an autopsy to determine the cause of her death that same day on September 3, 1978. The mystery of the woman deepened as the autopsy report revealed that her cause of death was a severe head trauma. The examiners found no evidence of physical assault or sexual abuse, but they did find multiple abrasions on her face, arms, and back. Despite their thorough examination, they were unable to determine the exact circumstances that led to her untimely demise. The only clue they had was her age, which they estimated to be between 20 to 25 years old. The investigators were determined to bring justice to the unidentified victim found at the illegal landfill in Rankin County. The next day, on September 4, 1978, they scoured the area and started with knocking on doors and asking locals if they could recall any suspicious activity or out-of-the-ordinary occurrences during the time frame when the victim's body was found. But no one seemed to know anything about who this woman could be. So the investigators gave her a name, Mississippi Jane Doe. They continued to follow leads across the United States and Canada in hopes of uncovering her identity and pursue the case. But every avenue they explored hit a dead end. The case ultimately became cold and faded into obscurity, leaving behind unanswered questions and a sense of injustice for the victim. It would remain like this for over 4 decades. Finally, a glimmer of hope shone through in April 2021. The case was entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, NAMUS, for help in the hope that someone, somewhere might recognize her and bring her identity into light. The case, known only as UP 79780, had stumped investigators for over 4 decades with no known missing person reports matching the victim's description. However, even with the help of advanced technology and the resources of the NAMA system, the woman's identity remained a mystery. It seemed like the case of the unidentified Jane Doe was doomed to be forever unsolved. But fate intervened when officials from Ohio contacted Rankin County Coroner David Ruth and his deputy Heather Smith about a strikingly similar case in their state which had been solved using genetic genealogy. Suddenly, the Mississippi officials found themselves reinvigorated and determined to finally get a step closer towards her identity. They filed a petition with the courts to exhume the victim's body, and after careful consideration of the evidence, Judge Dewey Arthur granted their request. The long-dormant case was about to be reignited, and the search for answers was just getting started. In April 2022, officials embarked on the mission to uncover the truth behind this decades-old mystery. With determination and a keen eye for detail, they carefully exhumed the body of the homicide who had been buried for over 40 years. Coroner David Ruth and his team collected and prepared the forensic evidence with meticulous care, knowing that it could hold the key to finally identifying her. Their mission was clear: to extract the DNA necessary to unravel the secrets of the past. In the heart of Mississippi, there was a philanthropist named Carla Davis who was committed to help solve the state's unsolved cases. With a passion for justice and a generous heart, Carlo stepped up to fund the exhumation of the unidentified woman and promised to continue funding the casework necessary to identify her. She knew that finding the woman's identity was the key to solving the case and bringing closure to the woman's family. Her commitment to justice and compassion for the victim and her family serves as a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there are still people out there fighting for what's right. Despite their best efforts, the first 2 attempts at DNA testing failed to provide any breakthrough in identifying the woman. However, Carla Davis and the tenacious Rankin County investigators refused to give up hope. They decided to turn to a cutting-edge laboratory with an impressive track record of solving complex cases, Othram. This forensic laboratory had already helped crack more than a dozen challenging cases in Mississippi, and they were up for the challenge of unlocking the secrets hidden within the forensic evidence of this case. With a renewed sense of hope, they embarked on a 3rd attempt determined to bring her identity forward. In a scientific breakthrough that breathed new life into the decades-old case, Othram Laboratories received a small vial of forensic evidence from the 1978 James Doe. Despite previous attempts at DNA extraction ending in failure, the Othram lab team were determined to crack the case wide open. And finally, they were able to produce a DNA extract that could potentially lead to solving the case. With the advanced technology of forensic-grade genome sequencing, Othram scientists delved into the DNA of the unidentified female homicide victim. The genetic code contained within her bones was like a puzzle waiting to be solved, and the team at Othram worked tirelessly to put the pieces together. Using their state-of-the-art equipment and expertise, they were able to unravel the mystery of her genetics and create a comprehensive genealogical profile. After the comprehensive genealogical profile was produced, Othram's chief genetic genealogist, Carla Davis, took the lead in searching for potential relatives of Mississippi Jane Doe, a Mississippi native dedicated to solving the state's unsolved cases. Carla was determined to bring closure to this decades-old mystery. She combed through public records, social media, and other sources to identify potential family members. After extensive research, Carla discovered a potential close relative of the victim. She was possibly the daughter of Mississippi Jane Doe. Additional DNA testing was conducted, and the results confirmed the investigative leads delivered by Othram. The mystery of the 1978 Jane Doe was finally solved, and her family could finally receive the answers they had been searching for. The identity of the long-unknown Jane Doe was finally revealed on February 12, 2023. The woman was no longer a nameless victim. She was Tanya Lee Wills Mullins, and she had been 22 when her life ended in such a tragic manner. Tanya, born on May 12, 1956 in Potter, Texas, was a child with a heart full of love and compassion. Her mother, Carrie Coffey, instilled in her daughter the values of kindness and empathy, which Tanya carried with her throughout her life. As a young girl, Tanya would often sing to soothe the souls of those around her, her angelic voice bringing comfort to all who heard it. These qualities of warmth and tenderness made Tanya a beloved figure among family and friends, and they remain an inspiration to all who knew her. When Tanya was 16 years old in the early 70s, she met Jim Mullen, who was a student at River Road Independent School. Tanya and Jim were just 2 young souls still in the prime of their youth when fate brought them together. They met in a small town of Texas where life was slow and easy, but love had a way of making things exciting. From the moment they laid eyes on each other, they knew that they were meant to be together. Tanya had always been a shy girl, but Jim brought out the best in her. His charming smile and easygoing personality made her feel like she was the most important person in the world. And for Jim, Tanya was the missing piece of his puzzle. He had never felt such a strong connection with anyone before, and he knew that he had to have her in his life. But their love was not without its challenges. Jim's family was not fond of Tanya, and they made their disapproval known from the very beginning. They saw her as an outsider, someone who didn't belong in their close-knit community. But Jim was not one to be swayed by others' opinions. He was determined to be with Tanya no matter what. Despite objections from their parents, the 2 lovers stood firm in their decision and exchanged their vows, determined to build a life together. Tanya, the beautiful bride, was a force to be reckoned with, standing up for what she believed in and always putting the needs of others before her own. Her strength and determination were evident in every aspect of her life, and her love for her family knew no bounds. And so the young couple embarked on a journey of love and commitment after being wed in 1973, a journey that would define them for years to come. A year into their marriage, Tanya gave birth to their first daughter Tammy in 1974, and 3 years later in 1977, they had another whom they named Crystal. In 1978, Tanya moved to Mississippi with her husband, Jim Mullins, and their 2 toddlers. Sadly, Tanya went missing after some months and was never seen again, leaving her family and friends to wonder what had happened to her for over 4 decades. But now, thanks to the dedication of forensic experts and the funding provided by philanthropist Carla Davis, Tanya's story can finally be told. Tammy Mullins, who is now 49 years old, reveals the story of her family's disappearance. Tammy's father had left to find a home for the family in Texas, but when he returned, he found his wife and 2 young daughters missing. He had no idea where they were. He made all the possible efforts to find his wife and his daughters, but it was all in vain. It was 3 months later that Tammy's grandmother received a mysterious phone call where she was told that if she wanted her granddaughters back, then she should come to DFW Airport. Before she could understand anything or could ask about Tanya, the call ended. Jim and his mother hurriedly went to the airport, which led to a tearful reunion between the girls and their father at the DFW airport. However, the joy was short-lived as their father was informed that their mother Tanya would be in touch soon. But that never happened. The family was left in the dark, wondering what had happened to Tanya. Until now, that is, since the power of forensic science has helped Tammy and her family finally have the answers they've been seeking for over 40 years. Tammy Mullins shared that after her mother's disappearance, their family received conflicting stories about where she had gone. Some said that she had left for Mexico with a man, while others claimed that she was in Florida. Despite the uncertainty surrounding her whereabouts, Tammy and her sister remember their mother as someone who loved and adored them. Tanya had a special talent for dressing them up like little dolls. Tammy and Crystal spoke with unwavering admiration for their father, who always answered their questions with honesty and never spoke ill of their mother. They knew that he loved her until the very end and was just as heartbroken as they were. After they were informed of what had happened to her, the sisters decided to honor her memory by traveling to Mississippi to attend a memorial service on March 14, 2023. It was a journey filled with mixed emotions, but they knew it was important to be there for each other and to pay tribute to the woman who had loved them so deeply. Tammy spoke with a resolute voice as she shared her thoughts on the recent turn of events in her mother's case. She expressed that the discovery of her mother's murder had opened a new chapter in their lives, one that they never expected to face. The trauma of their mother's sudden departure has now been replaced with the urgent need to find the person responsible for her death. Tammy believes that divine justice will prevail and that the perpetrator will ultimately face the consequences of their actions. Despite the long passage of time, there is still hope of finding a suspect. As the coroner, David Ruth, has suggested that it is not impossible. The Mullins sisters are determined to seek closure and find justice for their beloved mother, no matter how long it takes. The unnatural death of Tanya not only left her family, but also the community of Mississippi with unanswered questions. But thanks to the tireless effort of the local sheriff's department, Tanya Mullins was finally identified. Coroner David Ruth expressed his satisfaction with the outcome, saying that revealing the identity of the victim was the most rewarding thing to him. And the best part was that the investigation didn't cost taxpayers a single penny. Thanks to the generosity of Carla Davis, who funded the exhumation and forensic testing necessary to solve the case. It's heartening to know that there are still good people out there willing to help resolve these cold cases and bring justice to families like the Mullins. While the missing persons investigation is now closed, the murder investigation is still ongoing as the killer behind this heinous act is yet to be caught. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. This case brings us to Rockdale, a village in Illinois located just over 40 miles west of Chicago. May 13, 1997 began like any other day in Rockdale. The sun bore down on a construction site where heavy machinery and workers were clearing debris from a dusty landfill. Amid the chaos and noise, Kevin P. McGowan, an archaeologist from the esteemed University of Illinois, meticulously sifted through layers of refuse and debris, hoping to uncover artifacts or historical remnants. Unbeknownst to him, He was on the brink of discovering something profoundly shocking and disturbing. As his eyes sifted through the layers of debris, his trained eyes noticed something peculiar. There, buried beneath the dusty landfill in Rockdale, Illinois, was a bone unlike any other in the pile. He felt a jolt of excitement as he carefully extracted it from the debris. His heart raced with anticipation. It was covered in dirt and grime, evidence of its long-forgotten existence. With a gentle hand, he wiped it clean, revealing its true shape and size. The bone seemed to tell a story of its own, whispering secrets of a time long past. But as he examined the bone more closely, he realized with growing horror that it was a human's bone. The archaeologist, along with his assistant, had stumbled upon the remains of a human body. According to the police, the remains were found at about 10:15 a.m. on September 3, 1978, several 100 yards northeast of Mound Road in Moan Avenue on the outskirts of Rockdale. As his discovery sent shock waves through the dusty landfill in Rockdale, he quickly called the sheriff's office and the authorities were quick to respond. What started as a routine archaeological research in an unincorporated Joliet Township turned into a full-blown investigation when a human bone was discovered on the premises. The police, arriving at the scene in a flurry of activity, cordoned off the area to begin their investigation. It was apparent to investigators that they were dealing with a homicide case. It seemed that whoever buried the body underground was trying to conceal it from the world. The remains had been unceremoniously buried, hinting at a cruel and inhumane act. The investigators could tell that the victim had been murdered because only one bone was discovered, which means that the person would have been cut into pieces and the other body parts would have been scattered at different places, adding a sense of urgency to their work. They were determined to uncover the truth behind this heinous crime, and the hunt for answers had begun. The stakes were high, and the weight of responsibility on their shoulders was immense, but they were ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. The discovery sent shock waves through the community, prompting law enforcement officials to launch a thorough investigation. Who was the deceased, and how did the person end up buried in the landfill? These were the questions on everyone's mind. The investigation was far from easy. It would take years of tireless work, countless interviews, and the latest scientific breakthroughs to solve the mystery. The officers stood around the partial remains of the body, their eyes locked onto the grisly sight mixed with curiosity and concern. It was clear that something had disturbed the rest of the body, and the officers couldn't help but wonder where the other body parts were. The scene was quickly secured, and detectives were called to investigate further. With their experience and expertise, they hoped to uncover any additional skeletal remains that might provide vital clues to solving this macabre crime. Amidst the rubble and debris, the investigators painstakingly combed through the construction landfill, the layers of brick, stone, and wood. As they dug deeper, what they discovered became more gruesome and chilling. Skeletal remains, broken and fragmented, emerged from the debris. The source of this debris was traced back to the Rust Craft Building, a massive 3-story structure with a full basement that once dominated the Joliet skyline. The investigators knew that they had their work cut out for them as they delved deeper into this bone-chilling discovery. In the world of forensic investigation, pathologists are the skilled professionals who meticulously examine the human body and its tissues to unravel the secrets of death. However, in the case of the unknown remains, authorities take a slightly different approach. Instead of a traditional pathologist examination, the remains undergo an anthropological examination. This fascinating field involves the study of human skeletal remains to determine age, gender, ancestry, and other characteristics that can help piece together the identity of the deceased with only partial skeletal remains recovered. It was a daunting task to piece together the clues and unravel the secrets. They managed to glean some fascinating insights into the life of these mysterious bone fragments, revealing a glimpse of the past and perhaps even unlocking some secrets of the person's untimely demise. From just fragments of bones, pathologists were able to put together some fascinating details about the unknown person on October 14, 1997. The bones were of a woman. She was estimated to be in her youth, somewhere between the ages of 15 and 24 years old, with her entire life ahead of her. She stood between 5 and 5 foot 10 inches tall. Despite her incomplete remains, These details allowed them to imagine what this young woman might have been like in life and spark a sense of curiosity about her untold story. Without any identity to be followed, the person whose bones were found was given the name Rockdale's Jane Doe. Forensic pathologists were unable to determine any other distinguishing features about her appearance. Was she fair-skinned or olive-toned? Did she have auburn hair or jet black locks? The answers to these questions, like the woman herself, were buried in the ground and lost to time. Yet despite the lack of information, the pathologists remained undaunted in their quest for answers, knowing that even the smallest detail could make all the difference in solving this perplexing case. As the investigators looked towards the timeline of events, a poignant realization dawned upon them. The unknown woman had likely lived and died in the years leading up to the demolition of the Rustcraft building in 1986. What was her life like during those tumultuous years, and what led to her untimely demise? The world around her was changing rapidly with new technologies, cultural shifts, and political upheavals reshaping the landscape. Was she a witness to these changes, or was she struggling to survive amidst the chaos? As the investigators pondered these questions, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sadness for the woman whose life had ended in such a tragic and mysterious manner. When they dug deeper into the history of the mysterious building, in whose rubble the remains were found, they uncovered a treasure trove of information that left them intrigued. It turns out that this ancient structure had been used by numerous companies since its inception in 1907. It was once a majestic factory, a towering structure, which was struck by disaster in 1992. The flames of a ferocious fire raged through the building for 2 long days, devouring everything in its path. The flames reached high into the sky, looking at the clouds like a vengeful beast, taunting the brave firefighters who fought bravely to contain the inferno. But their efforts were in vain, and the once magnificent factory was reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, a solemn reminder of the destructive power of fire. Before its demise, the factory had become something of a heaven for the local homeless population. The building was far from safe, but for those who had nowhere else to go, it provided shelter from the elements. However, it was also known to be a hotbed of criminal activity, with nefarious characters lurking in the shadows. As the smoke cleared and the ashes settled, the city knew they had to act fast. The once towering factory had become a ticking time bomb, posing a threat to all who ventured near. With heavy hearts, the decision was made to demolish the building, but the question remained what to do with the rubble. A stroke of genius provided a solution: that the debris should be carefully cleared, leaving behind the barren wasteland where the factory once stood. However, the remnants of the wreckage were not discarded, but rather repurposed. The basement of the factory was filled with the remains of the building, providing a solid foundation for what would come next. When they investigated further, they learned that in 1995, a curious decision was made to uproot the building's remains and relocate them to a new location in Rockdale where the bone fragments were found. Their theory that the woman was killed elsewhere and then buried in the spot was confirmed when the pathologist informed them that the body of the unknown woman had been disturbed not once, but twice after death, suggesting that someone had been present at the original factory location. The mystery surrounding the woman's demise only deepened with this disturbing revelation. In 2009, hope emerged to win the Will County coroner, Patrick K. O'Neill, formed a dedicated team to bring justice to the forgotten victim. The cold case unit embarked on an arduous journey, meticulously piecing together every detail of the case. Over the years, forensic anthropology studies were conducted. DNA was extracted and entered into the vast National Missing and Unidentified Persons Database, NAMUS, and the profile was tirelessly searched in CODIS, the FBI's combined DNA index system. The team even turned to the latest in FBI technology, commissioning a specialized unit to create a facial reconstruction of the unknown woman. Yet each lead was pursued and ultimately eliminated, leaving the team with more questions than answers. On June 8, 2022, the Will County Coroner's Office teamed up with Othram, a forensic DNA sequencing laboratory, to solve the puzzling cold case of Rockdale's Jane Doe. Armed with cutting-edge technology and a determination to solve this long-standing riddle, the team set out on their quest, but it wouldn't be easy. Previous attempts at DNA testing had failed, leaving little hope for a breakthrough. However, the Will County Coroner's Office was undeterred and even contributed funding to support the new round of testing. With advanced forensic DNA testing at their disposal, the team was determined to crack the case once and for all. And with the help of a crowdfund campaign that raised additional funds and support from the community, the team was finally able to move forward with their investigation. The stakes were high and the pressure was on, but the team was ready to do whatever it took to bring closure to this long-standing mystery. Kristen Middleman, the Chief Development Officer at Othram, knew the importance of identifying the perpetrators or victims of a crime. And that's exactly what Othram was able to do in this case. The experts at Othram were determined to crack the case, and they knew that advanced DNA testing was the key to unlocking the mystery of the unknown woman's identity. Through forensic-grade genome sequencing technology, they were able to extract key genetic information from the skeletal remains, enabling them to construct a comprehensive genealogical profile. But that was just the beginning. With dogged determination, the Othrams and House genetic genealogy team then took over, tirelessly researching the family tree to create an investigative lead for law enforcement. Their dedication paid off, and the breakthrough they were hoping for finally emerged. The lab was able to uncover a match of possible relatives, providing the veteran investigators with a crucial lead. It was the moment they had been waiting for, the break in the case that could finally bring some closure to this unsolvable mystery. The investigation was far from over, but this breakthrough gave them renewed hope. Once the leads were returned to law enforcement, cold case investigators interviewed several people in Illinois, Texas, and California. After years of painstaking investigation, the answers finally came to them. Othram's advanced DNA testing had led them to a man in California named Chris O'Brien, who they believed could be the key to unlocking the mystery of the unidentified woman. Cold case investigators from the coroner's office quickly made their way to his house and interviewed him, and discovered that he had a sister who he had not seen since 1984. Could this missing sister be the unidentified woman they had been searching for all these years? To answer this question, they collected DNA from Chris O'Brien and sent it to the Othram labs for further testing. And the subsequent kin SNP testing confirmed that Chris and the identified woman were half-siblings. His long-lost sister had finally been found thanks to the tireless efforts of law enforcement and the cutting-edge technology of Othram. On March 3, 2023, after 26 years of being a nameless victim in a cold case, the woman who had been found in the ruins of an Illinois factory in 1997 finally had a name: Marie R. O'Brien. Born in the charming town of Aurora on July 16, 1966, Marie was a daughter, sister, and friend to those who knew her. Her elder brother, Chris O'Brien, was someone she looked up to and loved dearly. And though her life was tragically cut short, Marie's memory will now live on with dignity and warmth as her loved ones can finally lay her to rest with a sense of closure. Marie R. O'Brien was a bright and cheerful student at Golden Rule Charter School, where her outgoing nature and friendly demeanor earned her many friends. Her trusting nature, however, often raised concern among those who cared about her. Her elder brother, Chris O'Brien, described her by saying that she often placed her trust in random strangers too easily, a trait that may have ultimately led to her tragic fate. Despite her brother's efforts to contact her after 1984, Marie disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a void in the lives of those who knew her. Marie R. O'Brien may have been a woman of few words, but her actions spoke volumes. Her community in Aurora knew her as a true gem, a kind-hearted soul who always put others first. From a young age, Marie's talents were evident to all. She was a creative force, and her passion for art was undeniable. Her paintings were breathtaking and were cherished by all who received them. But Marie's generosity extended far beyond her artistic talents. She was always willing to lend a helping hand, and her selfless nature was an inspiration to all those around her. It's no wonder that she was so well loved by her friends and family, who couldn't get enough of her infectious warmth and charming personality. Though her time was tragically cut short, Marie's legacy lives on through the lives she touched with her kindness and creativity. But the case is not yet solved. There are questions that still linger in the minds of Marie's loved ones. Who took her away from them? As they wait for justice to be served, they hold on to hope that the perpetrator will be caught and closure will finally be within reach. For Chris, Marie's older brother, The wait has been agonizing. Every day, he wonders who could have done this to his beloved sister and why, but he remains determined to see the case through to its end, to bring peace to Maria's memory and justice to her name. The search for answers continues, and the family's faith in the investigative team never wavers. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. June 15th, 1986 dawned as a tranquil and seemingly serene Sunday morning in Buckingham Township, located in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. With the weekend winding down, many residents enjoyed a leisurely morning, either catching up on sleep after Saturday night or pursuing their hobbies for relaxation. Among them, a fisherman from Buckingham Township chose to indulge in his passion by the Delaware River, preparing for a peaceful day of fishing. Equipped with his gear, he ventured out from home, anticipating a day of angling and hoping for a successful catch. Little did he know, what awaited him would be beyond anything he could have imagined. Instead of fish, he was going to catch something else entirely on the banks of the river. He arrived at the river and was walking along the bank near the Mooresville boat ramp, looking for a good spot to establish himself when he noticed something white sticking out of the shrubbery at the side of the riverbank. Curious, he went closer to see what it was and recoiled in shock when he realized it was a human skull. He looked around to see if there were any more bones or remains scattered near the skull, but could find nothing. Knowing he had to do something, he initially thought of calling the police. But since he did not know how long it would take them to get there, he took matters into his own hands and picked up the skull and took it to the Buckingham Township Police Department, so they could investigate the matter. When the Buckingham Township Police Department received the skull, they were at a loss as how to investigate this matter. Due to the condition of the skull and the fact that no other remains were found other than the skull, there was little investigators could do to identify the unknown person or even attempt to describe any physical characteristics the person may have had. From examining the skull, they were able to determine that it belonged to someone white, but they cannot determine the sex or the age of the victim, except that the victim had been less than 70 years old. Other than this, they had no other information about who this victim could have been, which made the investigation almost impossible to conduct as there was so little to work with. They tried to look through missing person cases at the time to see if any of them matched the scant information they had, but there was no way to determine if the skull belonged to any of the people they looked at. Eventually, with so little to work with, the investigation began to grow cold. Since only a skull was found with no other remains, there was no burial held, and the skull was stored away as evidence as it was the only clue available to investigators at a time. They hoped that in the years to come with advances in science, the skull would be of use in the future. With no other leads to follow, the victim was classified as unknown, and the case went cold. In October 2019, 33 years after the initial discovery of the skull near the Delaware River, during the probe of a homicide investigation, Bucks County detectives took possession of the skull, but eventually relinquished it to the Bucks County Coroner's Office. Later that year, the Coroner's Office entered the skull into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, NAMUS database, under the ID UP 62362. They hoped that perhaps it would help jog the memory of someone who had been searching for their missing loved one all of these years. But unfortunately, no one came forward as the details surrounding the victim were still not very useful in helping someone identify them. All that was known now, even with the advancements in science since the initial discovery, was that the skull belonged to a man who had been under 70 years old and was white. Even though this information was put into NAMUS, eventually, the case went dormant again for another 3 years. Then in September of 2022, 36 years after the initial discovery, Bucks County detectives went and retrieved the skull from the Bucks County Coroner's Office. Over the past few years, a number of cold cases from around the country had been solved through a revolutionary new DNA testing method called genetic genealogy. It used DNA testing and family trees to identify possible relatives to DNA profiles that had been unidentifiable for years. Bucks County detectives were hopeful that this amazing new technology would be useful in providing them with a breakthrough in this John Doe that they had been chasing for over 3.5 decades. They had almost given up hope of ever solving this case due to how little information they had. But finally, after 36 years, They believed genetic genealogy might actually give them the chance. They sent the skull off to Othram, an organization based in Texas that specializes in forensic genealogy testing. Since forensic testing is an expensive process, the funds needed for testing the skull were contributed by AudioChunk, a podcasting platform that hosts a number of true crime podcasts. Once the funds were secured through AudioChunk's help and generosity, the forensic investigators at Othram got down to work. First, they developed a viable DNA extract from the skull and then used a forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive DNA profile. Their in-house genealogy team then tested this profile against other profiles within their system to find if there were any matches within their databases that could lead them to relatives of the John Doe who were still alive in 2022. After a few short weeks of waiting for results, they were led to a 49-year-old woman residing in Florida, whose DNA partially matched the profile they had developed from the skull. From the percentage of the match, Othram scientists believed that this woman could possibly be the daughter of John Doe, who had remained unidentified all these years. They provided these leads to the Bucks County detectives, who went to interview the woman on January 4, 2023 to see if her father had been missing for over 3 decades. The woman whose name was not released to the public revealed to the detectives that her father had in fact gone missing when she was only 11 years old. A subsequent test comparing the woman's full DNA results with the profile Othram had developed confirmed a parent-child relationship between their individual samples. Detectives had finally made a breakthrough in identifying the John Doe, and they learned that his name had been Richard Thomas Alt. Richard Thomas Alt was born in 1954 in the city of Trenton in the state of New Jersey. While not much is known about his early life, he spent all of it within Trenton itself, where both his parents doted on him dearly. He remained close to his parents as he grew into an adult, and since they lived in the same city, he would often spend time with them. Sometimes in his late 20s, he met a young secretary named Lori Sudam and was instantly smitten by her. The two of them quickly got into a relationship and were still together at the time when Richard went missing. The last recorded time of Richard being seen alive was on Christmas of 1984, when he visited his parents in a spirit of festive cheer. They had a wonderful time together, and when he left, his parents had no idea that this was the last time they would see their beloved son. Over the next few days, they began to grow increasingly concerned as there was no form of contact from Richard, which was very unusual. They tried to call him, but got no response. And when they tried to call his girlfriend Lori to find out if she knew where he was, they could not get in touch with her as well. Finally, in January of 1985, they reported him missing to the police. A missing persons report was generated, and a description of Richard was sent out to the public. In it, he was listed as 510 and weighing 140 pounds. He was a Caucasian man with medium to long strawberry blonde hair and blue eyes. The description was put out to the public in hopes that someone who had seen Richard would come forward, but no one did. His girlfriend Lori, who no one could find as well, was also reported missing at the time. Sadly, 3 months later on April 20th, 1985, 2 men who were fishing from a boat in the marina on the Delaware River in Trenton found the body of Lori Sudman floating on the water. When they called the authorities, they were able to identify her using fingerprint analysis as her prints were in the system as she had been previously arrested for a drug charge. Her death was never solved and remains an unsolved homicide even today. But at that time, police suspected that foul play was involved in both her death and the disappearance of Richard. Richard's skull was only discovered over a year later, but took over 3 decades to be identified, and the events surrounding both his and Lori's death remains a mystery even today. Once Richard was identified in 2023, Bucks County authorities closed their investigation into his death and disappearance due to lack of evidence of any crime being committed in Bucks County. The investigation into his and Lori's death is now being carried out by the Mercer County Police Department, under whose jurisdiction it falls. They have asked that if anyone has any information that might be useful to the investigation, they should come forward. In a statement to the press, Bucks County District Attorney Matthew D. Weintraub, "I can't even imagine wondering and worrying about a lost family member for even a day, let alone for 37 years. That wait is now over for Mr. Alt's family. I'm just glad that we could give them some peace of mind with this identification and the eventual return of his remains to his family." He also specifically thanked Othram, acknowledging that the case could never have been solved without their technical expertise. He hopes the genetic genealogy and the expertise of institutions like Othram will continue to provide breakthroughs in cases like this that have seemed hopeless for so many years. On March 27, 1998, a Lolita resident and his son were on a boat sailing down the Eel River in search of driftwood. Something strange attracted their attention near Cockrebin Island as they were navigating through the river's bends and turns. They initially assumed it was just another piece of wood entangled in a nearby tree's branches. But as they got closer, they realized they were witnessing what appeared to be human remains. They were horrified at their discovery and rushed to inform the authorities at the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. The people of Lolita were shocked and dismayed as a result of this tragic day, which would never be forgotten and would always be a part of this small town's history. On hearing the news, the sheriff's deputies wasted no time in responding. They hurried by jet boat to the Eel River, unaware at the time that this case was going to stick with them for a very long time. They finally arrived at the location where the locals had reported the discovery. Their greatest fears were realized. The body of a man was found there, only partially clothed and in a stage of advanced decomposition. The deputies could make out that he was a white adult male despite a state of decay. But other than that, they had no idea who he was or how he got into the river. The deputies were shocked at what they were seeing, and even the most seasoned were taken aback by the state the body was in. They removed the body from the water right away, meticulously going through the clothing, hoping that they would find some scrap of information that would have allowed them to identify the deceased. However, they were disappointed when they found that there was no form of identification and no personal possessions. Basically, nothing that could have assisted in identifying the victim. The body was taken from the scene and brought to coroner's office for additional investigation. Although the results of the autopsy were disheartening, they provided the police with a place to start. The autopsy found that the individual had been in the water for a month before his discovery. And according to the coroner's report, the cause of death was that he had drowned. They were also able to find out some basic information about the man, including the fact that he was a white male adult, 5 foot 10 inches tall, about 170 pounds, and likely 35 to 45 years old. However, when they checked the database, this description did not match any reported missing persons from Northern California. Taking this into account, they began an investigation to find this unknown man's identity, and he was given the name of the Humboldt County, John Doe. As they attempted to solve the riddle surrounding the man they had discovered in the river, detectives felt a sense of urgency. Before they could figure out what happened before his death, they understood they had to learn who he was. They were determined to learn who this individual had been, because they were positive that someone out there was missing a loved one. The investigators put in a lot of effort and made the man's description public, hoping that it would jog someone's recollection of filing a missing persons report and lead to new information in the case. Days became weeks, yet despite all of their efforts, they had no results. But they remained hopeful that a single clue could help them crack the case wide open, and in this hope pursued every possible lead to the best of their ability. When the California Department of Justice discovered one latent fingerprint on the body later in 1998, there was finally some hope for the police. The automated latent print system was then used to analyze this. The detectives hoped that this could be a break in the case that they needed. However, their hopes were again dashed when the results came back and there was no matches in the system. Despite the setback, the investigations collected the man's DNA profile, which they then submitted into a number of databases, including the National Unidentified Persons DNA Index and the California Missing Persons DNA Database. Again, they searched the databases looking for any indication of a match, but it turned up no results. As the years went by, the case remained open, as missing persons investigation cannot be closed. The DNA profile was routinely searched against profiles from both missing persons and other human remains in the combined index system COITUS, but no profile matches were ever made. Over time, even though the investigation remained open, the case went cold. For 25 long years, the case lay dormant with no new information or leads for the detectives to follow. In December 2022, the sheriff's office partnered with a forensic genealogy company called Othram, which is based in Texas. The partnership sought to identify the man through the application of innovative forensic DNA testing. A sample of the man's DNA was submitted to the lab, where the group of specialists started carefully and meticulously examining it. By utilizing forensic-grade genome sequencing, a cutting-edge method, they were able to create a comprehensive DNA profile of the man. After obtaining the profile, their genealogy team used forensic genetic genealogy to provide leads for investigations. This innovative approach combined DNA testing with traditional genealogical methods to create family profiles. By studying the genetic makeup of a DNA profile and comparing it within the many profiles already in the system, researchers can determine whether there are any biological relations of the profile they are testing for within the system and the percentage of the match. This was the method they used to identify the Humboldt County John Doe. After months of agonizing anticipation, the authorities finally heard back from Othram with the results of the testing in middle of February 2023. According to the lab's analysis, it was very likely that the Humboldt County John Doe was the relative of a woman named Cheryl, who was living in Missouri at the time. Othram believed that Cheryl was likely Humboldt County John Doe's sister. The detectives from the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office then reached out to Cheryl and learned that she did indeed have a brother who had been missing for many years named Jeffrey Todd Cedos. Cheryl was shocked to hear from detectives about her missing brother after all these years. When the detectives from the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office went out to Missouri to interview her, she told them that she had been searching for Jeffrey for many years and had almost given up hope on ever finding out what happened to him. Cheryl also told detectives that Jeffrey had been born in 1963 and would have been 35 when his body was found in 1998. However, she told them that the last contact she or anyone in the family had with him had been many years before that, as they had not seen or heard from him since the mid-1990s. She told them that he had stopped communicating with her and all the other members of their family for reasons that were unknown to all of them. She had tried reaching out to him, but had never gotten a response. This is why they had never filled out a missing persons report about Jeffrey, as she and all of her family had thought his absence from their lives was an intentional choice that he had made. One would think that this information from Cheryl, as well as the DNA testing from Othram, would have been all the evidence that the police required to close the case. But they were determined to leave no stone unturned and confirm his identity once and for all. To do so, they obtained the fingerprints of Jeffrey and compared these to a latent fingerprint they had been able to lift off the body they found in the Eel River all those many years ago. All their hard work had paid off as the fingerprints came back as a perfect match. Finally, after 24 years, they knew for sure that Humboldt County John Doe was actually Jeffrey Todd Cedos. Now that his identity has been confirmed, the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office is now working with his family members to make sure that his remains are returned to them so he can be buried along with his other deceased loved ones after decades of not knowing where her brother was or what had happened to him. She thanked the detectives for their dedication to her brother's case and making sure that it was resolved after all these years. The Humboldt County Sheriff's Office thanked the California Department of Justice DNA Lab and Othram for their outstanding work and assistance in solving this case and providing the Cedos family some closure for their missing loved one. The Sheriff's Office still wants to know what happened to Jeffrey in his final days, as they have urged anyone with information about his last known activities or whereabouts prior to his death to come forward and report it. And this is where we end it, folks. We hope you enjoy the time with us today and learning about how genetic genealogy finally helped uncover the identities of these second John Does in 2023. We hope with these advancements in technology, more and more of these cases that have been dormant for years will be solved in the near future. In 1991, Patricia Moreno, known as Tricia to her loved ones, was a 17-year-old residing with her foster family in Malden, Massachusetts. By June of that year, she had been living in their Henry Street apartment for a little over 2 months, alongside her foster mother and 2 foster sisters. In the early hours of June 20th, police received a distressing call from Patricia's foster mother. Responding swiftly, they arrived at the apartment building and ascended to the family's 3rd-floor unit. There, they discovered Patricia on the fire escape, suffering from a gunshot wound to the head. She was found alone face down on the 3rd-floor fire escape landing, still breathing, but seriously injured in the middle of the night. Though she was rushed to the Massachusetts General Hospital immediately, she died approximately 12 hours later. When police spoke with the family, They determined that Patricia's foster mother, her 2 teenage daughters, and Rodney Daniels, the boyfriend of one of the daughters, were all home when the murder occurred. They all said they heard 2 gunshots, but none of them knew who pulled the trigger. Daniels, who was 18 at the time, stayed at the apartment occasionally. When speaking to the police, he claimed he was asleep in the living room when he heard the gunshots and ran out to the fire escape where he found Patricia. During their investigation, police determined the crime scene had found no signs of forced entry and no weapons or shell casings. They did, however, discover that Daniels owned multiple hands. They also found out that in the months leading up to Patricia's murder, she and Daniels had several unpleasant interactions, which included Daniels threatening her. Still, no arrests were made. Years passed without Patricia's family and friends receiving any closure. Then, in 2019, Middlesex County District Attorney Marion Ryan created a new cold case unit. In 2020, the unit was assigned to Patricia's case. Investigators reconstructed the scene at the apartment where they determined that based on Patricia's location, the shot had been fired from the doorway to the apartment. They started re-interviewing witnesses too, which included a resident of the building who lived above the family, but had previously been out of the country. According to the witness, they'd been woken up by a loud noise and looked to the fire escape, where they saw a man matching Daniels' appearance. With that information, the police obtained a warrant for Daniels and arrested him without incident on September 27, 2021. Daniels, now 48, living in Georgia, was indicted and arraigned on first-degree charges for the murder of Patricia Moreno. That same month, Middlesex District Attorney Marion Ryan and Chief Calvin Moelis of the Malden Police Department announced that Patricia's killer had been identified and charged. In a joint statement, they said, "We know that whenever we make these kind of announcements, it is bittersweet. Because on the one hand, we are finally able to hold someone accountable. On the other hand, as was the case yesterday in talking to Tricia's loved ones, it certainly brings back a well of memories, takes people back to probably what was one of the worst incidents in their lives." Daniels' arrest was the first made by the Middlesex DA's cold case unit. The police emphasized that the arrest was not due to new forensic technology like so many other cases, but due to the department's traditional police work and persistence. Malden Chief Kevin Moelis spoke about the success of the cold case arrest and had warnings for those who assumed they've gotten away with the crime. In the summer of 1977, Ileana, 16, and Eric Sean Goldstrin, 17, were enjoying their summer break as a couple before they returned to school at North Eugene High School in Eugene, Oregon. On Monday, June 9th, they were headed to the Broken Bowl picnic grounds in the Fall Creek area of the Lane County, where they planned to spend the afternoon fishing and picnicking. But when neither teen returned home, their parents began to worry. They then called the Lane County Sheriff's Office, which sent an officer out to check on them. The officer discovered Liana's body first, near the picnic area. She had been sexually assaulted and shot to death. They then found Eric's body, which was in a nearby bush. He too had been shot to death. Though police gathered fingerprints and DNA from the scene, they found no matches. But that didn't stop them from continuing their investigation into the double murder. Over the years, investigators conducted many interviews and polygraph tests. They analyzed and reanalyzed the evidence and tested different firearms and bullets to try and find a match. Still, they could never establish a solid lead on who killed Ileana and Eric. 43 years later, in June of 2020, the case was cracked wide open. The suspect's DNA from the crime scene was resubmitted and analyzed using new genealogical technologies, and they had an ID, Ronald Albert Troy. At the time of the murders, Troy was 23 years old and a resident of Lane County, Oregon. He had moved from the area 3 years after the murders and had been living in Arizona since 2008. Little is known about Troy, and he seems to have kept a low profile. In February of 2021, investigators were prepared to present their findings to a grand jury before arresting and charging Troy, but they never got the chance. He took his own life after an unrelated domestic violence incident in Arizona. Ileana and Eric are remembered fondly. In their high school yearbook, they're described as two good-natured and fun-loving members of the student body and outgoing personalities who are better than average students. Though their killer couldn't be brought to justice, hopefully, His identification provided some closure for their families. On July 28, 1988, Judy was found in the basement of her former Fargo building on D Street in Boston, Massachusetts. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled by her killer, who wouldn't be identified for 33 years. The journey to Judy's murder began in 1990. Richard Vega, who also went by Carl Vega, Ricardo Vega, and Ricardo Mazzarino, had been convicted in 1990 of 3 counts of rape and sentenced to 20 years in prison. As part of his conviction, Vega was required to submit a DNA sample to the FBI's Combined DNA Indexing System, also known as CODIS. But since there were limited DNA testing capabilities during that time, he couldn't be connected to Judy's murder just yet. In 2008, Vega was set to be released from prison. But after a petition from the Suffolk County prosecutors, a jury found him too sexually dangerous to live in the public, and he was civilly committed where he remains today. A few years later, in 2011, Suffolk County prosecutors and Boston Police Department's homicide unit detectives identified Vega as a suspect in Judy's murder after CODIS matched his DNA profile to the DNA found at the crime scene. They still couldn't charge Vega. The DNA match wasn't sufficient enough evidence, and they couldn't prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Then District Attorney Rachel Rollins' project for Unsolved Suffolk Homicides, PUSH, stepped in. They re-examined the case and collected enough additional evidence that they were able to present to a grand jury and charge Vega with Judy's murder on August 30th, 2021. Miss Chamberlain's life mattered, and there will be a lifetime of accountability for her brutal murder and callous disposal. Judy's family and loved ones never stop loving her, and we never stop searching for answers. It has been a long road, and we are so grateful for the excellent police and investigative work that got us to this moment. In an interview, Judy's sister said she was shocked when she heard news of the arrest. "I was floored. It's like it just took back a lot of old memories." Judy's brother, John Olson, said he had actually given up hope on the case. With so many cold cases being solved this year, let it be a warning to those who have perpetuated crimes. Your time is up, and don't think you've gotten away with it. In the 1990s, Angel Brown harbored aspirations of becoming a boxer, dedicating countless hours to training and testing her skills in the ring. However, following a series of defeats, she decided to retire from boxing and transition to exotic dancing instead. One fateful night at the Queen of Hearts Club in Ashtabula, Ohio, her fortunes took a turn when she met Daniel Posey, who would later become her husband. Yet, their burgeoning relationship faced a significant obstacle. Daniel was a married father of 3, and he was a good father too, according to his ex-wife, Lisa Luke, but their marriage fell apart after one of their children was diagnosed with leukemia. Then Lisa had caught Daniel having an affair. Daniel had visited Lisa and their sick child at the hospital, and he was dressed suspiciously well. When Daniel left, Lisa trailed behind him and followed him to the Queen of Hearts Club, where Brown was a dancer. Daniel and Lisa divorced in 1996, and he left with Angel Brown to Las Vegas, where they lived for 3 years. In 2003, they went back to Ohio and got married, where he took her last name as a sign of devotion, as Brown requested. Daniel and Brown had their first son in 2004, and Brown became a stay-at-home mother, trading in nights at the strip club for PDA meetings. Then in 2011, a freak accident turned everyone's world upside down. Daniel had been driving down State Route 193 when a runaway horse from a nearby Amish community ran into the road and hit his truck. Daniel was killed instantly, as was another driver who'd swerved trying to avoid the collision. At the time of his death, Daniel was over $30,000 behind in child support payments to Lisa. And when she'd called to ask him about the money, he'd hand the phone to Brown, who'd tell her she wasn't getting a cent. Daniel's life insurance policy totaled $255,000. After his death, Lisa tried to receive what she was owed in child support, and while doing so, found out that Brown had only listed one of her and Daniel's kids as his next of kin, which would have provided Brown with a larger piece of the pie. Soon after, Brown filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the owner of the horse involved in the accident. As a result of the settlement, Daniel's estate would receive $200,000. Brown assumed she would be the sole recipient of the proceeds until she found out that she would have to split the money with Daniel's 3 children from his first marriage, and Brown didn't like that. So that same day, she reached out to an old friend, James Holly, for a favor. James knew Brown from her days as a stripper and aspiring boxer. He was not only a customer at the strip club, but also had been her boxing trainer. They'd reconnected after he was released from prison, where he was serving time for conspiracy to commit arson at a fireworks factory. Brown told James that she was having trouble sorting out her late husband's estate with his ex-wife and that she needed Lisa gone. She paid him a down payment of $4,000, which he accepted, and then used to pay his bills before gambling the rest away at a casino in Pennsylvania. The next day, Brown texted James and asked if the murder had happened yet. He told her it would be done that night, but instead, he made his way to the police and reported her to the Ashtabula County Police Sheriff, William Johnson. James told Sheriff Johnson that, of course, he never intended to carry out the murder-for-hire plot, but he worried that Brown would try to hire another hitman instead. While the police were interviewing James, Brown sent him another text calling up the murder. She told him to keep $1,000 of the down payment for his troubles. As per police instructions, James called Brown back and told her he'd already spent the money and asked if she still wanted the murder done. "Go ahead and do it," Brown responded. Police then outfitted James with a hidden camera and sent him to Brown's house to discuss the deal. They met on her front porch, where she relayed her worries about being caught. She even patted him down looking for a wire. James later contacted Brown and told her he'd murdered Lisa, and when he asked what she wanted done with the body, Brown told him to make it disappear. Brown was arrested soon after. According to Detective Sean Ward, who transported Brown to the police station after her arrest, Brown repeatedly stated, "You don't understand why I did it. She was going to take everything from me." Brown told police that she never gave James any money to kill Lisa, and that she was only joking when she told James that she wanted Lisa dead. But police found evidence on Brown while they were booking her, including James' business card, a $2,000 money wrapper, and receipts from the bank totaling large sums. During the trial, Brown pleaded not guilty and claimed that the whole incident was misinterpreted by investigators and that the entire scenario was based on a $150 marijuana deal. But the police had recordings, including a phone call between Brown and James, where she told him that she wanted Lisa's body to disappear, but didn't want to be implicated in her death. Brown asked Judge Ronald Patel for lenience since a guilty verdict would result in her and Daniel's 9-year-old son losing both of their parents. Her lawyer urged that she received a probation sentence instead, but Judge Patel didn't budge, telling her, "You should have thought of your child when this whole preposterous event started. Your child was not your number one consideration." In August of 2013, after just 2 short hours of jury deliberation, Brown was found guilty on 2 counts of conspiracy to commit aggravated murder and was sentenced to 9 years in prison. The events took a huge toll on Lisa and her children. After learning about the murder-for-hire plot, Lisa obtained a permit for a handgun for self-protection and called the police multiple times when she feared people were lurking outside her home. Lisa said, "From the day the detectives showed up at my door and told me that a murder was planned upon me, my life has been terrible. I don't feel safe going anywhere." As it turns out, even prison couldn't keep Brown out of trouble. In 2014, while serving her time at the Maryville Reformatory for Women, Brown was accused of making threats towards a woman who was seeking custody of Brown's son. The woman claimed that she was receiving threatening letters from Brown saying, "Wait till I get out." The woman was also afraid that Brown would send someone to come after her. No further information about the incident has been released. Brown will be 45 years old when she's released from prison in 2022. Now for a look into what's been described as the dumbest hitman plot ever, which all began in October 2013. It started when a Chinese real estate developer, Tan Yue, wanted to get revenge on his business competitor, a man known as Mr. Wei. Wei had filed a lawsuit against Yue's company over a dispute around a development project, and Yue was allegedly scared of the money he'd lose during the court case, so he thought it would be easier to get rid of Mr. Wei altogether. To do so, he paid a hitman 2 million Chinese yuan to kill Mr. Wei, which at the time was worth around $282,000 US. But instead of completing the task himself, the hitman decided to be his own kind of businessman and outsource the murder to someone else. In this case, he hired another hitman who would then get to keep half of the initial payment. The problem was that hitman didn't want to carry out the hit either. So then he took a cue from the first hitman, accepted the money, and tapped in another man to complete the task. That third hitman paid the fourth hitman $38,000 up front and promised another $70,000 once the job was done. So then that hitman took the money and, like those before him, outsourced the job yet again to another hitman. He paid that guy $28,000 in Chinese yuan and promised another $70,000 when the murder was complete. And as you can see where we might be going, the murder was outsourced 4 different times over the course of 6 months until it reached the 5th and final hitman who was offered $14,000 in Chinese yuan to murder Mr. Wei. But he too had another plan. This time, though, it was different. Instead of completing the hit like intended, he met Mr. Wei in a cafe and told him about the murder-for-hire plot. He even offered to help him fake his own death. Mr. Wei agreed, and together they staged his murder. The final hitman gagged and bound Wei and took photos of him, touting his successful hit. The message was sent from an outsourced hitman to outsourced hitman to outsourced hitman until it finally got back to the first hitman, the original hire. And by that time, Mr. Wei had reportedly told it all to the police. In 2016, the case went to trial. At first, the 5 hitmen and Yan Hui were acquitted due to the lack of evidence, but that decision was appealed by the prosecution, and the case went into a second trial at the Naming Intermediate People's Court in China. The trial lasted 3 years, but eventually Yu and the 5 hitmen were charged with intentional homicide. In 2019, Yu received a 5-year jail term for initiating the murder-for-hire plot, and his hired hitmen received sentences that range from 2 to 4 years each. It was October of 2016. Stephen Portlands had just finished grocery shopping in Scarborough, a region of Toronto, Ontario, when he got a cab to help him on his way home. The driver, 55-year-old Mohammed Hakim Zada, was the owner of his own cab and limo company. As they drove, the driver talked to Stephen about his life, more specifically, his wife who'd left him a year prior. Now they were battling for custody of their kids. According to Stephen, the driver talked about how he wanted to get revenge on his wife and daughter for the harm they'd caused him, that he wanted to kill his wife and her family court lawyer. Stephen, who had faced over 100 convictions himself, claimed that he initially planned to rip off the driver. He lied and told him he knew a Hell's Angel hitman from Quebec that he could connect him with. But then he started to worry that Hakim Zara would actually go through with the hit one way or another, so instead, he went to the police. Working together with the police, Stephen contacted this driver and told him he'd introduced him to the hitman he'd mentioned, Mark, who was actually an undercover police officer. Mark and Hakim Zada met several times over the next month until they eventually settled on a price of $50,000 per murder. According to the courts, Hakim Zada was paranoid about being found out, so when he met with Mark, he'd write down the most incriminating parts of the conversation out of fear of being recorded. The undercover officer, whose identity is protected under the media publication ban, said in one note, stated, "I don't want her alive," in reference to his wife. He said Hakim Zada wanted the murder to look like an accident. He also gave Mark the name and address of his wife's court lawyer, who he wanted to be killed as well. Hakim Zara told the undercover officer that he thought the lawyer should be shot while she was entering the courthouse where the custody battle was being held in busy downtown Toronto. According to the undercover officer, Hakim Zada made a throat-slitting gesture when discussing her murder. In the conversations recorded by the undercover officer, Hakim Zada said that lawyer is to be gone. When asked if he wanted the body to be found or if he wanted it to make the news, he replied, "In the news, if it's in the news, it's better." He told the undercover officer that he would pay to have his former wife disappear and to no longer exist, but then he changed his mind. Instead, he wanted to first frame his wife for a gun and drug possession. He wanted Mark to plant cocaine and a gun in his wife's car. Then Hakim Zada would call the police so she would be imprisoned. Allegedly, he wanted his wife to feel the same way he did when he was jailed for a week after being charged with violating a court order and threatening his child. The charges were later withdrawn. Mark played along and met with Hakim Zada in the parking lot of a Chapters bookstore on November 17, 2016. He showed him the cocaine and replica gun that he would plant on his wife as per their plan. The men agreed, and shortly after, he was arrested. During the trial, Superior Court Justice Robert Goldstein said Hakim Zada consistently tried to obstruct the legal process as he hired and fired numerous lawyers throughout most of the proceedings. Hakim Zada maintained his innocence during the trial and instead accused the police of trying to frame him by tampering and editing with the recordings they had. Judge Goldstein had said he was concerned about his mental health as he'd physically and mentally deteriorated over the 3 years he was in custody awaiting trial. He underwent a mental health assessment and was declared fit to stand trial. In January of 2020, Hakim Zada was found guilty on 5 counts of counseling to commit an indictable offense, including 2 murders, transfer of a firearm, trafficking cocaine, and public mischief. Judge Goldstein said he would have imposed a sentence of 11 or 12 years, but due to Hakim Zada's deteriorating mental and physical health, he lowered the sentence to 9 years. His lawyers later appealed his sentence to the Court of Appeal of Ontario in a bid for less punishment, but it was rejected by a panel of judges. Judge Goldstein said that Hakim Zada had a particular animosity towards women, specifically those that had angered him. Just as you don't need a weatherman to tell you which way the wind blows, you don't need a psychologist to tell you that Mr. Hakim Zada is a misogynist, he said. In August 2004, Marion Carver, aged 40, made arrangements for a 7-day Alaskan cruise. Traveling from Massachusetts, the Boston native flew to Seattle, Washington, and on August 27th, she embarked on the ship. Marion spent that summer solo. Divorced, her teenage daughter resided with her ex-husband in the UK, and she was unemployed, supported by a trust fund and investments. Her father described her as a very serious and independent person, and she'd been very successful in her career, allowing herself more freedoms later in life. Marion had previously been an investment banker and had done very well for herself. She was known to take solo trips without telling anyone, but this trip was different. Marion should have returned on September 2nd, but when her family couldn't reach her, they became concerned and filed a missing person report, where Mary lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts on September 7th. Police started their investigation and discovered through her credit card statements that the cruise ship tickets had been purchased along with round-trip tickets from Seattle back to Cambridge. At this point, it was several weeks after Marion had been set to return home, and police discovered that Marion hadn't arrived for her return flight. They reached out to the cruise line for more information. The cruise line was able to confirm that Marion had boarded the ship, but they couldn't confirm whether she had disembarked the boat. The cruise line had made no effort to report Marion missing. Official channels were being stonewalled by the cruise lines, forcing Marion's father, Ken Carver, to hire a private investigator to try and get some information. Through that investigation, they were able to get little information. They did discover that Marion had ordered room service on the second night of the voyage, but after that, there had been no activity on Marion's SeaPass, which was an onboard payment system used to buy food and drinks, as well as get on and off the ship. They also learned from the steward of her room that her bed hadn't been slept in after the first night, but all of her belongings were still in the room, including her purse and wallet. On the 3rd morning of the voyage, the steward reported to their superiors that Marion's room was going unused, but he had been told to do your job and forget it. Despite being told to forget about it, he continued to report that the room was being unused every day for the remainder of the trip. On the final day, the same steward asked what to do about the room as it still contained all of Marion's belongings. His manager told him to pick up the room and put the things in storage, which he did. It wasn't until Ken had reached out to the cruise line directly that they filed a missing person report and started an internal investigation, 26 days after Marion had disappeared. When they tried to track down Marion's belongings, they couldn't be located, with the cruise ship saying that the items had been donated, though other sources said that it was a common occurrence for staff members to go through left-behind items, and this is what likely happened to her belongings. Regardless, none of her things were recovered. The cruise line stated that they had no surveillance of Marion while on the ship. According to Ken, officials from the cruise line had told him that their surveillance system operated on a 2-week cycle and the footage had been automatically deleted. However, when his lawyer subpoenaed the corporate offices, they discovered that they were actually on a 30-day system. And by the time they had been made aware of Marian's disappearance, they would have had access to that footage still, but failed to save anything from that sailing. After the subpoena, the cruise line produced a grainy photo of Marian as she had boarded, but after that, they said they had nothing. There was very little accountability from the cruise line, which infuriated Ken Carver. He was horrified that he needed to go through court orders in order to obtain any information from Royal Caribbean. Ken went through years of legal battles to get information about his daughter's disappearance, a process he said that no family should have to go through. He sued the cruise line in 2005, after which Royal Caribbean issued a statement saying that they believed Marian had committed suicide. Her family does not believe this is the case and says that they were robbed of getting answers when the cruise line was negligent in reporting her disappearance. They won their suit. Ken Carver went on to establish the International Cruise Victim Association. And in 5 years, he was able to successfully lobby Congress to pass legislation for all cruise ships to immediately report onboard crimes to authorities and be required to preserve evidence. The legislation also required all ships to make several changes to improve safety, such as have rape kits and physicians on board, install peepholes on cabin doors, as well as install more security cameras. In 2013, remains were discovered on Mary Island in British Columbia and were thought to belong to Marian, but they weren't a match. In 2020, her father passed at 83 years old after spending nearly 2 decades advocating for passenger safety on cruise ships. In February 2012, 47-year-old Fariba Amani boarded the Bahamas Celebration in Florida with her boyfriend, Ramiro Goshani. Fariba was from Port Moody in British Columbia, Canada, and her boyfriend was from Coquitlam, BC. Fariba texted her sister goodbye that morning and was never heard from again. Her boyfriend, Ramiz, reported her missing on the 29th after saying he searched the ship for her. He said that they had watched a comedy show that evening and that he had planned to hit the casino. He said that he left for Eva at the cruise line gift shop where she was picking out souvenirs at 1 a.m. He said that he spent an unknown amount of time at the casino and wasn't sure what time he returned to the cabin. He said that he did notice Fariba wasn't in yet, but wasn't concerned and went to bed. He said he woke at 7 a.m. and saw that he was still alone, and then searched for an hour before alerting staff to his missing girlfriend. A search of the vessel concluded that Fariba wasn't there, and the FBI was alerted. The FBI searched the ship 36 hours after Fariba was reported missing, as well as the waters on the ship's route, but nothing turned up in the investigation. Fariba's family were quick to let law enforcement know what they knew about Ramiz. The couple had dated for 8 months, and it wasn't an easy relationship. Fariba had told her sister that she thought Ramiz was cheating on her and had considered hiring a private investigator. Family members noticed that Ramiz was very domineering and controlling of Fariba, and she had also mentioned that she was scared of him and wanted to leave the relationship. Fariba's family had also never met Ramiz and said that Fariba hadn't wanted to go on the trip due to her wanting to end the relationship with Ramiz. But it said that they had bought and paid for the vacation months earlier, and she wanted to make the most of it. Fariba is a mother of 2 adult children. She is reported to not drink alcohol and had no reason to abandon her life. Initially, the FBI concluded that they didn't believe foul play was involved in Fariba's disappearance, but her family disagrees with that finding. Ramiz was cleared of all wrongdoing by the FBI and was allowed to return to Canada. Fariba's family filed a missing persons report, but the RCMP has stated that there isn't enough evidence to investigate Ramiz in the disappearance. Fariba's sister continues to advocate for her and hopes that one day there are answers. On March 21, 1998, Amy Lynn Bradley embarked on a week-long cruise aboard the Rhapsody of the Seas. The 23-year-old was accompanied by her parents and her brother, Brad, with the cruise being a perk from her father's job. While Amy's parents were excited to share the news of the all-expenses-paid Caribbean cruise, Amy herself had reservations about the trip. Despite being a proficient swimmer and a coach for lifeguards, she harbored a deep-seated fear of the ocean and boats, particularly uneasy about the vast, unfamiliar waters. Amy was sold on a trip by her family and looked forward to spending time with them and take a break from school. Amy was close with her family and had a close bond with her younger brother. Amy had even chosen to go to college close to home to be near her family. She was pursuing a master's degree in sports psychology. The family flew from Chesterfield County, Virginia to Puerto Rico and boarded the ship there. The first 2 nights of the trip, everything was normal. They were all having a blast exploring the amenities of the ship and enjoying their holiday. On March 23rd, the ship had a day stop in Orange's Tad, Aruba, and the family explored the area together. They returned that evening for dinner and then headed to one of the clubs on the ship. Videos from that evening show it wasn't very crowded and was a pretty tame affair. Brad said that they were dancing and having a few drinks, and they were with their parents after all. At 1 a.m., the ship departs Aruba en route to Carousel, and shortly after, the Bradley parents retired for the evening, leaving their adult children to enjoy their night without their parents. Amy and Brad went to one of the 24-hour nightclubs on board to see a show put on by the house band, the Blue Orchid. They danced for a few more hours, but went back to their room around 4 a.m. where they sat on their balcony chatting about the day until around 5 a.m. Brad remembered Amy mentioning she wanted to deboard in Carousel to purchase more cigarettes. Brad called it a night and left Amy, who said that she wasn't feeling very well and she wanted to sit outside for some fresh air. Brad told her good night and went to bed. At 5:30 a.m., Amy's father wakes up and sees Amy on the balcony still. He notes both of his children are safe in the room and goes back to sleep. They had plans to get up early that morning, have breakfast together, and then explore Carousel all day. He woke up 20 minutes later and notices the plastic chairs on the balcony were empty. Not alarmed initially, he got up and started to get ready. He assumed Amy had gone to get coffee, and he thought he would find her where they normally had breakfast. He looked around for Amy on deck, but couldn't find her. He searched the ship for an hour, and there was still no sign of his daughter. He went back to the room and woke his wife and Brad, who joined him in helping search the ship. After looking at all the usual places they expected to find Amy, they reached out to the crew staff. They begged the captain not to allow passengers to deboard until a complete search had been undertaken. The captain of the ship said that he would ask the crew staff to do an investigation, but he would not make an announcement or contain the ship as he didn't want to alarm other passengers. The Bradleys frantically searched the ship, hoping to find anything that would help locate Amy. None of her belongings seemed to be missing, and wherever Amy had gone, she seemed to be barefoot as her shoes were still on the balcony. Her family said that Amy never went anywhere without giving them a heads up, but her brother remembered that Amy was running out of smokes and may have left the room to find more. The captain came back saying that the entire ship had been searched, but there was no sign of Amy. He suggested she may have fallen over the rails and suggested a search of the waters. Amy's family thought that was highly unlikely because due to her fears of the ocean, she never went anywhere near the edge of the ship. At the time of her disappearance, the ship was also in shallow waters near Carousel. Someone would likely have seen her fall, or she could have easily swum back to land had she fallen. Her parents said that Amy had been approached by several wait staff members throughout the voyage, each asking her out, and each she politely declined. And then the night that she went missing, she had been seen dancing with the man that played in the house band. According to her family, suicide was also off the table in their eyes. Amy had just gotten an English bulldog puppy that had been a lifelong dream. She was also set to start a new job after the cruise, and there were no signs that Amy was experiencing any depression or mental health issues. Members of the cruise line suggested that Amy had likely disembarked the ship that morning and could likely be in Carousel, and insisted that the family look for her there. They said that they would not hold the ship for one missing passenger and insisted they leave the ship to continue to search for her on land rather than stay on the boat. The family reluctantly disembarked, and they needed time to get in contact with the American authorities to get their help. Clearly, finding Amy wasn't in the best interest of the cruise line, and they were shocked and upset by their lack of concern. They watched that the ship departed the port, leaving them in a foreign country with no support and missing their daughter. The FBI took over the investigation and asked the family to get back on the ship. They also said that they would send agents to help search, but it had already uncovered that the investigation of the ship undertaken by the cruise employees had not been thorough, and there was a good chance Amy could still be on the ship. They flew to St. Thomas to reboard the ship on the next planned stop along with a team of FBI agents, but it was near the end of the cruise. On March 26th, 48 hours after Amy was last seen, the FBI starts her investigation on board. They also went around to other passengers with photos of Amy to see if anyone saw her that morning. The investigation starts to lead to clues. Several witnesses placed Amy with the band player that she had been seen dancing with at the nightclub the night she had went missing. Someone said that they saw her get into an elevator with him at 5:45 a.m., which, if accurate, would mean she left the room about 5 minutes before her dad had started to look for her. The man's name was Alistair Douglas, but was known as Yellow. The witnesses said that they had lined up to deboard the ship, and they saw Amy with Yellow. They said that they saw him hand Amy a dark-colored drink that could have been coffee or Coke when they disappeared from view, but Yellow came back 10 minutes later alone. This is the last unconfirmed sighting of Amy on the ship. There were several sightings of her over the years that leads the family to believe Amy was kidnapped and held captive in the Caribbean. The family was sent a photo years later of a woman in a brothel catalog, and experts believe that photo is of Amy. 2 Canadian tourists reported that they saw a woman matching Amy's description on a beach in Carousel that August, specifically remembering one of her tattoos. Amy has several tattoos: the Tasmanian devil dribbling a basketball on her left shoulder, a Japanese sun, a symbol on her right ankle, and a blue gecko lizard around her navel. She also has multiple ear piercings and her belly button is pierced, and she has a scar on her right shin. A member of the U.S. Navy also reported seeing Amy in a brothel in 1999. He said that he was approached by a young woman who said her name was Amy, and she was being held against her will. But he didn't report the sighting until years later, fearing he would be disciplined for being in a brothel while on duty. The last sighting was in 2005 when a woman said that she saw a young woman flanked by men in Barbados. She said that the woman was distraught and was being threatened. She said that she followed the young woman into the washroom, and there she said that her name was Amy and she was from Virginia and needed help. But before she could get more information, the men came in and dragged her out of the bathroom. This is a sketch of the men she saw that day. The Bradley family has a $250,000 reward for information leading to Amy's return. Additionally, the FBI has $25,000 for any information about Amy. Any sightings can be valuable in locating or solving what happened to Amy Bradley. Experts want to remind people to stay alert even while on vacation and not to take your personal safety for granted. Always let your loved ones know of your travel plans, and remember, it is always recommended to travel with someone else. Letting them know where you're going to be going and when you plan on returning. While on cruise ships specifically, if you're drinking, remember to have a sober friend, and don't take drinks from strangers, and be mindful of your surroundings. Russell and Sherry Parlier welcomed their second child, a baby girl named Ashley, into the world on October 16, 1983. From an early age, Ashley was known for her shy and reserved demeanor, coupled with a notable innocence and naivety. As she grew older, Ashley found it challenging to forge friendships, a trait noted by her older sister, Nicole Campan. Nicole remembered Ashley as exceptionally trusting. She said, "One of the biggest things I remember about her is she was so trusting and she really just saw good in people. She wanted people to be what she thought the world should be, and that was good." Ashley had beautiful brown eyes and brown hair, and her smile with crooked teeth was really pretty. Ashley also had a mild mental disability that made her function at the level of a teenager between the ages of 12-14. Despite her problems, she managed to live life enthusiastically. She graduated from Battle Creek Central High School and got a job at the nearest Taco Bell restaurant in the 800 block of Northeast Capitol Avenue. She wanted to get her own car, for which she had been saving up some money from whatever she earned at Taco Bell. But sadly, Ashley, a young woman who wanted the world to be a happy place, had tragedy waiting for her just around the corner. And despite her kind and gentle nature, the world was not kind to her. 21-year-old Ashley Parlier had a lean build. At about 5 feet 9 inches tall, she weighed only 100 pounds. So on June 12, 2005, when her parents noticed that she appeared to have a bump, they were noticeably worried. After all, Ashley was too innocent both by nature and in her mental capacity. They feared for her health, so they wanted her to see a doctor and get prenatal treatment if she decided to carry the baby. Ashley had a huge argument with her parents about the entire incident and left the house upset. She took off from her house in Bedford Township in the Urbandale neighborhood with no car, driver's license, cell phone, or credit card. However, she did have some cash amounting to about $700 with her. The family wanted to give her the time she needed to cool off, but Ashley never returned home. When minutes turned into hours and hours turned into days, the Parlier family panicked as they knew something was not right. Initially, they had believed that Ashley would spend a couple of days at one of her friend's house and cool down and then return home to them. But when she hadn't returned after multiple days and they were unable to get in touch with her, they were left with no choice but to report her missing to the police. The police did not have much evidence to work with or leads to follow, so they released Ashley Parlier's picture to the public along with her physical description in the hopes this would help them generate some leads. Along with her physical description and weight and build, they also released details of the outfit she was wearing when she went missing. She was last seen in a checkered shirt and a pair of blue jeans paired with brown leather sandals. It was not long after the police got numerous tips about sightings, especially in the Houghton Lake area. The family heaved a sigh of relief. They hoped that she would be found and they could then persuade Ashley to come back home. But the police soon gave the Parlier family bad news. All the sightings were false and cannot be confirmed. So wherever Ashley was, she was not yet ready to come back home. The investigation reached stage 2, and the officers' initial doubt landed on Sherry and Russell, Ashley's parents, who had taken a while before finally filing a complaint. Her father agreed to take a polygraph test and was cleared, but Ashley's mother, Sherry, declined to take the polygraph test. The important thing to mention here is that Sherry had already started to show signs of Huntington's disease, which was properly diagnosed a few years later. Ashley's sister, Nicole, clarified that not coming home for this long was definitely unusual behavior because Ashley had never done anything like that. But the family had believed that since they had a pretty big argument before she left, she was probably blowing off steam at a friend's place. They had assumed that she would come back home by the weekend and they would be able to work through the situation. Nicole said that her parents were the last two to see her at that time, so the police had obvious concerns. She added, "Again, we are a small-town Michigan family. We never thought that this would be a 16-year ordeal of trying to figure out where a daughter and sister is." The police also tried searching for her then estranged boyfriend. At some point in months before she disappeared, they had broken up. But police and Ashley's family believed that she was carrying his child. At the time of the interrogation, he had another girlfriend who was also pregnant. He was not ruled out as a suspect, but the detectives could not find any evidence against him. Ashley's friends and close relatives were also questioned, but again, no clue came into light. However, another angle emerged. The officers learned that Ashley may have been suicidal. The police suspected that if she had taken her own life, then they would be able to find the body somewhere. So the police actively searched for her body. Nothing of substance could be found. Then they theorized that maybe Ashley was robbed. But there had been no change in her social security number all the while she was gone. By now, the police were ready to give the Parlier family more bad news. They informed her family that they suspected foul play, and it was likely that Ashley was already dead. They also assured the family that they were not giving up on her. They continued an extensive search to find Ashley Parlier, but the case eventually went cold. Over the span of the next 18 years, several officers from Battle Creek Police Department worked on Ashley's case. Her disappearance became a mystery for the whole department because they kept finding persons of interest, but there was never any valid evidence against any of them to make them a suspect. In the year 2020, when they suspected that she might have been murdered outside of Battle Creek City, they assigned the case to the sheriff's department. It was only in 2021, when they were least expecting it, that they had a breakthrough in the case. Having gone nowhere for around 16 years, the case had turned cold. But then something happened that would change everything. Pennsylvania law enforcement contacted Calhoun County officers when they unexpectedly found a lead in Ashley Parlier's case. In January 2021, Pennsylvania detectives were questioning 44-year-old serial killer Harold David Hallman III for the murder of two different women, Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz. At that time, Hallman asked the officers if they could merge all three cases of Phillips, Schultz, and Parlier because he did not want a trial. The police had not mentioned Ashley Parlier anywhere during the conversation. In fact, they were not sure what he was talking about, so they further interrogated him about the Parlier case, and what they found was shocking. The police had not mentioned Ashley Parlier anywhere during their conversations. In fact, they were not sure what he was talking about, so they further interrogated him about the Parlier case, and what they found was shocking. It was not just a lead, but a full-blown confession. The detectives immediately got in touch with the Calhoun County Police Department to inform them about the new development in the case. When Calhoun County PD took over, their investigative efforts revealed that Hallman had lived in Battle Creek between 2002-009, and he had been in touch with Parlier. Police learned that Hallman had been in contact with Parlier after Ashley had the argument at home. She visited him at his home in Emmett Township, Michigan. Ashley told him that her parents wanted to get a pregnancy test. Later, Ashley and Hallman ended up in an argument. So Hallman knocked her unconscious after assaulting her, and then took her to the Pennsylvania hills where he bashed her head in with a piece of wood until she did not move anymore. He also informed them that he'd left Ashley somewhere in the northern part of Newton Township and then gotten rid of his bloody clothing. Harold David Hallman III was born on November 29, 1978. He had been living in Germany with his father in his early teens until he was a young man, but then his father left for Turkey, and Hallman stayed behind to live with his girlfriend. At that time, he appeared to be a normal young man. Nobody would have guessed that he would have grown up to be a serial killer. The first time Hallman took someone's life was when he was 20 years old. Joseph Whitehurst, a 21-year-old son of an Air Force colonel, was living at a military base in southwest Germany. On May 30, 1999, he disappeared and was found outside Ramstein Air Base a few days later. He had been bludgeoned to death using a club that was found at the crime site. When German police captured Hallman for an unrelated crime, he confessed to killing Whitehurst when he had started dancing around the campfire. Hallman said that he felt threatened by Whitehurst, so he attacked him first. Hallman also told the police, "It was the biggest rush I ever felt. Like your whole body, to this day, I don't know how many times I hit him and then I was gone." Despite his confession, he was only sentenced to a 6-year term at a German reform school. According to German law, a person below the age of 21 has to be tried in a juvenile court. Besides, Hallman was also diagnosed with schizophrenia at the time, which led to a more lenient sentence. He then came back to America and lived near Battle Creek Lakeview and the Fairfax Addition in Emmett Township and was employed as a truck driver. It was around this time that he seemed to have a huge role in the disappearance of Ashley Parlier in 2005. Later, on June 13, 2018, a mother of 2 children, Tiana Phillips, disappeared. When he was finally under arrest 3 years later and police were interrogating him, he confessed that he hadn't actually wanted to murder Phillips specifically, but he wanted to kill again. Erica Schultz had doubts about meeting a person she had online conversations with. She knew him as Dave. On December 6, 2020, Erica was reported missing. Erica had autism and was a woman of habit. So when she did not show up, the police checked her phone records and connected Hallman to her murder. In his confession, he casually mentioned that killing Erica Schultz was like just another day in the park for him. When he was arrested, he was found along railroad tracks in Duncan, Pennsylvania with a self-inflicted wound. He believed he needed to die for his sins. When Hallman was receiving treatment in the hospital, he admitted to killing Schultz and Phillips. When he was in jail, he wrote a confession letter to his estranged wife detailing how he had killed Phillips, who he had relations with. He said that he wanted to confess to the crime to highlight the fact that he would never do something like that with her. It obviously freaked out his ex-wife, who took the letter to the police. She also mentioned that Hallman had claimed to have killed a woman earlier, but she had not believed him. The common characteristic of his crimes made him a serial killer. All his victims had disappeared. Every one of them had head injuries. He first attacked them and knocked them unconscious, and then he finished the job. He dumped the bodies to remote places without burying them. In fact, Calhoun County Sheriff's Department Detective John Pignatro said that Holman was in a transient and without a permanent address in Pennsylvania in 2021. He blamed his family and unsuccessful marriage for everything that happened. He believed that there are alphas and there are non-alphas. That's just the way. There's the master and there's a submissive, or whatever you want to call it. That's the way life's built. So when his wife didn't submit to him, he had to look for that dynamic in extramarital affairs. After Parlier's death, Holman researched serial killers. When he was asked about which homicide he remembered the most, he consistently answered that he remembered them all with vivid details of what he did to them. Police were sure that he was a serial killer who had to be taken off the streets immediately. In fact, Holman admitted that he hadn't been caught, he would have killed again. Holman in his confession highlighted that he had met Ashley Parlier at a bowling alley where she had been with her parents. The court paper confession also highlighted that he initiated a conversation with her, which led to deeper relations later. When she had the argument with her parents, she called Holman and then visited his place. Ashley informed him that her parents were insisting on getting a pregnancy test. He confessed that he was the father of the child that Ashley was carrying. He got enraged by their subsequent argument and knocked her unconscious. Then, on the evening of June 13, 2005, he bashed her on the head several times and killed her. He said, "It was a field overgrown middle of nowhere, Michigan, and it's 10 miles from town. There's like a garage close by or something, or a small house, but it was empty. We sat there. I sat there kind of in my own world. Ashley was in the back, just out. He consciously decided to kill her at that spot. When he realized that he had found a good enough place when he was sitting with Ashley's unconscious body by his side." He also mentioned, "I was sitting there and no cars drove by. The longer I sat there, the more I thought this is a good place as any. Then it happened. I took her out and took her to the spot and finished the job." He hit her and watched her die. Once he was sure that Ashley was no more, he went home and took a shower. Later, he disposed of his clothing at his then place of work at Meijer, an American supercenter. What is even more shocking is that he followed up the case for years. He even went to check on Ashley's remains at one point but only found bones. Upon further questioning, he came forward with an apology to the Parlier family. Holman denied having planned it out. He said he did not want that to happen with Ashley. He went on to say that he regretted Ashley's murder more than any of them. It should be noted that this confession was released in recent years at a time when he had already taken multiple lives. Nicole, Ashley's sister, could not control her emotions when she got to know that Holman said that Ashley had gone over to him for help, and she was just confused. She was horrified that despite this knowledge, Holman had murdered Ashley in cold blood. Holman believed that things had gone out of hand, and he lost control and killed her. On one hand, he said that he felt so bad after ending her life that he was drunk for 3 weeks straight. He wanted to forget that it had ever happened. On the other hand, he explained the entire killing process gave him a kind of ultimate adrenaline rush that could be compared with nothing. Nicole was disheartened to know that his apology was just another way of showing his heinous act off. She said it was really hard for them not knowing. "My mother, her Huntington's, progressed very quickly due to grief and depression. My father was the same. Being a parent myself, I know what they were going through. It's hard to understand what type of person could do that. I could never imagine wanting to hurt someone that badly." Holman accepted that he could say no words to comfort the family, but he would be willing to beat up with a log if they wanted to do that. Nicole was not happy with the apology. She not only lost her sister, but also lost her parents, who died in grief and confusion. She believed that Holman took more than just Ashley's life, and it was the truth. The number of people Harold Holman had killed was more than just the number of his direct victims. Many of his victims' loved ones had passed away never knowing what happened to their family. Nicole made a social media page with the name, Bring Ashley Home, through which she got in touch with the older sisters of the other Pennsylvania victims. They believe that they are bonded by sadness and have developed friendships. She said that the other older sisters of the other Pennsylvania victims are going to join Nicole when she gives her victim impact statement on behalf of the whole Parlier family on April 10th at Holman's trial. She said, "We're going to remember our sisters. We're going to remember Ashley and Tiana and Erica and not him. We're gonna remember how they were good people who loved and were caring, and he's just gonna rot. It had been 18 years since Ashley left her house after arguing with her parents. She never returned home. After what happened to her, the police were determined to bring her back home. They turned over every stone possible to find answers over the years. So when Harold Holman came forward with the confession, the police wanted him to show them the place where he had left Ashley's body. The officers in prosecution believed that the case of Ashley Parlier was a very emotional and very labor-intensive case. It had been almost 2 decades since the first investigative officers tried finding answers. Over the years that followed, multiple detectives were assigned to the Parlier case when they couldn't find the answers within the city. They even traveled across the country to locate potential witnesses and find necessary evidence against the culprit. Sheriff Steve Hinckley informed the media in March that the officers had traveled to California, Maryland, and Pennsylvania to investigate Parlier's case. Calhoun County Sheriff's Department, Detective John Pignatro, Detective Dave Haminga, and Detective Sergeant Chris Suarez of the Michigan State Police were part of the investigation team. Holman led the police to a wooded area at a 6.5-mile road in Newton Township, which is south of Battle Creek. Almost 24 officers searched for Ashley's remains on March 30th, 2022. After they carried out the search for several hours, they could not find her body. People residing in the area informed the media that at the time of Ashley's disappearance, the area used to be farmland. But within a few years, the entire area was divided up and sold to different property owners. All the efforts by the officers went in vain. Holman admitted that after all these years and the development that had happened in the area, he could not properly place where he had left Ashley. The police are still on the hunt to find Ashley's remains. Unsurprisingly, the man who had already killed 3 women and possibly more was afraid to get the death penalty. He was sentenced to 2 terms of life in prison. He was not granted any form of parole. In February of 2023, Holman pleaded guilty to the second-degree murder of Ashley Parlier. He agreed to help Calhoun County Police find the remains of Ashley in the area where he allegedly disposed of her. It is part of the plea deal with the Luzerne County District Attorney's Office in exchange for not receiving the death penalty. He faces up to another life sentence in prison and is scheduled to be sentenced in April 2023. The Calhoun County Sheriff is still looking for any information that would be useful in Ashley Parlier's case and finding her body. If you know something, then contact the Office of Calhoun County Sheriff at 269 to 78,108.80. Every minute is difficult when a loved one goes missing. Imagine 18 years of hurt, grief, and sadness with only a tiny sliver of hope that someday they could return. Imagine the confusion about whether to keep waiting or just leaving the saddening experience behind. Ashley's parents, Sherry and Russell, died in the spring of 2020 without ever knowing what happened to their daughter. Imagine the pain and the agony they suffered in the end when they realized that they would never get to know what happened to Ashley, especially since she had left the house being angry with them. Imagine how they had to live their lives when everyone from true crime enthusiasts to police to the media had active suspicions against them about the disappearance of their own daughter. But Ashley's story finally received closure. Even if it was after 18 years, she may have not come home yet as the police are still trying to find her remains. But at least her family knows what happened to her. On March 13, 1981, during a routine city cleanup operation, a Department of Transport worker was clearing concrete culverts along Interstate 90 off Highway 23 in Beaver Creek Township. While raking away debris, he made a startling discovery: skeletal remains. The worker promptly alerted his supervisor, who then contacted the police. Upon arrival, law enforcement sealed off the area and conducted interviews with everyone present. The supervisor informed authorities that the culverts were cleared annually, with the last cleanup having taken place on October 21, 1980. Investigators surmised that the body may have been dumped in the culvert anytime between October 1980–1981. Forensic technicians and crime scene investigators removed the body and worked to collect any possible clues that may have been left behind. The body was transported to Ramsey County Medical Examiner's office. Identifying the John Doe proved to be a difficult task for the medical examiner. The body had been badly decomposed and was barely recognizable. From what remained of the near-complete skeleton, the coroner determined that John Doe to be a white male between the ages of 30 to 50 years old. His estimated height was between 5 feet 6 inches to 5 feet 8 inches. There was no way to determine weight, hair, or eye color given the condition of the body, nor were there any distinguishing birthmarks or tattoos. The cause of death was listed as a homicide, with the coroner remarking that there was a possibility the victim had been shot. There had been a wound to the skull that was consistent with a small caliber gun, but no gun or shell casing was found in the area. Plaster casts of his teeth were taken for dental record purposes, and DNA samples were extracted from the remains. Getting fingerprints had proved impossible as his fingertips had disintegrated with decomposition. The victim was found clothed in green cotton work pants, a leather belt, and boxer shorts. He wore either light tan or white slip-on engineer boots size 8 to 9 and 2 pairs of green socks on each foot. In his possession was a black plastic comb and a locket with a baby's picture on the inside. Using this vague description, investigators began an extensive search on the area, questioning the workers from the Department of Transport who had worked the area since the previous October. A rough sketch was developed by a police artist along with details provided by the medical examiner. Posters were made and circulated in and around Beaver Creek Township. They also questioned motorists who used the road frequently about any unusual activity in the area. Locals to the area were questioned regarding the John Doe, who was found in the culvert, but no one seemed to recall anyone fitting his description. A search of missing persons databases in and around Minnesota yielded no results, and it seemed as if no one knew who this man could be. A lack of leads ultimately led to the case growing cold. No one had come forward to report anyone missing in the area. Although police periodically looked over the file, nothing new came of the information. As technology advanced, DNA profiles of known criminals were becoming digitized in order to allow law enforcement to have quicker and easier access to records. A profile had been developed of the Rock County John Doe back in 1981 and was used to search for him on national criminal databases. However, this too proved futile as there was no records of the victim found. The case lay cold for decades without any new information. In 2018, genetic genealogy began changing the face of criminal investigations. Having used this new technology to track down and capture the infamous Golden State Killer, other law enforcement agencies soon took notice. This technology, they believed, would surely be a game changer in identifying unsolved cold cases. The Rock County Sheriff's Office partnered with the nonprofit agency, the Doe Network, in August 2022 and reopened the Rock County John Doe case. They developed a digital composite sketch from the autopsy photos of the John Doe that was uploaded to their site and all other missing person databases. The next task was to raise enough funds to pay for DNA testing. Through community initiatives and fundraisers, the Sheriff's Office were able to reach their target and pay for all the tests needed to perform the task. Working with the genealogy websites, volunteers from the Doe Network used the DNA samples provided by the Sheriff's Office to start tracing familial connections. After a few months of poring through thousands of family trees, they were able to find a familial mat in Omaha, Nebraska. The team then made contact with the woman who said she didn't know of any relative who had lived in Rock County or went missing but was willing to meet with them. After contacting agents from the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and investigators from the Rock County Sheriff's Office, officials made their way to Omaha in early November 2022, and Omaha investigators met with the members of the Gadiano family and the woman who was the closest match to John Doe's profile. The family members volunteered their DNA for testing. On December 20th, 2022, investigators discovered that 2 of the profiles matched the strongest against their John Doe's profile. They returned to Omaha with the results and met with the woman who uploaded her profile to the genealogy website along with her aunt and uncle. During interviews with the family, detectives discovered that the woman's aunt actually had a brother who had gone missing in 1971 named Louis Anthony Gadiano. When they showed investigators a picture of Louis, they knew they had found their John Doe. The family could not provide much information about Louis' life as many of their family members had since passed. Louis would have been born sometime in 1946. What they did reveal to investigators was that Louis had been a notorious bank robber in the 1960s. According to his family and archive news articles, Luis had first been accused of robbing a bank in his hometown of Omaha. He was eventually caught while trying to rob a First National City Bank in New York on January 25, 1966 for $96,400 when he was 20 years old. According to reports, Luis was overpowered by the bank teller and ended up shooting the counter instead. He had injured his hand in the scuffle. The article states that Luis told detectives he had been desperate and depressed and wanted his life to be over. Luis was charged with attempted robbery, felonious assault, and weapons possession. Since then, family members heard from him infrequently, but all communication had ceased from 1971. He was not reported missing at the time because he had a strained relationship with his family. They were just as baffled to hear. He had been murdered 10 years after losing contact with his family. No one had ever come forward looking for Luis since he had been missing. For investigators, half the battle has been won as they know their John Doe's identity. Rock County Sheriff Evan Verbrugge said the moment was bittersweet. While it's not news anyone wants, Luis Gadiano's family, at long last, has some answers. And while there's still much more to be learned about Mr. Gadiano's death, knowing his identity, even decades after he died, is a critically important new clue in this case, he said. For Brooks, that the case will remain open despite the uphill challenge. It's going to be difficult for us to find out, but our job is to try and get answers, and the cost is minimal, he said. Authorities urge anyone who may have known Luis Anthony Gadiano between 1971 and 1981 or has any other information about the case to come forward and contact the Rock County Sheriff's Office. On November 11, 1995, in a wooded area near Bradford, Wisconsin, a group of hunters were in pursuit of a herd of deer. Gary Gilbank, eager to impart his love of hunting to his nephews, led them through the woods, only to stumble upon a scene straight out of a horror movie. As they reached the southern bank of Turtle Creek, their hunt came to an abrupt halt. Spread across the ground were the skeletal remains of a man, a baffling and unsettling discovery for them all. They owned the very land the skeleton lay on, and none of them knew who it belonged to or how it came to be here. Without hesitation, they contacted the police. Investigators arrived and immediately cordoned off the scene to begin their investigation. He appeared to be laying on his belly with his hands over his head. His head and back were partially covered by a denim jacket, and he had been wearing a t-shirt with the name of the British band, Venom, on it and a plaid shirt. He also wore gray camouflage pants, and there was one Nike sneaker next to the body. The other was not found. Investigators collected a chrome pendant of a horned goat, a Budweiser lighter, an Aquatech wristwatch, and a tube of Carmex lip balm from the scene. The remains were removed and transported to the coroner's office for further examination. The coroner began an extensive examination of John Doe. There had been no signs of trauma visible on the remains. His height was estimated to be between 5 feet 4 inches and 5 feet 6 inches with his weight at 140 pounds. His estimated age was between 17 to 20 years old. Using a dental analysis, the coroner determined that he had been a Caucasian male. He had received good dental care with only 2 fillings. He still had his wisdom teeth intact, with 2 having partially erupted and 1 being impacted. Samples of hair were taken for a toxicology analysis. There was no trace of cocaine, codeine, or morphine, which ruled out the possibility of an overdose due to long-term opioid addiction. But the coroner did not rule out that he may have been intoxicated or had taken hallucinogenic drugs prior to his death. His cause of death was not determined, but it was possible that he had died from hypothermia after falling into the creek. The coroner believed that it was possible he may have been intoxicated and become disoriented before deciding to lay down and had died as a result of exposure to the elements. There had also been speculation as to his exact time of death. The coroner estimated that he may have died around fall or winter of 1994. Investigators had no leads apart from the clues they found in the John Doe at the scene. They launched a full-on investigation that led them down several paths. In the meanwhile, John Doe's skull was cremated, and the ashes together with his remains were buried at the Johnson Town Center Cemetery used to bury John and Jane Doe's. Working on the theory that he may have been intoxicated and disoriented, investigators searched all known accidents that occurred around the estimated time of John Doe's death. They believed he may have been the survivor of a car wreck and had wandered off after the accident. However, no reports were made of a missing man fitting his description. In fact, there had been no missing persons reports made of any man fitting John Doe's description. Investigators then revisited all rock concerts that were held in the area based on the clothes he was wearing at the time he was found. People from within the heavy metal community were interviewed, but no one remembered anyone who fit John Doe's description. They had reached another dead end here. Given his estimated age, they searched through school yearbooks and government records, but found none of the teenagers in that time period were reported missing. Interviews with the students from the local school district provided no leads either, leading investigators back to square one. The investigation then turned to several witness statements about a man that was dubbed River Guy by the locals. According to witnesses, on October 16, 1994, at around 5:30 p.m., a young man in his early 20s was seen running toward the creek where the body was eventually discovered. Witnesses alleged that the River Guy was wearing clothes similar to the John Doe and had been intoxicated and distraught that afternoon. Statements made by these witnesses include that the man had been stumbling along toward the creek and had fallen several times into the water as he tried to climb the embankment. They also alleged he had yelled at bystanders to get away from him, and he mentioned being wronged by a woman named Mary and being a fugitive. The theory remained one of the strongest until later forensic tests proved that River Guy and John Doe may not have been the same person due to time discrepancies. According to later forensic estimations, the John Doe's rate of decomposition showed that he may have died around May 1995 and not in October 1994 when River Guy was last seen. This also dispelled the initial estimated time of death given by the original medical examiner. The next lead came in the form of a pendant found at the scene. In 2010, detectives from the Rock County Sheriff's Office traced the pendant back to a Janesville area craftsman. The man had been active in the local metal rock scene and had crafted several rock and metal-inspired pieces for fans. When shown the pendant, he told police that it was indeed one of his pieces. However, he made several similar pendants and over the years had sold them to dozens of people. When shown a composite sketch of John Clinton Doe, the craftsman was unable to recognize him as a possible customer. This caused yet another hurdle in the investigation. In 2014, the Rock County Sheriff's Office teamed up with the Smithsonian Institution scientist to perform an isotopic analysis of the John Doe's bones. Isotopic analysis has been used in forensic anthropology to determine the region of origin of unidentified human remains. From bone tissue, forensic scientists can determine the region of birth of a person. The Smithsonian scientists discovered that John Doe had spent a significant amount of time in the Midwestern area around the Great Lakes. These areas included the states of Wisconsin, Illinois, Minnesota, and Michigan. This information allowed investigators to narrow down the field of investigation. Having identified the John Doe's possible birth area, investigators went back to the drawing board in 2016-16 and reworked the composite sketches developed by the Rock County Sheriff's Department and the FBI in 2013 and 2014, respectively. This time, they regressed the sketch to age 16 and added some color before distributing it to the public. Private investigator Jack Fries said that the department hoped it would refresh the memory of anyone who may have interacted with him that year. The whole idea here is to get people to think about what was going on in the early 90s and in their lives. And do they have any connection with this guy at all? He said. Their attempts had failed, but investigators were not to give up so easily. For the next 2 years, private investigator Jack Fries continued to work finding a way to identify the young John Doe. In June 2018, Fries together with Detective Corin Billhorn reached out to the DNA Doe Project, a nonprofit volunteer-based group that helps with identifying unsolved John and Jing Doe cases. Using the DNA extracted and preserved from the original autopsy, the team set out to find the identity of the John Doe. In partnership with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, FluGen Genetics, Aerodyne Research Inc., and Full Genome Corporation, the long journey began. Using genetic genealogy and ancestry website GEDmatch, the research team were able to locate and find possible relatives of John Clinton Doe in February 2019. They had a tentative identity, but investigators needed to be 100% sure. Over the next 3 years, University of North Texas as they tracked down relatives of the John Doe. Upon interviewing with the relatives, they discovered that 2 of the volunteers may share a half-sibling relationship with the John Doe through their father. Country officials applied for and received a warrant to exhume the body of the potential father in late 2021. Once DNA was extracted, testing once again began in earnest, and they finally announced the identity of John Clinton Doe. On June 14, 2020, Rock County Sheriff's Office announced that Carl Isaacs Jr., age 20, was identified as the body in the creek. Carl was born on April 30, 1974 in Delavan, Wisconsin. His parents divorced when he was very young, and it seemed that he had never quite recovered from the trauma. Carl had attended an alternative high school for Badger, Delavan Darien, and Elkhorn area high school students. In 1991, at age 17, Carl had developed a substance addiction. He had also joined a group of friends who engineered a crime spree resulting in damage to property and multiple burglaries. In March 1992, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison for burglary and vandalism of golf carts at the Delbrook Golf Course in Delavan. Between April of 1992 and fall of 1993, Carl was sent to 3 different prisons, finally settling at the Oak Hill Correctional Institute in Oregon, Wisconsin. While there, he had been released to undergo a substance abuse recovery program at a halfway house in Madison. He was also occasionally allowed to return to his mother's home under house arrest. Carl sometimes played the role of informant to authorities in drug-related cases. In April 1995, he had been on one of his house arrest visits. On April 16, 1995, he had suddenly disappeared. He was never heard from or seen again. A county judge immediately signed an arrest warrant for Carl for probation violation that had been renewed annually until April 2018. Investigator Jack Fries pointed out that no one had really come forward reporting Carl Isaacs as missing during the time he disappeared, which complicated their investigation. In this case, Mom and Dad were divorced. He was kind of living with his mom, although I don't think he stayed there very often. He was kind of on the streets, basically homeless. I don't think he had a friend, nobody at all, who would have missed him to the point where they tried to find him, he said. Fries believed that something drove Carl to break the rules of his probation and leave his house. During the announcement of the identity of Carl Isaacs Jr., at the press conference held on June 14, 2022, Rock County Sheriff Troy Knudsen said that it was a sad moment, but also a resolution to a decades-long mystery. I'm kind of sad to have to get together and discuss the untimely death of a young individual in our community, but I'm glad to finally be able to bring a little bit of resolution to the individual's identity. Knudsen declined answering any questions as to why family never reported him missing or any details about them. He did, however, indicate that the family had been bracing for the news following the discovery of the DNA matches and the investigation. Instead, he reminded all those present that the case was still ongoing. We're really looking to flesh out exactly who he was and how he found himself in that particular location. That's where we're looking to the community to help provide some of those details for us, he said. Nansen added that the investigation was a lengthy process, but with the help of technological advancements, it made the identification possible. He thanked and credited Jack Fries, who was a former employee of the Rock County Coroner's Office who assisted voluntarily on the case. He also thanked the DNA Doe Project, which provided police with investigative breakthrough that helped identify Carl Isaacs. Nick Gilbank, who was the man that discovered Carl's body, still remembers the moment he found the body in the creek. I walked over to see what I was looking at, and there next to a garbage bag of his belongings was a clothed skeleton. I remember kneeling down and picking up the shirt, and there was a skull completely decomposed. Although he still has some questions, he is glad that there is some kind of closure in knowing John Doe's identity. I guess I'm glad they finally identified the remains, he said. On April 4, 2007, April Jones was born to Coral and Paul. She quickly became the cherished center of her family's world, a bright and joyful child. Early on, it was determined that she had cerebral palsy and needed daily medication. Despite this challenge, she embraced life with boundless enthusiasm, spreading happiness wherever she went. Her family said she ruled the roost with a cheeky nature whilst also being kind and loving. She loved the outdoors and would often be out riding her bike with her friends. She was also a hard worker in school and was popular amongst her classmates and teachers. On September 30th, 2012, April received a glowing report about how well she was progressing in primary school. Due to having such a fantastic school report the previous day, April was allowed to have some extra time to play outside. April was out playing with her friends near her home on the Brynaghog estate. At 7:20, a Land Rover was seen driving away from Mucklintith at speed. Just 9 minutes later, a frantic 999 call is made. The 999 dispatcher wasted no time by deploying police straight away, and within 8 minutes the first officer had arrived on scene. She spoke to a witness, April's 7-year-old friend, who she had been out with. She was able to provide a brief description. The man who had taken April had brown hair, a beard, blue or green eyes, and was wearing a green jacket or jumper, jeans, and trainers. She also described the vehicle, and one thing immediately stood out to investigators. Her friends said that April had got into the driver's side door, meaning the car steering wheel must have been on the left-hand side of the car, when most cars in the United Kingdom will have the steering wheel on the right. Following this information, a critical incident was launched by the police. As it was an alleged abduction, the police needed to pursue as many lines of inquiry as possible to try and ascertain exactly where April was, knowing time was of the essence. That day had started like any other. April's older sister described it as being a normal day. April had gone to her swimming lesson as usual and then skipped out of the changing rooms to head home. Despite it being October, the sun was out, and it was a nice, warm evening. April's older sister had gone to the youth club, when at around 7:30 p.m., she received a frantic phone call from her mother, screaming down the phone that April was gone. As the sun started to set, panic began to escalate. The response from the community was massive and immediate. As news started to spread on social media that April was missing, people began to come out of their homes to try and assist in any way they could and show support to the Jones family. But this made door-to-door inquiries for the police incredibly difficult, as so many weren't at their addresses, and officers were only able to ask them questions once they returned. When her older sister arrived home from the youth club, she was hoping that April would be home by now. Instead, her distraught mother was out looking for her, and police were combing the area. As the search efforts continued to mount, the media became aware that a 5-year-old girl had allegedly been abducted. The eyes of the country were fixated on the small little Welsh community, as it had been rocked by something so out of the ordinary. By 10:30 p.m., the police had put out an update saying they were increasingly concerned for April and were appealing for any information that could help find her. 100 of local volunteers gathered to join in the search after the news started to spread on Twitter and Facebook. Also high on the priority for the police was helping to support her devastated family. Police revealed more information about the circumstances of April's disappearance and said she was last seen wearing a purple coat and her school polo top. Refuse collection was suspended as workers joined in the hunt too. Hour by hour, more people came out to help with the search, culminating in more than 100 local residents. The town, with a population of just over 2,000, was inundated with volunteers, with some traveling from South Wales and the north of England. Police said they wanted to make sure that search volunteers were used in a coordinated and effective way. April's family weren't allowed to take part in the searches in case they came across something, so the local community stepped up to help. One problem the search teams immediately ran into was the terrain. The extensive countryside, mountains, gorges, streams, waterfalls, and uneven ground made it an incredibly difficult place to search. There were slate mines in the area too, and all of these factors mixed with the rain presented a huge challenge for those trying to find April. An area of more than 60 square kilometers was searched, and there were more than 300 specific search areas. The police knew that if April had been abducted by a stranger, every second was vital to try and find her safe and well. 8 hours on from the initial 999 call being made, the police and community were still out searching, trying to find April Jones. 120 search officers were out and searched through the night. The morning after she had gone missing, they decided to activate the child rescue alert, which puts on notice all police forces up and down the United Kingdom to be on the lookout for any unusual sightings of individuals who fit the description of April Jones and the person who had allegedly abducted her. Information was being distributed to other forces, including descriptions of both April and the alleged abductor, as well as the car her friends saw her getting into. This was the first time the child rescue alert had been triggered nationwide. It had now been 14 hours since she had last been seen, and there was still no sighting of the missing 5-year-old. Missing posters started to go up around the area, and police began to set up roadblocks to stop vehicles. As the investigation continued escalating, the police force found themselves under mounting pressure from the media to release more information. Press conferences were being held every few hours, and sometimes journalists were given very little notice that they were about to take place. As the search continued, it was the task of Andy John, the detective superintendent, to try and find April's alleged abductor. After the friend of April had been allowed to rest, the police went back to try and get a more detailed description of exactly what she had seen when April went missing. It became clear that April had got into the vehicle with the assistance of the person driving, but it wasn't clear whether or not she knew them. Due to April having cerebral palsy, she wouldn't have been able to get into the car unaided. During the morning of October 2nd, just one day after April had gone missing, the information continued to come through, and it all started to point to one individual. A local man named Mark Bridger. He wasn't someone who was known to local police. They received information that Mark Bridger and his vehicle had been in the area around the time the abduction was thought to have taken place. What immediately caught their eye about his vehicle was that it was a left-hand drive, just like April's friend had described. There had been information to suggest that Mark Bridger had actually been part of the search party that was out looking for April. More units were deployed, and a police helicopter was used to try and find him. They had also received information about 4 potential addresses where he could have been staying. Officers went to the properties simultaneously 20 hours after she had been reported missing, but could find no trace of April Jones or Mark Bridger. When they pulled up outside one of the properties, a cottage called Mount Pleasant, at 3:03 in the afternoon, there were no vehicles at the house. An investigator went inside and called out April's name. There was no response. Bridget had only moved into Mount Pleasant 5 weeks before. At 4:30 p.m., the police made an announcement. Mark Bridger had been arrested. Police gave details of the arrest, saying he was detained while walking his dog along the side of the road after being spotted by the police helicopter at 10:42, a couple of miles away from where April had lived. Not once did he lift his gaze to look up at the police helicopter that was circling above him. He had also attempted to alter his appearance by cutting his hair and shaving off his beard. It was about 30 minutes later that Bridget was spotted by a patrol car. After confirming his name to the officer, Bridget turned and said, "I know what this is all about." The police constable asked him, "Where is she?" Bridget replied, "It was an accident. I crushed her with my car. I don't know where she is." He was immediately arrested. Officers described him as being an emotional wreck. Despite being told he didn't have to say anything, Bridger said he needed to talk. "I've been looking for her all night and today on foot because my vehicle is in the garage. It is a left-hand drive Land Rover Discovery. I didn't abduct her. I did my best to revive her. I panicked. I didn't even know until this morning who she was until I saw the television. I just wish I knew what I'd done to her, where I put her. I want to say sorry to the family. There was no life in her, no response, no breath, no response in her eyes. She was just on the seat. I tried to revive her. I would not have dumped her. She is a human being." He was transferred to Everest with police headquarters. The station was shut down to all other prisoners to ensure that the teams could be properly housed there and focus completely on the investigation. Following his arrest, Coral made an emotional plea to the public for their help to try and find April. Alongside Detective Superintendent Reg Bevan, police said the overnight search involving 40 trained police officers, dog handlers, and mountain rescue teams yielded no news on April's whereabouts. They thanked the public for their efforts, but warned of the challenging conditions. Police later revealed the operation had been unprecedented in the UK in terms of scale and terrain. Neighboring forces and specialist teams were helping with a focus on over 20 scenes around the area. The operation led to 600 messages from the public to the police, and a search involved 100 mountain rescue volunteers, 100 police specialist searchers, as well as Coast Guards and the RNLI. It was soon time for the police to start questioning their prime suspect, father of 6, Mark Bridger. Shortly after his interview began, he elaborated further about what he had said upon being arrested. He told the officer that April was dead. He said he had run her over, knocking her off her bike, causing her significant injuries. He said in a state of panic, he had put her into the car and then tried to administer CPR, which had failed. He then said he drove off with April in the vehicle. Bridges stated he then lost his memory and wasn't able to tell investigators where April now was. He claimed he was drunk and could not recall what he had done with April's body, but he was sure he had put her somewhere safe. The police made the decision to not release this information immediately, as they needed to verify exactly what was true and whether or not Mark Bridger was being completely honest. Now that Mark Bridger had been arrested, police and crime scene examiners were able to secure his home and conduct a thorough search of the premises to try and uncover any clues as to exactly what had happened to April. Upon going into his home, the stench of detergent and cleaning products was immediately apparent, and it was unusually hot, indicating there had been a roaring fire in the living room fireplace very recently. On the footage taken of Bridget by the police helicopter, a plume of smoke could be seen rising through the chimney from the fireplace of his home. But despite the best efforts of investigators, there was no sign of April either in the property or any of the surrounding areas. Andy John made the decision to meet with the family of April Jones on the evening of October 2nd to disclose the new information that had come to light. They were absolutely devastated by the news that their beloved April was now most likely never coming home. Throughout his interviews, when challenged with the evidence that had been gathered, he would be emotional and unpredictable. Officers believed these emotions were not genuine and pointed to him being both a fantasist and a liar. Mark Bridges' confession that she was now dead left those on the force devastated. They'd worked through the night through increasingly difficult conditions, clinging on to any small chance that she might still be alive. April's older sister said that while the name Mark Bridger meant nothing to her, as soon as she saw his face on the news, she recognized him. She often saw him out and about, and he used to live not far from them. As the investigation into the disappearance of April Jones moved into its third day, the police still needed to prove that Mark Bridger had murdered her. The investigating officers needed to establish any contact he might have had with April during the abduction and obtain any forensic evidence they could. When the police seized his vehicle, they could find no evidence of a road traffic collision and no evidence that the vehicle had struck anybody. Contrary to Bridges' account of April being seriously injured when he put her into the car, forensics could find no blood or traces of blood inside the vehicle. This solidified investigators' thoughts further that Mark Bridges' story of accidentally knocking her off her bike was nothing more than a calculated cover-up of a far more sinister turn of events. As the forensic examination of the car turned up nothing, they turned their attention back to the house where they believed April had been attacked. They were able to find traces of April's blood inside the home, indicating she had suffered significant injuries at the property. They removed what was left in the fire pit in the living room and were able to find 17 fragments of her skull and 1 fragment in the bathroom plug hole, confirming the worst fears of everyone. Police did not believe that April's whole body was burned, but believed the fragments of bone got into the fire and bath during the cleanup. Searches of his house and laptop indicated that Bridger was a highly dangerous and predatory offender. This helped piece together why he had taken April and to satisfy his sinister desires. His internet search history showed that he had an extremely unhealthy interest in children. He had computer folders filled with images of child sexual abuse, graphic depictions of rape, and pictures of previous young murder victims including Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman, 2 10-year-old girls who were murdered in Soham, and 13-year-old Caroline Dickinson, who was raped and murdered in a French hostel during a school trip. There were some pictures available on his computer which officers believed had been taken from Facebook and other social media of children in the local area, including April and her older sister. Following this discovery, Jasmine remembered that Mark Bridger had actually approached her on social media several months before April was abducted. She was in her living room on her laptop when she got a Facebook notification. A new friend requested come through. It was Mark Bridger. She didn't know him and showed it to her father. Paul knew him from the early 1990s when they had dated sisters, but he couldn't understand why he was adding his daughter. Coral also warned her not to accept the request. Jasmine deleted him, and that was seemingly the end of it. When the news started to spread that the case was now moving from a missing child case to a murder inquiry, around 150 people attended a church vigil for April led by the Bishop of Bangor, Andy John, and Reverend Rogers. The despair and disappointment was evident. Reverend Rogers said, "There was over 150 people there, including the police, and we're very, very grateful to them for all that they are doing. It was very silent in there, and it was a very powerful and very moving service." The town was covered in pink ribbons in response to April's mother's appeal for people to wear her daughter's favorite color. Police renewed their appeal for information over suspect Mark Bridges' movements. Following this, investigators revealed that they had received more than 2,500 calls in response to their latest appeal for information. Prime Minister David Cameron said it was every family's nightmare and urged anyone with information to come forward and speak to the police. The time that officers had to question Bridger was rapidly running out. Police had until 5 p.m. to charge or release him. Although they could apply for a further 24 hours warrant of detention, Bridger appeared in court in Aberystwyth at 3:30, where police were given another 24 hours to question him. Once again, the community came out in full force. Around 450 responded to a call for people with good local knowledge to search the villages around where April had lived. Volunteers were told to keep away from the river, the forest, and places such as mineshafts, which were being searched by the specialist teams. On Saturday, October 6th, 5 days after April had disappeared, Mark Bridger was charged with abduction, murder, and perverting the course of justice in relation to the attempt to conceal any trace of her body. The district Crown prosecutor from the Crown Prosecution Service said that following a review of everything that had been gathered, he believed they had sufficient evidence to charge Mark Bridger with the murder of April Jones and that it is in the public interest to do so. I have also concluded that there is sufficient evidence to charge the defendant with attempting to pervert the course of justice and child abduction. This announcement led to mixed emotions. On the one hand, there was relief that the perpetrator had been caught, but also heartbreak not only for the Jones family, but for April, whose life had been taken in the most appalling way imaginable. But who exactly was Mark Bridger? He was born on the November 6th in 1965 in Sutton, Surrey. He was the second of 3 children, and his father had worked as a City of London police constable. After attending secondary school, he went Croydon College, where he failed to complete a diploma in engineering. Bridger grew into a strong man, a very big build, and over 6 foot tall. Accounts from people he worked with described him as sociable, hardworking, and charismatic. Others remarked on his apparent obsession with the military and how he had claimed to be a former Army bomb disposal expert who had changed his identity to protect himself from any retaliation from the Irish Republican Army. He also said he had been a serving member of the SAS. When interviewed by police over April's disappearance, he told them how he had excelled during his military service. But this was nothing more than an utter fantasy. Mark Bridger had never joined the Army or served in the armed forces. Far from being a distinguished veteran, as a teenager, he had been in trouble with the police. For example, in the early 1990s, he was convicted of criminal damage, affray, and driving with no insurance. In 1984, he became a firefighter in London, but within 6 months, he had quit due to what he called personal problems. It was around this time he allegedly split with his partner soon after the birth of their son. The split meant his parents could not get access to their new grandchild, causing a rift from which the family would never recover. Bridger would tell people in later years that his parents were dead. It was at this point that Bridger turned his attention to Wales. He knew South Wales because his grandmother had lived there. He lived in several places where he had a variety of jobs, including bar work, being a chef, a waiter, a car recovery mechanic, and a forestry worker. After moving repeatedly, he finally settled in McClintock. Once there, he had worked a variety of jobs: kitchen assistant as a local hotel, a welder, helping renovate a local guest house, a lifeguard, and a slaughterman in an abattoir. He had 6 children with a number of women, and just days before April was abducted, he had split with his latest girlfriend and was deeply upset about it. He claimed he turned to drink after relationship breakups and had been on antidepressants on and off for 12 years. The attention of women was clearly important to him. Hours before he took April, he contacted 3 women via Facebook asking if they wanted to meet. No strings attached. They also found in his search history, more disturbingly, at 12:11 p.m., Mark Bridger had looked at a cartoon image from his collection of pictures showing young girls being sexually abused. One showed a girl bound with gaffer tape being raped by an adult. When his vehicle was recovered later, there was a roll of gaffer tape on his dashboard. The police now had a much more complete picture of what they believed had happened to April. When he abducted her, he wasn't aware that another child had witnessed it. At 8:30 p.m. that night, his Land Rover was spotted arriving at his home in a village 3 miles from where April had lived. Police did not know if this was the first time he'd been home since abducting April, or if he'd driven there directly after abducting her, killed her there, and then went out again to dispose of her body. This sighting may have not been the first time he returned home that day. The next day, shortly before 9 a.m., Bridget was spotted close to a river bank, carrying a black bin bag. A witness would later tell police she thought there was something in the bag. Later, he took his Land Rover into a garage to be repaired and pretended to help look for April before being arrested soon after. Fast-track DNA testing established that April's blood had been found at Mount Pleasant, most significantly on the underside of the carpet in the living room and in front of the wood burner. Police believe he probably sexually assaulted April before brutally murdering her and dismembering her body, disposing of her at various locations. As Mark Bridger had worked as a slaughterman in an abattoir, one theory was that he had used the skills he had gained there to dismember April's body after killing her. Bridger was due before the magistrates in Aberystwyth on the following Monday. The police said they remained focused and committed to finding April, adding that 10 specialist teams had been conducting a systematic and methodical search from daybreak on Saturday. Mark Bridger appeared to have a wrist with magistrates' court. A small crowd waited outside, and one man threw a bottle at the van that had transported him to court, while others shouted abuse. Bridget was later driven away to HMP Manchester, formerly known as Strangeways. 6 months after April went missing, her family marked what would have been her 6th birthday by releasing pink balloons from the Bernago Green where she used to play. On Monday, January 14, 2013, it was time for Mark Bridger to enter his plea. He pleaded not guilty to abduction, murder, and concealing, disposing of, or destroying April's body. But it emerged that his case was that he was probably responsible for her death. April's parents saw Bridger in person for the first time since he had abducted their daughter. Coral and Paul would go to every day of the trial, determined to see this awful ordeal through to its conclusion. In March 2013, it was reported by the BBC that the search for April's body was set to end in the coming weeks. Although they hadn't recovered her body, the police and Crown Prosecution Service worked together to push on and prepare their case for trial. The trial was initially arranged for 2 months after the point of charge, giving officers and prosecutors an incredibly tight timeline to try and pull together all their arguments and evidence. When his trial began on April 29th, Mark Bridger continued the same story he had tried to spit in his interviews. He was in denial about his actions and tried to present himself as a caring individual who had tried to help April after the tragic accident he was adamant had occurred. The testimony of April's friend who had witnessed the abduction was to be crucial in countering his story. She said that April had got into the front and then clambered into the back. It just drove off. I didn't know she was going to go in the van. The girl fiddled with her hair and sometimes hugged her bear as she was questioned by Bridges barrister, Brendan Kelly QC. Kelly, who like all court officials was not wearing a wig or gown, asked if she had a good view of the Land Rover. "Yes, I did," she replied. "Are you sure that you saw April talking to the man?" "Yes, I'm sure," she answered. It also emerged that Bridger had taken his Land Rover to a garage at 9 a.m. the day after April disappeared, saying he had been in an accident. A member of staff told the court that while everybody locally had been upset about April's disappearance, they found it odd that he was so upset by it all and that he looked on the verge of crying as he spoke about it. The mechanic said he kept asking how much his vehicle would cost to repair and when he could have it back. He said he appeared nervous and edgy. Another person who had joined the search for April traveled through the village where Bridget was living. She said she had seen him in a lay-by carrying what looked like a black bin liner in his hand. The lay-by was close to the river and less than half a mile from his house, and the evidence just continued to mount. When he spoke to a postman about April, he feigned shock and asked what sort of vehicle the police were looking for. But he managed to contradict himself later when he joined a search party at about 2 p.m. First telling one volunteer he had found out at 9:30 that morning, then telling another he had been searching throughout the night. April's head teacher provided an insight into the relationships he had formed when she gave evidence at his trial. She told the court how he had a history of relationships with young mothers and there were complex relationships between a number of these families. She had spoken to Bridger at a parents' evening just a couple of hours before he had taken April, when she had seen him talking to a former pupil now in secondary school, which she found strange. April's father also gave evidence as he had known Bridger since the early 1990s when the pair had dated sisters. He remembered Bridget as being a risk-taker who drove like a maniac. He spoke of how he had loaned Bridget a book on SAS survival skills, which he would not return, claiming to have lost it. Paul said he later found it during a visit to Bridger's house and took it back. As Bridger's behavior in the hours before April's abduction had become more predatory, the court heard how he had made an approach to a 10-year-old girl playing near to where April had last been seen. He invited her to a sleepover with his daughter, but no arrangements were finalized. During the police interviews, Bridger maintained that April had not been to his house, but when confronted in court by the overwhelming forensic evidence, he told the jury that images of her laying down in front of the fire had come to him in his dreams. After all the evidence had been presented, it was time for the jury to retire to consider their verdict. And on the May 30th, they had come to a conclusion. Mark Bridger was found unanimously guilty on all 3 counts. He was sentenced to life in prison with a whole life order. He looked down at the floor as his sentence was handed out and said nothing. Despite knowing he will never be a free man again, he has refused to disclose exactly what happened to April that night or where her body is, and no more remains of April Jones have ever been found. Many believe that this is the last piece of control he is not willing to relinquish. At the conclusion of his trial, Mark Bridger was described as a pathological and glib liar, a pedophile who harbored sexual and morbid fantasies about young girls. He chose to put witnesses through the ordeal of giving evidence over a lengthy trial that had lasted 4.5 weeks. He could have avoided all of it by pleading guilty in the first instance to the charges that had been leveled against him. Detective Superintendent Andrew John, who had led the investigation, said, "Mark Bridger is an evil and manipulative individual who clearly likes to be in control. He has committed the most horrific of crimes, the abduction and murder of a young, vulnerable girl. He appears to be somebody who is a fantasist." In July 2013, it was reported by the BBC that Mark Bridger had been attacked while in prison. The 47-year-old was attacked with a makeshift blade as he walked along the gangway at Wakefield Prison in West Yorkshire. He was treated in hospital where he required stitches. His injuries were not life-threatening, and he was returned to prison the same day. In September 2013, the family had a burial funeral with many turning up to pay their respects. As they didn't have a body, the family buried an empty casket pulled on a horse-drawn carriage, with the burial site being the graveyard just yards away from where she had disappeared. They were given ash and bone fragments from the police to bury, and the family also buried personal items alongside. This gave the family a spot they could visit to remember April and be together as a family. In December 2013, the judicial office said that Mark Bridger had lodged an application for permission to appeal. But the following month, they confirmed that he had abandoned his attempt just 11 days before the hearing was due to take place. In November 2018, leading search engine companies announced they were going to make it harder to find child abuse images online. As many as 100,000 search terms would now return no results that find illegal material. Following the horrors that had occurred at Mount Pleasant, the property was later demolished. April's family were there to watch the demolition. Tragically, April's father, Paul, developed a rare brain disease. The family revealed in February 2018 that the diagnosis had left him unable to remember the murder. His wife, Coral, told the Mirror that Paul could not understand why April hadn't visited him in hospital. Her family are adamant that she will be remembered for the joy and happiness she brought to so many people, and not for the tragic way that she left this earth. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. On the afternoon of March 14, 1968, 3 boys were playing in a muddy farm field near the intersection of Newland Street and Yorktown Avenue in Huntington Beach, California when they made a chilling discovery. They came across the body of a young woman who had suffered severe beatings, a slashed throat, and evidence of sexual assault was found during her autopsy. Police meticulously searched the field and identified tracks that suggested the woman's body might have been discarded from the passenger side of a vehicle. Police had few leads to follow to identify the woman's killer, but also had few direct clues to identify the woman. She had no identification with her, and a missing persons report consistent with her appearance did not come in during the following days. The woman was white or Hispanic, approximately 5 feet 1 inch tall, and between 20-30 years old. No drugs or alcohol were found in her system. She was wearing a floral shirt, purple pants, a black jacket, and a ring with a blue stone. Her black shoes were one of the best leads investigators had, as that brand of shoe was only sold in New York at the time. Authorities theorized that their Jane Doe may have been someone from the East Coast who hitchhiked to California. She had potentially then been killed by someone she accepted a ride from. Despite following up on several leads, police could still not identify their victim, which in turn limited their avenues of investigation into her murder as they could not investigate any of known acquaintances or identify any motives to want to harm her. Decades passed with the woman remaining unidentified and her killer remaining unpunished. One of the boys who had found her grew up, joined the Huntington Beach Police Department, and retired with the woman remaining unidentified that entire time. Eventually, the case became Orange County's oldest unsolved Jane Doe case. Authorities did not give up on identifying the woman and her killer, however, and as technology improved over the ensuing decades, they used it to generate new leads. Her fingerprints were entered into state and federal databases, and in 2011, her partial DNA profile was developed from blood on her blouse and entered into the combined DNA index system. In 2016, images of her body as well as pictures of her ring and shoes were released to the public in a renewed effort to locate someone who could identify her. In 2001, her clothes and rape kit had been processed, and a male DNA sample was identified. There was no match to it in any criminal database, however. The cigarette butt found near the body was examined in hopes of finding DNA in 2010. A male DNA profile, consistent with the one identified in 2001 from the rape kit and clothes, was developed from it, but authorities still could not identify the man whose DNA it was. In 2010, homicide detective Pat Ellis began working on the case with his partner, Mark Riley. He remained working on the case until his retirement in January 2020. Jane Doe's body had been exhumed in 2019, but testing was unable to provide a full DNA sample. She was buried in an unmarked grave in Newport Beach rather than in a potter's grave in hopes that technology would one day advance even more and it would be easier to exhume her again for further testing. One of the last things Detective Ellis did before retiring was order new testing of Jane Doe's clothes. This retesting did finally result in a complete DNA profile of Jane Doe. Now that they had a complete DNA profile, turned to genetic genealogy as a potential means of finally identifying Jane Doe. In July of 2020, 52 years after the murder, authorities announced that by using genetic genealogy, they had identified both their Jane Doe and her presumed killer. Jane Doe was Anita Louise Pato, who had been 26 at the time of her death. One of 7 children, she had moved to California from Maine in 1967 because of a fascination with the film industry. She remained in contact with her family through letters, which had abruptly stopped coming after February of 1968. Her family was concerned about the sudden lack of communication from May came and went without her returning home. They truly began to worry. Her parents and siblings did not have the means to travel to California, but they remained in contact with authorities in the state trying to find Anita. By 1980, Anita's niece, Lori Curian, had also become involved in the search. She maintained regular contact with police in Whittier, California, where Anita had been renting a room and had posted her final letter, and the Social Security Administration in hopes of finding her. Anita's parents, as well as 3 of her siblings, passed away before she was, but her surviving 2 sisters and brother were relieved to finally know what became of Anita. The man whose DNA was found at the scene was also identified as Johnny Crisco. Crisco could not be arrested for the crime because he had passed away in 2015. He died of throat cancer at the age of 71 in Washington state. Crisco's criminal history began when he was just 17. He had then joined the Army and become a paratrooper. He was discharged from the Army after 3 years when he failed a psychological examination. During the exam, he was diagnosed with positive aggressive reaction or having a pattern of being quick to anger, easy to feel unjustly treated, chronically resentful, immature, and impulsive, according to investigators. Crisco was arrested in 1971, but his record was subsequently purged. He married 3 times and had 2 children. Both of his children and one of his ex-wives have passed away. Following his death, his body went unclaimed. Authorities are still unsure of how and Anita came into contact or if they were in any way previously connected before the day of the murder. They are asking anyone who may be able to provide such information to call the Huntington Beach Police tip line. Anita's body was returned to her family in Maine. They held a private service for her, with some of the investigators from California in attendance. Anita was buried in Waterville, Maine. While they will never see Anita's killer brought to justice, the remaining members of her family are relieved to have finally found answers and been given the opportunity to lay Anita to rest. It is a big weight lifted off. She is not missing anymore, said Anita's niece, Lori. She is close to us now. We have a sense of peace that comes with that. Michelle Missy Jones was born on May 13, 1962. She attended Park West Continuation School, where she helped found a yearbook club. After graduation, she found a job working as a police dispatcher in Claremont, California. She loved to dance and go roller skating and was meticulous about keeping her hair and nails done. She was popular and regularly invited to parties. 18-year-old Missy was getting ready for a July 4th party, the last time her family saw her. She did not come home from the party, which was out of character for her. So her parents began calling all of her friends looking for her on the morning of July 5, 1980. That same morning, police received a phone call reporting that a woman's body had been found in a grapefruit grove near the intersection of Live Oak and Santa Ana Avenues in Fontana, California. Her head was partially covered in dirt, and she was naked. It was later determined that she had been sexually assaulted. By that afternoon, the woman had been identified as Missy Jones, and her family was notified. Several pieces of evidence were collected at the scene, and police followed up on several leads. Unfortunately, the case went cold. Missy's sister Melissa walked past the cemetery where Missy was buried every day of her senior year of high school on her way to school. She would wonder about the things Missy would have been doing with her life had she not been killed, and try to figure out who could have taken from their family and why they would want to do something so terrible to someone so loving and kind. Both of Missy's parents passed away, never knowing who killed their daughter. In 2020, samples taken by police 4 decades earlier were processed for DNA. A profile from a single male individual was developed, but there was no match to it in the combined DNA index system. Authorities then began re-interviewing members of Missy's family. They identified a potential suspect, a former boyfriend of one of Missy's sisters. The man was now 66 years old and living in Las Vegas. Police surveilled the man and surreptitiously an item he discarded to test it for DNA. It was a match to the DNA found at the crime scene. On September 8, 2020, 40 years after Missy's murder, Leonard Nash was arrested for the crime in Nevada to be extradited back to California. On Saturday, September 19, 2020, Missy's family held a service at her graveside to honor her memory and celebrate the solving of her case. They released 40 balloons, one for each year they had been without her. In addition, the family also used the service to remember other families who are still waiting for the answers they have finally found. "We're also doing this for everyone else who's had to go through what we've been through," said Missy's sister Melissa. "There are so many people out there whose loved ones were killed or have gone missing, and they still have no idea what happened." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 17-year-old Mary London was a student at Sacramento High School. She was developmentally disabled and, therefore, still in the 10th grade. At the beginning of 1981, she was living in a foster home. She never came home on January 14, 1981. The following morning, January 15th, Mary's body was found along a rural stretch of San Juan Road in North Sacramento. She was wearing only white socks and one shoe. She had been sexually assaulted and then stabbed multiple times. Dozens of interviews were conducted and numerous leads followed, but Mary's killer remained unidentified. In 2016, Mary's case was reopened. Authorities made a public appeal to try to identify someone known only as Daryl, who was not considered a suspect in the case. He was instead a friend of Mary's, and police thought it was important for them to speak with him. DNA evidence was also available in the case, and while the technology needed to utilize it to solve the crime did not exist in 1981, it did in 2020. On April 22, 2020, Sacramento Police Chief Daniel Hahn and County District Attorney and Marie Schubert announced that genetic genealogy had used to identify Mary London's murderer, a man named Vernon Parker. Parker had not previously been a suspect in the case, and he had not even come up during the course of the initial investigation. Unfortunately, Parker, who had been approximately the same age as Mary, could not be prosecuted for the crime because he was deceased. He had been murdered in downtown Sacramento just over a year after Mary's murder. "You can't escape justice," Chief Hahn pointed out. "You can't outrun the horrific things you have done to another human being in our community." One of the original detectives on the case was David Schwartz, a father of 8 originally from Wisconsin. He never forgot about Mary's case, which was finally solved around the time he turned 90. He was personally satisfied that the case was closed and very happy for Mary's family to finally have answers. He made sure he was there to meet Mary's half-sister, Esther Schneider, and her daughter when the announcement of the identification of Mary's killer was made. He would have liked to have given her a hug on the occasion but had to maintain a safe social distance. In 1981, Esther had only learned of her sister's death after seeing it on the news. In 2020, she was informed that the case was solved in person. She was grateful to everyone who worked on Mary's case over the years and believes her sister can now finally be at peace. 62-year-old Miyuki Harwood worked as a computer systems analyst for Intel. In 2015, she moved from Orangevale, California to Folsom, California. In her spare time, she loved to be outdoors. She was a knowledgeable and experienced backpacker and hiker. Miyuki was very independent and normally went on hikes and backpacking trips alone. In June of 2015, she went on a solo hike of the Grand Canyon. That August, however, she decided to go on an 8-day group backpacking trip with the Sierra Club that would go through the Sierra National Forest and Kings Canyon National Park. Miyuki did not know anyone else going on the trip. On August 20th, 6th day of the trip, the group went on a hike up Black Cat Mountain in the Sierra National Forest. Miyuki's fellow hikers last saw her around 1 p.m., but she then became separated from them. Be a part of the effort to find Miyuki. 60 search and rescue workers combed the area for her, and search dogs, helicopters, and a drone were all utilized. The search effort was complicated by a nearby fire, referred to as the Rough Fire, which had started at the end of July and was burning just 10 miles from the search area. The fire impacted air quality and complicated helicopter flight. Miyuki's traveled to the area during the search, and her brother flew in from Japan. Miyuki's disappearance was made even more painful for them by its timing. She went missing near the 10-year anniversary of her husband Brett's unexpected death. On August 29th, 9 days after Miyuki disappeared, A group was searching near the Courtright Reservoir when they heard the sound of a whistle in the distance. They followed the sound and finally found Miyuki signaling for help with a whistle at the bottom of a rocky ravine. She was injured and unable to walk, so she had to be airlifted out of the area. The fire made it difficult for a helicopter to land in the area, but it was eventually able to successfully reach her. Miyuki was then airlifted to Community Regional Medical Center in Fresno, where she underwent the first of 2 surgeries she would require on her legs. After she was rescued and brought to the hospital, Miyuki released a letter explaining the circumstances that left her alone in a remote area for over a week with limited supplies. Miyuki reached the summit of the mountain with the rest of her group but wanted to get back to their campsite, so she decided to head back down the mountain alone, a decision which she regretted. She got lost and eventually fell off of a small cliff after it got dark. She hit the ground below feet first, shattering her left leg, breaking her right ankle, and sustaining a compression fracture in her spine in the process. She remained conscious and thought that if she rested where she fell overnight, she would be strong enough to make it back to the campsite the following day. In the morning, however, she realized that she was still completely unable to walk. While Miyuki was on an 8-day excursion, the trek up Black Cat Mountain was essentially a day trip for the group, and Miyuki's main, large backpack was back at the campsite, and she only had what could fit in her smaller backpack with her. She had little food beyond small items like nuts and a 1-liter water bottle. The bottle was almost empty by the day after her fall, and she knew she could not survive long without finding a source of water. Luckily, she could hear the sound of water flowing nearby. She spent the next 2 days dragging herself across the ground to reach a creek. She had a water filter with her and was able to use it to refill her water bottle every day. Temperatures dropped substantially at night, and Miyuki was only wearing a medium-weight jacket. She was able to pull herself into the sunlight during the day to warm up. Miyuki knew that people were out looking for her during her ordeal. She saw and heard the search helicopters starting the day after she was separated from her group, but had no way to signal them, and they were unable to see her. She had previously heard another group of searchers calling for her and had used her whistle to try to get their attention, but they had not heard her. Miyuki's injuries were serious but not life-threatening. She had to spend some time in a physical rehabilitation center as a part of her lengthy recovery. In January of 2016, the Fresno County Sheriff's Search and Rescue Team received a commendation for their work during Miyuki's rescue. Miyuki, still requiring crutches, was in attendance at the ceremony. She was reunited with some of her rescuers, most of whom she had not seen since she was rescued. She thanked them for not giving up on her and for saving her life. 22-year-old Rachel Lloyd graduated from North Carolina State University in December of 2015. Before beginning her graduate studies in interpersonal communication at the University of Texas, she moved to New Zealand to study at Massey University in Palmerston North for a semester. In April of 2016, her mother, Carolyn of Charlotte, North Carolina, flew to New Zealand to visit her. On April 26th, Rachel and Carolyn embarked on a hike along the Kapakapanui Track and Tururu Forest Park, a conservation park in the Wellington region. The track takes, on average, 6 to 8 hours to hike, and one of the best viewpoints in the park is at the summit of Kapakapanui. Both mother and daughter were experienced day hikers. Rachel and Carolyn followed orange trail markers up to the summit and then spent some time enjoying the sun before heading back down. However, at some point during their descent, they started seeing blue trail markers instead of the orange ones. They decided that there must be an alternative way back down. They would later learn that they were not. The blue markers were there to track possums. 20 minutes into their hike down, Rachel and Carolyn stopped seeing the blue markers. However, the terrain they had covered was far too steep for it to possible for them to go back the way they came. Therefore, they continued on, trying to get back to the main track. Rachel and Carolyn instead eventually ended up on a small ledge that overlooked a 600-foot waterfall. It was beginning to get dark, and the overnight temperature dropped down to around 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Rachel and Carolyn clung onto each other to try to stay warm and held onto a tree, trying to stay awake out of fear that they would roll down the steep terrain if they fell asleep. When the sun was up enough for them to navigate through the dense vegetation that surrounded them, they climbed down the ledge. At the base of the waterfall, they found a creek and decided to follow it. Unfortunately, Rachel slipped on a rock along the creek. She fell into the cold water and hit her head on a rock underneath the water. In addition to the head injury, Rachel also had to deal with hypothermia, which quickly began to set in. She could never get dry and therefore could never get warm after the fall. Rachel and Carolyn only had a limited of cheese and nuts they had packed for what they had thought would be just a day trip and tried to ration their limited food supply. But the lack of proper calories made the injured Rachel even more weak. Rachel eventually could no longer see or hear and started losing feeling in one of her legs. Caroline then carried their backpack on her front and carried her daughter on her back for as long as she could. By the third day of their ordeal, Rachel could no longer keep going. Carolyn made a makeshift campsite and a bed made out of fern fronds for her daughter. Rachel's condition deteriorated to the point where she believed herself to be close to death, and she relayed her dying wishes to her mother. As the word help in giant letters, once in a clearing and once in an open area by the creek, in hopes that a passing aircraft would eventually see it. There were aircraft in the area, and they were there looking for Carolyn and Rachel. Carolyn's husband and Rachel's father, Barry Lloyd, was at home in North Carolina but had been in contact with his wife throughout her trip so far. He became concerned when a day passed without him hearing from her or their daughter. Local authorities also became involved when Rachel and Carolyn failed to return their rental car or check into a hotel as planned. The rental car was found at the conservation park 2 days after the mother and daughter began their hike and a search began for them. All-terrain vehicles, search dogs, and helicopters were all brought in as part of the effort. Official search and rescue workers, as well as numerous volunteers, helped look for Rachel and Carolyn. Barry Lloyd remained in contact with the emergency personnel in New Zealand, and his sons had flown to Charlotte from Chicago and were getting ready to fly to New Zealand with him to help with the search. A helicopter from Amalgamated Helicopters flew search teams into the park on April 30th, leaving them at different vantage points to look for the missing mother and daughter. The pilots then flew over the area to look for Carolyn and Rachel themselves. In the process, they saw Carolyn's messages and relayed the location to the search teams. On the 5th day of their ordeal, Rachel and Caroline were airlifted out of the park and taken to Wellington Hospital. While Carolyn was weak, she did not need to be admitted to the hospital. Rachel's injuries and hypothermia did require a hospital stay. She would later say that she believed she would have only survived for a few more hours had she not been rescued and given medical attention. After she was released from the hospital, Rachel remained in New Zealand to complete her semester of studies. Carolyn's brother, John Schumacher, released a statement on behalf of the family after the rescue. My entire family wishes to express our tear-filled gratitude to all the amazing police staff, helicopter pilots, search team members, dog guides. Testament the wonderful citizens of New Zealand are to the rest of the world, of how people can work together to accomplish such noble deeds. Thank God and thank you all. 77-year-old Carol Kaparsky and her 72-year-old husband, Ian Irwin, lived in Palo Alto, California. They were both respected academics. Carol was a linguist and author, and Ian was a noted Parkinson's researcher. They lived in a very tight-knit neighborhood and were very active in their community. A neighbor described them as aging hippies who had a holistic approach to most aspects of their life and were passionate about various progressive causes. In February of 2020, the couple rented a vacation cottage near Inverness in Marin County, California through Airbnb. They had stayed in this cottage before and were familiar with the area and its nearby trails. They were to check out of the cabin on Saturday, February 15th. However, when a housekeeper arrived to clean the cottage that day, Carol and Ian were not there, but all of their belongings, including their car, wallets, and phones were. They missed an appointment the following day and then later failed to keep plans with their family, which was highly unusual. The last sighting of the couple before their disappearance was around 4 p.m. on February 14th as they were walking along a road in Inverness. Based on where they were seen, they could have been heading to area trails in the Tamales Bay State Park or to the trails that would take them down to Tamales Bay itself. As such, both land and water searches were undertaken, lasting 10 to 12 hours per day. Helicopters, drones, and search dogs were all used. Hundreds of people looked for the missing couple in the following days. Authorities had reason to believe that Carol and Ian could still be alive even after a few days and a cold snap that had dropped the temperature to just below freezing on several of the nights they were missing. They were both experienced hikers with specialized skills. Ian had a background in mountaineering, and Carol was an herbalist and mushroom hunter. Their optimism finally started to wane by February. Marin County Sheriff's Office announced that they were considering the search a recovery effort rather than a rescue. Carol and Ian each had a son from a previous relationship, and each of them also began accepting the possibility that they might need to hold a memorial service and hoping that they could at least find bodies to bury so that they could have some sense of closure. 2 days after that announcement was made, on Saturday, February 22nd, more than a week after the couple went missing, 60 people were still out searching for them. Around 10 a.m., a 3-year-old golden retriever named Groot with the California Rescue Dog Association led volunteers into an area of thick vegetation in the creek drainage leading to Shallow Beach. There, they found Carol and Ian. Ian was lying on top of thorny bushes and poison oak to protect Carol, who was without shoes, from being exposed to them. Both Carol and Ian were grateful and relieved when they saw the volunteers who gave them their own gear to warm them up and enough food and water to keep them strong through their transport out of the area. They were airlifted to a local hospital where they were reunited with their sons. Despite the fact that they had both only been wearing mid-weight jackets, they only suffered from mild hypothermia. They both had numerous cuts and scratches from the dense vegetation in the woods. Carol and Ian had gone to watch the sunset on Valentine's Day and had taken none of their hiking equipment with them because they planned to only be gone for half an hour. However, they got lost on a trail in the woods in the dark and eventually fell. They tried to continue on but became trapped in the thick bramble. Carol eventually lost her shoes in deep mud and Ian lost his eyeglasses and hearing aids. They had spent the last 4 days of their ordeal in the spot where they were eventually found, surviving off of muddy water from a nearby puddle and the edible parts of a nearby fern. They were not far from a road but were unable to reach it because the vegetation had grown too thick to fight through. Carol and Ian were both in good spirits as they were rescued and during their hospital stays. Their family issued a statement expressing their gratitude for all of the people who had participated in the search. Their neighbors decorated their house to welcome them home after they recovered from their 8-day ordeal. This isn't my personal experience, but rather a story I heard from a fellow member of my caving club. It's a bit unsettling, but I believe it holds significance, so please bear with me. In Iwate Prefecture, there are countless caves. During the time this tale unfolds, these caves weren't as popular among tourists as they are now. So many remained unmapped and partially unexplored due to infrequent internal surveys. At that time, large-scale survey events were organized within the caving community, and this particular story revolves around one such extensive cave survey conducted on a winter's day. Participants broke up into groups with the more experienced members of the club trying to map and investigate the cave. There were areas which had already been mapped, and some of the caving club members grew a bit bored of measuring areas of the cave. They were just wandering around at their own pace. They were more interested in taking photos and looking for wildlife. This wasn't a good idea. This is why I guess we are told this cautionary tale when we joined the club. One of the cave explorers decided to crawl down a narrow opening in the cave. The others in the club knew, based on the survey, that there was nothing but a dead end, so initially they weren't concerned. Unfortunately, that changed quickly. We knew he would go in, find nothing, and probably squirm his way back out backwards since it was incredibly narrow. But after a few minutes passed, he didn't come back. We all gathered around and began to panic. We looked at the tiny crevasse he had managed to crawl through, and then someone in the club asked aloud, "Is there enough room to turn around in there?" Another chimed in with what we were all thinking. Did he get stuck? There was a sober silence which was broken by the sound of someone shuffling. He came back out the crevasse. I can't tell you how relieved I was to see him. Something was wrong though. He looked jaded and frightened. Not only that, he didn't come out backwards. He came out facing everyone. It seemed impossible. He began to mumble about what had just happened in that narrow crevasse. I got to the dead end, but there was something more. There was an even narrower hole. For some reason, I poked at it and discovered that the earth beneath the hole could be moved aside. After working at this for a while, I managed to get the hole wide enough to fit both my arms through, then my whole body. It opened up into a reasonably wide chamber. That's how he was able to turn around. He went on. I thought I had found an undiscovered part of the cave and I was really excited. I shot my torch all over the cave and my torchlight fell on something. A doll or maybe a mannequin was lying on the cave floor. I had heard of seeing things in caves, stalagmites which appeared to look like humans, as well as odd formations of mud on the cave floor. I was aware my eyes could play tricks on me in the dark, but none of this accounted for the fact that this human-shaped mass was wearing glasses. So you think it was human? He nodded his head silently. The caving club left and called the police. Later, the body was identified. According to the police, it was the body of a high school student who went missing a few years ago. He entered the cave with candles and some sweets, so he can establish he had intent to explore the cave. But for what purpose? Some speculate it was because he wanted to commit suicide. Others say he must have wanted to explore. Perhaps it was his own little secret base. Due to this portion of the cave being almost completely shut off, his body had been preserved from the elements. The only issue was that muddy water from above had dripped down onto the body. One strange thing was the glasses didn't have a drop of muddy water on them. If you've never been in a cave with no source of light, perhaps I can help you imagine what it's like. I've been in caves where I have turned the torch off just for a second. It was so dark, I couldn't tell whether my eyes were open or shut. I tried to stay in the dark as long as possible. The longest I could manage was about a minute. But I think that the everyday ordinary person could keep their sense of balance for about 10 minutes. But after that, you wouldn't know up from down. Then the mind wanders. The things in the dark, they can tolerate it, but man can't. The sounds, the loss of direction, it all adds up. It all takes a toll. The poor high school boy could have lasted 30 minutes or so without panicking there. I'm assuming there was some sort of cave-in which buried the only exit. Things would have gotten worse when his matches got wet, or perhaps he couldn't find where he put the candles. At this point, he would have regretted his decision to enter the cave, as there would be no one to hear his whimpers or screams for help. He would be cursing himself time and time again for coming or for not bringing a torch. Maybe even wishing he'd told someone where he was going. How many times did he trace his hands along the walls looking for the exit? Back and forth, back and forth. How many days did he live? What kind of hallucinations did he see? Unsure if he was awake or asleep, hallucinating or thinking straight, hunger or thirst. One of those would have come for him in the end, but not before his mind tormented him further. Maybe he didn't even truly feel like himself towards the end. Maybe his identity faded into the darkness. How many times did he scream, scratch the walls, cry? He would have died without even realizing he was alive or dead. Staring, backed into the corner, hiding from whatever was tormenting him. His glasses resting on his nose, pointing towards the exit he could no longer find. I think this is the most terrifying and tragic death I've ever heard. This happened while I was living at my mom's house a couple of years ago, and just thinking about this still makes my heart race. I shared a room with my mom during this time, so she slept on a queen bed and I was on the twin. In between our beds was a table with a lamp. Quick backstory. Whenever I would lay in bed back then, I would stretch my arms up towards the ceiling. I did this for many years before this happened and still do. Just not when it's dark or when I'm alone. That night, I had fallen asleep in an awkward position while reading a book. I woke up in the middle of the night and my neck was aching from not having a pillow. I readjusted myself, and then I realized I had to use the bathroom. I went and then laid down. I remember feeling wide awake, thinking I wasn't going to be able to fall asleep. I grabbed my phone and looked at the time. It was 4 a.m. I remember the time because of what happened next. The room was dark and I was just laying there, staring up at the ceiling. I stretched my arms up not even a minute after setting my phone down and had the palms of my hands facing the ceiling. Almost immediately, I felt two hands slide onto mine. I was shocked. In my head, I was trying to figure out what was going on. For some reason, I imagined it was my mom's hands, that she had crawled onto my bed and placed her hands on mine. That thought scared me more, but I knew it wasn't her. I started gasping and sobbing, and my mom woke up and turned on the lamp. She was freaking out too now. I told her what happened and she seemed scared, but just told me to breathe and pray and sleep in the bed with her. I looked at the time and it was 4:05 a.m. I swear I was awake, but at the same time, I hope it was just a dream. This happened to my boyfriend when he was in his early teens. Him and a group of buddies went over to a friend's house, and one of them bought a Ouija board. They took the board to the basement to mess around with it. The friend's family bred chickens, and they kept them in a cage also in the basement. As the boys were playing with the Ouija board, they were all laughing and quite skeptical if it actually worked. With their fingers on the indicator, they jokingly asked the board to do something to prove they were actually talking to a spirit. Suddenly, the light in the basement turned off, and then they could hear the chickens going wild, shrieking and rattling the cage around. The boys all screamed and ran upstairs. When they finally got the courage to go back downstairs, the chickens were all quiet. Upon further inspection, every single chicken had its neck snapped. When I was in school, I got into an argument with a very religious classmate. I am not into religion at all, and so I was asking him about this religion and how he can take this stuff so seriously because it sounds like fairy tales. He was obviously hurt by that and looked me in my eyes and said, "Your heart is not kind enough to let religion in." I felt like he had cursed me. He gave me goosebumps, but I just didn't pay any attention to it. In the night, I dreamed about a holy book which was in flames. I told my mother about my dream and she immediately asked me if I think I need to apologize to someone. We are Persian and it's very common in our culture to take dreams seriously. I said no, although I knew it was a lie. 2 days later, I was laying in my bed and was about to sleep when a very strange feeling got me. I felt like I really needed to leave my room and sleep in my parents' bed, which was strange enough as a teenager. The feeling was so strong I couldn't resist. So I went to my mother and asked her if it was okay if I sleep next to her. I fell asleep in their bed. In the middle of the night, I woke up and heard how my parents were walking through our house. It smelled like something was burning. I got out of bed quickly and ran to them as they were looking all around, instinctively in the kitchen first, then bathroom. We ended up in front of the door of my room. My mother opened the door and in that moment a huge flame lit up. My bed was on fire. Everything happened so quickly. My mother told me to call 110 and I can remember that my father grabbed the end of my mattress and pulled it out of my room, outside in our yard, and there it burned until the firemen came. But it was too late already. I lost everything that night. All my clothes, my school books, even my floor was gone because it was wooden. I don't know if it was a curse or just a very strange coincidence, but it has taught me a big lesson. I never ever hurt someone's feelings on purpose. In March of 2016, in the regional town of Ballarat, Victoria, Australia, I started experiencing some strange activity in a house I had recently started renting. It began 3 days after my partner and I broke up and he moved out. The first night it started, I was fast asleep, alone, and woke to multiple alarm sounds coming from the kitchen. I awoke puzzled, having never heard them before, and headed downstairs to investigate. Both the fridge and the Wi-Fi modem were flashing irrefutably. After trying to reset them with no luck, I turned them both off at the power point, but the alarms continued. By sunrise, they had stopped, and I thought nothing more of it. An electrical fault, I thought. The next night, still alone, I woke up to what sounded like someone humming, coming from the kitchen. Upon sitting up in my bed, I noticed my cat was at the end with a full tail, eyes wide and locked towards the kitchen. With my heart in my throat, I went to investigate, but could not work out where it was coming from. On my way back to my room, the flashlight from my iPhone shone across the front door, and on the glass I could see the letter R had been written in the condensation. From inside of the house, I froze, not knowing if there was someone in the house. I grabbed my keys, purse and the cats and bolted to my car and drove to my mom's at 3 o'clock in the morning. I contemplated calling the police, but what would I tell them even if I couldn't be sure what it was? The next morning I returned home and fearfully went through each room. Everything looked normal except for the guest bathroom. The bathtub was full to the brim, but it didn't look like water. It was a pale blue. I took a photo before I emptied it and told myself, surely I am imagining this. I asked a friend to come and stay with me for the night. She agreed. We stayed up watching movies in my room until we were sleepy. At around 3 a.m., I woke to a creaking sound. I nudged my friend, whispering to her that I had heard something. The room began to feel really cold and the humming sound returned. I grabbed my phone and put the flashlight and video record on and pointed it towards the bedroom door. We sat silently for what seemed like forever. "Watch the video back," my friend whispered. Upon doing so, we both screamed. There on the video, as clear as day, was a shadowy figure walking past the foot of my bed. We froze. Neither of us spoke for a while. We waited for the sun to come back up. "You're staying at my house for a couple of days," my friend told me, but I'd already agreed to babysit my niece the following day. Not wanting to freak my sister out, she dropped my niece off at lunchtime and told me she'd return before dark. This is a perfect distraction, I thought, as my 6-year-old niece told me we'd spend the day coloring. "Let's just color in my room today," I told her. A couple of hours later, she asked to go get a snack from her backpack in the kitchen. 10 seconds later, she hurriedly came back into my room. "Auntie Kate, there was a man running at me in the lounge room." My heart sunk. "There's no one here, Tay, but I'll go and have a look." I checked the house and decided to tell her it must have been her own reflection in the window. She looked puzzled. I reassured her and we returned to coloring. After a toilet break, I came back to my room and Taylor swiftly asked me, "What's that knocking noise, Auntie Kate?" I checked the front door thinking maybe my sister had come back early. "There's no one there, Tay." "Not the front door, Auntie Kate. Behind your bed." "What do you mean, Tay?" "When you went to the toilet, that man was knocking from behind your bed." My heart was racing. Not wanting to show her how scared I was, I put a movie on and went and called my sister. "You need to come back," I said and explained what had been going on. When she arrived, she looked at me fearfully. "Kate, I don't think you should stay here." "I know, but I've got an early day tomorrow." Running low on options, I called my ex to come and stay the night. I didn't want to go into the full details of why, just that I was feeling a little bit uneasy by myself. We laid in bed and he said, "Something doesn't feel right." "What do you mean?" I said. "The energy. I just feel on edge." I turned and told him everything that happened and showed him the photo and the video. Neither of us slept that night, and he never let go of my hand. The next morning he mentioned the shower head in the main bathroom was leaking. "I'll get a plumber," I said. "Thanks for staying." I agreed to meet the plumber on my lunch break. "Easy fix," he said and started making conversation. "So how long have you been here?" he asked. "Oh, not long," I replied, "but I don't think I'll be staying here much longer." "Why is that?" he asked. "Because there's something evil in this house. I've had the strangest and scariest week of my life." He turned round and looked at me and stared until I looked away. His expression was cold. "Are you nearly done?" I asked. "I really need to get back to work." "Not yet," he said, "but I need to tell you something." My skin began to crawl as I gripped my keys and took a step back. "My mom and dad died here," he said. "Dad died in your bathroom and Mom died in the lounge." He took a step towards me as I took another step back. "And this week was the anniversary of their deaths," he said. "What happened?" I asked nervously as I reached behind me for the front door knob. "Nobody knows," he said. "What were their names?" I asked. "Robert and Alma." "Oh my God," I thought, flashing back to the R I had seen sprawled on the front door glass. "Sorry to hear," I choked. "So tell me, what's been happening here?" he asked, his expression still cold. "I think you need to leave. I've really got to get back to work." He didn't respond. "Please," I said. "I'm running late." As he packed up his tools, I waited cautiously outside. He brushed past me and said, "I'll leave the invoice in your letterbox, but you might want to get the lock on your front door changed." The plumber, their son, left, and 2 weeks later so did I. On moving day, whilst carrying boxes out of my car into the new house, I saw something sticking up out of the back seat. I picked it up, an old brown birthday card with a faded "Dear Daddy" written inside of it, unfinished in a child's handwriting. And that was the end of that chapter. To this day, I won't even drive down that street, and I hope I never have to call a plumber ever again. I had a little lamp when I was living alone in my apartment 7 years ago, which worked with batteries. I had this light on for a year without turning it off, so it was on 247 for nearly a year straight. It was in my bedroom and had given a nice and cozy ambience to my room. One day, I noticed that the light had turned off because of empty batteries. I just left it where it was and didn't change the batteries. On the anniversary of the death of my dear friend and beloved uncle, I was talking to my dad on the phone about him, and we were just talking a lot about how much we both missed him. I was really sad and thought about him intensely. Later that night, I went to bed and fell asleep. At about 4 in the morning, I suddenly woke up and saw that the little lamp was on. It was shining so bright that I was shocked and couldn't process what was happening for a while. It was strange because I fell asleep immediately after I saw the lights, which is not actually what I would normally do in that situation. The next day, I checked the lamp and it was off again. The batteries were still empty. But then in the next week's months, I'd noticed that the little lamp would always turn on when I felt sad or anxious or worried, all by itself. I never changed the battery until this day, 7 years later. It is still very special to me, and it has a very special place in our house. I'm married now and have been for 2 years, and this little lamp was shining when my husband was dating me and visiting me for the first time in my apartment back then. I knew it was a good sign right away. I like to think that my uncle has found a way to communicate with me through this little light. Back in the late 1980s, my grandma often helped babysit my older sister, while our mom was working nights at the hospital. During this time, my mom had moved into a duplex and the landlord was always on the grounds, not really doing anything. He was very determined to speak with my mom, but she never had time for him as she slept all day in preparation for her night job. Anyway, one night while my grandma was babysitting, she was lying down but awake on the living room couch, when suddenly, the front doorknob started jiggling. She held her breath, hoping whoever it was would find it locked and move on. However, a key rattled and the door creaked open. From where she lay, she could just make out it was the landlord. Too terrified to move, she squeezed her eyes shut and pretended to be asleep. As the landlord creaked closer, my sister started fussing in her playpen, nearly causing my grandma to scream. She was so scared he would go get my sister, but thankfully he walked into the dining room instead. He began rifling through the drawers of papers, and it dawned on my grandma that it couldn't have been the first time he'd entered my mom's apartment. It felt like hours for her before the landlord finally left, and she immediately put a chair against the door to prevent his return. After my mom got back in the morning, my grandma told her what happened. From then on, the door was blocked and valuables stashed elsewhere. It took a few months before my mom was able to move, and it was definitely a tense time for my grandma whenever she had to stay the night. Sometime between 2010 and 2012, I went on a camping trip with a few high school friends of mine in central Alberta. One of the friends I went with helped set up this trip by allowing us to use his private land with no houses nearby for miles or kilometers. The trip lasted for several days as planned before we eventually returned back to Edmonton. We didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and everything appeared to be going all right. I drove my personal car with me and parked it close to our tents. I bought my own. I've never slept in a tent before, and for some odd reason, when my friends heard I wasn't willing to sleep in my tent for the night, the rest of my friends decided to sleep in my car as well. Bear in mind, it was a friendly trip and no romance stuff involved. This trip turned out to be a creepy experience, as I will explain why. One night, my friend TJ, who was with me during the trip, decided to take random pictures of our surroundings with no particular reason in mind. We were trying to have a good time. He did not check the pictures he took until he arrived back in the city when our trip was over. When I arrived at TJ's house back in Edmonton, we went over the pictures we had. One of the pictures he took revealed something we didn't notice at the time. We were both very surprised and creeped out, as you can imagine. As described in the photo description, he heard a noise that very night the picture was taken, and we were oblivious to his presence. We didn't do anything when finding out we were being watched the whole time. Only thing we did was post this picture online, and that's it. This revelation also made me think, what would have happened if we did sleep in our tents and knocked inside the car with the doors locked during the whole trip? I really don't know. Many things could have happened, and I'm glad that this person did not cause any harm whatsoever to either of us. It has been years since this happened, and I've moved on. But this is something I will possibly never forget. Life can be unpredictable. Make the most out of it since we can't predict our future. So my dad had lymphoma and I was his nurse until the end. I'm an RN. He passed on the bed in my mom's guest room, the one I usually sleep on. So I go for Christmas. I live in the Sierra Nevadas in California, and it's way cold. So I'm asleep in the same bed, same room. At 4 a.m., my Akita wakes me, doing the I see something invisible thing. She's twirling and wagging her tail at something over my bed. Of course, I'm like, okay, hi Dad, then went back to sleep. At 5 a.m., I distinctly hear my mom's sliding glass door open and shut for the dog. I thought, cool. Mom let MacGyver out. So I curl back up. It's cold. At 6:30, I wake up. No dog. So I walk out to see MacGyver freezing ass on the back porch by the sliding door. She had ice and snow on her whiskers, so I was pissed at my dear mom. And I'm like, Mom, why didn't you let her in? She swears up and down she didn't let my dog out. I really pestered her too. Until she died, we never said anything because we knew no one would believe us. It might be boring to you, but my dad let her out. I know it. I've been in my current apartment since 2011. I was definitely much younger at that time, and I didn't know anything about the place. The atmosphere and environment was quite friendly and warm, though people kept out of each other's business. I was close to my teenage years at that time, so there's no need to say I wanted company, i.e. friends, but people seemed so absorbed in themselves and so detached. I never found a friend from my locality. Very soon, I started keeping things to myself and ignoring and not seeing people became a habit. I never noticed anything odd or worth noticing in my flat. Everything was quite natural, but my apartment, no doubt, looked very spooky from the outside since there was barely any people staying there except us. The apartment block is of 5 stories, including the terrace and the garage. My family is the only one that has stayed in the block for so long. My flat is in the southeast side of the block and is pretty much flooded with light, but the northwest side of the block is said to contain something negative. Nobody could ever live there for more than a few months. The first and second floor flats don't feel as though there is anything paranormal there. But the people staying there encounter unfortunate things, and a person even died there. This may sound like a sick superstition, but to be honest, it doesn't feel so. Weird things happen all over the northwest side of the block. But to the bad luck is the added fear, and this reaches an extreme level on the 3rd floor. We have never known of anybody staying in that room or flat for more than a month or 2. Recently, on asking why, we found out the answer. There is something paranormal going on there all the time. People leave that room because something or someone doesn't let them stay there. People always feel something roaming around. A year ago, a young man who lived there by himself told us he couldn't sleep for months because he felt someone standing beside his bed's headboard. He visibly saw something sitting on his bed, the bathroom door opening and the light switching on and then off after some time. He must be awarded respect for his courage, if nothing else. Staying there for a long time all by himself without company. Not just the bad look, but also feeling somebody's invisible presence was the final warning. He soon confided his fears to his friend, and with his friend's help, he managed to get rid of the bodiless soul who was said to have been the victim of something terrible. He bought some sort of doll with good spells overflowing from it. Since then, everything seems to have settled. But for some reason or another, after living out there for a year and a half, he moved out somewhere else and a new family is now there. They were told about the paranormal activities there and have taken all the precautions they can to prevent the terror. Fortunately, there have been no new complaints. But thinking of something so terrible happening just above my floor covers me with goosebumps. I had an eccentric old neighbor whose home she shared with her husband, Blue, even more ancient mother, and a menagerie of half-fed cats eager to supplement the scraps Hilda threw to them. Consequently, there were no birds to be found on either her property or ours. I was sharing a house with 2 flatmates. It was a comfortable, newly renovated 3-bedroom villa, but near the bottom of one of the steepest hills in the city in which I lived. We had already had a spectacular accident where a car, undergoing repairs in a person's garage further up the hill, had, unoccupied, backed itself out onto the road, and the forces of gravity had seen it go careering down the hill, coming through a resounding smash into Blue's old car. I heard the smash and investigated. One of my flatmate's boyfriends was an art student, and probably due to the fact he hadn't sold a particular piece, he allowed an impressively large timber-framed and glass-printed painting to be hung on the wall above our fireplace and the mantelpiece that were in the living room. The painting, probably 1.2 meters long and 600 millimeters deep, was interesting in that it was impressionist and spare. It featured a block of cats with claws graphically extended, leaping diagonally across towards the upper right corner. And what could just be seen? Birds escaping from that corner. It was a bizarre and quite violent thing to behold. It was a heavy piece, and I put up the painting, which had to have strong metal fastenings in the frame and to the wall itself. There was a link chain attached, and I thought job done. On the mantelpiece, meanwhile, I placed a pair of small ceramic quail birds that my mother had gifted me, which followed a similar artful design to that of the painting. One day, while I was home on my own and in the adjoining dining room, I heard an almighty crashing sound. I looked around. Surely there couldn't possibly be another runaway car. I went outside both front and back and could see nothing. As I was returning through the living room, I realized that the painting had broken from its fastening, and that was the cause of the loud sound that I'd heard. But it stayed on the wall, albeit one corner, was now precariously balanced on the mantelpiece. I quickly salvaged the painting, and I also discovered that one of the ceramic birds had been destroyed by the fall. I repaired the fastening, put the painting back up, and tidied up the mess, thinking that was a lucky escape. Sometime later, perhaps a few weeks, I was again on my own at home, and while speaking on the phone, I was distractedly looking back through the doorway into the living room. At that moment, there was again that very loud crash, and for what felt like slow motion. The painting came down onto the mantelpiece, then flipped over onto the floor, shattering the glass in the process. At this point, I returned and cleared all the glass from the frame, again repaired and rehung the now much lighter painting back in place. That evening, my flatmate returned and we stood back from the painting as I explained what had happened. Mark, more observant than me, saw that the remaining bird, although still appearing to be in one piece, was incredibly shattered. I was stunned, and before I could absorb this latest occurrence, he casually pointed to the painting. And there, in the bottom corner of the painting, were the words written by the artist, "No birds." On January 26, 1996, in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, Dave Schultz was tuning the radio in his Toyota Tercel parked in his driveway during the afternoon. He paused as he prepared to pick up his two children, 9-year-old Alexander and 6-year-old Danielle, from school. Not wanting to forget, he had written "PU Kids" on his hand. Dave was a familiar presence at Culbertson Elementary School, where his children attended, often joining them for lunch. As an Olympic gold medalist in wrestling from the 1984 Games, Dave frequently spoke at the school about sportsmanship and the rewards of hard work. He would bring his gold medal with him and would go around placing it around the neck of each of the students he was speaking to after his talks. Around 3 p.m., a Lincoln Town car pulled up to the house. Dave called out, "Hi, Coach," to the driver. "Do you have a problem with me?" Response. Without giving Dave a chance to answer, the driver reached out his window and shot him with a revolver. Dave's wife, Nancy, had been in their living room when she heard the shot. She heard a second shot before she reached her front door. She got outside just in time to see her husband be shot for a third time as he lay prone on the ground. The gunman pointed his gun at Nancy, so she ducked back inside and called 911. The gunman sped off and Nancy ran back outside to Dave. When she turned him back over, Dave was still breathing, and she kissed his forehead. He stopped breathing there on the ground outside of his home. He was formally declared dead after he was taken to Mercy Haverford Hospital just after 3:30. Dave was just 36 years old. The man who shot Dave was 57-year-old John Eleuthère DuPont, the great-great-grandson of Eleuthère Irene DuPont, the founder of what had been a gunpowder mill but expanded into one of the largest chemical companies in the world. E.I. DuPont d'Estimores and Company eventually developed numerous widely used polymers such as lycra, neoprene, and Teflon. The DuPonts were one of America's wealthiest and most well-known families. In 1987, John's personal net worth was estimated to be around $200 million. John was raised at Lasseter Hall, a massive mansion built on 600 acres of land purchased by his maternal grandfather as a wedding present for John's parents. John's paternal grandfather had built the mansion for them and modeled it after Montpelier, the home of President James Madison, which he himself had acquired in 1901. Leccetter Hall Farm, as the entire estate would be known, acquired more property over the years, eventually encompassing more than 800 acres in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, west of Philadelphia. John's upbringing was one of extreme privilege, but also one of extreme isolation and little socialization. His parents divorced when he was just a toddler, and his father had little to do with John after he remarried. John told friends that he had to make an appointment to see his father, and told the Philadelphia Inquirer in 1986 that he had spent his life searching for a father figure. John was much younger than his siblings, who had all married and moved out of the family home by the time he was school-aged, and he interacted mainly with his mother and their domestic servants. He ate meals in his room with a maid until he was 13. John was educated at the Haverford School, where he was voted both laziest and most likely to succeed. He enrolled at the University of Pennsylvania after his 1957 graduation from the Haverford School. However, he left before finishing his first year of study. He then went on to the University of Miami, where he earned a degree in marine biology. By this time, John had become obsessed with the idea of competing at the Olympics in swimming. While he was a strong enough swimmer to make the varsity swimming team in college, he was by no means skilled enough to go to the Olympics. He was eventually advised that his best chance of competing in the games would be to try to qualify in the modern pentathlon, which consists of running, swimming, shooting, fencing, and horseback riding. He had a 15-meter pool and a shooting range installed at Leccetter Hall for his training, and commissioned a mosaic showing him competing in each of the 5 events made out of tiles imported from Italy. John found some measure of success as a pentathlete, placing first in the Australian Championship in 1965. However, when he sought to qualify for the 1968 Olympics, he came in second to last at the trials. Thanks to his financial contributions to the sport, he remained involved in the community though, and was made the manager of the 1976 Olympic pentathlon team. John was similarly able to use his financial resources to insert himself into the athletics program at Villanova University. He offered the university $5 million to be used to wrestling program. The arena would have to be named after him, and he would need to be the new wrestling team's head coach. The DuPont Pavilion opened in 1986, and John was allowed to run the new wrestling program. The program only survived for 2 seasons, however. John would allow the students on the team to stay at his estate and would fly them on his private jet. The university was concerned that this behavior could be viewed as a violation of the National Collegiate Athletic Association regulations about paying or giving gifts to student athletes, which could endanger their entire athletic program. Furthermore, John's management of the team and his relationships with the coaching staff have become problematic. The clearest example of this came in December of 1988 when John was sued by one of his former assistant coaches at Villanova, Andre Metzger. Andre alleged in the suit that he had been fired from his position after he refused John DuPont's sexual advances. He claimed that in March, John had asked him to leave his wife and children to move in with him, offering to give Andre's wife the home they had been living in and large sums of money in exchange. Andre refused and was fired 2 months later. Jean claimed that he had fired Andre because he had discouraged 2 very promising high school wrestlers from attending Villanova. Both of the students said that Andre had done no such thing. The lawsuit was eventually settled out of court. 1988 was not only a year of upheaval for John because of the end of the wrestling program at Villanova, but because his mother, Jean, passed away that same year. He and his mother had been exceptionally close, and she was the only relative who was really a part of his life. Jean's death left a void in John's life, but it also freed him to fill that void by becoming more involved with wrestling. Jean had not approved of her son's interest in sport, viewing it as an activity for ruffians, not men of high society like her son. Despite his disappointment with the failure of the Villanova program, John remained passionate about wrestling, and his involvement in the sport only increased in the absence of his disapproving mother. Following his death, John changed the name of the family estate from Leccetter Hall Farms to Foxcatcher Farm in honor of the stables his father had owned in the 1920s. He had previously sponsored swimmers and pentathletes to train at the estate, but those were minor efforts compared to the investment he made in wrestling. He built a state-of-the-art 14,000-square-foot wrestling training center, the Foxcatcher National Training Center, on his property and created a private wrestling club, Team Foxcatcher, that ultimately brought many of the most talented wrestlers of the time to Pennsylvania. In the late 1980s, the American wrestling program consistently lagged behind that of the Soviet Union. Wrestlers there had far more support than their counterparts in the United States, making it possible for them to have careers and dedicate more time to their training. While there were American wrestlers who did win international tournaments and Olympic medals, they normally could only remain active in the sport for a few years before financial considerations forced them to focus on careers rather than continuing their training. As such, at any given time, there were far fewer high-level wrestlers in America compared to the Soviet Union. John DuPont planned to use his wealth in his new private training center to change that. Between 1987 and 1995, he gave more than $3 million to USA Wrestling, the sport's governing national agency in the United States. He paid the wrestlers who came to train at his facility and be a part of Team Foxcatcher a stipend of up to $1,000 a month, and offered year-round housing to several of them in the smaller houses on his estate. The early days of Team Foxcatcher have been described as a sports utopia. Wrestlers trained and worked as coaches, able to focus on the sport they loved, free of the financial considerations that restricted them. John DuPont became close with several of the wrestlers and their families. He flew with the team to tournaments on his private jet. The wrestlers who trained at Foxcatcher did always think that something was not quite right with John DuPont, however. In the beginning, he seemed to just be eccentric, and his behavior was seen as odd but amusing. As the years passed, however, his behavior became more and more concerning. He went from being just a strange character to a man who displayed an unusual amount of paranoia. Eventually, his actions seemed to be motivated by complete delusions. John thought that there were mechanical trees that traveled around his estate, and he installed barbed wire in his walls because he believed intruders were moving inside of them. He argued that tooth marks left by horses in his barn were in fact messages from Martians. He had a large section of his property excavated, trying to find secret tunnels he was sure ran under his mansion. He started casually carrying firearms around the farm, out of fear that he being preyed upon. He became obsessed with the idea that the farm had been infiltrated with spies working against him. John shot the geese living in a pond on his property because he claimed they had been casting spells on him. He ordered the removal of the treadmills in the training facility because he thought the timing devices inside of them were sending him backwards through time. John eventually developed an irrational dislike of the color black because of its association with death. He forbade people working on the farm from wearing black clothing, made wrestlers get rid of their black vehicles, and sold all of his black horses. Eventually, he felt the need to rid Foxcatcher Farm of black people as well, expelling the African-American wrestlers from his program. One of these wrestlers was Kevin Jackson, who had just won a gold medal at the most recent Olympics and trained part-time at a facility on Foxcatcher Farm. As DuPont became increasingly delusional and paranoid, the wrestlers who made up Team Foxcatcher had an increasingly difficult time interacting with him, and several of them raised concerns about their safety at the farm. One of the few wrestlers who remained loyal to John and was willing to mediate the conflicts his increasingly troublesome behavior inevitably created was Dave Schultz. Dave's continued commitment to John and to Team Foxcatcher was important in part because his talent as a wrestler and as a coach was what drew many wrestlers to the program. More importantly, he was highly respected amongst wrestlers as a man, not just as an athlete. Relationships were highly important to Dave, and he cultivated them around the world with men he was supposed to view as rivals. Five-time world champion Bruce Baumgartner described Dave as the man who spoke 50 words in 50 languages because he made every effort to try to communicate with those he met at the various international tournaments he attended throughout his career. Dave also became fluent in Russian. He had initially begun learning the language so he could try to overhear advice from Russian coaches, considered to be the top in their field. While Russian-speaking wrestlers were some of Dave's stiffest competition on the international circuit, he had a great deal of respect for them. Rather than viewing them as rivals, he viewed them as fellow sportsmen who shared his passion for wrestling. Dave's ability to make friends from around the world played a role in one of the potential motives that has been suggested for his murder. Dave was very close friends with Valentin Ordunov, a Bulgarian wrestler who came to Foxcatcher Farm in 1990. Valentine and his family shared the house on Foxcatcher Farm. Dave would ultimately be killed outside of with the Schultz family. Dave having a good relationship with another wrestler would not normally be a cause of concern for any reason, but John DuPont had developed a fixation on Valentine. John became convinced that he was, in fact, of Bulgarian descent despite having a well-documented family tree that said otherwise. He claimed that their shared Bulgarian heritage gave him and Valentine a special relationship. He may have viewed Dave's friendship with Valentine as a threat to his perceived unique relationship with him. Ultimately, we do not know the exact motive behind John DuPont murdering one of his star athletes and most loyal coaches. John may have viewed Dave's efforts to keep the peace as efforts against him. By late 1995, John's behavior had become even more erratic, and Dave had to work harder to mediate conflicts on the farm. These actions, while technically done to help John, could have been construed by John's increasingly paranoid mind as Dave plotting him. Dave was an honest man who would not lie to John to reinforce his delusions. By not blindly agreeing with whatever John said or thought, Dave may have made himself out to be an adversary in John's mind. The worse John's behavior became, the more Dave had to work to keep the peace, and the more John may have thought he was being attacked. The more Dave did to help John, the more John viewed him as an enemy. Some of John's past eccentric behavior had a violent undertone. He drove around the farm in an armored vehicle. He made jokes about violence, and he eventually began carrying firearms around with him during day-to-day activities. Some of the wrestlers on Team Foxcatcher were becoming concerned for their safety. Several events in the final months of 1995 indicated that John may have in fact been becoming truly dangerous and may have played a part in John's decision to kill Dave Schultz. One day in October of 1995, wrestler Dan Shade was lifting weights in the training center when John DuPont came in with a machine gun. John pressed the gun into Dan's chest and told him to get off his farm. Dan was able to talk John down and get out of the confrontation unharmed. He did call the Newtown Square police about the incident, but the officer he spoke with's response was to simply say, "Well, I've known John a long time. He's always been a little different." John did have a long-standing relationship with the Newtown Square Police Department, even serving as a volunteer with them in the 1970s. He had donated radios and bulletproof vests to them and allowed them to use his shooting range. His involvement with the department had decreased as his involvement with wrestling increased, but police officers continued to hunt on Foxcatcher Farm every year. Police took no action about the incident in the weight room, but would later claim that this was not because of John DuPont's relationship with the department, but because Dan Shade had just spoken with an officer and not filed a formal police report. Dave Schultz became involved in the situation after he allowed Dan to park his van outside his house while Dan made preparations to move. This angered John, who seems to have believed that Dave was taking Dan's side over his. John later showed up at the Schultz home, visibly intoxicated and carrying a gun. Reports of John abusing alcohol and cocaine go back to at least the 1980s, and the substances were tied to other threats and acts of violence allegedly made by John. In the years following his mother's death, his substance abuse reportedly increased. He may have started abusing pills in addition to the cocaine, and he would regularly show up to events with alcohol on his breath. John did not injure anyone other than himself that night because he toppled over and hit his head shortly after arriving at the house. Dave and Nancy called a doctor who tended to John's injuries. The following day, someone made a passing comment to John about how he looked like he had been hit in the head with a baseball bat when they saw his injury from the fall. John then decided that he had sustained the wound from Dan Shade attacking him with a baseball bat rather than from him falling over drunk. He called the Newtown Square Police Department to file charges against Dan, and they responded to the farm. Dave Schultz had to explain to the police what had actually happened that night and assure them that Dan Shade had not even been present, much less involved, in the incident. Dave's statement to police, in which he recounts the version of events that occurred in reality rather than in the version John DuPont declared to be true, was included in the police file about the incident that John obtained from the Newtown Square Police Department. Before he left Foxcatcher Farm, Dan Shade warned Dave that he needed to leave as well because he and his family were not safe there. Dave still felt as though John would not actually physically harm anyone. Even his dedication to John was starting to wane, however. Dave hoped to make it to the 1996 Olympics, and so he remained at Foxcatcher Farm to train and coach other wrestlers who were preparing for the Olympic trials. He had decided to leave Team Foxcatcher after the Olympic Games, however. He was going to take his family back to his hometown of Palo Alto, California, where he had accepted a coaching job at Stanford. Dave reportedly told John of his plans to leave Foxcatcher Farm and return to California a few days prior to his murder. John's delusional mind may have viewed Dave's decision to leave as an attack against him and his program, combined with his perception that Dave was working against him, which had been reinforced by Dave's role in his feud with Dan Shade. This decision may have justified killing Dave in John's paranoid mind. After shooting Dave, John drove back to his mansion and retreated inside. Law enforcement was quick to respond to the farm, but they could not quickly apprehend John DuPont. The Newtown Square Police Department knew that a portion of mansion had been reinforced as an impenetrable safe room during the Cold War, and that John kept firearms inside the home. There were also concerns based on John's increasing paranoia that he had booby-trapped parts of the mansion. More than 75 law enforcement professionals, including 30 members of the SWAT team, were outside of the mansion for a standoff that dragged on for 2 days. They were able to communicate John over the phone at times, and during those conversations, he referred to himself as the Dalai Lama and ordered everyone off of his holy land. He spoke to his attorney several times but refused to surrender to police. The heat was cut off to the mansion in an effort to get John to come out. John did not appear to understand that his heat was turned off intentionally. On January 28th, he asked over the phone to be allowed to go outside to try to fix his boilers, which were not inside the main house. The authorities agreed, and after John walked outside, he was apprehended and taken into custody. He was dressed in a sweatshirt bearing Bulgarian flags. Why exactly John DuPont decided to kill Dave Schultz that day is not known. What we do know is that John DuPont shot Dave Schultz in front of 2 witnesses, Nancy Schultz and John's own security consultant, who had been in the car with John when he fired all 3 shots. He had been unaware of John's plans when they got into the car that afternoon. As such, John's defense team did not try to dispute the events of January 26, 1996, or try to argue that he had not shot Dave Schultz. They did argue, however, that John was not guilty of murder. John went to trial for Dave's murder on January 21, 1997, almost exactly a year after Dave's murder, after his lawyers entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity to the charge. John had initially been found incompetent to stand trial in September of 1996 and sent for treatment of paranoid schizophrenia at Norristown State Hospital. In December of 1996, after John had undergone 2 months of treatment with antipsychotic drugs, the decision was reversed and he was found competent to stand trial. Given John's long history of bizarre and delusional behavior, which was witnessed by dozens of people, it would be easy to write him off as insane. The defense called present and former employees of Foxcatcher Farm to testify about all of the paranoid and seemingly irrational actions of John's that they had witnessed over the years. They also called 4 psychiatrists at the trial who supported the diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. However, legally, suffering from a mental health condition does not automatically mean that a person is insane or absolve them of culpability for their actions. While John's lawyers presented overwhelming evidence supporting the notion that John was mentally ill, their legal obligation was to prove that he was insane. In order to prove that, they would have to demonstrate that John did not understand killing Dave was wrong at the moment he shot him. The defense's argument was that John held the irrational belief that Dave was part of an international conspiracy working against him, and that he was justified in killing him because it was an act of self-defense. The prosecution, however, while acknowledging that John DuPont was clearly suffering from mental illness, also held that he did understand that shooting Dave Schultz was wrong. He did not commit the murder because he was afraid of Dave. He committed it because he was growing resentful of him. He was guilty of first-degree murder because the crime was premeditated. The 2 psychiatrists who testified for the prosecution agreed that DuPont was mentally ill, but that he understood that killing Dave was wrong. Prosecutors also pointed to John's actions after he committed the murder to show that he knew what he had done was wrong. They claimed that the fact that John would not surrender to police and asked for his lawyer over 100 times during the 2-day standoff showed that he could comprehend that shooting Dave was wrong. The jury deliberated for 7 days after hearing weeks of testimony. As the days went by without a verdict, concerns that the trial would end in a hung jury increased. The jurors had returned to the courtroom 3 separate times to have their instructions repeated to them over the course of those 7 days. They appear to be having trouble determining the differences between the 3 possible verdicts they could return if they rejected the defense: first-degree murder, third-degree murder, or voluntary manslaughter. On the 7th day of deliberations, the jurors could be heard yelling at each other from outside the room where they were deliberating. However, they were able to come to a final decision later that day. At 5:09 p.m. on February 25, 1997, the jury announced their verdict. They found John DuPont guilty of third-degree murder but mentally ill. Their finding that he was mentally ill meant that they had rejected the defense's claim that John was legally insane at the time of the murder and still held him legally responsible for it, but allowed the judge to make a determination as to whether John should continue to be held at a psychiatric facility. While he awaited his sentencing, the defense vowed to the maximum sentence allowed of 40 years in prison. John DuPont was ultimately sentenced to 13 to 30 years in prison. His lawyers filed multiple unsuccessful appeals after his conviction. On the morning of December 9, 2010, John was found he had been suffering from severe chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. He was 72. In accordance with the instructions in his will, he was buried in his red Foxcatcher wrestling singlet. John's will, written 3 months before his death, left 80% of his estate to Valentin Yordanov, his wife, and various members of their family. Several of John's nieces and nephews filed various legal challenges to the will, arguing their uncle had not been of sound mind when the will was created and that Wellington and his family had exerted undue influence over him during their visits with him. The legal battle went on for 2 years. The will was upheld, with a judge arguing that the relatives who were challenging the will had not been harmed by its enforcement as they had not been named in the 5 previous iterations of John's will either. Foxcatcher Farm was sold off in several sections. 400 acres of it, including the site of the 90-year-old family mansion, was sold to a real estate developer. It is currently being developed into a luxury community named Lecedar in honor of the original name of the farm. 449 new luxury townhomes and houses are planned for the property. The mansion was torn down in 2013. The only major structure remaining from Foxcatcher Farms is an old barn which was refurbished and turned into the community's clubhouse. 2 months after Dave's murder, Nancy Schultz established the Dave Schultz Wrestling Club. The club sponsored 20 former Foxcatcher wrestlers training for the 1996 Olympics who no longer wanted to be financially dependent on John DuPont. The club supported wrestlers and their training until 2005. Nancy also worked with USA Wrestling to establish the Dave Schultz Memorial International Tournament, which is held at the United States Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs, Colorado every year and keeps alive Dave's legacy of athletic excellence, as well as his dedication to sportsmanship and friendship, not limited by differences in languages or nationalities. Gertrude Tompkins was born in 1912 in Jersey City and grew up in Summit, New Jersey, in Union County, as the youngest of 3 daughters. Her father, an inventor who later found success in the cement industry, supported his daughters, Margaret, Elizabeth, and Gertrude, in pursuing a wide range of educational and life experiences. Despite Gertrude's stutter, her parents were unable to find a therapy to cure it. She raised goats for a time, received an undergraduate degree in horticulture in Pennsylvania, and toured gardens throughout Europe. Gertrude was fluent in Italian and French, and was somehow able to speak both languages without her stutter. Gertrude eventually developed a passion for flying through a pilot she fell in love with in 1940. It was unusual at the time for women to be pilots, but the young man began teaching Gertrude how to fly when she would go flying with him, and she eventually obtained her pilot's license. The couple became engaged, but Gertrude's fiancé joined the Royal Air Force so as to fight in World War II before the United States entered it. He was killed when his plane was shot down over the English Channel. The death of her fiancé instilled a desire to help with the war effort in Gertrude. In September of 1942, a seemingly perfect opportunity arose for her to do so. As male pilots were being sent overseas, there was a shortage of them for military operations stateside. Therefore, the United States government began recruiting for Women's Air Force Service Pilots, or WASP for short, program. The aim of the program was to use civilian female pilots for tasks like military aircraft transport and testing so that male pilots could be sent into combat. Over 25,000 women applied for the program, and only 1,800 were accepted. Gertrude was one of them. Out of those 1,800, only 1,100 successfully completed the program's rigorous training. Gertrude's stutter should have caused her to fail her training, as clear communication was of paramount importance. She overcame that problem by singing her responses and commands over the radio. Like when she spoke a foreign language, she did not stutter when she sang. Gertrude finally overcame her stutter for good shortly thereafter, supposedly as soon as she flew a P-51D for the first time. She was one of only 126 members of her training class selected to fly fighter planes and attend advanced pursuit school in Brownsville, Texas. While she was initially assigned to fly the P-51D, she ultimately had the experience of flying a variety of fighter planes. On September 25, 1944, Gertrude married Henry Silver, a businessman from New York who was serving in the Army. 2 days later, she returned to her assignment in California, where she did not disclose her marriage. The women in the program were preferred to be unmarried. Gertrude may have decided to get married when she did because Henry Silver was petitioning to adopt his orphan niece at the time. He and Gertrude planned to make a home for the little girl at the end of the war. Gertrude did not discuss her marriage, use her married name, or wear her wedding ring in California. On October 26, 1944, at approximately 4 p.m., Gertrude took off from Mines Field, now a part of Los Angeles International Airport, piloting a brand new P-51D Mustang. She was to fly the plane to Newark, New Jersey. From there, the plane was going to be sent overseas. Gertrude was one of 40 pilots transporting planes that day. Gertrude, as well as 2 of the other pilots, were delayed due to problems with the canopies of their planes. Their flights for the day had to be cut short due to the delay, so they would just be flying to Palm Springs, California on this leg of the trip. Gertrude was the last to take off. She did not arrive in Palm Springs, but the other pilots assumed that there had been a further problem with her canopy and that she had gone back to Mines Field. The trip to Newark would have taken 3 days with numerous stops in perfect weather and under perfect conditions in the P-51D Mustang, particularly in light of the initial problem with the plane's canopy. No one was surprised when Gertrude did not arrive in Newark after just 3 days. After 5 days, however, officials realized that she was missing. Since Gertrude never arrived at any other airport after taking off from Mines Field, it was assumed that she crashed shortly after her takeoff from there. The search for the site of her presumed crash has therefore largely focused on the Santa Monica Bay, just west of Mines Field. The military launched a search that lasted for a month, but no sign of Gertrude or her plane was ever found. Searches for Gertrude's plane have continued over the 2004. In October of 2009, a massive underwater search was conducted by a group of 35 experts who volunteered their services. They were particularly hopeful that this search would finally solve the mystery of Gertrude's appearance, so that they could finally provide answers to Gertrude's sister, Elizabeth Tompkins Whitall, who was 100 years old and living in Florida. Gertrude's plane was not found during the course of the week-long search. The search did, however, locate the wreckage of a T-33, a jet that went missing in 1955, finally providing answers to the families of the 2 pilots who had been on board, Air Force Lieutenants Richard Martin Teeler and Paul Dale Smith. Elizabeth Tompkins Whitall passed away in 2010 at the age of 101. The Women Air Force Service Pilots program was ended in December of 1944 as more male pilots were available for the tasks it had undertaken. The women who flew as pilots during it were not considered to be part of the armed forces and therefore were not entitled to any of the benefits or honors given to veterans. In the 1970s, many of them lobbied Congress for recognition of their service, and President Obama signed a bill awarding the Congressional Gold Medal to the Women Air Force Service pilots. Gertrude's presumably crashed plane has never been located, and her disappearance remains unsolved. On October 26, 1998, a somber atmosphere descended as a chilling discovery was made along the banks of the Columbia River. A body was found floating near Lower River Road in Vancouver, sparking shock throughout the local community. Authorities swiftly responded to the scene, eager to determine the identity of the unfortunate individual who had met an untimely end. As they approached the body, the strong smell of decay indicated that the man had been in the water for a significant period. With no immediate clues to his identity, they carefully removed the body from the water and transported it away for the meticulous tasks of identification and autopsy to begin. Little did they know that this was the start of a mystery that would continue to weigh on their minds for years to come. As the medical examiner's office began the process of an autopsy on the unidentified man's body, a chilling truth emerged. The autopsy revealed he had died from a gunshot wound to the head. But as investigators pored over the evidence, they were left with more questions than answers. Had the man taken his own life? Had someone else pulled the trigger? The truth remained shrouded in uncertainty. But that wasn't all. It was believed that the man had been in the water for anywhere from 6 months to a year, and this left authorities scrambling to piece together a timeline of events leading up to his tragic end. Despite the passage of time, the medical examiner's office was also able to estimate the man's age at the time of his death, putting him at around 53 years old. These findings only deepened the mystery surrounding the case. Who was this man? And how had he met such a grisly end? The investigators faced a daunting challenge in their quest to uncover the truth behind the man's tragic end. They knew they had to first identify who he was, but it was a task easier said than done. For the man had been found with no means of identification, leaving authorities with no starting point. The investigators turned to the records of missing persons in the area hoping to find a lead. But their search came up empty, leaving them with no idea who the remains could have belonged to. Desperate for answers, they cast a wider net, notifying agencies throughout the Northwest in the hopes that someone, somewhere could identify the unknown victim. Despite their tireless efforts, however, their search proved fruitless. Another thing that could have helped investigators in uncovering the man's identity was fingerprints. However, the hope of this was dashed due to the advanced state of decomposition of the body. As days turned into weeks, the investigation seemed to be hitting a brick wall. Frustration began to set in as the investigators were no closer to solving the mystery of the man's identity or his untimely demise. He remained an unknown John Doe, a haunting reminder of the many unanswered questions surrounding the case. Despite their best effort, the case gradually slipped into obscurity. Another mystery in a world full of them. The investigators had done all they could, but the truth remained tantalizingly out of reach. The passage of time can sometimes be a double-edged sword when it comes to solving cold cases. While it may seem like hope fades with each passing year, the truth is that new technology and advancements in forensic science can breathe new life into a case once thought to be unsolvable. In 2008, the investigators working on the case decided to take a fresh look at the evidence. Armed with the latest forensic tools and techniques, they reached out to the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification, hoping that the advancements in DNA profiling would finally lead them to the answers they so desperately sought. The University of North Texas Center for Human Identification was able to develop a DNA profile of the unidentified male from samples taken during the autopsy. The DNA profile was a ray of hope for investigators, who wasted no time in submitting it to the National DNA Database, eagerly waiting for a match. But despite their best efforts, no match was found. The DNA profile had given them a new lead to follow, but it also reminded them of just how difficult it can be to solve a case with no definitive clues. Still, the investigators refused to give up hope. They knew that with each new development in the field of forensic science, the chance of finally unlocking the mystery of the man found in the river grew ever greater. After years of the unidentified man's case going cold, investigators were determined to finally uncover the truth. Around 2021, they decided to take a fresh approach and submitted a DNA sample from the remains to a renowned forensic DNA laboratory in Virginia, Bode Technology. With their expertise in extracting DNA from challenging samples, the scientists at Bode Technology eagerly took on the challenge. They knew that by analyzing the DNA sample, they could unlock the secrets to the identity of this mysterious John Doe. A forensic genealogist used DNA from the remains to trace the person's ancestry. Through meticulous research and comparison, The forensic genealogist discovered an ancestral link to a family from California. The lead was promising, and the genealogist pointed to one person in particular, the son of Chelsea Johnson Jr. and Ruth Marie Henson. Interestingly, this individual named Michael Johnson had no traceable activities since 1998. The investigators knew they had struck gold and were now one step closer to finally unraveling the identity of the mysterious John Doe. And so, as the autumn leaves fell in October 2022, Nikki Costa, the operations manager of the medical examiner's office, made a breakthrough in the case of the unidentified man. Nikki managed to track down Chelsea and Ruth Johnson's other children, Russell Johnson and Kathy Bergen, and they revealed some startling information. Apparently, their brother Michael had disappeared without a trace over 2 decades ago and had cut off all contact with the family. Could this be the missing link that investigators had been searching for all these years? Nikki was bent on solving the case of the unidentified man. She tirelessly pursued the lead that the DNA sample belonged to Michael. To confirm her suspicions, Nikki reached out to multiple agencies determined to find the missing piece of the puzzle. The California Department of Justice Missing Persons DNA program provided analysis of family reference samples, while the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office collected a DNA sample from Johnson's sister, Kathy. Meanwhile, the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification sent its DNA profile, which was developed in 2008, to California's Missing Persons Program for comparison. With all the evidence gathered, Clark County's chief medical examiner, Dr. Martha Burt, finally concluded that the unidentified man was indeed Michael. Nikki's persistence and the collaborative efforts of multiple agencies had finally given the man a name and a chance at justice. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Michael's death remain a puzzle to investigators who have yet to uncover any information about his activities leading up to the discovery of his body. Nevertheless, the discovery of his identity was a huge breakthrough in the case, giving investigators a starting point to unravel the mystery. Now, authorities are reaching out to the public for help, hoping that someone might come forward with information that could shed light on what happened to Michael. Every little bit of information could make a difference, and authorities are eager to get to the bottom of this perplexing case. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. On June 19, 1970, a splendid summer day unfolded as 2 young men opted for a casual stroll along Independence Pass in Twin Lakes, Colorado. The air was fresh, the sun radiant, a perfect backdrop for their hike. Yet, their outing took a grim twist when they unexpectedly encountered a macabre sight. While walking along the road, they spotted the decomposed body of a man in a ditch on the north side, partly obscured by rocks that had tumbled down from the slope above. But that wasn't the worst part. As the 2 men got closer, they noticed that the entire left arm and rib cage of the body were missing. It was a gruesome sight, and their hearts raced with fear and confusion. The body was dressed in a tattered sweatshirt and gray trousers, and the smell of decay was overwhelming. Who was this man? What had happened to him? There were questions that plagued their minds as they stood there stunned by what they had just discovered. Without wasting a single moment, the 2 men contacted the authorities, who arrived at the scene with a sense of urgency. As they approached the decomposed body, they suspected that the man was in his early 20s. The officers carefully examined the scene, taking note of every detail that could help them solve the mystery. In addition to the missing left arm and rib cage, the officers also noticed that the man was wearing 3 pairs of socks and hiking shoes. They even found a sock pulled over his left shoe. But that wasn't the only odd thing they found. Upon searching the man's pockets, they found $7 and a razor, but those items offered little insight into the man's identity or the circumstances of his death. No wallet or ID was found on the man, leaving the officers to wonder who he was and what had happened to him. Officers also extensively searched the area around the body, hoping to find any clues, but to no avail. The man's remains were quickly removed from the scene and taken for analysis, but despite their best efforts, Detectives couldn't identify him. They scoured missing person reports, interviewed locals, and even searched through dental records, but nothing seemed to match. The man was a complete enigma, and the mystery only deepened as they delved deeper. The officers were perplexed by the condition of the body. It seemed as though the man had been out in the elements for a long time, possibly all winter. Yet his clothing didn't seem appropriate for such harsh conditions. The officers also couldn't help but wonder, what could have happened to the missing body parts? Had they been removed post-mortem, or had they been eaten by wild animals? It was a gruesome thought, but it was a possibility they couldn't ignore. The officers could only speculate until a shocking discovery was made. On July 15, 1970, more than 3 weeks after the body was found, a state highway maintenance man found the missing limb below the road where the body had been discovered. The shoulder and arm were stripped down to the bone, but the hand and wrist still had flesh on them. The discovery only deepened the mystery. How had the limb ended up there, and why was it separated from the body? The condition in which the body part was found was perplexing, leading the officers to speculate that it could have been removed after the man died, possibly by a snowplow, but they had no concrete evidence. As the years passed, the mysterious man found Independence Pass became nothing more than a forgotten memory. The lack of identification left him with no name and was simply identified as Independence Pass John Doe. He was relegated to the status of an unknown soul buried beneath a simple marker reading unidentified male in the Evergreen Cemetery of Leadville. The case went cold, and as time marched on, it seemed that the truth behind Independence Pass John Doe's identity would remain a mystery forever. In 2011, a man named John Pearson, who had devoted years to cleaning up the Evergreen Cemetery, stumbled upon the grave of the Independence Pass John Doe while cleaning an overgrown section. Pearson, who was also a Vietnam veteran, couldn't help but be curious about the man's identity. He wondered if perhaps Independence Pass John Doe too was a fellow veteran of the Vietnam War. Pearson's curiosity led him to reach out to Audrey Simpkins, a crime and intelligence analyst with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, who then enlisted the help of Sylvia Pettum, an expert in identifying John and Jane Does. Together, they journeyed to the small town in August 2011, eager to uncover the truth behind the mysterious grave. But despite their efforts, the case once again grew cold, leaving Independence Pass John Doe's identity shrouded in secrecy for a little while longer. In 2013, after 2 years of silence, the case of the Independence Pass John Doe started to gain momentum. Audrey and Sylvia returned to Leadville and searched for the case records, only to find out that they were missing. Together with the then coroner Shannon Kent, they made sure that the case details were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Person Systems database. Sylvia, a determined woman, then asked the Lake County Sheriff to exhume the remains of the John Doe to enable DNA sampling. The body was exhumed, and with the help of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, a fingerprint was obtained. DNA was extracted from the John Doe's femur and skull at the University of Northern Texas, and hope was renewed for finally identifying the unknown man. But instead of being laid to rest in his grave at Evergreen Cemetery, John Doe's body remained in a casket in the office of former Lake County Coroner Shannon. It took 8 long years for the man to finally be reburied. In the quiet of 2022, a breakthrough was made in the decades-long case. A team of detectives submitted DNA extracted from the unidentified John Doe for forensic genetic genealogy testing. The test yielded a promising lead. Details of this lead remained shrouded in mystery, but it was enough to crack the case wide open. Finally, after all these years, John Doe had a name: Gardner Paul Smith, who would have been just 39 years old when his remains were discovered. Gardner was no longer just a nameless body in a grave. He had a story, a life, and a family. Born in Modesto, California on September 22, 1930, Gardner was the older son of Paul and Bernita Smith and grew up in a skiing family. Both of his parents were skiers, and it was only natural that Gardner and his younger brother, Amor, took up the sport. For Gardner, skiing was more than a hobby. It was a way of life. He attended the University of Nevada in Reno, where he not only studied, but also competed on the college ski team. Gardner's dedication to the sport was admirable, and he was always pushing himself to improve. In fact, he was known to experiment with different techniques, once even attempting giant slalom courses on cross-country skis to work on his balance. But Gardner was more than just an athlete. He was a deep thinker and a humanist, always seeking to understand what it truly meant to be alive. In the latter part of his life, he became fascinated with psychic phenomena and the powers of the mind, and he wanted to unlock the secrets of human consciousness, and he spent countless hours exploring this area of study. In June 1951, Gardner was just a young man when he joined the Army, serving 2 years of active duty and then transferring to the reserves where he served 4 more years. He did his duty honorably and was discharged in June 1957. Gardner's path eventually led him to Argentina, where he met the love of his life, Jennifer Dawn Andrews, in 1961. The two got married, and Gardner brought his new bride back to California. It wasn't long before they welcomed their first child, a daughter named Jean, into the world on June 18, 1962. However, at some point, Gardner left his wife and young daughter. Jennifer eventually obtained a divorce from Gardner in 1968 and went on to marry Ernest M. Dillard. Unfortunately, Ernest passed away in 1974, leaving Jennifer a widow once again. As for Gardner, he drifted between California and Aspen, seemingly unable to settle down after his divorce. Dick Dorworth, an accomplished ski racer and Gardner's longtime friend, vividly recalls the last time he saw him in 1968. Gardner, who was living life on the road, was trying to promote a new ski pole grip he had designed. This was not the first invention he had created, as he had also come up with double-lens goggles but had failed to market it. After a week of crashing on his friend's couch, Gardner vanished into the unknown, never to be seen by Dorworth again. In fact, the last anyone heard from Gardner was through a postcard he sent to his mother dated November 12, 1969. Simply read, "I am doing all right. Don't worry. Love, Gardner." At the time, his mother was hopeful, but little did she know that it would be the last that she would ever hear from her son. Gardner's daughter Jean was filled with unanswered questions about her father, who disappeared when she was just a baby. For years, she was left to wonder where he had gone and why he never came back for her. Her mother and family members were tight-lipped about his absence, leaving her to piece together her father's life on her own. And it wasn't until decades later in that she finally got some answers, when her father's true identity was discovered. Now a 60-year-old woman with a family of her own, Jean is determined to give her father the honor he deserves. She plans to arrange a small military funeral and have a headstone made in his memory. As for where he will finally be laid to rest, Jean hasn't made up her mind yet. But one thing is for certain, she will always hold a special place in her heart for the father she never got the chance to know. The mystery surrounding Gardner Smith's death persists. While there is no record of an autopsy performed on him, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation reports that there was no evidence of foul play, and speculations about how he died continue to circulate. Some speculate he may have been the victim of a crime and his body was dumped in Independence Pass. Others suggest he may have hiked up there with the intent to hike back down, only to get caught in a sudden storm, become disoriented, and succumb to the cold. However, the truth about Gardner Smith's death remains shrouded in mystery, leaving many unanswered questions. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. It was a chilly day on November 28, 1992, when something unusual caught the eye of a group of people near the Walker Wildlife Area off River Road in Colorado. As they approached the spot, they were struck with horror. The decomposed body of a man lay there, missing its skull. But even in death, the man was making a statement. He wore green shorts with bold black designs and a tan to black pullover shirt with a mysterious logo on the left side of the chest. The sleeves were cut off at the biceps. The people called it in, and authorities sprang into action, racing to the scene with sirens blaring. As they arrived, they quickly got to work, scouring the area for any clues that could help them identify the man. They searched high and low, turning over every stone, but alas, nothing came up. Even the man's clothes yielded no hints as to his identity, leaving the authorities scratching their heads in bewilderment. With no other choice, they took the body away for autopsy and identification, hoping that they could at least get some answers there. The medical examiner performed the autopsy, and what they discovered left them reeling. The man had been stabbed to death, leaving no doubt it was a case of homicide. The revelation sent shock waves through the community and fear began to set in. Who would do such a thing and why? The investigators knew that they had their work cut out for them, and they were determined to solve the gruesome crime. Little did they know the road ahead would be filled with twists and turns leading them down a dark path of mystery and intrigue. The investigation began with a sense of purpose as detectives searched for any lead that could bring them closer to solving the mystery. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, it became clear that this was going to be no ordinary case. The trail was cold, and every lead they pursued led them to a dead end. The absence of the man's head was a puzzle that haunted them day and night. Where could it have gone? Was it taken as a trophy or was it buried somewhere out of sight? The detectives were determined to get to the bottom of it all, but they were up against a formidable adversary: time. As the months turned into years, the case became colder and colder. The memories of the man in green shorts began to fade, and it seemed as though justice would never be served. However, detectives never gave up hope, and they would one day uncover the truth. Years passed and new technologies emerged that promised to make their jobs easier. In 2011, the case was revisited and the National Missing and Unidentified Person Systems was brought in to assist in the investigation. But despite their best efforts, the detectives found themselves once again hitting a dead end. Every lead they pursued seemed to fizzle out, and they were left with nothing but more questions. It was a frustrating time for everyone involved as they grappled with the realization that they may never uncover the man's true identity. But the detectives refused to give up even as the years continued to tick by. They knew that there was always a chance that new information could come to light, and they remained ever vigilant, never letting the case slip completely from their minds. In the year 2022, the Mesa County Sheriff's Office was determined to leave no stone unturned in their quest to bring justice for the man in green shorts. They knew that traditional investigative methods had failed them in the past, so they decided to turn to cutting-edge technology for help. They reached out to Othram, a forensic DNA analysis company, in the hopes that advanced genetic testing could help them finally establish the man's identity or identify a close relative who could provide vital information. It was a long shot, but detectives were willing to try anything to crack the case. But advanced DNA testing doesn't come cheap, and the detectives knew that they would need to secure funding to move forward. So they turned to DNA Solves, a platform that combines crowdfunding, volunteer data, and cutting-edge genomics to solve unsolvable cases. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the detectives and the generosity of the public, the funds were raised and the testing could begin. The skeletal remains of the man in green shorts were a puzzle that had confounded detectives for nearly 3 decades. But the remarkable advancements in forensic science helped them to finally begin putting some of the pieces together. The remains were carefully packaged up and sent to Othram State-of-the-Art Lab in the Woodlands, Texas. There, a team of brilliant forensic scientists worked tirelessly to extract DNA from the bones and build a comprehensive genetic profile for the unknown man. Using a cutting-edge technique called forensic-grade genome sequencing, they were able to piece together a complete DNA sequence, painting a picture of the man's genetic makeup like never before. But having a DNA profile was just the beginning. The team at Othram knew they needed to use this information to generate investigative leads that could help them to identify the man, and that's exactly what they did. With the help of their in-house genealogy team, they employed the power of forensic genetic genealogy to trace the man's distant relatives and create a comprehensive family tree. This information was then shared with the Mesa County Sheriff's Office, who were then able to identify a potential sibling of the unknown man. With the DNA sample from this sibling, the team at Othram was able to confirm that the unidentified man was Edith Thomas E.T. Romero. The discovery of Edith's identity was a significant breakthrough for the Mesa County Sheriff's Office. But with the mystery of his death still unsolved, detectives knew they had to dig deeper to uncover the truth. Edith had come a long way from his early life, but the details of his upbringing remained shrouded in mystery. Despite this, detectives were able to piece together a picture of the man he had become. As detectives delved into his past, they discovered a man who had lived a life of service and sacrifice. His military service was just one example of the courage and bravery that defined him. They discovered that Edith was just 26 years old when he met his untimely end. He had ventured to Grand Junction, Colorado in the company of 2 other individuals from Louisiana in 1991. He resided in a now demolished house on 4th Street and worked as a dishwasher in a local eatery. The details surrounding his death remained hazy, but it is believed that he was killed during the summer of 1992. Now, as detectives continue to piece together Edith's story, they're asking for the public's help. If you have any information that could shed light on his untimely death, please do not hesitate to contact the authorities. Every little bit of information could bring us closer to the truth. From 1920 to 2006, a member of the Murdaugh family continuously served as the solicitor for the 14 circuits covering 5 counties in South Carolina: Allendale, Hampton, Jasper, Beaufort, and Colleton. The solicitor acts as the primary prosecutor, akin to a district attorney. This long-standing family legacy began with Randolph Murdaugh Sr., who held the position for 20 years until his unfortunate death in a train accident. His son, Randolph Buster Murdaugh Jr., succeeded him and served as solicitor from 1940 to 1986, marking the longest tenure in this role. Upon his retirement, his son Randolph Randy Murdaugh III assumed the position in 1986 and served until 2006. This continuity spanned 3 generations, totaling 86 years of distinguished service in a position of influence and authority. Randy Murdaugh also had 2 sons, potentially positioning them to continue the family legacy in the solicitor's office. The elder son, Randolph Murdaugh IV, and Richard Alexander Alec Murdaugh could potentially follow in their family's footsteps in the future. In my last covering, it appears that he pronounces his name as Alec instead of Alex, but I wasn't really sure until now, so we're just going to make that little correction. The 3 men, until recently, all served as senior attorneys at their family law firm: Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsroth, and Dietrich. So this is a family that is wealthy, well connected with all levels of the legal system as well as law enforcement. Alec and Maggie met at the University of South Carolina, where they both were students. They married soon after and then had their 2 sons. Alec and Maggie seemed to have a very close relationship until recently. She reportedly often visited Alec at work, and they often had lunch together. The family often attended events together and seemed to have a very active social life, though there are reports from those who knew the family that said they were deeply miserable, quoting, "Money doesn't buy happiness." Now I would like to go into the series of unfortunate events that follow Alec Murdaugh and go through them in chronological order. In the early morning hours on July 8, 2015, a body was found in the middle of a rural road outside Hampton, South Carolina. The victim was identified as 19-year-old Stephen Smith, and his car was located 3 miles away out of gas. Stephen's body was covered in injuries, and his cause of death was listed as blunt force trauma, though it was initially reported on as a gunshot wound due to an injury to his head and a complete lack of any evidence consistent with a hit and run. There were no skid marks on the road, no vehicle debris, broken glass, or injuries associated with being hit by a vehicle. In the incident report, officers also noted that Stephen's shoes were loosely tied, and he was still wearing both. A former highway patrol investigator who was on the scene said that he believes that Stephen's injuries were more consistent with being beaten, and he was left in the road to make it look like a hit and run. His mother also stated that he wouldn't have been walking along the side of the highway. His wallet and cell phone were located inside his vehicle, and he could have called for help. She said that he wouldn't have used the main road. He knew the area extremely well, and he knew to cut through the woods to get home faster. In 2017, Stephen's mother said that the FBI came to see her and requested a few items, which included Stephen's cell phone. It isn't exactly known how the Murdaughs are connected, but their name was mentioned 9 times in the officers' police reports. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or also called SLED, also received several tips from the public, asking officers to question Buster Murdaugh about the incident. Stephen's mother believes this was a hate crime, and Stephen was targeted because he was openly gay in a rural southern community. She said in an interview they laid him in the road like a piece of trash. Stephen was a human just like everybody else, and he deserves respect just like anybody else. He might not have been rich, but he was loved. She spoke to local reporters saying it was an uphill battle to get law enforcement to take her concerns seriously. For years, nothing seemed to be happening in the case. However, in 2021, the case was reopened with renewed hope of getting closure. So new court documents have unearthed more to this particular story than what was previously known. On February 26, 2018, the murder family's longtime housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield, died. The death was listed as accidental, and it was alleged to have been a trip and fall accident. Alec Murdaugh said that she had tripped over one of the family dogs and fell down a flight of stairs. Her injuries had been severe, and she was in a coma for 3 weeks before her eventual death. She had been employed by the family for over 2 decades. The incident had not been reported to the coroner, and no autopsy was done at the time of her death. More suspiciously, on her death certificate, her cause of death was listed as natural, which is not accurate, and it is unclear whether any sort of official investigation took place, as this was a workplace death and it should have been. Mrs. Satterfield was survived by her 2 sons, and we know these details because they are suing Alec Murdaugh for failing to pay out on a settlement that they had agreed on. The sons never received any of the settlement money, which is why they sued, and during the course of suing, they learned so much more than they had ever thought possible of Alec's murder. They alleged that at their mother's funeral, Alec approached them and said that he would help to take care of them, which included paying them the proceeds from a life insurance policy that had been taken out on Mrs. Satterfield's behalf. Murdaugh suggested an attorney for them to use, a Corey Fleming, but failed to mention that Fleming was a close and personal friend. The sons also alleged that Fleming helped divert $1 million from the settlement back into Murdaugh using a shell corporation. Okay, so this part is a little bit complicated as I am not a legal professional, but I'm going to break it down how I understand it. It appears that there was a settlement agreed on by the Murdaugh legal team and the legal team representing the sons, which was Corey Fleming. They agreed on a $500,000 settlement. However, it appears that there was a judge's order approving a $4,300,000 settlement, but that figure was never brought for the sons' approval. The document had been signed, but it was never filed with the courts. Out of that $4,300,000, they would have received roughly $2,700,000 after the legal fees were paid. However, the Satterfield family had never been made aware of this figure, just that $500,000 figure. It is alleged that the money was paid out by the insurance company and then accepted into a shell company called Forge, which was owned by Murdaugh, who was then able to funnel the money back to himself to pay off credit debts. There is a legitimate financial consulting firm called Forge, which handles insurance settlements of this nature, though they are not affiliated with the company that accepted the Satterfield settlement. This is a deeply troubling financial fraud scheme, which we will cover more later, and it seems to have required a fairly decent amount of planning. This didn't just kind of accidentally happen. A shell company was formed in order to appear to be a reputable company. It then calls to question whether this was all orchestrated prior to Ms. Satterfield's death. I mean, how many employers take out multi-$1 million life insurance policies for their housekeepers? So far, we only have one side of the lawsuit, and I'm sure more will come out in court with discovery. I'm curious to know when that life insurance policy was taken out, who signed off on the death certificate, and what consequences Corey Fleming will face as he didn't act in his client's best interests, and was actually negligent in not informing them of what the judge signed off as their award. This whole thing seems rotten from the inside out. So what kind of started off with this family being in the media was this 2019 boat crash that resulted in the death of 19-year-old Mallory Beach. It was February 24, 2019 when Paul Murdaugh, Alec Murdaugh's youngest son, and a group of 5 friends had been driving his father's boat. Paul is seen hours before the accident purchasing alcohol with what was determined to be a fake ID, likely his older brother Buster Murdaugh's ID. The group then goes to a bar in Beaufort, South Carolina, Luther's Rare and Well Done, polishing, purchasing, stumbling, and appearing intoxicated. At 2:20 stumbling and appearing intoxicated. At 2:26 a.m., this call comes into the 911 dispatcher. Officers described the condition of the boat as having a 6-foot gash, where the boat split at the seam. The boat contained numerous empty, partially consumed, and full alcoholic beverages still on ice. 4 of the team were rushed to the hospital, and their Paul's blood was taken to determine his blood alcohol levels. It is unclear at this time why Paul wasn't given a sobriety test at the scene of the crash. It was a hospital that took it upon themselves to make sure that someone at Paul's BAC was 0.286, more than 3 times the legal limit. That night, Mallory's body was not found, and it was presumed that she was deceased. She was recovered by boaters a week later. Her cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma and drowning. The Beach family pressed criminal charges against Paul, but they were dropped when Paul was murdered in June of this year. They still have a civil lawsuit against Alec Murdaugh, which remains, and Connor Cook, the boyfriend of Mallory, has also sued Murdaugh, alleging that the lawyer orchestrated a campaign to falsely blame him for the boat crash in his lawsuit. He also alleges that Myrtle knew Paul had issues with alcohol and had told Paul he couldn't have access to the boat anymore due to a previous history of him driving while intoxicated, but didn't do enough to ensure Paul didn't access the boat. He also said that while at the hospital, Alec Murdaugh arrived and told all of the teens to keep their mouths shut in an attempt to control the narrative. Murdaugh also referred a lawyer for the Cook family, but didn't disclose that the lawyer he had referred was a close personal friend and was also the godfather of Paul. The lawyer advised Connor to not cooperate with law enforcement, which made him appear guilty. Connor obtained a new attorney months later, and his new attorney was able to provide information to law enforcement that led to charges being able to be laid against Paul Murdaugh. Paul had been charged with boating under the influence, causing bodily harm and causing the death in a boat crash. Paul had pleaded not guilty to the charges, and a trial was underway. On June 7, 2021, Alec Murdaugh makes his chilling 911 call at 10:07 p.m. He arrived at the family hunting lodge in Islington and discovered his wife and son, Paul. The police initially held Alec for questioning, but he was released when his alibi for that evening was confirmed. Alec had been visiting his mother, who has dementia, and was seen by her caretaker. The incident was confirmed as a double homicide, and that the time of death was somewhere between 9 and 9:30 p.m. Some reports have stated that 2 separate weapons were used in the attack, but that hasn't been confirmed yet by authorities. It appears that something was found during the course of this investigation, because this is when we see SLED reopen the investigation for Stephen Smith's death as well as Gloria Satterfield's. Incriminating evidence was found either on cell phones or computers of the Murdaugh family, though currently that is only speculation. Following Paul's death, the South Carolina Attorney General Office dropped all charges against him. 3 days later, on June 10th, Alex's father, Randolph Murdaugh III, passed following a stretch of poor health. He was 81 at the time of his death, and Alex Murdaugh, all in 1 week, lost his father, his wife, and his youngest son at this point in time. There isn't a lot about these murders that have come to light. Many of the official documents have been heavily redacted, but there is clearly some connection. On September 2nd, Murdaugh's law firm PMPED began an investigation into Alec Murdaugh after finding a suspicious check on his desk. The check was made to him personally, not to the firm, which was what prompted this investigation. It is discovered that Alec was taking money from the firm, as well as clients, and funneling those funds into a personal account. PEMPT was able to track the funds and uncover the fraud. Alec was confronted about the misappropriated funds and was asked for his resignation, and he did so on February 3rd. The following day, the law firm brought their findings to the Hampton County Sheriff's Office and SLED, which started an investigation of suspected criminal activity. A lawsuit was filed in October by the law firm suing Alec Murdaugh, and it is here we learn about how the law firm discovered what was happening. They also discovered the fictitious entity called Forge, which, as we discussed earlier, was made to look like a legitimate financial consulting firm, but it provided no services and had no products for sale. Its creation was established solely to convert money from the law firm to Murdaugh. They claimed that they had no knowledge of what Murdaugh was doing, and said in their lawsuit that because he had disguised the payments using a company that they used regularly, it had evaded detection. This was a company that they used routinely for years, and because Murdaugh knew the ins and outs of how the law firm used this company, he was successful in making these payments look legitimate. PEMP's website has this statement released: the lawyers and employees of PMPED live and work in Hampton, Jasper, Colton, and Beaufort counties. Most of us grew up in the area, attended local schools, worship at area churches, and continue involvement with local civic organizations and charities. We are proud of our communities and are distressed by this tragic situation involving our former partner Alec Murdaugh. The negative attention that this has brought to our community and to our firm is regrettable. PEMPT is a robust firm with skilled, experienced attorneys who represent our clients with a fierce commitment to obtaining justice. We were shocked and dismayed to learn that Alec violated our principles and code of ethics. He lied and he stole from us. No member of PMPD was aware of Alec's scheme. When we learned he betrayed our trust, we requested his resignation immediately. We have yet to speak to anyone who was aware of his addiction to opioids. While Alec's situation is tragic, be assured that the firm is strong and focused on representing its many clients. We provide legal services locally and statewide. We hold ourselves to the highest ethical standards in handling our clients' cases. Despite the widespread recent publicity, we continue to work to represent our clients with the same diligence and professionalism as prior to the discovery of Alec's misdeeds. The funds taken by Alec will not affect current or future operations. No client will suffer a financial loss as a result of Alec's misconduct. We have read the media reports about the lawsuit and settlement resulting from the death of Gloria Satterfield. If these reports are accurate, we are stunned at what occurred. It is important for everyone to know that PMPD did not represent Alec in that case. His insurance company hired counsel to represent him. Like many of you, we have a lot of questions about Alec and what has recently come to light. We don't know the answers, but we will continue assisting law enforcement and other authorities in efforts to find the truth. PEMPT is committed to our clients and community. You can count on us to operate our firm in an honorable and transparent fashion. So the law firm has stated that they are still working with a forensic accountant to see how long this goes back and how much money has gone missing in total. This is still ongoing, and we will likely see an amendment to their lawsuit when they have final figures. Then that brings us to the failed suicide plot. A day after Alec is asked to resign from the firm on September 4th, a 911 call comes from Alec Murdaugh. He claimed that while he was changing a tire, a rogue shooter drove by and attempted to kill him. He was located on the old Sachihatchee Road by himself with a head injury. Reports have been incredibly varied, with his lawyer stating that he had a severe injury with a skull fracture and an entry and exit wound. Though law enforcement noted on reports it was a superficial injury with just a bullet grazing. We did see footage of Alec Murdaugh only days later in court, and he doesn't appear to have any major visible injuries. Certainly no entry and exit wounds, so that to me is interesting. The shooter Curtis Edward Smith has gone on to give several interviews and is currently claiming that he was trying to stop Alec from shooting himself and the gun went off in the struggle. As stated in our previous coverage, Curtis Edward Smith was a one-time client of Murdaugh, but it is also alleged that Smith was the one that provided Murdaugh with illicit substances. On September 6th, Alex made that statement saying that he was resigning from the firm and entering rehab. Later that day, his law firm put out their statement basically saying, oh no, he was fired for stealing. On September 8th, we saw that the South Carolina Supreme Court suspended Alec Murdaugh's law license, effective immediately, as well as the license of Corey Fleming, the lawyer who handled the Gloria Satterfield settlement, misappropriation of corporate funds. There is also the lawsuit from Gloria Satterfield's family, as they haven't received anything from their mother's wrongful death settlement yet. Connor Cook also brought a suit forward against Alec Murdaugh, Buster Murdaugh, and employees that provided alcohol to Paul for their alleged roles in the boat crash that killed Mallory Beach. As of October 19th, Alec Murdaugh is being held in custody. He was denied bond and he has been court-ordered to undergo a psychiatric evaluation, which will dictate what happens next in this case. There are several civil lawsuits pending, and likely more criminal charges upcoming, once these investigations play out. There are still the ongoing investigations into the death of Stephen Smith, Gloria Satterfield, as well as the homicide of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. The Murdaugh family are offering a $100,000 reward for any information, leading to an arrest of the person who murdered Maggie and Paul. The first hope this video summed up everything. Clearly there is a lot here and a lot of it happened quite quickly, and this is very much an ongoing investigation. Honestly, there is so much here I wouldn't be surprised if I missed a couple things, but this video is already pretty long. So we're just gonna kind of wrap it up and do updates as they come. Let me know what you think down below, and let's chat about it. Drew Peterson was born on January 5th, 1954, in Bolingbrook, Illinois. His father, Donald Peterson, served as a Marine, while his mother Betty stayed at home to care for Drew and his two siblings. Donald was known as a strict military man with a drinking problem and a temper, traits that Drew would later emulate in his own life. Throughout his early years, Drew strived to gain his father's approval, but often felt he fell short in Donald's eyes. In 1974, Peterson enlisted in the military and underwent training as a military police officer. That same year, he married his high school sweetheart, Carol Hamilton. Carol was 3 years his junior and was still in her senior year of high school when they married. The couple had 2 sons, Eric and Stephen. In 1977, Drew joined the Bolingbrook Police Department in suburban Chicago. Initially, he was hired on as a military police officer, but was transferred a year later to the Metro Area Narcotics Squad. Peterson excelled as an undercover cop. He was trained to be deceptive and convincing, which was a skill he mastered with ease. Not all cops are able to easily enmesh themselves into the seedy underbelly of the criminal world, but that wasn't a problem for him. However, he began to blur the lines between his job and what he wanted to do. He stopped taking orders from his superiors, believing himself to be bigger than the badge he represented. He started doing his own undercover operations unauthorized. In 1980, his wife, Carol, leaves him following the discovery that her husband was using undercover Second Life as an excuse to sleep with women. Drew said it was a necessity to gain the trust. Carol disagreed. Carol would be the first and one of the only wives to get spousal support from Drew. Peterson married his second wife, 23-year-old Vicki Rutskiewicz, in 1982, but the couple had dated for years before that, possibly even while he was still married to Carol. Vicki was a bar owner, and Drew didn't like that she had so much going on outside of their marriage. Vicki stated by 1985, Drew was fired from the Bolingbrook Police Department among several accusations of bribery, disobedience, and misconduct. However, he appealed and his union was able to secure his job again, though he would be demoted to a patrol officer. Vicki stated that Drew had placed recording devices throughout their home and monitored her and the children. He would also threaten that he knew how to kill her and make it look like an accident. Their marriage only lasted 10 years. Vicki finally had enough when it was discovered that Peterson was not so subtly dating someone new, Kathleen Sabio. Kathleen was a young and beautiful accountant who was set up with Drew on a blind date. Kathleen had been swept away with gifts, vacations, and the promise of a stable life with a home and children. To Kathleen, Drew was Prince Charming. She believed every tall tale he told her, including that he was divorced, when in actuality he was very much still married. Drew had told her wild lies about Vicki, including that she was a mentally unstable drug addict. Drew warned her that if Vicki ever reached out to her, she should ignore everything because Vicki was so unstable and the divorce wasn't going well. Despite all the red flags, Kathleen and Drew married in 1992, only 6 months after their first date and only weeks after his divorce to Vicki was finalized. The couple had 2 children, and it was after the birth of their second son that Kathleen felt a change in their relationship. Kathleen had settled into motherhood, and much like his first 2 previous marriages, Drew hated when he wasn't the center of attention. In his first marriage, it was after the birth of his first 2 sons that started the deterioration of the marriage, and the second was Vicki's bar that kept her away from home. Drew resented that so much attention was being focused on the children and started abusing Kathleen in retaliation. Drew would call Kathleen fat and ugly, and physical abuse followed. Kathleen would end up in the emergency room on 2 separate occasions. In October 2001, Kathy received an anonymous letter informing her that her husband was dating a 17-year-old girl named Stacy. Kathleen was furious, but when she confronted Drew about it, she was the one that ended up in the ER covered in bruises. It was at that point when Kathleen began documenting the abuse, hiring a divorce attorney, and kicked Drew out of the home, and he moved into an apartment he'd gotten for Stacy. It was a bitter divorce. Drew purchased a home near Kathy to stay close to the children, but it was also to monitor and attempt to intimidate and control Kathleen. She said that once she woke up to Drew hovering over her bed, and she called her sister and told her that she wasn't going to make it to the end of the divorce. She believed Drew was going to kill her. Kathy was going to leave the marriage with half the house, half of Drew's pension, and full custody of their 2 children. The divorce was going to financially devastate Drew, and he was not happy about it. The police were called 18 times to Kathleen's home for trespassing, assault, and battery, and unlawful restraint. Despite this, suffered no consequences. The Bolingbrook Police Department did nothing about the accusations that one of their own was threatening to kill his wife. Kathleen went as far as going above the police department by sending a letter to the Will County Assistant State Attorney, Elizabeth Frigel, outlining the abuse and her fears about her husband, but still nothing was done. Kathleen's divorce is granted on October 10, 2003. At this point, Drew and Stacy have been unofficially married for a year and have already had their first child together. On October 18th, about a week later, Drew and Stacy marry in a low-key official ceremony. Despite the divorce being granted, it still didn't mean freedom for Kathleen. They still had to come to an agreement about dividing the marital assets. They had one more settlement appointment to finalize things, but on March 1, 2004, Kathleen was found dead in her bathtub, and Drew was one of the first on the scene, as he was with the neighbors when they discovered the body, when he went to drop off his kids after his visitation. Though Drew was initially thought to be a suspect, he was cleared with an airtight alibi. He was home with Stacy that night. Kathleen's death was deemed an accidental drowning. Drew produced a handwritten will signed and dated on March 2, 1997, when he and Kathleen were still married. The will stated that all assets would be left to each other, and Drew would become the benefactor of Kathleen's estate, which included custody of their children, the ability to make funeral arrangements, front desk agent at a hotel. Drew overnight shift as a front desk agent at a hotel. Drew also worked overnight shifts, and they apparently met because his partner was dating Stacy's coworker. Stacy Kales was young, beautiful, full of life, but also a prime target for someone like Drew Peterson. Stacy had grown up in a chaotic household. She grew up around a lot of anger, neglect, abuse, witnessing substance abuse, and when you grow up around that, you look for any light at the end of the tunnel. Her mother had also disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1998, and her case remains unsolved. When Stacy turned 17, the legal age of consent in Illinois, Stacy told her sister that she was dating Drew and that he had bought and furnished an apartment for her. Stacy was a sweet girl. She had a loving nature and loved kids. She wanted to be a mom more than anything. And even after Kathleen died, she took over as a maternal figure to Kathleen's boys, loving them just as she did her own children. Stacy was also swept up in Drew's romance. He bought her gifts and took her places, did fun things, and promised her a life that she had always wanted. Stacy's older sister didn't approve of the relationship. Among her concerns was the 30-year age gap between the couple, and she thought Stacy was much too young to be dating anyone, let alone dating someone so much older. Stacy gets pregnant in 2002 and gives birth to her first son, Anthony, in July of 2003. She marries Drew in the fall of 2003, when she was 19 and he was 49. All of this happening while Drew was going through his divorce with Lane. Again, Drew told familiar lies about his soon-to-be ex-wife, including that she was unstable and was abusing drugs, both of which were completely untrue. In 2005, Stacy has her second child, a daughter 31. The death devastated Stacy, and she starts to experience severe depression and anxiety. At the same time, her relationship with Drew begins to sour. Stacy, in addition to being a mom, was also working towards her nursing degree, meaning there was little time for Drew with 4 kids, school, and maintaining their home. As we saw with his other marriages, this doesn't go over well with Drew. Stacy doesn't talk to too many people about what's going on at home. She kept a lot of it to herself. Though knowing how Drew treated Kathleen, we can speculate that Stacy was treated much the same. At some point, Stacy had cosmetic surgery. She had breast plants put in. Perhaps Drew had also made her feel bad about her body or coerced her into having surgery. By 2007, Stacy seemed to have enough of Drew. She started opening up to family as well as her pastor. She wanted out, but she didn't want to end up like Kathleen. Stacy told her sister that Drew was acting super possessive, accusing her of cheating on him. He would monitor where she went, how long she was gone for, and follow her. Stacy felt that her marriage had. Candace said that Stacy seemed stressed out and frazzled. Candace felt that Stacy seemed to be experiencing domestic violence and offered for her and the kids to come back with her to California. Stacy said that she would think about it and told Candace that she wanted to leave her marriage. Stacy also met with her pastor, who had served as her and Drew's marriage counselor. She sought advice and told him more about what was really going on in the marriage. She said that Drew was intensely jealous and it was unbearable. She also thought he was stalking her or had other police officers stalking her. She didn't feel safe calling law enforcement, and she made a shocking revelation. She said that she knew Drew killed Kathleen. The night that she had died, Drew hadn't been with her that night. He'd been gone for several hours in the middle of the night, and he told her to lie to police. Unwell, she mentioned to her sister that she didn't feel taken it well. She mentioned to her sister that she didn't feel safe in their home. She said that she had plans to meet with a divorce lawyer the following week. Stacy's sister, Cassandra, began to spend more time at Stacy's house. Drew was usually on his best behavior when others were around, and Stacy felt more comfortable when she wasn't alone. Cassandra leaves Stacy's home at 11:30 p.m. on October 27th. The two had plans to meet the following day at 10 a.m. The following day, Stacy failed to show up, and Cassandra was unable to get in touch with her. A neighbor the next morning notices noon. She noticed Stacy's car was missing. She went over, noon. She noticed Stacy's car was missing. She went over and asked Drew where Stacy was, and he told her that Stacy had gone to her grandfather's house. He asked if she could watch the kids for a few minutes, which she did, and Drew left for about 15 minutes. Drew also called in sick for work that day, saying that he had unused accumulated sick time that he wanted to use before his retirement in January. Cassandra continues to attempt to get in touch with Stacy. She goes over to see Drew at 11 p.m. when she notices neither of the Peterson vehicles are in the driveway. Drew tells her that Stacy left him for another man. He said that she took $25,000, her car, and her bikinis. Cassandra knew something bad had happened right away. Given Stacy's fears, she knew that she would leave her children with Drew. She would also never willingly abandon her children. They were her whole world. Cassandra left and immediately filed a police report. She goes to another police department, the Downers Grove Police Department, but they tell her to go to the Bolingbrook PD. Reluctantly, she files there, and Drew was tipped off at 2 a.m. She also drove to the Illinois State Police Department and filed a statewide missing persons report. On October 29th, Tom Murphy, Drew's stepbrother, is admitted to the following a suicide attempt. He claimed that the night Stacy disappeared, Drew had called him and asked him to move something. A blue bin that Drew had removed from his bedroom and asked for help putting into his car. Tom said that Drew told him this never happened. Tom came to the horrifying conclusion that he had helped get Stacy's body out of the house. The guilt tore at him and he was scared of Drew and he attempted to kill himself. Tom was offered an immunity deal and he wore a wire in attempt to get Peterson to say something incriminating. Nothing comes of the call, but Tom says that in days leading up to Stacy's disappearance, Drew had asked him to kill Stacy, but he said that he couldn't. Drew started a media campaign. He goes on Larry King Live, The Today Show, countless radio shows to talk about his missing wife. His campaign goal was simple: paint Stacy as an emotionally unstable individual who had cheated and left him for some tropical destination. A search warrant was executed on November 1st. The household computers, cell phones, vehicles, and firearms were seized. It was also announced that Kathleen Sabio's death would be re-examined. On November 9th, Drew was announced as a suspect in Stacy's disappearance, and Kathleen's body is exhumed. Drew is suspended without pay when it's determined that Kathleen had extensive bruising and a 1-inch gash on the back of her head. Her death didn't appear to be accidental after all. A re-examination of the crime scene photos determined that the death may have been staged to look like an accident. And on November 12th, Drew resigned from the Bolingbrook Police Department. They accepted his resignation, and Drew was able to retire with an annual pension of $72,000 a year. Drew continues his bizarre behavior with reporters. 2 separate forensic pathologists, one paid for by the state and the other privately paid for by the Savios family, both conclude their findings of Kathleen's autopsy to be foul play. Meanwhile, an extensive investigation begins to locate Stacy. Drew hired statement confirming that he was engaged to 23-year statement confirming that he was engaged to 23-year-old Christina Rains. Drew continued to keep himself in the media, though as time went on they became less about finding Stacy and more about clearing his name in the suspicions around his last two wives. In April of 2008, he took to the media again and said he was offering a $25,000 reward for any information leading to the safe return of his wife, Stacy. He said in a statement, "Her mom left her, and it's clear that history has repeated itself and that Stacy does not want to be found either," says Peterson. "I don't know whom she left with or where they are. Maybe the money will prompt someone to come for the first time on felony weapons charges." One of the guns that were seized from his home was an AR-15 assault rifle that was too short under state law. Another charge was added when it was discovered that he had illegally transferred Kathleen Savio. Again, he pleaded not guilty, Kathleen Savio. Again, he pleaded not guilty, but this time he was held on a $20 million bond and he remained in custody. There was mounting evidence against Drew, including a witness that came forward, a former friend of Drew, who'd said that he'd been asked by Drew to take care of Kathleen. Again, as we saw so many times before, the media circus continued to swirl around Drew Peterson. The judge was even forced to issue a gag order to stop Drew and his media team from doing any more interviews. Drew's legal team tries everything to try and get this case dismissed. They even brought on a team of legal students to help them find grounds to get the case thrown out. All efforts were refuted and the trial continues in May of 2012. Despite a lack of physical evidence connecting Drew to the crime, there were numerous testimonies from witnesses, including Drew's first two wives, that illustrated what it was like to be married to Drew, and what it was like when the relationship had run its course. The abuse, the threats, the misuse of his badge and position as a police officer, as well as his history of violence. The prosecution's star witness was Stacy and Drew's pastor, who testified as to what Stacy had told him during their final counseling session. The moment during the trial that would hit a home run for the prosecution was when Drew's defense called Stacy's divorce attorney to the stand. It seemed that they had miscalculated what the lawyer was going to say. They thought his testimony would paint Stacy as a vindictive ex-wife looking to take everything from Drew. Instead, the lawyer told the courts what Stacy had told him. On September 6, 2012, the jury comes back with their verdict, and Drew Peterson is found guilty of first-degree murder. At his sentencing hearing, he screams in court, "I did not kill Kathleen." To which Kathleen's sister says, "Yes, you did." Peterson was sentenced to 38 years in prison for the death of his third wife, Kathleen Sabios. While Drew is in prison, the search continues to find anything to connect Peterson to the disappearance of Stacy. He was being recorded in prison when investigators get a bombshell. From behind bars, Drew was trying to arrange to have the state's attorney, James Glasgow, killed. Peterson is charged again, this time for solicitation to commit murder, and has a second trial in 2016. This trial is much faster, and the jury only took an hour to deliberate. Drew Peterson was found guilty and sentenced to 40 more years in prison. His police pension is also revoked. Today, Drew Peterson remains behind bars. He was transferred to the Terre Haute Federal Correctional Institution to a more secure facility in 2017, and that is where he remains. He continues to maintain his innocence in the murder of Kathleen Sabio and Stacy Peterson. As of this year, Stacy Peterson has been missing for 14 years and is presumed to be deceased. Her children are now in the custody of one of Kathleen's sons. Stacy's sister, Cassandra, continues the search. She claims that she knows the location of her remains, but hasn't been able to recover them. At her own expense, she has hired numerous experts to help her and remain hopeful that one day she's able to give her sister a proper resting place. The incident occurred in Green Bay, a city in Wisconsin situated on the shores of Lake Michigan. With a population of approximately 104,000 residents, it ranks as the third largest city in the state. Green Bay is renowned for its fervent football culture and is the proud home of the Green Bay Packers, a highly successful team in the National Football League. The city boasts a diverse economy supported by sectors such as healthcare, education, manufacturing, and tourism. Visitors to Green Bay can enjoy exploring attractions like the National Railroad Museum, Bay Beach Amusement Park, and the charming historic downtown area. It was here in Green Bay that a tragic murder took place in 1986. On April 18, 1964, a bright-eyed baby girl was born. Her name was Lisa Holstead. Raised by a strong, resilient single mother named Judith Karen Perrow Thompson, Lisa's childhood was not without its challenges. Her father, Frank Holstead, was absent from her life, but that didn't stop Lisa from shining bright. From an early age, she exhibited a curious mind and a creative spirit that defined her life. She grew up with two loving older sisters, Deborah, who is 3 years older, and Susan, who is 2 years older than Lisa. They were always there for her, to lend a listening ear or as a shoulder to cry on. Lisa felt a sense of security and warmth with them that could not be easily replicated. Her older brother, Stephen Halstead, who was 5 years older than her, was her protector and always looked out for his little sister and made sure she felt safe and loved. Despite the financial struggles of being raised by a single mother, their love for each other was unwavering. Judith worked tirelessly to provide for her children, and her love for them knew no bounds. Lisa Holstead had a passion for horseback riding and was also artistic and sketched during her spare time. However, her life took an unexpected turn when she got pregnant at the age of 17 and gave birth to her beloved son, Jeremy, in 1981. Despite the challenges she faced, Lisa was a loving and devoted mother who doted on her son. She worked tirelessly to ensure that Jeremy had the best life possible. Her kind, outgoing, and creative personality shone through as she raised Jeremy on her own, just like her own mother had raised her and her siblings. Lisa Holstead was a woman of courage and independence. Despite the comfort of living with her family, she yearned for something more. So, she made the brave decision to move across the country to Los Angeles to pursue her dreams in 1981. After some time, she realized that what she truly wanted was a stable and peaceful life for her and her son, Jeremy. She found that in the town of Green Bay in Wisconsin, where they settled and made a home in 1982. While she never attended college, Lisa was determined to continue her education and took a goal-oriented, non-credit adult learning course at the Northeastern Wisconsin Technical Institute between 1983 and 1984. By the time she returned to Green Bay in 1986, Lisa was only 22 years old, but she had already accomplished so much. With her son by her side, who was now 5 years old, she was ready to take on whatever challenges came her way in this new chapter of their lives. She had even found love again with a man named John Sott, with whom she shared a cozy home in Green Bay. The couple enjoyed simple pleasures, like fishing and playing darts together, and even had a quirky collection of pets, an eel and a bird named Herbie. Lisa's love for her family and her zest for life were evident in everything she did, and she cherished every moment spent with her loved ones. However, fate had a cruel twist in store for her, and her bright future was tragically cut short. On August 12, 1986, the moon was high in the sky in Wisconsin, as Lisa and John embarked on a late-night adventure. Lisa and John seemed to be having a great time, their competitive spirits shining through, as they played game after game of darts. But as that night came to a close, tension began to rise, and the alcohol seemed to take its toll. When they were driving back home, the car came to a stop at the intersection of Mason and Taylor Street at 2:30 a.m. Lisa and John had been having an argument, and she opened the door and stepped out in the cool night air. The argument with John had left her feeling frustrated and upset, and she needed to clear her head. She told John that she would walk home and that he could go ahead and get some rest. He hoped that she would come back soon and that they could make up and put this argument behind them. As the hours passed and the sun began to rise over the quiet town of Green Bay, John's worry grew into a gnawing sense of dread. Lisa still hadn't returned, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. He scoured the streets and alleys, calling out her name, but there was no response. Desperately, he made his way to the police station and reported her missing, and his heart was heavy with fear and uncertainty. After just an hour of John reporting her missing, a gruesome discovery was made by two unsuspecting workers in the Canaries Nature Park. It was an ordinary day for the workers. As they made their way along the riverbank, something caught their eye. A hand jutting out from the water's surface. Intrigued, they pulled their truck to a stop and approached the water's edge. What they found there would haunt them forever. the lifeless body of a woman lying partially unclothed, as if she had been cast aside like an unwanted object. They immediately called the authorities, and within minutes, the officers from the Green Bay Police Department arrived at the scene and were met with a gruesome sight. The unknown woman's lifeless body lay in the marsh, surrounded by tall reeds and murky water. The detectives tried to secure the area to gather any evidence. As the detectives combed through the marsh in search of any clues that could lead them to the woman's identity, they stumbled upon a small piece of fabric poking out from under the murky waters. With a sense of urgency, they waded through the marsh to retrieve the fabric, and upon closer inspection, they discovered an identity card hidden in the back pocket of a pair of jeans. It was then that they were able to confirm the victim's identity as Lisa Holstead. When they approached her body, they saw the telltale marks on her neck, grim evidence that she had been strangled to death, and the case was ruled as a homicide. The autopsy report delivered a gruesome account of Lisa's final moments. Her blood alcohol level was found to be sky-high, clocking in at a staggering 0.25%, well beyond the legal limit at that time. The autopsy further revealed that she had suffered from multiple wounds that left her body streaked with blood, a sight that could haunt even the bravest of souls. Worse still, the medical examiner's findings pointed to a heinous sexual assault as the primary cause of her death. The only hope they had was the foreign DNA sample that they had managed to extract from the victim's body. The discovery of the DNA was like finding a needle in a haystack for the police. They knew it was a crucial piece of evidence, but they didn't have a suspect to match it to. The tiny sample was carefully stored away like a precious gemstone. The detectives hoped that someday, technology would catch up to the potential of this evidence and give them the answers they desperately sought. The news of Lisa's death spread like wildfire, leaving a trail of grief in its wake. Her boyfriend John was shattered by the loss of the woman he loved, racked with guilt for the final argument, and haunted by the fact that he could have done more to keep her safe. Her family was plunged into a world of pain and confusion. The police moved swiftly to investigate, interviewing everyone who might have had a motive to harm Lisa. Detectives followed up on every lead, questioned every suspect, and revisited the crime scene numerous times in the years that followed, but nothing seemed to break the case wide open. They even went back to the drawing board numerous times, piecing together any possible lead or hint that could lead to the identity of Lisa's killer. But their efforts were met with dead ends. The passage of time only seemed to add another layer of obscurity to the case. Evidence deteriorated, and potential suspects slipped out of sight. The case was eventually archived and sat gathering dust on a shelf for over 30 years. But in 2020, after 34 years of the case lying cold, hope again flickered as Detective David Graff from the GBPD reopened the case and took the lead in the investigation. With dogged determination, he and his team combed through the old case files, and their eyes fell upon a small vial forgotten in the back of the storage unit. Inside was the key to unlocking the case, the DNA of the perpetrator. It was time to bring in the latest forensic technology behind her brutal murder. He reached out to a pioneer in the space, Othram, a company specializing in forensic genetic genealogy, hoping to unlock the secrets of the killer's identity. This cutting-edge technology would not only reveal more about the suspect, but also provide a fascinating insight into the killer's familial connections. With this new knowledge, the detective was finally able to unravel the twisted web of this cold case. The DNA was sent for analysis in June 2020, and when the results came back from the lab, the Green Bay Police Department found themselves with a wealth of information about their suspect. With every bit of information gleaned from the DNA analysis, the police were one step closer to the killer. The police started carefully tracing the family trees of distant relatives of the person. Piece by piece, they constructed a web of connections until they had built 10 to 15 different family trees. As the investigation progressed, they scoured databases and websites to find groups of people who could potentially be related to the victim. After much investigation and digging, they stumbled upon a group of individuals living in other states. Following their trail, they found a connection to Wisconsin, and finally, the trail led them to Green Bay, the very place where the brutal murder took place. The police found a family member who had been living in Green Bay in 1986, the same year the crime was committed. Finally, after countless hours of work, they found a suspect whose DNA potentially matched the sample taken at the crime scene. The long-awaited breakthrough had come at last. The man was Luke Griffin, and investigators found that Luke already had a history of violence against women, including strangulation, and had been released on parole from the Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he had been serving time for the heinous crime of second-degree sexual assault. What shocked them the most was that Luke had a previous conviction for sexual assault in 1981, a fact that had gone unnoticed during the initial investigation. It seemed that the police had missed a vital clue that had been right in front of them all this time. However, thanks to the groundbreaking technology of forensic genetic genealogy and the tireless work of Detective David Graff and his team, Luke's past finally caught up with him. With a suspect in their sights, the investigators knew they had to be absolutely certain before making an arrest. They needed to test Luke Griffin's DNA against the profile from the crime scene. So, in September 2020, the police embarked on a thrilling mission to track down their prime suspect, Luke Griffin, who had moved to the city of Racine. The Green Bay detectives joined forces with the Racine County authorities, the FBI, and DCI to put Griffin under surveillance, hoping to uncover evidence against him. The hunt was on for Luke, and the authorities were not going to let him out of their sights. They trailed him to another town in Wisconsin, watching his every move. On September 18, 2020, while they were watching him, they saw him disposing of some beer cans in a dumpster and carelessly tossing a cigarette butt on the ground. Little did he know that these seemingly insignificant acts would lead to his undoing. The discarded items were quickly collected by the police and sent back to the lab for further DNA testing. The results came back on September 29, 2020, and the authorities were ecstatic. The DNA was a perfect match to that found at the crime scene over 3 decades ago. On October 28, 2020, at around 6 a.m., there was the sound of handcuffs clicking into place as Luke was escorted out of his home. Neighbors peeked out from behind their curtains, whispering amongst themselves as a police car drove away with Luke to Brown County Jail. In the interrogation room, Luke sat stone-faced as he denied any involvement in the murder. When the questioning intensified, Luke's resolve began to waver, and he finally confessed to having a sexual encounter with the victim. But he claimed that his memory of that night was hazy at best, citing intoxication with drugs and alcohol as a reason for his confusion. As the details of the crime unfolded, it became clear that Luke's intoxication had clouded his memory, and he was unable to recall the events that led to Lisa's death. The once elusive suspect was now in custody. In 2021, it was time for his trial. The courtroom was packed with reporters, family members of the victim, and curious onlookers as Luke Griffin entered, flanked by guards. All eyes were on him as he took his seat at the defendant's table. Luke's fate honed in the balance as the trial began and the prosecution presented their evidence. The jury listened intently, absorbing every detail of the case. Luke recounted the events of that fateful night in 1986 and told the jury that he had simply stopped at McDonald's and then taken a route that happened to pass by the spot where Lisa's body was later discovered. But with every word he spoke, the weight of the crime he committed seemed to hang heavier on his shoulders. As the trial went on, the evidence against him continued to mount, until finally, the jury was left with no choice but to make a decision. And Luke was booked on a first-degree homicide charge, and his bail was set at $1 million after a long and grueling legal battle. On January 27, 2023, Luke made a dramatic decision to plead no contest to the charge of homicide by reckless conduct. Again, the courtroom was tense as the judge read out the verdict, and Peter Hain, one of Luke's attorneys, argued for a more lenient sentence, citing Luke's poor health and the 2 years he had already spent in jail. However, Judge Timothy Hinkfist was unmoved by Hain's request, stating that Luke's lack of accountability and failure to take responsibility had only continued to victimize Holstead's family. Hinkfist went on to explain that the sentence he was able to give was limited by the laws in place at the time of the crime and that current Wisconsin law only allows for a maximum of 40 years for homicide by reckless conduct, a Class C felony. There was a collective gasp from the crowd as Luke was found guilty of the crime and was charged with first-degree intentional homicide. It was a bittersweet victory for the prosecution, who had worked tirelessly to bring justice for their victim's family. On March 27, 2023, 67-year-old Luke Griffin was sentenced to 10 years in prison, the maximum penalty available under the law in 1986. Under the old sentencing law, Luke can be released after serving 2/3 of his sentence. He was also granted 2.5 years of time served, which means he could be released in 4.5 years and is eligible for parole in less than 6 months. The legal battle surrounding the case had been intensely fought since 2020, according to the Brown County Circuit Court Judge Timothy Hinkfuss. When delivering the sentence, Judge Hinkfuss acknowledged that Lisa Halstead's murder was a despicable and heinous act, but was constrained by the laws in effect at the time of the crime. Despite acknowledging the maximum sentence was woefully inadequate, Brown County District Attorney David Lassie called for it to be imposed, citing the severity of the crime and its impact on the victim's family. He failed to take accountability and avoided justice for 34 years. Lassie said, "The impact that has had on the family is significant. The family members' emotional impact was evident through the hearing, and they made it clear that no sentence could bring back their beloved Lisa." The courtroom was filled with emotion when 5 of Halstead's family members stood before the judge to deliver their witness statements. Their voices trembled with grief and anger when they recounted the pain and trauma they had endured for over 3 decades. One sister, a brother, a niece, a son, and a granddaughter all spoke passionately, sharing the impact the long, cold case had on their family. They described the void left by their beloved sister, mother, and grandmother, and expressed their disappointment with the maximum sentence available. Stephen Halstead's, Lisa's brother's voice was thick with emotion as he addressed the man who had caused his family so much pain. "The pain it caused our family cannot even be described to you," he said, his eyes fixed on Luke. "Many tears. I have thought about Lisa all these years. Every day, it's been 13,377 days since you murdered her." They painted a picture of a kind and loving woman, a devoted mother to her young son. The family spoke of Lisa's creative spirit, her love for art and music, and her trusting and outgoing nature. They shared that they had few photos of Lisa and no videos, but one family member brought a framed picture of her to the stand, and another played an audio recording of her singing as a child. The case of Lisa Halstead is a testament to the power of perseverance and the remarkable advances in forensic technology that have been made in recent years. While it may have seemed like an unsolvable mystery for decades, the tireless efforts of law enforcement and the use of cutting-edge forensic techniques ultimately led to justice being served. What sentence do you think Luke deserves for his crime? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section down below. It was in Boone where a heartbreaking murder occurred in 1976. Born in the scenic state of Kentucky, amidst rolling hills and tranquil streams, a new life began on November 28, 1959. Daniel Henry Claver and Betty Jane Meek Reneker radiated happiness as they welcomed their beloved baby girl, Carol Sue Claver, into the world. Her older brother, Thomas Claver, eagerly embraced his new role as her sibling. Carol was known for her remarkable sense of humor. She was extremely modest for a teenager and had a lot of empathy for underprivileged people. She was a volunteer at St. Charles Nursing Home at the age of 16. Carol had also been a Brownie and Girl Scout in her younger days. She enjoyed cooking, sewing, playing records, and was always into music. At the age of 5, her piano lessons also started. Carol was also learning violin, and she had been chosen by her piano teacher Hattie Schatzman to represent her students at the Ohio Music Teacher Association. Carol played twice at the Taft Museum. Her passion for music and natural talent made her a beloved member of the Dixie Heights High School String Ensemble, and her classmates were drawn to her outgoing and kind personality. On June 5, 1976, the sun shone brightly over the quaint town of Union, Kentucky, as the residents began their day like any other. Dr. Gaines Huey, a well-regarded dentist from Walton, left his house early to make his way to work, ready to tend to his patients' dental needs. As he was driving down Chambers Road, he noticed something out of the ordinary at the edge of the road. With curiosity, he pulled over and walked towards the object. It was only when he got close he realized what he had found: a body lying eerily still next to a culvert that served as a drainpipe for rainwater. In a state of shock and with trembling hands, he called the Kentucky State Police. Trooper Jan Wushner happened to be on duty that day. Wushner, a seasoned investigator who had previously served with the Boone County Sheriff's Department, quickly rushed to the scene to unravel the mystery of the lifeless body lying by the roadside. The detectives from the Walton State Police Department arrived at the crime scene at around 7:15 a.m., their eyes scanning the area with an acute attention to detail. As the detectives began their investigation, they noticed the telltale signs of a struggle. Broken twigs and trampled grass hinted at a violent scuffle, and a few feet away was the body of the victim, with injuries betraying she had been attacked and strangled. With a growing sense of dread, the investigators came to the grim realization that this was not a random act of violence, but a deliberate and calculated murder. The investigators were determined to leave no stone unturned in their quest for justice. But despite their best efforts, they couldn't find any concrete evidence at the crime scene. Frustrated at the loss, they decided to turn to the body of the victim for answers. Her body was sent to the county's medical examiner's lab for a thorough autopsy. The medical examiner performed a painstaking autopsy, carefully analyzing every inch of the victim's body for clues. Every cut, bruise, and wound was carefully documented, and every clue analyzed with precision. The results of the autopsy revealed the brutal truth of her death. The evidence suggested that she had been subjected to a vicious beating, her body bearing the telltale signs of a tire iron used with unrelenting force. The once beautiful face was now distorted with bruising and swelling, and the examiner noted the deep lacerations on her scalp, likely caused by a blunt object. The crushing blow to her head had caused irreparable damage, leading to her tragic and untimely demise. The signs of abuse and brutal physical trauma were also evident. It was a heartbreaking moment for all involved, as the cause of death was ultimately determined to be asphyxia caused by manual strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head. The discovery of such viciousness added a new level of urgency to the investigation. While analyzing the evidence found at the scene, they discovered some traces of foreign DNA on the victim's clothing. Despite their best efforts, they were unable to match it to anyone known at the time. With the hope of technological advancements in the future, they carefully preserved the evidence, knowing that one day it might lead to a breakthrough in the case. Through their tireless efforts, detectives were able to locate one of the family members who was the brother of the victim with the help of DNA that was extracted from her body. He summoned the courage to come and identify the body. With heavy steps, Thomas Claver, who was 23 years old at the time, walked into the morgue as he gazed upon the still and lifeless form of his beloved sister, Carol Sue Claver, on the cold metal table. Tears streamed down his face. The pain in his heart was overwhelming as he realized that he would never again hear her infectious laugh or see her dazzling smile. With the investigation progressing, the investigators didn't leave any stone unturned. They combed through the community, knocking on doors, speaking to residents, and gathering any information that could provide insight into the tragic incident. They also delved deep into Carol Sue Claver's past, talking to her family and friends to gain a deeper understanding of her life and any possible enemies. The investigators learned that June 4, 1976 was an ordinary day for the Claver family. Carol Sue Claver, a 16-year-old carefree teenager, hopped onto her bike and rode around town with the wind in her hair and a smile on her face. She greeted the locals, chatted with friends, and basked in the warmth of the summer day. Later in the evening, she plans to meet a friend at Zeno's Hyde Park restaurant. She left her home at 5:30 p.m., but as the sun began to set, a young man in a stylish Chevrolet Monte Carlo car accompanied Claver to her home. According to one of the neighbors, she caught a glimpse of the young man, and he had sandy blonde hair, towering at an impressive 6 feet tall with a slim figure. They exchanged a few words before Carol went inside the house, leaving the man waiting eagerly outside. Minutes later, Carol emerged from the house and got into the car and drove away with the man. It was the last time anyone would see Carol alive. Despite exhaustive efforts by investigators to track down the owners of the suspected vehicles in the town, the murder case of Carol Sue Claver remained unsolved. The leads had dried up, and the case had hit a brick wall, leaving investigators scratching their heads. Eventually, the case went cold, and it would stay like that for over 40 years. After years of darkness, a glimmer of hope emerged in the investigation of Carol Sue Claver's murder. In 2017, two cold case detectives from the Boone County Sheriff's Office, Coy Cox and Tim Adams, breathed new life into the case. Their relentless pursuit of truth and justice for Carol Sue Claver led them to join forces with the original detective on the case, Jerry Keith, who had kept the case close to his heart even after retirement. The trio worked tirelessly. With modern technology, they meticulously combed through the old evidence, interviewing witnesses and sifting through leads to piece together a new perspective on the tragedy that had stumped them for years. They began their investigation by exploring the two prime suspects that Keith had identified earlier. The first suspect was a man who had a track record of car theft and whose vehicle bore an eerie resemblance to the one Carol was last seen in. The detectives set their sights on this man and subjected him to intense scrutiny, hoping to extract any valuable information from him. Despite being a suspect in the investigation, the man denied having any connection to the murder of Carol. He opened up to the detectives, revealing his past misdeeds, but remained steadfast in his claim of innocence in Carol's murder. So the detectives collected his DNA for testing with the DNA that was found in 1976 from the victim's clothing. After the tense wait for the DNA analysis to be completed, the results came in December 2018, and Cox and Adams finally made the call to the man. He was no longer a suspect in Carol's murder, as his DNA had come back as negative. The weight of the world lifted off his shoulders as he realized he could finally breathe easy and start anew. After this, Cox and Adams turned their attention back to their tireless pursuit of the killer. The leads on their first suspect had dried up, and they were back to square one. But then in 2020, they decided to move to their second suspect, who had previously been convicted of a brutal sexual assault in the same area just 2 years after Carol's murder in 1978. His name was Michael Dean Tate, and he was now 77 years old in 2020. As Cox and Adams worked to build their case against Michael Dean Tate, they reached out to his victim in the 1978 assault for her account of the attack. Although her name remained confidential, her recollection of the night was vivid. She described the eerie darkness of the night in Park Hills on October 1, 1978, when she was brutally attacked in her own garage at around 2 a.m. The victim recalled how she screamed and fought with all her might, but her attacker seemed to have a sick pleasure in inflicting pain. However, after 2 hours of hell, the assailant left her bleeding and broken, but alive. It took years for her to recover from the physical and emotional scars that Tate had left with her on that dark and fateful night. With the discovery of Tate's connection to the 1978 case, Cox and Adams could not ignore the possibility that he may have been involved in Carol's murder. Tate's frequent travels to the area for work in the 1970s-1980s, in the same time frame as Carol's murder, made him a strong suspect for investigation. However, even with mounting evidence against him, Tate maintained his innocence and denied any involvement in Carol's death. The detectives had been hopeful that their investigation would finally lead them to the culprit. However, their hopes were soon dashed when the DNA analysis did not match Tate's DNA. In addition, court documents revealed that Tate had been living in Cincinnati in 1976, making it impossible for him to have committed the crime. The detectives wondered if they would ever be able to bring closure to this decades-old mystery, as it once again went dormant. For nearly half a century, the case remained shrouded in mystery. But on September 17, 2022, the Boone County Sheriff's Office reached out to the experts at Othram Lab due to their expertise in genetic genealogy. The Othram team was contacted to work on this case. With funding provided by the Season of Justice, the Kentucky State Police Central Forensic Center sent Othram Labs a DNA sample extracted from the 1976 crime scene. Using advanced forensic-grade genome sequencing, Othram's skilled scientists were able to construct a complete DNA profile for the elusive suspect. Their cutting-edge technology allowed them to unlock valuable genetic information that had been hidden for decades. Othram Labs' genealogy experts used forensic genetic genealogy to generate investigative leads based on the comprehensive DNA profile they had constructed. In a stunning turn of events, Othram Labs delivered an answer in less than 2 months after receiving the DNA samples on November 25, 2022. By analyzing the genetic information left by the killer, They discovered a connection to a man named Thomas W. Dunaway who had passed away in 1990 at the age of 33. It was revealed that Dunaway had a son who had grown up without ever knowing his father. The detectives traveled to meet with the son of Thomas Dunaway, whose identity was kept confidential, to gather DNA samples for comparison. The results of these crucial laboratory tests would be the key to solving the mystery that had long evaded the grasp of law enforcement. With a determination to uncover the truth and an unshakable commitment to justice, they carefully collected the necessary samples. The long journey to solve the case finally came to an end on December 12, 2022. The use of advanced technology and the unwavering dedication of the detectives had brought justice to Carol Sue Claver and her family after almost 46 years. When Dunaway's son's DNA partially matched the traces of DNA they had found on Carol's body all those many years ago, the process was not an easy one, but the persistence of those involved had paid off, resulting in a breakthrough that would bring closure to all those affected by the tragic events of 1976. The police never gave up on solving the murder case of Carol Sue Claver. Thomas W. Dunaway, who was born on May 20, 1957 and was 19 years old at that time, managed to stay hidden for many years. Through their perseverance, they were able to uncover crucial information about Dunaway's past and the terrible things he had done. The police discovered that he lived near Devo Park, the same place where Carol was last seen with a man who looked like him. As they delved deeper, more damning evidence against Dunaway emerged. Dunaway was not just a once-off criminal. He had been on a 6-month crime spree, leaving a trail of evidence behind in the form of the cars he used to escape each crime scene. The horror did not stop with Carol Sue Claver's death, as he was found guilty of another killing just 6 months later in December 1976. Ronald Townsend, just 19 years old, was found lying on the ground lifeless and bullet-ridden. The community was devastated by the loss, but their spirits were lifted when Thomas Dunaway, the perpetrator behind Townsend's murder, was caught and admitted to his crimes. He was handed a life sentence, but unfortunately, Dunaway was released in 1984 after serving only 7.5 years in prison. The question remains, was justice served, or was it just a fleeting illusion? It was Detective Coy Cox who uncovered the chilling pattern of violence and darkness that consumed Dunaway's life. Although justice may not have been served for Carol's murder, the police managed to expose the full extent of Dunaway's dangerous and deadly reign of terror. The murders of Carol Sue Claver and Ronald Townsend shared something disturbingly similar. Both victims were left in plain sight just inches away from the road, as if the killer wanted to make a statement. As the investigation progressed, authorities uncovered a troubling fact about Dunaway: that he was absent without leave or AWOL from the army when Townsend was murdered. Dunaway had enlisted in the military only 9 days after Carol's death and was initially stationed at Fort Knox before being transferred to Fort Carson in Colorado. Despite being enlisted in the military, Thomas Dunaway couldn't seem to stay out of trouble. Dunaway had a passion for cars that was unmatched, but it ultimately led to his downfall. With a keen eye for a good deal, he traded in his beloved 1973 Chevrolet Monte Carlo for an eye-catching orange Chevrolet Vega. However, little did he know that this flashy car would be the very thing that caught the attention of detectives investigating Ronald Townsend's murder. The detectives relentlessly pursued Dunaway, issuing an all-points bulletin for him and his orange Vega. It was a game of cat and mouse that finally came to an end on the dark Christmas Eve of 1976 when Dunaway was arrested in South Carolina on charges of Townsend's murder and illegal possession of a firearm. As investigators delved deeper into the puzzling case of Carol Sue Claver's murder, they were stumped by the bond between her and Thomas Dunaway. Though they may have crossed paths during their formative years in the Erlanger-Ellesmere Schools District, it was unclear how they became connected later in life. But amidst the confusion, Detective Coy Cox delivered a significant clue that could unravel the mystery: Carol's love for the Vow Park. This verdant oasis held a special place in Carol's heart, and it's possible that her affection for the park led her to a chance encounter with Dunaway. She was known to be outgoing, and it's possible that's how she met him. Perhaps they met by chance in the park, and their paths became intertwined as they shared stories and laughter in that peaceful setting. One thing is certain: the park is important to their connection, as Dunaway lived just a short distance away from where Carol used to ride her bike. The revelation of Thomas Dunaway as Carol Sue Claver's killer brought a mix of relief and sorrow. While the case is considered closed by the authorities, the news that Dunaway passed away on December 28, 1990 at the young age of 33 left the family feeling conflicted. Despite knowing the truth, justice still feels elusive for the Claver family. As Thomas Claver lamented, he couldn't help but wonder what justice meant now and wished he could have confronted Dunaway before his untimely death. The memory of Carol's murder has clung to her brother like a shadow. It's a weight that he's carried for almost half a century, never quite able to shake off the fear that another tragedy could strike his family. He worries endlessly about the safety of his son, Daniel, who is 28 years old, even calling him late at night to check in. He fears losing anyone else dear to him, just like he lost his beloved sister. It's a fear that grips him tightly like a vice, reminding him of the preciousness of every moment and the importance of cherishing those we love. For Thomas Claver, the idea of disturbing his sister's final resting place was unbearable. The thought of disturbing her peaceful slumber just to catch her killer was a heavy burden on his heart. But thankfully, detectives found another way. Instead of exhuming Carol Sue's remains, they were able to exhume the body of her killer. While it may not be the justice that Thomas had hoped for, the fact that his sister's grave remains undisturbed has given him a small sense of solace. For Thomas, it's the small victories that count, and the knowledge that his sister can finally rest in peace. Detective Cox's determination in seeking justice knew no bounds, as evidenced by his recent court order to exhume Dunaway's body for DNA testing. The process of entering the DNA into Cody's may be just the beginning of a new chapter in the pursuit of justice, and Cox is ready to take on whatever challenges lie ahead. After almost half a century, justice was finally served for Carol Sue Claver. Though her killer cannot be tried in a court of law, the Boone County Commonwealth's attorney, Lewis Kelly, has deemed the case closed. The news brought tears to Detective Cox's eyes as he shared the bittersweet moment of informing Carol's brother that the perpetrator had been identified after all these years. While the past cannot be undone, the closure that comes with knowing the truth is a small comfort in the face of such a tragedy. Detective Coy Cox and his team finally solved the 46-year-old mystery of Carol Sue Claver's murder by identifying the perpetrator, Thomas W. Dunaway. This case highlights the dedication of law enforcement in pursuing justice for victims and their families, no matter how long it takes. In the summer of 2010, 19-year-old Ivana Wajark was on the cusp of starting a new chapter. The teenager from Dansk, Poland had completed high school and was waiting to hear back from her university applications and was planning a trip to Spain. On the night of July 16, 2010, Ivana went out to a popular club called the Dream Club in Sopot, Poland. She was with her friend, Andrea, and three of Andrea's male friends, Powell, Marek, and Adrian. According to a witness at the club, Ivana and her friends seemed to be having a good time. But then, Ivana and Andrea got into a fight. Ivana reportedly left to cool off before returning to the club in a bad mood. Her friends claimed that the fight started for no particular reason, though investigators believe it was brought on by Ivana's discovery. Her recent ex-boyfriend was partying with other girls in the area. She and her friends then got into another fight, and although her friend tried to stop her, she left the club to walk home alone. Ivana was last seen on surveillance footage captured on a camera at 4:12 a.m. She was walking along a seafront promenade just south of Sopot and was passing the 63rd beach entrance. In the video, Ivana is walking alone, barefoot, and at a brisk pace. Once she leaves the frame though, she's never seen again. While her home is still 2 kilometers from where the footage was captured, some stretches of her route had no working cameras. According to phone records, Ivana sent text and received calls earlier in the night, but her phone died at 3:49 a.m. with no activity after that. On her way home, Ivana reportedly spoke with Andrea and made amends from their earlier fight. Ivana asked Andrea if she could spend the night at her apartment. Andrea was already home and she left the keys outside for Ivana to let her in, which was a common occurrence for the girls. But the next morning, there was no sign of Ivana, and the keys were still outside. Andrea assumed that Ivana may have gone home after all, but when she called Ivana's mother later that day, She told her that she hadn't seen or heard from her either. Fauna was reported missing, and the search for her began. Police emergency team members, community members, and rescue dogs searched the area repeatedly with no results. Her family and friends even asked for help from a famous Polish psychic, Krzysztof Jakowski, but he couldn't determine where she was. It would become one of Poland's most highly publicized and mysterious missing persons cases, drawing nationwide attention, public scrutiny, and countless theories. The national media coverage of the case ended up doing more harm than good as the police received an overwhelming number of reports related to Ivana. Criminals even started reporting their enemies to the police in connection with her disappearance, and others extorted ransom from her family. The prime suspect in the case comes from the surveillance footage of Ivana. In the video, there's a man wearing a light shirt and a towel draped over his shoulders, who's staggering while walking behind Ivana. Internet sleuths looking into the case, of which there are many, started referring to the man as the towel. The man is seen following Ivana out of frame, and then the same cameras capture the man returning at 6:22 a.m. with the same towel, but no shirt on. While police tried to identify the man, they could never confirm his identity or that he had had any contact with Ivana. Some of the public began to suspect her friends, but investigators concluded that they'd all gone home after the club, which was confirmed by their cell phone logins, camera recordings, and testimonies from those they lived with. Private detective Krzysztof Rutowski was involved in the case from the beginning. He was able to obtain her cell phone records and hard drives before the police, as well as the security footage of her walking down the promenade. But Rutowski's work has been highly criticized, as he's reported many different unverified versions of what happened to Ivana and accused various people of her kidnapping or murder. In August of 2010, Rutowski claimed that he had a witness who saw the kidnapping on July 16th, and that Ivana had been forcibly dragged into a car. In 2011, he said that he had a new suspect, a 24-year-old man named Sasha, who told someone that he and two men abducted and raped a girl in Dansk. Sasha hung himself on January 3, 2011, with no mention of Ivana in the letters he left. It was later discovered he was not in the area the night of Ivana's disappearance. He was over 200 kilometers away. Rutowski later admitted that the information he shared about the witness was a bluff. In 2012, the police investigation was formally closed, but that didn't stop others from searching for Ivana. In 2017, a detective agency in Lampard suspected local garbage truck drivers of Ivana's murder, claiming that in a photo taken on the morning of July 17th, you can see her body in the back of a garbage truck. The drivers had already been interrogated a year after her disappearance. Two of them stated that they didn't remember anything about that morning, but the third man said that he saw Ivana talking to the man with a towel over his shoulders on a bench. The media described the police handling of the case as clumsy. Their work was later investigated by the Supreme Audit Office, which determined they'd failed to publish information about the disappearance to media and failed to secure surveillance footage of Ivana. Ivana's mother also said that telephone records weren't checked until many months after her daughter's disappearance, despite her pressuring police to look into them. On May 19, 2021, Rutowski and his team searched the area where Ivana was last seen and found a shirt in a plastic bag, tights, a skirt, and two knives buried. Rutowski said a former prisoner had led him to the evidence, but according to reports, Ivana hadn't been wearing tights on the night she disappeared, and the knives Rutowski discovered didn't look like they'd been buried for 11 years. Many people have said that Rutowski's involvement in the case has been harmful, leading the media and police down rabbit holes and causing distractions. A journalist covering the case said, "The police stopped cooperating with him a long time ago because it turned out he was lying constantly." Early on in this case, investigators considered that Ivana had run away since there'd been no evidence of kidnapping or murder, although they never found evidence to support that theory. Another theory is that Ivana was a victim of a local serial killer. A week after Ivana's disappearance, a 34-year-old woman was found dead after leaving her friends at a festival. A year later, a 13-year-old girl was murdered north of Sosbat. Both perpetrators are still at large. Lana's disappearance is considered one of the most difficult puzzles Polish investigators have had to uncover. In 2019, the case was passed on to the Malopolska branch of the National Prosecutor's Office in Krakow, so it could be investigated by the Ex-Archive Department, where new technology experts and research institutions are used to examine the evidence. It still currently remains unsolved. On December 13, 2009, 30-year-old Stephen Kocher parked his car at the end of a cul-de-sac retirement community in Henderson, Nevada. In footage captured by nearby home security systems, you can see Stephen get out of his car and leave the area only to return a short time later to retrieve an item from his car and leave again. He has not been seen since. Stephen was originally from Amarillo, Texas, and was a devout Mormon who didn't use drugs or drink alcohol. He'd been living in Salt Lake City, Utah before relocating to St. George, Utah in 2009. Stephen was struggling to find work amidst the Great Recession, but was actively seeking out opportunities. He'd found a job handing out flyers for a window washing company, but it wasn't enough to pay his bills. In the days leading to his disappearance, Stephen made an unscheduled visit to his ex-girlfriend, Anna Marie Neffs. Though she wasn't home, her family invited him in to stay for lunch, where he told him he was on his way to visit family in Sacramento, California. Though instead, he returned to St. George, as he feared bad weather would make his trip difficult. He also spoke to his mother on the phone that day, who said he seemed upbeat as they talked about upcoming Christmas plans. The next day, on December 11th, Stephen was seen helping a couple of children who'd been locked out of their home. He also talked to his bishop, who promised Stephen he'd have a job for him in early 2010, and the bishop noticed that he seemed positive despite the struggles he was facing. On December 12th, the day before his disappearance, Stephen's phone pinged a cell tower near Overton, Nevada, near Lake Mead. He also bought a baby's bib and snacks from the Kmart outside St. George, which were believed to be Christmas gifts for his family. His neighbor recalled seeing him around 10 p.m. that night. Half an hour later, he left his home, but wasn't seen coming back. The next morning, Greg Webb, the president of Stephen's local church ward, called him to tell him that he was in Las Vegas and may not make it in time for a church meeting. He wanted to see if Stephen could lead the meeting instead. Stephen told him that he too was in the Las Vegas area, but he could make it on time if it was necessary. Webb told him not to worry about it. Another church member also called Stephen that day and had a similar conversation. Neither men asked Stephen why he was in the Las Vegas area, but they agreed the conversation seemed normal. Just before noon, a home surveillance camera captured Stephen parking on the cul-de-sac. He got out wearing a white shirt and slacks and was carrying a blue folder or portfolio and didn't appear disoriented. He had no known connections to the Henderson area. At 5 p.m., his phone pinged a cell tower 10 miles north of where his car was parked. 2 hours later, it pinged again another 2 miles north. The next morning, it pinged again another 2 hours north between the Interstate 515 and US Route 93 and Russell Road. That morning, Stephen's phone was used to check his voicemail, and it received a text from his landlord, but there was no activity after that. According to the phone tracking data, Stephen's phone remained in the general vicinity of the last tower ping for 2 days, which suggested his phone died there. The next day, local parking enforcement spotted Stephen's car and started trying to locate its owner. The officer saw a stack of flyers for the window washing company in the car, so he called the phone number that was advertised and spoke to the business owner. The business owner gave him Stephen's cell phone number, but there was no answer. The officer then called Stephen's mother, who didn't answer, but returned the call on December 17th. She then realized no one had heard from Stephen in about a week, so she called his brother and sister, who traveled up to St. George to help find him. They went to jails, morgues, and hospitals in the area to try and locate Stephen with no success. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department also went door to door in the Sun City retirement community in search of witnesses or leads, and also searched the area around it with helicopters and sniffer dogs to no avail. By Christmas, the media had picked up on the story, and in February 2010, his family put out a $10,000 reward to whoever could lead them to Stephen. They also filmed an episode of investigation Discovery show Disappeared in 2011, but no new leads came from it. Stephen's family believes he went to Henderson in search of a job opportunity, not because he wanted to escape his issues in life. Police say the contents of his car, which included Christmas presents and job applications, suggested he intended to return home. They said that there was no suspicious activity in his bank records or phone records and nothing suspicious on his computers, in his search history, or in his diary, and a theory emerged that he was traveling to traffic drugs. A drug-sniffing dog was brought to his vehicle, but nothing was identified. According to his family, his travel history wasn't unusual, as he was researching his family history in the area and would often take day trips to keep himself busy. At one point, it was suggested that Stephen's disappearance was linked to missing woman, Susan Powell, who disappeared a week prior from her Salt Lake City home. Susan had been having marital problems, and her husband's family suspected that she had run off with Stephen and framed her husband for her murder. The police found no connection between the two missing people and no evidence to support this theory. Utah and Nevada's police are continuing to investigate Stephen's case, but his family has struggled with the uncertainty of his whereabouts. His brother, Dallin, said, "We're stuck between hope and grief because we want to hope for the best, but we can't grieve because we don't know what happened." Gertrude Canning was born in County Donegal and lived with her family outside of Lifford. She shared her family's love of music and dancing and was described by those who knew her as happy and likable with an adventurous spirit. She eventually left Ireland to work at various hotels in England. She was popular with her co-workers and customers. Following the outbreak of World War II, Gertrude joined the Women's Royal Naval Services. She was assigned to the HMS Quebec, a Navy base that was part of the No. 1 Combined Training Center on the shores of Loch Fyne near the small town of Inverary, Scotland. The town had a population of less than 500 people, but between 1940 and 1944, almost a quarter of 1 million soldiers and personnel came through the area to work at the training center, with approximately 15,000 people there at any given time. Gertrude was able to use her previous experience working in the hospitality industry at the base, working in the officers' mess hall at the Admiralty House. On June 30th, 1942, 20-year-old Gertrude left the base, dressed in her uniform, to mail a letter to her father. She never returned. She was reported missing and a massive search for her began. However, it would be 2 local boys who would finally resolve the search. They were gathering wildflowers near a local landmark known as the Marriage Tree when they discovered Gertrude's body in a ditch in Inverary. Gertrude had been gagged with her own clothing and 4 bullets were removed from her body. 3 of the bullets had caused injuries that most likely would have killed Gertrude on their own. Examination of the bullets showed that they had been fired by a standard British Army .30 revolver, a weapon that thousands of men in the immediate area had been issued. 2 roadmen reported seeing Gertrude on the 30th as she was walking along a wooden track. They also reported that they saw a soldier walking in the same direction just a few moments later. Thousands of revolvers were test-fired looking for a match to the bullets found in Gertrude's body. The weapons tested had been assigned to soldiers who were still at the training center and to soldiers who had left it since Gertrude disappeared and had been tracked down and brought back to the center for the testing. Despite the extensive testing, no match to the bullets that killed Gertrude was found. One of the investigators who worked on the case was Detective Inspector Robert Calhoun out of Glasgow. Only a limited amount of information was released to the media at the time of the murder due to its connections to the training center. So much of what is known about the investigation comes from Calhoun's 1962 memoir, Life Begins at Midnight. In the book, he concludes that Gertrude was most likely murdered by a soldier she was familiar with and that, in all probability, he died at Dieppe and his secret died with him. The disastrous August 1942 raid on the German-occupied French port of Dieppe plays a part in more than one theory about the case and how the investigation thousands of casualties at Dieppe. There has also been speculation that certain details about Gertrude's murder were kept quiet because the idea of a soldier committing a murder just outside of the combined training center would further destroy public morale around the war effort, both before the raid occurred, when preparations were being made for it, and afterwards when public confidence was on the decline. Journalist, author, and former Glasgow police officer R.J. Mitchell has raised concerns that Gertrude's killer may have been someone influential in the military, potentially even someone involved with the planning of the raid on Dieppe. During the course of his own investigation into the case, he learned from a military expert that the .38 revolver used in Gertrude's murder was only issued to non-commissioned officers and to officers with the rank of second lieutenant or higher. However, it has also been argued that someone with a lower rank could have still acquired one without having it formally issued to them, given how common they were. Another major problem Mitchell has identified with the investigation into Gertrude's murder is the underutilization of the two witnesses who saw Gertrude and the unidentified soldier on the day of her murder. According to Calhoun's account of the investigation in his memoir, there was no composite of the soldier produced. It wouldn't have been difficult to get descriptions and get an artist's impression. Then compare this with the soldier's mugshots and see which branch of the service he came from, Mitchell argued in 2013. The minute I realized that fundamental aspect was missing from Calhoun's book, I thought, this isn't right, and it had the whiff of a cover-up. Despite the decades that have passed since her murder, Gertrude's family has remained committed to her and her story. Several of her nephews have been active in keeping her case in the media. One of those nephews, Liam Canning, has spent years researching his aunt's life and death in hopes of writing a book and believes he may know the identity of a potential suspect. From what has been presented to the family, I could certainly identify who I think is a suspect, he told the BBC in 2012. Police in Scotland have said that if the case were to come before them now, they would solve it. The suspect has never been publicly identified, however, and the case is still unsolved. The Canning family says that their efforts have not been out of malice towards Gertrude's killer and that they do not want revenge against him, just justice for Gertrude. While so far they have not been able to definitively identify her killer, they have found other ways of showing respect for her and her memory. To mark the 70th anniversary of Gertrude's death, the family dedicated a plaque to her memory and Inbury. This case leads us to Glyconera, located just outside central Athens in Greece. Caroline Crouch, a 20-year-old, resided there with her 33-year-old husband, Bobish, and their 11-month-old daughter, Lydia. Caroline was known for her compassion and care, yet had a fiery side, boasting a black belt in kickboxing. She loved animals and had adopted a husky puppy named Roxy from the Marathon Animal Association when he was only 2 months old. In addition to Roxy, the couple also had 4 cats. Caroline had moved to Greece from England aged just 8 years old and had spent over half her life there. When she was 15, she met her future husband, Charalambos, known as Bobish, on the island of Alonissos, where she lived since her childhood. Bobish's parents owned a holiday home there which he would visit. Although he was 12 years her senior, the pair eventually began dating. They lived together in a house in Glyconera, and in 2018 the couple made plans to marry. Bobish was a successful and well-respected helicopter pilot, and Caroline had studied statistics at university with hopes to go to catering school one day. A few weeks after the couple's wedding, Caroline found out she was pregnant, but tragically, just 3 months later, she would miscarry. But after this, she went on to give birth to a baby girl whom the couple named Lydia. Caroline's world revolved around Lydia, and everyone that knew Caroline said that being a mother was absolutely everything to her. Police received a phone call from a house in Glyconera, which would turn out to be the home of Bobish and Caroline. The officers were told a story so horrifying that even the most senior and tenured of detectives were left in complete and utter shock. When police arrived at the home in question, they were confronted by a horrendous scene. Caroline's beloved husky, Roxy, was dead and had been hung by his lead on the stairs. Baby Lydia was screaming and hitting her mother, trying to wake her up. But tragically, 20-year-old Caroline Crouch was already dead. Her husband, Bobish, had been handcuffed and restrained. He had tape around his neck, mouth, and eyes. Baves told police that a gang of men had stormed the home in the early morning hours while everyone was asleep, and a barbaric rampage had ensued. Going off of Babbitt's timeline of events, the gang had to have been inside the property for around an hour, arriving there after 1:30 a.m. The gang held a gun to Lydia's head, forcing the couple to show them where the money was stashed. Babbis directed the gang to the money, gave them what they asked for, and begged them not to hurt his family. But despite the couple's cooperation, Babbis said that one of the gang members strangled Caroline with his bare hands, while Babbis was tied to the floor, unable to help her. He said after a while, he could no longer hear his wife's cries for help, and shortly after this, he lost consciousness and was left for dead. When Bobish regained consciousness, he used the small gap in the tape over his eyes to find his phone and used his nose to dial the last number in his call logs. This number was for one of the couple's neighbors, but because the tape was covering his mouth, all that could be heard on the end of the phone when the neighbor picked up was muffled sounds. The neighbor headed straight over to the house and, once inside, helped Babis to call the police. Earlier in the night, that same neighbor recalled hearing Roxy crying, but assumed he must have just been fighting with the cats. When police began their searches of the property, they found that the equivalent of over 10,000 pounds in cash, which had been hidden inside a Monopoly box, had been taken, along with around 20,000 pounds worth of jewelry. Babbitt said the money was stashed inside the home as the couple had recently purchased a plot of land and needed to pay some workers. He thought that someone had either tipped this gang off or someone inside the gang must have had some prior knowledge about this. The cruel, brutal, and barbaric nature of the crimes sent shockwaves throughout Greece that soon traveled internationally. The police were just as horrified and commented on how rare crimes like these were in their country. Everyone was outraged and panicked, and the community reached out to offer their support to Babish and the couple's families. Though the couple had cameras all around the house, there was little footage available as the cameras did not appear to be working or turned on at the time of the robbery and subsequent murder. On an outside camera nearby, they did spot a car driving near to the home around the time frame they were looking at, so at least they had that to look into. Sadly, DNA evidence collected from underneath Caroline's fingernails proved to be inconclusive. There were no witnesses and no one heard anything apart from the neighbor that heard Roxy cry. Apart from Bobby's accounts and the camera outside, police had very little to go on. The story spread through the media like wildfire, and soon the whole world would be watching to see who would be arrested for these horrendous crimes. The pressure to solve it prompted government officials to announce a reward of €301,000. 3 days after Caroline's death, every shop, bar, and restaurant on the island of Elenissos closed as its 2,000 residents laid to rest the woman they had adopted as their own. Baby Sund went a listening test to identify the language the gang had been speaking. He was able to determine that it was either Albanian or a language from the former USSR. After looking at 150 photographs, he also managed to narrow down the list of suspects to just 10. There was an Albanian gang that had been at the center of some very violent robberies, often subjecting the victims to torture and beatings. In the 6 months prior, there had been several similar occurrences in the same area, and the race was on to find anyone linked or previously associated with this gang. Using their knowledge of the gang they were looking for and Bobby's list of suspects, police issued a statement about a specific suspect they were looking for. He was described as strong, around 5 foot 5 inches, with short blonde hair, who was a violent abuser who hates women. Police began investigating a potential link between him and another suspect who had robbed the house of Babish's pilot instructor 3 years before. The 32-year-old instructor said, "They are ruthless. They came to my house around 10 o'clock at night in July. They are not afraid of anything. They are brutal and use their strength against women because they consider them weaker." Police said they were also hunting for another suspect named Janice, who reportedly worked with the gang too. Shortly after Caroline's funeral, a Georgian man had come to the attention of Bulgarian authorities. He was at the border and had a fake passport on him. After taking samples from him, DNA evidence put this man at the scene of another home invasion that happened just 20 minutes away from Caroline's home and just 4 days before. It was very similar in nature given that both crime scenes were deemed to share the same modus operandi. But just as quickly as he was deemed a suspect in her case, he was ruled out at the same speed when police could find nothing that tied him to the couple's home. Experts were fearful and said that as more time passed by, it was becoming less and less likely that they would ever find the gang responsible. Police sources told the local media that the evidence found at the home was so little, it was as if the burglars had bleached the entire house before leaving. Babish was frequently in and out of police interviews as they scrutinized his timeline, trying to get more information. He also told the police everything about the couple and their relationship. But Caroline's diary would soon paint a very different picture. She spoke of an abusive and volatile home, and it turned out that Caroline had been trying to leave Babis for a long time. She first told him she was leaving in July 2020 when Lydia was a newborn. She said she felt miserable and that she was looking for a new home, but she often changed her mind, saying she didn't want her daughter to grow up without her parents together. Babbis became even more controlling, installing a tracing app on her phone and accompanying her to her therapy sessions to listen in. The couple's counselor, Eleni, said Caroline told her she was looking for an apartment in central Athens for her and Lydia, near to a cooking school that she had dreams of attending. Eleni also said that Caroline was terrified of her husband hearing anything outside the room and used to check the doors were shut over and over again. Despite often seeking advice from her counselor, one day, out of the blue, Elaine received a message from Caroline abruptly asking to end their sessions. Later, it was claimed it was more than likely that this message had actually been sent by Babish. According to Caroline's diary, the pair would fight bitterly, and things would often escalate quickly. One diary entry read, "Today my little one is a month old. It's also the day I told Bobby I want to leave. I feel awful." Another read, "I'm thinking of going to my sister. I don't know if I can keep going with Bobby. I love him so much that I can't leave him even though this relationship hurts me." It is said that Elaine urged Caroline to confide in her mother, but Caroline said she didn't want to disappoint her. 38 days after the violent scene was discovered during Caroline's memorial service, Abbas was approached by officers asking him to come in for some more questioning. He begged to stay, but police insisted, stating they had arrested someone and needed Babbis to identify him. This was all a ruse. The police were actually taking Babish to the station to interrogate him. His entire story was becoming more and more convoluted and impossible to believe, and holes were appearing everywhere. Alongside Caroline's own words about the toxic relationship and Bobby's bewildering story that not a single witness or camera could corroborate, police already knew that they weren't looking for a gang of people. They were looking at just one person. When the data from Caroline's smartwatch was analyzed, it showed she was in an extreme state of mental or physical stress for 6 minutes around 4 a.m. This revealed that she did not die at the time Babish had originally claimed. Data from his phone showed him walking up and down the stairs of the house for hours, while he claimed he was tied up and unable to move. After 8 hours of intense interrogation and being presented with all the evidence the police had collected, Babish finally broke. He admitted that the robbery had been fake and that he had been the one to commit and stage the depraved crimes against Caroline and her beloved dog, Roxy. Police revealed that they had immediately suspected Babbis of committing the crime after noticing his demeanor when they arrived at the crime scene on the morning of May 11th. Suspicion loomed from the start, Police Chief Petros Safaris said, but we lacked the hard evidence. Babbis had courted the media, misled the police, and deceived the world, and Caroline's distraught and grieving family, as well as Caroline wanting to dissolve the marriage and leave with Lydia. Police wondered if there was another potential motive for the murder: money. Babbis lived a very lavish lifestyle, one people wondered if he could maintain. He and Caroline had recently been on a luxury holiday to Dubai, had spent the equivalent of £47,000 on land, and designed a £140,000 dream home. Just a week before Caroline was killed, Caroline's mom gave Babish £20,000, and sources also revealed that Babish may have been involved in drug smuggling in his helicopter, which was providing him with the money to fund his luxurious life. Caroline's father David does believe there is some foundation to these rumors. He said his daughter had a strong sense of right and wrong, and if she had seen or heard anything about this, she would not have kept quiet. Looking at the timeline of events and the data available, police pieced together what happened that early morning as best they could. At some point in the evening, Caroline had texted a friend, telling them she was leaving Babish. Data from her phone showed that she had tried to book a hotel with her daughter to stay away for the night. At 12:35 a.m., Babbis was seen on the living room camera with Lydia, while texting Caroline, who was upstairs. At 1:20 a.m., Babbis removed the memory card from the camera inside the property. The couple continued to argue over text for over 2 hours. At 4 a.m., Caroline's smartwatch suggested she was asleep. Just 1 minute later, the watch registered intense pulse stimulation. 11 minutes after this, Caroline's watch detected no further heartbeats. Her pulse rocketed by 50% at 4 o'clock and 5 seconds a.m. as Babbis suffocated her with a pillow. Babbis then placed Lydia next to her late mother in an attempt to create a more compelling and shocking crime scene. Caroline had died at a completely different time to that Babbis had reported. This gave him time to stage the robbery by throwing clothes around and pretending to loot the house. At some point, he drowned 7-month-old Roxy and hung his body from the stairs. 2 hours later at 6 a.m., Babbis made the call to report the fake robbery. A doctor confirmed that Caroline would have died in agony, and police said it was clear from the data on her watch. She had fought for her life with everything she had. In a court appearance, Babbis first described smothering Caroline as a hug, saying she was trying to move away from him as they lay in bed, so he held her tightly. At one point, as her face was shaking on the pillow, her mouth and her nose were resting on the pillow, I kept holding her in my arms until she stopped rocking, he said. It all lasted about 5 minutes from the time I hugged her until the moment she stopped rocking. I tried to wake her, rocked her, but it was in vain. Then I realized what had happened. He then said that he threw her down on the bed and pressed her face into the pillow until she passed out, before realizing he had killed her. His reason for this, he claimed, was to protect his daughter. He said that Caroline was violent and verbally abusive towards Lydia, and that he had acted in the heat of the moment to save her. I never wanted to lie. I did what I did to evade arrest to protect my daughter, he said. It was a devastating and hurtful claim for those that knew Caroline to hear. Lydia was Caroline's life and she worshipped her. She would simply never have acted in any harmful way towards her baby girl. But prosecutors say the killing was absolutely premeditated, pointing to the cameras that Babbis had disabled and removed the memory card from before the murder and Caroline's smartwatch data that suggested she was asleep when she was smothered. Babbis is charged with 2 felonies. The first being premeditated murder while in a non-agitated state of mind. The second being abuse of an animal. The 2 misdemeanors he faces are accusing others of a crime and repeatedly providing false testimonies. One of his lawyers resigned, telling reporters, "I do not desire to have anything more to do with the defense of this case for personal reasons." Babbis remains detained in Greece's high-security Korydallos jail awaiting trial. Sources differ as to the length of sentence he could receive if found guilty, but it has been stated that if the jury is satisfied it was not premeditated, then he could have his sentence drastically reduced. Caroline's death sparked outrage all over the world, but in Greece particularly. It prompted protesters to march the streets, carrying banners reading, "No more domestic violence." Domestic abuse has quadrupled since the country's first lockdown in March 2020, and Caroline's case seemed to force Greece to confront its problems with violence against women, the attitudes of society, the media, and even senior justice officials. The cases of femicide are usually the result of years of domestic violence that has not been treated and has not been answered in the correct way, said Maria Alvanu, who works as a criminologist, lawyer, and women's rights activist. Caroline's grieving parents Susan and David wanted to erase Babbis in any way they could, starting by removing the word wife from Caroline's gravestone. It now reads mother and daughter. They were also granted full custody of baby Lydia. Babbis's parents were denied co-custody, but they were granted visitation rights of 5 days a month. Sources say that despite everything, Caroline's parents have a cordial relationship with Babbis's parents and are working together to do the best thing for Lydia. Caroline Crouch had so much still to accomplish and so many plans for her future before her life was so tragically and brutally cut short. Her baby girl Lydia is now growing up in her late mother's childhood home. And David, Caroline's father, said, "Lydia is fine, and like her mother, grows more beautiful by the day. She is now walking confidently, eats heartily, and charms everyone she comes into contact with." Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. In 1974, 18-year-old Sabrina Kane lived in Belleville, Illinois, with her mother, Laureen, and her stepfather, Fred Rourke, an officer with the Belleville Police Department. After graduating from Belleville West High School in 1973, Sabrina started working full-time at Midwest Savings and Loan and part-time at a Kmart grocery in the evenings. In early December 1973, Sabrina's demeanor became quite anxious, according to her boyfriend at the time, Bob Deller, who worked with her at Kmart. Although she did not disclose what was troubling her, her mood seemed to improve by Christmas. However, her better spirits were short-lived, and by February 1974, she was so distressed about her home life that she wanted to move out of her mother and stepfather's house. On the afternoon of February 3rd, Sabrina asked Bob to drive her to the home of one of her friends in O'Fallon, Illinois. She told him that she wanted to leave home because of her stepfather's behavior. After she arrived, she called her mother. Lorraine Rourke promised Sabrina she would help her find an apartment and move into it if she came home. Sabrina agreed to come home. Lorraine advised her to call her friend, Patty Linton, to ask for a ride because her stepfather would be angry if Bob brought her home. Fred Rourke did not allow his adult stepdaughter to date. Sabrina called Patty, who agreed to give her a ride home. Bob and Sabrina drove to a park where they met Patty and her husband Kurt, who then drove Sabrina back to her house. When Bob saw Sabrina at the Kmart the following day, she was even more set in her resolve to leave home. She told Bob that she was going to wait until her stepfather was not home and then move all of her clothes out of the house. Bob offered to let her borrow his car to do so, but she declined his offer. Bob saw Sabrina again around 10:30 in the morning on February 5th, again at the Kmart, when she came in specifically to speak with him. She was now getting even more support from Patty and Kurt Linton. After Patty got off work that day, she was going to look at apartments with Sabrina, and Sabrina would be spending the night at her apartment rather than go back to the house. She was so determined to leave. Sabrina told Bob that she would call him around 6 o'clock that evening. She never did. Sabrina had been driven to the Kmart to see Bob by Kurt Linton. He had picked her up at a shopping center a mile from her home after she called him for a ride. She had walked over to see Patty at her job at the Bank of Belleville at 9:30 that morning to ask if she could stay at her apartment while she looked for one of her own. Patty agreed after reminding Sabrina that she would have to sleep on the floor. This did not bother Sabrina, who just wanted to be out of her mother and stepfather's house. Sabrina then left to go to the shopping center across the street from the bank to call Kurt, because she could not use the bank's phone. Sabrina was inside the Kmart speaking with Bob for 20 to 30 minutes while Kurt waited for her outside. After she came out of the store, Kurt drove her back to the apartment he and Patty shared. At the Lintons' apartment, Sabrina made several phone calls. Most of them were to inquire about apartments for rent, and one was to her mother, who was at work. Sabrina told Kurt that her mother had agreed to help her move her clothes over to the Lintons' apartment after her shift was over that afternoon. Patty arrived at the apartment on her lunch break around 11:40. She made them all lunch and then left to go back to work after they ate. Sabrina offered to do the dishes, and Kurt began looking at his phonograph. He decided that it needed a new needle and told Sabrina he was going to make a quick trip to the store to buy one. Between 12:30 and 12:35, Kurt was leaving the shopping center, having purchased the needle, waiting to turn left on to bypass Route 50. While he was waiting for a break in the traffic, he saw Sabrina's blue Plymouth Satellite with a floral top drive by, heading west on bypass Route 50. When the car drove past him, he saw Sabrina sitting in its passenger seat, her long blonde hair blowing in the wind. The initial statement Kurt would make to police states that he saw Sabrina's stepfather, Fred Rourke, driving the car. However, in a subsequent interview, he would clarify that this had been a misunderstanding and that he had not been able to see who had been driving the car. Kurt had left his key to his apartment with Sabrina, so he was unable to return home. He instead went straight to his job at the Kresge store. He was able to later provide police with such a specific window of time when he had seen Sabrina drive past him because the exact time he made it to work shortly thereafter was recorded on his time card. When Patty Linton returned to work after her lunch break, she was told that Fred Rourke had called asking to speak with her several times while she was gone. Not wanting to continue receiving such calls at her place of employment, she called him back. He asked her what the trouble with Sabrina was. She told him that she was not sure, but that Sabrina was determined to move out on her own. Patty also told him Sabrina was at her apartment if he wanted to go talk to her. Fred Rourke would later say that he had gone over to the Lintons' apartment to speak with his stepdaughter. Sabrina let him inside the apartment and then agreed to go home to speak with him. She left Patty a note and then she and her stepfather left to drive home. When they arrived, Fred sat down on the couch and Sabrina sat down on the arm of a chair near the front door, leaving her coat on. He asked her what was wrong, and instead of responding, Sabrina got up and walked out of the house. Rourke did not go after her. When Sabrina's mother, Irene, returned home from work that afternoon, Fred was there but Sabrina was not. Fred told her Sabrina had been angry and walked out of the house. Irene Rourke then went out looking for her daughter, but Fred did not go with her to help. Patty Linton arrived home from work at 3:45 and found the note from Sabrina explaining that she had gone home with Fred and saying that she would call her later. Patty later tried calling Sabrina at home and was told by Irene that Sabrina had stormed out of the house earlier that afternoon. Kurt Linton returned from work at 6 o'clock that evening, and the couple remained at home, waiting for a call from Sabrina that never came. Fred Rourke claimed that Sabrina had walked out of his house sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the afternoon on February 5, 1974. She never returned home, and there were no later sightings of her. Despite this, her mother and stepfather did not report her missing until March 22nd, more than 6 weeks after she disappeared. Fred claimed that he had not reported Sabrina missing any earlier because she had run away from home before but had always come home eventually. While Sabrina had been trying to leave home in the days before her disappearance, she had remained in almost constant contact with her mother and friends about her whereabouts. She had specific plans to prepare to move out on her own. She left home without any of her clothes, which were very important to her, or any money. The day before she went missing, she told a coworker that she only had $3 as she had recently given her mother $50 furthermore. It was highly out of character for Fred Rourke to let Sabrina's whereabouts be unknown for 6 hours, much less 6 weeks. According to Sabrina's friends and coworkers, her relationship with her stepfather was highly unusual. She would fail to show up to planned activities because she had to spend time with him. He tried to control who she was friends with, and he forbade her from dating. When she had been in high school, he would often come pick her up after school to ensure that she was not spending time with boys or friends he did not approve of after classes ended for the day. Sabrina graduated high school in 1973, but Fred would not allow her any new freedoms and his behavior remained just as controlling as ever. He seemed to be hyper-focused on Sabrina and her whereabouts. He held the use of her car over her head to try to influence her behavior. Sabrina had been without access to the car and reliant on others for rides just before she vanished because she had gotten so frustrated with this behavior that she had thrown the car's keys at Fred following an argument. She would rather be without a car rather than let her stepfather continue using her access to one in this way. Sabrina had confided in a few people about instances where her stepfather would strike her or push her down. He had once thrown her against a wall and then used his hands to rub makeup off of her eyes because he did not like her wearing it. She told a coworker at Midwest Savings and Loan that her mother had once tried to intervene on her behalf, but Fred had then struck her as well. When Sabrina had started her job at Midwest Savings and Loan in October of 1973, her coworkers viewed her as outgoing and personable. The stress she was under at home seemed to weigh heavily on her, however. Her coworkers, like her boyfriend, had noted that Sabrina had been especially anxious in December of 1973. Sabrina had also come into work on at least one occasion in tears over her stepfather's behavior. On April 20th, 1974, 2 men were target shooting in Stuckey Township, west of Belleville. In Forney Lake, off of Town Hall Road, they observed what appeared to be a body floating in the water, some 30 feet from the shore. They went to the home of a sheriff's deputy who lived nearby to report what they had observed. The civil defense was called in to use a boat to extract the body from the water and bring it to shore. The assistant coroner had been called to the scene, and he identified the body, badly decomposed from its time in the water, as that of a white female. His preliminary examination showed bullet wounds to the back of her head, her shoulder, and her back. The woman's hands had been bound behind her back and a concrete block had been tied to her waist, presumably to weigh her body down. She was wearing 4 rings, one of which was a Belleville West-class ring bearing the initials SJC. The Belleville Police Department notified the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office that they had a missing persons report filed on someone who matched the description of the woman found in the lake, Sabrina Jean Kane. They were also advised that her stepfather was an officer with the department. Fred Wark was then brought in and asked to identify the rings the young woman had been found wearing. He positively identified the class ring as belonging to Sabrina and made a tentative identification of the other 3 rings. Rourke was very upset during this initial interaction at the sheriff's department, and after describing the last time he had seen Sabrina, he asked to see the clothing found on the body so that he could be positive that it was Sabrina. He was therefore brought to the Gardner Funeral Home where the body had been taken. He was able to confirm that the clothes found with the body belonged to Sabrina. The items of clothing matched the descriptions given the clothes Sabrina had been wearing on the day she disappeared, provided by the people who had seen her that day. Rourke was also able to identify her underwear and noted that she had purchased that pair not long before she went missing. While he was advised against it, Rourke also asked to see Sabrina's body. He was unable to make an identification due to its condition. The area near the pond where Sabrina's body had been found was heavily wooded, and authorities had used a local radio station to appeal for volunteers to help search it. After meeting with the sheriff's department and going to the funeral home, Fred Rourke showed up as one of those volunteers. He arrived at the scene at approximately 6:45 p.m. with one of his neighbors, Jack Erlanger. Rourke asked the deputies at the scene if anyone had searched the trestle on the road half a mile west of the lake for Sabrina's purse. When he was told no, he and Jack went to do so. When they returned, they said that they did not find anything. Jack Erlanger would later say that Borch was never out of his sight during their search. Sabrina's father, Cork Kane, lived in Arcola, Illinois, approximately 150 miles northeast of Belleville. He had remarried after his divorce from Lorraine and lived with his wife and their daughter, Sabrina's 7-year-old half-sister, Kimberly. Lorraine and Fred Rourke did not notify him when Sabrina went missing. Cork and his wife heard on the news that the body of a young woman with long blonde hair had been found in a pond while they were spending the weekend in St. Louis. They did not learn until the following day when a family member called them that the body had been Sabrina's. Cork had been left unaware that anything had happened to his daughter during the 2.5 months she was missing and never notified of her death by her mother or stepfather, and was left to hear of it indirectly. Fred Rourke claimed that he had looked for Sabrina after she went missing, and some of Sabrina's friends did report that Fred had asked them about Sabrina's whereabouts after she disappeared. However, despite being a police officer, Rourke apparently did not believe that checking with Sabrina's father or anyone on his side of her family would be beneficial to his investigation into her whereabouts. In his initial interview with police, after he identified Sabrina's rings and learned that her body had been found, Rourke had told police that he had even traveled to Sabrina's hometown of Tuscola, Illinois, trying to find her. Arcola, where Cork Kane lived, is just south of Tuscola, but Rourke did not stop there to see if Sabrina had been in contact with him. Cork and Kimberly Kane were able to attend Sabrina's funeral, but were excluded from her obituary. During the course of their investigation, authorities continued to hear stories of Fred Rourke's allegedly abusive and controlling behavior towards Sabrina from her friends and co-workers. These accounts focused investigators' attention on Rourke. During an interview at the sheriff's department the day after Sabrina's body was discovered, Rourke claimed that he had nothing to hide. He consented to a search of his home and boat and to the examination of his personal firearm, which fired the same caliber of bullets found in Sabrina's body during her autopsy. 3 officers from the sheriff's department therefore went to the Warwick residence after the interview was completed. Warwick's boat was searched to see if he used the same kind of tow rope he used to tie the concrete block to Sabrina's body, but none was found. When asked to produce his firearm, a .380 automatic, Rourke told the officers that it was on a chest of drawers in his bedroom. When he went to retrieve it, however, it was not there. He and Lorraine looked for it throughout the house but could not find it. Rourke then suggested to the officers that he may have left the firearm at a home he had been renovating, approximately 2.5 miles away from his residence. Fred Werka, the officers, and Lorraine Werka then drove to that house. Rourke unlocked the door and let them all inside. He then went straight to a closet, glanced inside, and told the officers that the gun was not inside of it. One of the officers noted in his report that it was too dark inside the unlit closet for anyone to be able to actually see anything inside of it. The rest of the house was searched for the weapon without success. Rourke then suggested that the gun must have been stolen at some point. If a thief had gotten inside of the locked home, the gun was the only item they took, and they left behind a gold watch and numerous hand and power tools being used in the renovation of the house. The officers informed Rourke that several people, including a sergeant with the Belleville Police Department, had seen him with the weapon recently. Rourke then told them that he may have had the weapon with him when he had searched the area around the lake where Sabrina's body had been found the day before. He and the officers therefore went back to Forney Lake, where he showed them the areas he and Jack Erlanger had searched and looked for the gun. He could not locate it. Rourke assured the officers that he would turn over the weapon should he ever find it. Without the actual gun, the sheriff's department then tried to locate slugs fired from the weapon to compare to the ones taken from Sabrina's body. On April 23rd, officers went to a farm owned by Fred Rourke's father, John Rourke. Fred Rourke had mentioned that he had used the .380 automatic for target practice on his father's property. John Rourke confirmed that both he and his son had fired the weapon and showed them where on the property they had done so. The officers began sifting and digging through the soil. They initially found only .22 caliber slugs and .38 caliber reloads. Eventually, they did find what they believed could be a .380 slug. However, when it was taken to the St. Louis Police Department laboratory, they learned that it was actually a 9mm slug. The FBI examined the bullets and bullet fragments found in Sabrina's body, as well as the 9mm bullet found at John Rourke's farm at the end of 1974. They listed the model of Fred Rourke's gun as one of several that left rifling impressions consistent with those found on the bullets from Sabrina's autopsy, but obviously could not say if it was the specific weapon used, as they had no bullet fired from it for comparison. Rourke's weapon was never located and therefore never tied to the crime. At the beginning of his interview on April 21st, Rourke had been asked to undergo a polygraph examination. He said no. Later in the interview and at the end of it, however, he said he would be willing to submit to polygraph. When it came time to actually schedule the examination, however, he reverted back to his original position and refused to come in for it. On April 25, 1974, Michael Mercurio, the acting chief of police of the Belleville Police Department, ordered Rourke to submit to the polygraph and advised him that he would be fired from the department if he failed to do so. Rourke filed for an injunction challenging the order, with the court ruling in his favor. In his decision, St. Clair County Circuit Judge Joseph Cunningham ruled that the order violated Burke's constitutional rights against self-incrimination. When a second order to appear for a polygraph was issued, however, the same judge upheld it, now stating that by halting the order, the court would be injecting itself into the administration of the city. Rourke did eventually appear for the polygraph on May 22nd, but refused to any questions beyond providing his name, occupation, and address. In a letter addressed to the Belleville Board of Fire and Police Commissioners, Acting Chief Mercurio wrote that to all other questions presented to him, he refused to answer on the grounds that it might tend to incriminate him. Rourke had been suspended with pay while Sabrina's case was being investigated. After his refusal to cooperate at his polygraph, he was suspended without pay from the police force at the end of May of 1974. He was fired the following month for conduct unbecoming of an officer and disobeying a direct order. His dismissal was the result of a unanimous decision by the Belleville Board of Fire and Police Commissioners. Rourke went back to court to challenge his dismissal from the police force, but the circuit court upheld it in January of 1975. A coroner's inquest into Sabrina's death was held in the beginning of May 1974. Both Fred and Lorraine Rourke refused to testify during the proceedings, both invoking the Fifth Amendment. Lorraine had testified during a St. Clair County Circuit Court grand jury 2 days prior. The inquest ruled that Sabrina's death was a homicide committed by an unknown individual or individuals. On March 7, 1975, Fred Rourke was arrested and charged with Sabrina's murder. His lawyers requested, and were granted, a change in venue due to the amount of attention the case in the local media in St. Clair County. His October 1975 trial was therefore held in Quincy, Illinois in Adams County. The prosecution's case against Rourke was almost entirely circumstantial. Witnesses testified that he appeared to have a pistol in his right hip pocket when he came to search the area around Forney Lake the day Sabrina's body was discovered. Potentially, the same pistol that Rourke would claim had somehow been lost or stolen when police asked to examine it the following day. Other witnesses testified to the fact that Rourke had purchased a .380 pistol in 1971, that Sabrina had been killed by bullets fired from that same type of firearm, and that Rourke was familiar with the area around Forney Lake because he had previously gone target shooting there. St. Clair County Sheriff's Department Sergeant Charles Earhart also testified that he had examined Sabrina's Plymouth Satellite, the same car Kurt Linton had seen her riding as a passenger in on the day she went missing, a short time after her body was found. The carpet in the trunk of the car had been damp as though it had just been washed. A major witness for the prosecution was Donald Martindale, a 19-year-old former employee of the International House of Pancakes on West Main Street in Belleville. Martindale testified that on the morning of June 9, 1974, a seemingly intoxicated Fred Rourke had stumbled into the restaurant. Martindale said that he had been sitting in a booth with the Cukers, a married couple who operated the restaurant. Rourke came up to them and the Cukers told Martindale to leave, so he moved 2 booths away. Martindale could still hear the conversation Rourke was having with his managers and testified that he heard a sobbing Rourke say, "I didn't mean to kill her." When Mrs. Cuker asked him who he was talking about, he replied, "Sabrina, I didn't mean to make her pregnant." A short time later, Mrs. Cuker asked Martindale, "You heard something out there, didn't you?" When Martindale said that he had, Mrs. Cuker told him that there was nothing to what he had heard and that she would talk to Rourke in the morning. Rourke at that time was passed out in the booth. Martindale did not immediately report what he had overheard because he assumed Mrs. Cuker would be doing something about it. Several weeks later, he mentioned the conversation to a friend who was the son of a Belleville police officer. The friend convinced him to go to the police with his account. Rourke's attorneys attacked Martindale's credibility and the details of his story. They called Mr. and Mrs. Cukier as witnesses, and they denied that the conversation had taken place. They further claimed that they had not even been at the restaurant at the time Martindale described in his testimony, and that Martin employment at the restaurant had ended the day before he said he had heard the conversation. However, their testimony about why he was no longer employed there did not match up. Mrs. Cukier said that Martindale had been fired, whereas Mr. Cukier said that Martindale had quit and left on friendly terms. Martindale disputed their account of the timing of the end of his employment, saying it came after June 9th. During his testimony, Martindale acknowledged that he had been arrested by Rourke for a curfew violation and 2 traffic offenses in 1973. Martindale said on the stand that he did not resent Rourke for arresting him because he had just been doing his job. The defense, however, brought up the fact that Martindale had been arrested 6 times between ages of 14 and 17, again for curfew and traffic violations. He had been arrested again 3 days before he said he overheard Rourke confessing in the restaurant by one of Rourke's former riding partners. Martindale had been given a polygraph prior to being called as a witness in court and had passed it, but that information could not legally be shared with the jury. Martindale's assertion that Rourke brought up Sabrina being pregnant does tie in with other witness testimony. While Sabrina's autopsy showed that she had not been pregnant at the time of her death, Rourke had been fixated on possibility of her being pregnant since the early days of the investigation into her murder. When Rourke was interviewed by the sheriff's department the day Sabrina's body was found, he was asked if he knew of anyone who had a motive to harm her. For some reason, Rourke took this to mean that the investigator thought Sabrina had been pregnant. The investigator noted in his report that he had made no such insinuation. Sabrina's friend, Jean Morrisaw, and her mother had gone to see Lorraine Rourke after Sabrina's body was found. While they were at the Rourke home, the county coroner called and Fred Rourke went into another room to speak with him on the phone. When he came back into the room, he announced to everyone, "Well, she wasn't pregnant," much to the shock of his wife and guests. Lorraine asked her husband why anyone would have thought Sabrina had been pregnant, at which point Jean pointed out that it could have been a potential motive for someone to want to kill her. Jean's mother found the look Fred Rourke gave Jean in response to this statement disturbing, and she quickly ended their visit. This was not Jean's first visit to the Rourke household since Sabrina's initial disappearance. Fred Rourke had called her a few days after Sabrina went missing, asking her if she knew anything about his stepdaughter's whereabouts. She did not. She paid Laureen Rourke a visit a few days later to talk about Sabrina. Laureen took Jean into Sabrina's bedroom to show her the brand new clothes left in the closet, still with their tags attached. Laureen showed them to Jean because she did not believe that anyone would just leave without taking the clothes with them. To open the closet, Laureen had to move a rug that was blocking closet door. It was at this time that Jean noticed a large amount of blood on the carpet under the rug that had been blocking the door. When Jean asked about it, Lorraine claimed that it was from Fred hurting himself when he tried to see if Sabrina had taken anything with her. Jean did not immediately report the bloodstain. When Sabrina's body was found months later, however, she realized its potential significance and went to the police. By the time they went to the house to investigate her account, however, the blood was gone. Borch's trial lasted for 4 days. On October 17, 1975, after 2.5 hours of deliberation, the jury found Rourke not guilty. Chief Assistant St. Clair County State's Attorney Richard Aguirre told the press after the verdict was returned that he had known that there had only been an outside chance of securing a conviction in the case because of the circumstantial nature of the evidence he presented. He also said that his office considered Sabrina's closed because he was still convinced of Rourke's guilt. From a legal perspective, however, Rourke is considered not guilty. Sabrina's case remains unsolved and no one has ever been brought to justice for her murder. Aguirre's personal confidence aside, the case would have needed to remain open so that further investigation could hopefully produce definitive answers in the case. Fred Rourke never returned to the police force. He worked as a roofer while his case was pending and eventually became a truck driver. He was killed in an accident in St. Louis in November of 1978 when his truck struck a pole after another car cut him off while he was driving. Lorraine Rourke had Fred buried next to Sabrina. Laureen married her third husband 2 years later in 1980. She passed away in March of 2008, 10 months after suffering from a stroke at the age of 71. Sabrina's father, Cork Kane, passed away in October of 2013. Her sister, Kimberly, despite her own interest in finding out the truth about Sabrina's murder, limited her own investigative efforts while their father was still alive so as not to upset him. It was too painful for him, she told the Belleville News-Democrat in 2018. His way to deal with it was to just not talk about it. Kimberly's increased and ongoing efforts have so far not conclusively closed Sabrina's case, but she has been able to solve one mystery that plagued her for more than 4 decades, the location of her sister's grave. The Kane side of Sabrina's family was not notified of the location where she was buried, and at least one local newspaper misidentified the cemetery. In 2018, 44 years after Sabrina's death, Kimberly finally learned where her was buried. She is now able to visit her sister in her final resting place and bring her flowers. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Robert Worley, also known as Bobby Wells, was born on December 18, 1938. He was the last child of a family of 7, a family he didn't spend much time with before his arrest. In 1963, he was convicted of abuse and assault of a woman and ended up spending 3 years of his life in Sing Sing prison in upstate New York. After Bobby was released from prison in 1969, he changed his name from Robert Worley to Bobby Wells, and he moved in with his brother Fred Worley at Edgecombe Avenue in the Washington Heights neighborhood of Manhattan, New York City. There, he worked as a building superintendent for an apartment building. Bobby stayed with Fred for some time before he disappeared between 1966 and 1967, never to return. Fred and every other member of the family never heard from Bobby for more than 2 decades until 1993, when they got closure most unexpectedly. Fred received a call that his brother was found dead at an apartment that belonged to Dorian Corey, a deceased drag queen. Dorian Corey was born on June 6, 1937 in Buffalo, New York. She attended college at Parsons School of Design in the late 1950s. While Dorian was studying, she was drawn to the underground culture of the ballroom. Since then, Dorian appeared in drag queen beauty pageants. Dorian pushed for her name to be heard, and eventually, she gained the fame that she worked for as a drag queen. She appeared in a game-changing documentary titled Paris is Burning and also appeared on talk shows like The Joan Rivers Show to discuss the ball culture and other things. But even with that, Dorian needed to pay the bills, so she did extra work on the side. She worked out of her apartment as a seamstress, and at the same time, Dorian made her house a safe space for those in need of a home. Folks who came out with their true identity and were rejected by their family found comfort and love in Dorian's home named House of Corey. In August 1993, Dorian was working with Pepper LaBeija, an American drag queen and fashion designer, on a ball at Webster Hall. Unknown to them, the ball would never take place. On August 29, 1993, 56-year-old Dorian died of AIDS. The 1980s were particularly horrendous for people with AIDS. There were no treatments, and everyone who had AIDS back then died pretty quickly. In the 90s, there were improvements, but there were not enough to cure the likes of Dorian. The whole neighborhood mourned Dorian, as she was one of the people they looked up to in the community. But no one knew the drag queen had a skeleton in her closet. After Dorian died, her belongings were left for her caregiver and friend, Lois Taylor, who sold Dorian's dresses as costumes and made money off them. Taylor would visit Dorian's home with her clients to look at the costume they needed every time there was a business deal. Dorian's apartment was the go-to for any kind of jaw-dropping costume at the time, and as she had worked as a dress and costume designer, it was not a large apartment, and in addition to her belongings, she had a lot of things stored that belonged to her brother. On October 19, 1993, almost 2 months after Dorian's death, Taylor was at her apartment on West 140th Street in Harlem with one of her customers as usual for business. They were there in hopes of finding a good costume for Halloween. The apartment was filled with lots of fabrics, sequins and beads, tailpieces, and elaborate gowns. A place so jam-packed that you could lose a small child in there. The search took them to a large closet space, which was the size of a small bedroom, but they found nothing to their taste when they got to the closet. But among the dresses and costumes, a large musty garment bag caught their eyes. In hopes to get something better from the garment bag, Taylor moved closer to it, but discovered the bag was too heavy for her to move. After pulling it with the help of her customer, she saw that the bag was tightly sewn, and so she decided to loosen it. She handed a pair of scissors to her customer to use on the bag, but they stopped almost immediately, driven away by the foul odor that the bag gave off. Immediately, Taylor knew she wouldn't be able to go on with the search, and so she picked up her phone and dialed 911. The early 90s were busy years for the NYPD as they were working tirelessly to curb crimes in the city, especially in Manhattan. But as busy as they were, the call from Dorian's apartment was one they would never forget. The police arrived at the apartment and walked to the closet. They noticed the foul odor coming from the garment bag, an odor that was very common to what police called a DOA or dead on arrival. The garment bag was transported to the medical examiner's office for examination. The police department also involved an anthropologist. The content of the bag was tightly wrapped in thick fabrics and sewn closed with precision, leaving no air to enter. Once the wrappings were undone, everyone cringed at the gruesome sight. Before them was the mummified body of a man bound up and wrapped in plastic. He was folded into the fetal position with a bullet hole in his head. The body was in a dried and shriveled state, so it was difficult to know who he was or when he died. At the time, technology was not advanced enough to identify the remains. The police had a lot to do. They needed to find out the identity of the mummy, how he died, who or what killed and kept him there, the motive behind the murder, and the time it happened. But out of all of these questions, they were able to answer only a few. The identity was unknown, but they found a bullet hole in his head, which suggested he was shot to death. In the bag, they also found beer can caps, which they used as an indicator of approximately how long the person's remains had been kept there. The type of flip-tops found in the bag were a type that had not been used since the mid-70s, leaving the police to assume that the body had been sealed in there between 15 to 25 years before discovery. The police contacted the missing person squad to see if anyone was reported missing around the speculated time of death. But to make matters worse, there were no missing reports of anyone from that time. The only thing that could be done was to obtain a fingerprint from the mummy to identify the owner. The state of the body made it difficult for authorities to get a fingerprint from the fingers. Without the identity of the mummified body, the police would be unable to communicate properly regarding the case. And so the remains were named Joe Doe, a name given to unidentified bodies. The detective in charge of identifying Joe Doe, Detective Raul Figueroa, took permissions from his supervisors to remove the body's fingers and work on them. With the approval of his superiors, Detective Raul removed the fingers and placed them in 10 different specimen bottles. He also injected them with acetone to plump them up. Even Detective Raul was not 100% sure that his method was going to work. He could only hope that the method would help them to identify the body. Suddenly, the fingers started turning from nothing at all to fingers that could provide good prints. After that, they were able to put ink on them and roll them onto a fingerprint card to send to another unit. After the proper examination of the fingerprints, they finally got the answers they had been waiting for. Joe Doe was identified as Robert Worley, also known as Bobby Wells. But even after the authorities were able to uncover his identity, they still had a few questions. What was the relationship between Dorian Corey and Bobby Wells? Did Dorian kill Bobby? These questions remain difficult to answer as the two people involved in the case were both deceased. Nevertheless, the authorities continued their search for answers by trying to search for the friends and family of Dorian and Bobby to find any information that could lead to solving the mystery behind Bobby's death. The search led the police to Fred Worley, Bobby's brother. Fred explained how Bobby lived with him and his family and how he tried to talk Bobby out of his lifestyle. According to Fred, Bobby lived a crazy lifestyle where he would drink, get into trouble, and drink again. Whenever Fred tried to talk him out of it, alcohol got in the way. He kept trying to get Bobby to quit drinking, but it seemed he was too deep in it. According to Fred, Bobby got attracted to a woman who lived next door, but soon the relationship grew from sweet to sour. Bobby and the woman had a serious issue that involved the woman's 7-year-old son. Somehow, Bobby hit the child, and the woman threatened to call the police. Bobby, who had just been released from jail, knew if the woman called the police, it would mean bigger trouble for him. And to avoid trouble, he fled the neighborhood without a word to anyone, even his brother. That was the last time Fred heard from Bobby, until he was called almost 25 years later and told that his brother had been found dead. When Fred was interviewed, he was asked if he was surprised to know that his brother was dead, and he said he was not really surprised because once they didn't hear from Bobby for many years, they had already assumed that something had befallen him. He was also asked if Bobby was friends with transvestites, people who wear clothes primarily associated with the other sex. Fred said he knew his brother was in a relationship with a certain transvestite. Bobby had mistakenly dialed Fred's contact one day when he was drunk, and he ranted about having issues with a transvestite. Fred didn't remember the name of the transvestite, but when he was asked if the name he heard was Dorian, he said that was the name. All the information that Fred gave the police didn't point to anyone as Bobby's murderer. It only made solving the case more difficult. The first person the police suspected after the 911 call at Dorian's apartment was Taylor, who made the call. But Taylor gave them a reason to eliminate her from the suspect list. She told the police she couldn't have possibly moved the bag with the body as it was far too heavy, and she weighed only 135 pounds. The case was, and still is, disturbing as a lot of questions are unanswered. Many of those who knew Dorian personally were very shocked to learn about the mummy in her closet all these years. While some were disappointed in Dorian, some didn't believe she would kill anyone. There were many speculations and theories about this case. Many friends of Dorian admitted that she was in a relationship with Bobby. And according to the friends, both Dorian and Bobby would always get drunk and violent with each other. Whenever they had too much to drink, they ended up fighting seriously. Fred also mentioned that he knew his brother to be macho and violent and that he sometimes could go too far. Because of these accounts by friends, there's a theory that one of Dorian and Bobby's violent spats led to Dorian shooting Bobby in the head. Most people believe that Bobby had potentially been an abusive ex-lover of Dorian and that she may have shot him in self-defense when he was abusing her, as this was a common occurrence in the trans community. The abuse that became rampant in the trans community probably made Dorian own a handgun. Dorian's friend, Jesse Torres, affirmed during her interview that Dorian had a small .22 caliber. Many others maintained that Bobby was a burglar who broke into Dorian's home, prompting her to act in self-defense. Allegedly, Dorian attached a note to Bobby's body reading, "This poor man broke into my home and was trying to rob me." The note was never confirmed by police. However, this theory suggests Dorian kept the body because a drag queen like her, who lived in a poor and dangerous area in the 60s-70s, had little chance of gaining sympathy from the police. According to Taylor, after she discovered the heavy bag, she found a short story written by Dorian. She said the story was written in the third person about a transgender woman who killed her lover in revenge. The lover had pressured the trans woman into having sex reassignment surgery. Many believe the story relates to Dorian's. She had a breast implant and had possibly taken female hormones. Therefore, the story references Dorian's life, including the Pearl Box Revue, which was a touring drag show she had performed with in the 60s. According to Trisha Zeigenhorn's article, Did You Know?, a friend of Dorian claimed that Dorian confessed on her deathbed to committing a murder. It is not clear if the police interviewed the said friend, but if they did, nothing came out of it. In spite of all these theories, some people believe Dorian had nothing to do with the killing. Lanthelm, who was also Dorian's friend, said he had been to her place several times and never smelled a foul odor aside from a musty stench he said was common in older New York City buildings. After the police spoke to some of Dorian's friends, they were thrown into more confusion as some implied that in 1988, Dorian moved from her apartment at 150th Street, St. Nicholas Avenue to one located 10 blocks over on West 140th Street. With this information, some posited that the body was in the closet of the apartment before Dorian moved in. Therefore, some believed that Dorian was probably hiding the body in her closet to protect the actual murderer. None of these theories were confirmed true by the police, as there was no valid evidence to back these claims and stories. However, the most accepted version was that Bobby was an abusive ex-lover who got shot in self-defense. Bobby's family didn't claim his body. He was buried on Hart Island off the coast of the Bronx in November 1993 in an area called Potter's Field. No funeral was held for Bobby. Dorian's ashes were also spread on City Island. And that's how the case of Bobby Wells remains a mystery today. All that Bobby's family knows is that he was murdered, but they are not sure who killed him or what led to his death. No one knows what happened except for Bobby and Dorian, who are both dead. Without any type of first-hand testimony from either of the two or both of them, we can agree that the mystery of how Bobby died and how he ended up mummified in a famous drag queen's closet will never be solved. But if Dorian truly killed Bobby, we could say she got away with murder. What do you think about this case? Let us know in the comments section. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.